Question: what should one do after transmigrating into the perilous world of Naruto? Time travel would have been bad enough, yet she had ended up as the controversial heroine Haruno Sakura. Formerly Chien Chinin, now the girl named Haruno Sakura tossed a small stone into the lake, her face utterly expressionless. She had already lived in this world for 6 years and had entered the ninja academy. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated as well. Though she felt sympathy, it had nothing to do with her. After all, she had neither a system nor any cheat like Golden Finger. There was nothing she could do and nothing she could help with. She had only just managed to learn the language of this world, and now she had to learn reading and writing all over again. She simply did not have the energy to pay attention to anything else. "Ah, this is so annoying," she groaned. Haruno Sakura lay down on the lawn, gazing up at the sky. The sky here was truly blue. In her original world, it had rarely looked like this. The air was fresh and clean, an ideal place to relax and slack off, provided a certain brat's choked sobbing did not ruin it. Sure enough, not far away, a certain brat whose clan had been wiped out was crying. "I'll endure," Sakura thought, veins bulging faintly on her forehead. Yet in the end, she still walked toward Uchiha Sasuke. She patted the little brat who had buried his face in his knees. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" She could feel the black-haired boy's body stiffen. Had someone discovered him, leaving him embarrassed and awkward? Sakura blinked her large eyes and took out the small cookies her mother had packed for lunch from her backpack. "If you're feeling down, eating something will make you feel a bit better." He still ignored her. She refused to keep pressing her warm face against the cold backside like this. Glancing at the cookie in her hand, and then at Sasuke, she simply took a bite herself. It's so good," Sakura said as she sat beside him quietly eating. Sasuke inhaled the wafts of fragrance, remembering he had not eaten anything since being discharged from the hospital. His stomach let out a loud growl. He wanted to eat, yet the proud Sasuke had already implicitly rejected her earlier, so it was impossible for him to open his mouth now. Feeling a little aggrieved, he turned his face slightly toward the girl beside him. His first thought was that her hair was so pink, so adorable. "Here, you must be hungry," Sakura said, noticing his gaze. She took another cookie out of her bag and held it out to him. "Thank you," Sasuke murmured, wiping away his tears, his eyes still red as he accepted it. After that, the two of them said nothing more. Once Sasuke finished eating, Sakura handed him some milk as well. There was no need to ask why her bag contained all these things. Her mother had packed them before she left home, brimming with maternal love. Seeing that it was getting late, Sakura rose to her feet, tidied up the trash around them, and prepared to head home. Thank you," the awkward Sasuke said, his eyes flickering as he dared not look at her. "You're welcome, Sasuke," Sakura replied lightly. "If there's something that makes you sad, talking about it might make you feel a bit better. Bottling it up inside will only make you uncomfortable." A breeze drifted past, and in the instant the girl glanced back with a smile. The boy's face flushed slightly, and he turned away. "What is this?" he thought. "She clearly knows nothing. How could I possibly tell her about something like this?" "Sakura, after class, let's go play in the stream behind the mountain." In the blink of an eye, several years had passed, and the time for graduation had arrived. During a break, a blonde girl ran over, brimming with excitement, as she said to Sakura, "There must be shrimp in the stream right now. I'm going to catch some." Iruka-sensei, I assigned homework. We need to review when we go home. The exam is tomorrow, and you don't want to fail to become a genin and be unable to graduate, do you? Sakura helplessly gathered the study materials on her desk, trying to persuade the blonde girl. Sasuke propped his cheek on one hand, watching the two talk below with a blank expression, a shadow in his eyes, making it unclear what he was thinking. No, we can review at the stream too. After we finish, we can catch shrimp. Please." Ino clung to Sakura's arm, shaking it as she wheedled. Who could possibly refuse that? In the end, Sakura could only agree. On their way home from school, they ran into a certain cold-faced boy. Sakura politely asked whether he wanted to join them, and to her surprise, he actually agreed. "So handsome," Ino whispered, blushing as she hugged Sakura's right arm while gazing at Sasuke. Sakura felt a metaphorical vein throb on her forehead. Kids these days mature so early, she thought. With the mental age of an adult, Sakura could not quite understand it. As for Sasuke, 3 years ago, she had still been able to tell what he was thinking, but now she could not read him at all. Have I already gotten old, she wondered. Unable to figure it out, she simply stopped trying. Abandoning all thought, the three of them arrived at the stream behind the mountain, the very place where Sakura and Sasuke's paths had first begun to intersect. "Hey Sakura, Sasuke, what do you think will be on the exam tomorrow?" Ino had already caught quite a few shrimp in the stream. Around them, she had arranged a circle of small stones to keep the shrimp trapped. This would be a delicious dinner she would not allow to escape. It'll be either the clone technique or the transformation technique, Sakura replied, no longer entirely certain of the original plot. At the moment, she was sitting on a tree stump on the bank, a spread of talisman papers before her as she wrote and drew on them. She answered Ino while Sasuke stood nearby, silently watching her write and draw, saying nothing, which was rather strange. Standing up, Ino looked over at them, feeling that the two shared an aura no one else could step into. Was it just her imagination? She decided not to dwell on it. Kunai throwing is possible too, Sasuke interjected, surprising Sakura enough that she nodded in agreement. Exactly. Every year at graduation, it's always one of those three, Sakura said. Huh. Ino's eyes went blank. She had not practiced her kunai in a long time. Speaking of which, Ino, you really haven't practiced your kunai for a long time. If tomorrow's exam tests that, and you fail, you won't be able to graduate. The corners of Sakura's lips curled slightly, a sly glint in her eyes. Sasuke's gaze carried a hint of amusement. She was truly adorable. Ino's eyes flew wide open, her whole being turning ashen. If you review now, it might still be in time, Sakura added. Sure enough, Ino immediately ran up onto the bank, quietly taking out her kunai to begin practicing. What's this? Once Ino had gone a bit farther away, Sasuke stepped closer. Looking at the incomprehensible markings on the paper, he asked in puzzlement. This is a healing talisman. It can treat wounds and works similarly to an explosive tag, Sakura replied. Speaking of this, Sakura's interest was piqued. She had to admit this body's talent for healing was nothing short of genius among geniuses. She had thought of creating healing talismans when she saw her father buying explosive tags. After poring over countless materials and going to the hospital to learn basic medical treatment, she had finally decided to attempt making them herself. This one is for basic treatment. Scrapes from falling or bruises from being hit can all be healed with it, she explained. Light burst in Sakura's eyes. I'll keep researching. Eventually, I want to make talismans that can heal serious wounds. That way, when we go on missions in the future, if our comrades are injured, they can get treatment right away. Listening to her speak, Sasuke clenched his fists. Such talent truly inspired envy. Everyone called him a genius, but if they knew of Sakura's gifts, they might be even more shocked. What's wrong? Sakura asked in confusion when she saw him distracted. Why did he feel so gloomy all of a sudden? It's nothing, Sasuke replied, expressionless, moving away the hand she had used to poke his cheek and clasping it in his own, absently toying with it. Well, whatever. I still need to test it. This is my first time making one, so I hope it works, Sakura said. Let's have you help me try it, Sasuke. She pushed the boy down onto the ground, reaching to pull up his shirt. Sasuke had been training all along, often covered in scrapes and training injuries. He was the perfect test subject. Just then, Ino returned. Sakura. She stammered, swallowing hard. Since when was Sakura this forward? Where was her gentle, soft Sakura? Sakura looked at her in confusion. Seeing Ino's gaze darting between her and Sasuke, she instantly understood the misunderstanding, her face flushing scarlet. It's not what you think, Ino. I never thought you two had already reached this stage, Ino said, covering her eyes. I guess I have no choice but to give up and hand Sasuke over to you. Yet, judging from the gap between her fingers, she might as well not have covered them at all. Unable to explain herself clearly, Sakura looked helplessly at Sasuke. His response was to unfasten his shirt, revealing skin mottled with bruises, far more serious than she had expected. Ino could hardly believe it. Even though no one truly understood the so-called genius, Sasuke was pushing himself this hard in secret. Training has to have its limits. Your body is your own, or if you get hurt, no one is going to feel sorry for you, Sakura sighed. She picked up the healing talisman and poured chakra into it, activating the charm. A pale blue light enveloped his body, and the bruises slowly began to fade. You can't either, he murmured. What? Sasuke's voice was too soft. Sakura did not hear him clearly. In the end, the healing talisman consumed over 20 sheets before all the injuries were mended, leaving Sakura heartbroken. Each sheet of paper was money. Clearly her skills were still lacking, and she needed to work harder. If her talisman drawings were better, she would not have needed so many. Gazing sorrowfully at her now empty bag, she realized she would have to find another way to make money. Seeing that it was already late, she first escorted Ino home, then Sasuke followed behind Sakura to see her back as well. Sasuke, do your best on tomorrow's exam, Sakura called, waving at him before stepping into her house. I'm home, she called. Welcome back, came the reply. Xiaoying arrived in the classroom early and sat down. There would be an exam today, so she had to come ahead of time. Good morning, Xiaoying. As soon as Ino stepped through the door, she sat down beside her and placed the steamed buns she had brought in front of her. My mom made these herself and told me to bring some for you to try. Give her a bit of feedback, okay? Thank you. Good food and money are the only things that must never be let down. Happily, Xiaoying took one out and bit into it. So delicious. Auntie's cooking just keeps getting better and better. It's amazing. This one is for Sasuke. Xiaoying, help me give it to him, okay? As she spoke, Ino placed another portion in front of her. Can't you just give it to him yourself? Xiaoying wondered in confusion. Ino quietly shipped the couple made up of her own best friend and Sasuke in her heart. Just as expected. Childhood sweethearts, innocent playmates. When they get married in the future, I'm going to be the godmother of their children, Ino thought to herself with certainty. Later, when Sasuke walked into the classroom and sat down beside them, Xiaoying promptly handed him the food. Sasuke, who had thought Xiaoying had finally become enlightened and taken the initiative, instantly darkened his expression and fell silent when he learned it was from Ino's mother. Xiaoying gave him a puzzled glance, then simply continued eating quietly. When the exam began, everyone lined up and filed into the inner classroom one after another to start their tests. The proctors were a man named Mizuki, if she remembered correctly, and teacher Irika. It was the clone technique, and everyone passed, everyone except Naruto. Xiaoying frowned. She clearly remembered that Naruto had passed in the end, so why was it like this now? Had something happened? It had been so long that she had nearly forgotten. Xiaoying, didn't you say you wanted to buy talisman paper? Let's go together. We're going to be split into teams and sent out on missions starting tomorrow. I'm going to buy some weapons. Ino, excited, adjusted her ninja tools and hugged Xiaoying, her chatterbox nature fully activated. Okay, Xiaoying nodded. It had originally been a plan for just the two of them. On the way, they ran into Shikamaru and Choji, and their duo became a group of 4. Halfway there, they bumped into Sasuke as well. Very good, it became 5. If nothing unexpected happens, Ino will probably be in the same team as me and Choji. How troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. With his hands tucked behind his head, Shikamaru trailed listlessly behind the two girls, griping to Sasuke. Unexpectedly, Sasuke actually answered. The Ino-Shikacho combination is a famous formation in Konoha. True. Who do you think Xiaoying will be teamed up with? In Konoha, teams are usually formed by pairing top students with poor performers to balance things out, Sasuke replied. So it's basically impossible for you and Xiaoying to be on the same team. Then again, that's not entirely true. If Naruto passes the exam, then you and Xiaoying might end up together, since Naruto ranks at the very bottom overall. Had that dead last. Talking like this, they arrived at the ninja tool shop, and everyone split up to prepare whatever they each needed. Xiaoying looked at the talisman paper, labeled 100 Ryo for 2 sheets. It was a bit expensive. It felt like she couldn't stock up on much. With her current talisman drawing skill, a single sheet couldn't heal a wound. She needed several layered together. Fortunately, over the past few years, her family had given her quite a bit of pocket money, and she had hardly spent any of it. A ninja pouch. No need. Her own small shoulder bag would do just fine. Alright. She also needed to stock some explosive tags. If she could not win in strength, she would rely on equipment. Seeing her lost in thought in front of the talisman stand, Sasuke, who had just bought a weapon scroll, walked over. Thinking she was troubled by the price, he pulled out his money and bought a large quantity for her. Shouldering the massive Uchiha inheritance, Sasuke was extravagantly generous. The rich inspire in me both jealousy and admiration. Sasuke's future girlfriend is definitely going to be very happy, Xiaoying thought. Hugging an armful of supplies, Xiaoying's face was full of bliss. Free gear was the best. Hey Shikamaru, do you think Sasuke might be interested in Xiaoying? Ino whispered, eyes gleaming with gossip. Ino leaned close to Shikamaru, prying for gossip. Shikamaru gave an awkward smile. Something this obvious. Probably only Xiaoying still thought they were all just kids, and only friends, not nearly mature enough for anything else. With an IQ over 200, Shikamaru reflected that sometimes being too smart made it hard to understand this sort of behavior. After all, everyone was still just children. What was the point of overthinking it? Well, we've bought everything we need anyway. I wonder who our teacher will be. Let's head home early and rest. See you all tomorrow, he said. The next day, everyone in the class arrived. Naruto, who had stolen the forbidden scroll the previous night and learned the shadow clone technique, also flung the classroom door open with great force. Everyone, I became a genin too. As Naruto shouted this, Kiba immediately started bickering with him. In the end, when Sasuke tossed out a cold, dead last, Naruto successfully shifted his anger onto him. Here it comes, here it comes. Xiao Ying's eyes sparkled like stars as she watched Naruto plant a foot on the desk, leaning his upper body towards Sasuke. They were about to kiss. Am I wrong to call you dead last? Sasuke said disdainfully, catching out of the corner of his eye Xiao Ying's oddly eager expression and frowning slightly. At that moment, Kiba was jostled by someone and stumbled into Naruto, sending Naruto off balance and toppling towards Sasuke. It's happening, they're really going to kiss. Xiao Ying blurted out excitedly, cheeks tinged pink. Shy, but unable to look away, she prepared to witness this classic scene. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that Sasuke, sensing something wrong, would slide his chair back and lift his leg to kick Naruto away. What a pity. Xiao Ying slumped in disappointment. Honestly, what happened to the promised iconic scene? Damn it, Sasuke. You want to fight. Naruto groaned, holding his waist as he struggled to his feet. Hey you. A dead last. Perfect. Icy face, disdainful gaze, mocking tone. All of it once again thoroughly provoked a certain little fox. Sasuke and Naruto really get along so well, Xiao Ying said with a hand propping up her cheek, smiling. Nowhere exactly do you see that they get along well. Everyone around them fell silent. Fortunately, Iruka soon arrived and began assigning the teams. Team 7, Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruno, Sakura, Uchiha, Sasuke. Wait a second. Sensei, how could someone as outstanding as me end up in the same team as this guy? Naruto exploded, pointing straight at Sasuke. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. This guy? Did he have no self-awareness at all? Naruto, the teams are arranged based on overall performance. Sasuke and Xiao Ying both ranked first, and you are at the very bottom of the class, Iruka said helplessly. Seeing that this brat had managed to pass the Genin exam, and thus be in the same class as Xiao Ying, Iruka decided not to argue with him. Sasuke turned his head to look at Xiao Ying. Huh. Naruto, struck by this blow, turned entirely gray in his mind's eye. Xiao Ying could not help but laugh. Even though she did not know exactly how the original storyline had gone, Naruto was really entertaining. Team 8, Hyuga, Hinata, Inuzuka, Kiba, Aburame, Shino. Team 10, Nara, Shikamaru, Akimichi, Choji, Yamanaka, Ino. As expected, the so-called Konoha rookies had not been broken up. They were all placed together. In the afternoon, all the other students were led away by their respective Jonin instructors, leaving only Team 7. So slow. Hey Xiao Ying, can I prank our teacher? Naruto complained. After some friendly conversations with Xiao Ying, Naruto felt that he and she were already good friends. As for Sasuke, that stuck-up guy, there was no way he was his friend. No you can't. You have to respect your teacher, Xiao Ying replied in passing as she continued drawing talismans. Through her efforts over the past few days, her talisman drawing ability had greatly improved. She was currently drawing talisman papers that could make wounds heal. They consumed an enormous amount of chakra. She had only managed 10 sheets over the entire afternoon. Finished talismans were stacked beside her. She had to prepare more. Later, when they were dismissed, she would give Ino and the others a few as graduation gifts. This teacher is so slow. I'm really hungry, Naruto muttered listlessly. Oh, that's right. Xiao Ying suddenly exclaimed. I have some cookies and drinks in my bag. They can tide us over. If she had not mentioned it, Xiao Ying would not even have noticed. She pulled out some cookies and 3 bottles of milk. No need to ask why she carried these around. They were her mother's love packed to the brim. She handed the tomato-flavored one to Sasuke. Not knowing what flavor Naruto liked, she let him choose for himself and asked about his preferences so she could prepare accordingly next time. Kakashi arrived just as the 3 of them were eating cookies and drinking milk. Scratching his head without a hint of remorse, he explained that he had been late because he had just helped an old lady cross the street. Is this guy for real? We're not 3-year-olds. Since when does helping an old lady cross the street take several hours? Naruto blinked and muttered in disbelief. Naruto, he's our teacher, you can't say that. Maybe he tripped on the way and had to go to the hospital or something, Xiao Ying suggested. He totally looks unreliable. Maybe he did something shady and got caught, Naruto added. Hey, how about we ask Grandpa Third to change our teacher? The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask. These little brats. My first impression of you 3 is very bad, he said flatly. The 3 of them fell silent. The feeling was mutual. Kakashi led the trio to the training ground and had them introduce themselves. I'm Uzumaki, Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage. My favorite food is Ichiraku's ramen. The people I like best are Iruka-sensei and Shikamaru, Xiao Ying, and the others. The divergence from what Xiao Ying remembered was not too big. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Good. Uchiha Sasuke, I don't really have a dream. Only one goal, and that is to kill that man. Thinking of a certain person, Sasuke's expression darkened again. Well, my turn. I'm Haruno Sakura. You can call me Xiaoing. I don't really have any particular dream right now. If I do have one, it's to create a talisman paper that can instantly heal all wounds. As she spoke of this, Xiao Ying's eyes sparkled. And then earn a whole lot of money, she added. To be honest, Sakura's dream was the one that caught Kakashi off guard. But what exactly was talisman paper? Although he had investigated this girl and knew she had been running to the hospital since childhood, often pestering medical need to teach her, he had found nothing about talisman paper. Had she developed it only recently? After Kakashi departed, Xiaoing resolved to return to the rear slope and draw a fresh supply of talismans. Tomorrow's bell snatch would likely produce injuries, so she should spare several for Jingyi and the others in case someone could not continue the mission. We really can't eat before coming tomorrow, Mingren said, picturing his empty stomach. Could it be that uncle is going to treat us to something? He brightened at the thought. Idiot, Zhuozhu said with an inscrutable face. There was no way such a thing would happen. It was inconceivable. You fool, Zhuozhu, what are you saying? As usual, the two began bickering. Hey Mingren, remember to call the teacher, Xiaoing murmured from the sidelines. Very well, but that uncle really is unreliable. It seemed only if Mingren endured Kakashi's eyes thrashing tomorrow would he change his tune. I'm going up the rear slope to practice. Do you want to come? Huh, may I come along? It was not the first time Mingren had seen Xiaoing playing with Jingyi and the others. Although he was close to Lu Ma Lun and Ding Xiai, he had never joined when Xiaoing was present. Most of the village children harbored spite toward him. He envied Xiaoing and Zhuozhu, so many admired them. Of course, you are our companions, aren't we? The girl smiled softly beneath the setting sun. Years later, when Mingren recounted his childhood to Chu Tian, that moment would replay as if it had happened only yesterday, the first time someone called him a companion. Zhuozhu needed no asking. He would certainly come. The Yujiba lands were nearby, convenient for training together. By the way, Mingren, can you climb trees? Remembering something, Xiaoing asked about tree climbing and water stepping. Because of her insistence, Zhuozhu had practiced as well. Perhaps during the upcoming journey to Bojiguakaka, she would teach them other skills. Climb trees. I can. With that, Mingren actually scrambled up a tree. Xiaoing covered her face. Zhuozhu's expression said plainly that this boy truly was an idiot. Then Zhuozhu teach Mingren. I'm going to work on the talismans. Thus began their chaotic lesson. Though Zhuozhu had become more stoic over the years, Mingren still managed to ruffle him. One might call them true friends. In the end, Mingren still failed to learn. The lesson would have to be continued another day. The next morning, her mother Chun Yi tucked homemade pastries into Xiao Ying's satchel. She had planned 3 bottles of milk, but added 1 more. Having the teacher watch them eat at his side felt awkward. Though she could not understand why Kakashi forbade them breakfast, Xiaoing reasoned they could always eat later, if not now, then as afternoon tea. Xiaoing, get up, you'll be late. Chun Yi pulled back the quilt. Roused by the morning chill, Xiaoing sat upright. Good morning, mother. From now on you'll go on missions with the teacher. Remember to obey him. Her mother fretted again, but Xiaoing did not feel annoyed. This was the family she had longed for in a past life. She hugged her mother, nuzzling. All right, mother, I will be careful. Besides, I'm only a genin. I won't be sent on dangerous missions so soon, so don't worry. She was adept at acting spoiled. How old are you, still pouting? I'm only 12, still young. Mother, is there anything you need me to bring? They'll probably be back this afternoon, and bring it back. Keep your pocket money. They'll go by what I need. Why don't you bring your teacher and the others to our house for dinner tonight? I remember Mingren and Zhuozhu's families. She asked her mother to deliver the medical talismans to Jingyi. By the time Xiaoing left home, it was already past the rendezvous. When she arrived, teacher she had yet to appear, while Zhuozhu and Mingren were already waiting. Zhuozhu leaned against a tree expressionless while Mingren jabbered beside him. Sorry, teacher lost his way on life's path, a voice called. A shadow flickered and Kakashi stood on the railing scratching his head in embarrassed apology. Zhuozhu and Mingren were speechless. Xiaoing, having only just arrived, had no comment and did not linger. Seeing his 3 students silent, she explained the mission. They were to snatch bells. Only the 2 who seized the bells would truly pass and graduate. The one left behind would be sent back to the academy to be retrained. That was the gist of it. Several years had passed, and Xiaoying had nearly forgotten the routine, perhaps not ideal. When Kakashi declared the start, she darted off to hide. Zhu followed closely, while Ming-Ren stood brazenly ready to face Kakashi alone. Perched in a distant tree, Xiaoying pressed a hand to her forehead. Oh no, she had forgotten that boy, and suddenly someone tumbled down beside her. With a helpless glance, she met Zhu's eyes. You idiot. Zhu could not help the change in his face. His eyes were full of helplessness. There's no other way. We must force it. Xiaoying used the transformation technique. Zhu spoke. Their years of tacit understanding remained intact. Zhu and Ming-Ren would engage Kakashi to draw attention, while Xiaoying transformed into a kunai and was tucked into Zhu's blade pouch. This marked the line between Kakashi's battering of Zhu and Ming-Ren and Xiaoying's seizing of the bell when opportunity arose. Xiaoying stood beside Kakashi, two bells in her hand, while the two boys lay bruised and sprawled. Kakashi crouched and prodded Ming-Ren's swollen cheek. Ming-Ren inhaled sharply, crying out in pain. Well, though you seize two bells, one of you will still not graduate. Which of you do you intend to graduate? One had to admit Kakashi harbored a certain mischievous relish. Silence. Zhu could not bear to forfeit the chance to graduate. He needed to grow stronger. Ming-Ren, having finally passed, refused to be sent back. At last someone had recognized him as a companion. Xiaoying opened her satchel and produced the food. I don't care whether I graduate, I'll let Zhu and Ming-Ren graduate. I can remain at the academy another year, and afterwards I can still assist at the ninja hospital. No, let that laggard graduate. Even if he is sent back, he can later petition for early graduation, Zhu said, clenching his fist. As for me, I'm just dead last. Failing to graduate would be natural. Such thinking would not do. Xiaoying narrowed her eyes. In the story, Ming-Ren was the little son. He could not be so despondent. Congratulations, you are qualified. A ninja must remain composed, sober, and deliberate in judgment. Those who break the rules of the shinobi world we call trash. Yet those who fail to value their comrades are even less than trash. Those were Kakashi's words, their refrain. Ming-Ren's blood surged. Xiaoying and Zhu showed little outward reaction. As Kakashi spoke, Xiaoying used medical ninjutsu to dress Zhu's superficial wounds. What was that? A hand-healing art? No, it could not be. Oh, perhaps a self-invented ninjutsu. Though Kakashi continued addressing Ming-Ren, he had noticed the two. This had not been in the reports. After tending to Zhu, it was Ming-Ren's turn. He could not help tears welling in his eyes, which left Xiaoying helpless. In the end, they shared breakfast and lunch together. She had expected Kakashi to scold them, but he did not. By the way, Mother asked that teacher and Ming-Ren and Zhu come to our house for dinner tonight. Everyone must come. Don't disappoint her kindness. Xiaoying smiled gently at the three. For a moment, the air around her seemed to bloom with white lilies, sending a shiver through them. What was this pressing sense of dread? Kakashi wiped an imaginary cold sweat. I'm back. Welcome back. Mom, Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi-sensei came along too. Sasuke and Naruto. Kakashi thought for a moment and called them brother and sister. After all, they were of different ages. Not at all. Everyone can eat with peace of mind tonight. Oh, I've made a lot. Sakura and her father barely eat, which makes me doubt my culinary skills. Isn't 2 bowls of rice not enough? Sakura sighed. Everyone is going to be full tonight. After dinner, Sasuke took Naruto to the backyard to practice climbing trees, and Kakashi interestingly followed. Sakura continued to work hard on her sealing techniques. Kakashi-sensei, why are our missions always about catching cats, fishing, and weeding? Naruto lay listlessly on the grass by the river, wet all over. Even though he had learned to walk on water, the fish he caught still splashed water on him. Next to him were several large baskets of fish. Well, this is also a form of training for your bodies. If you complete this several times a day, it's good exercise. Next time the teacher will take on a crank mission. Kakashi squatted by leisurely reading Jiraiya's work, Intimate Paradise. Sakura and Sasuke were still casting nets in the river. Why don't they hire villagers to fish themselves? Sakura was genuinely puzzled. This was specifically left by the Hokage for newly graduated genin to train with. Originally, you wouldn't have received such a mission so soon, but it turns out you all learned chakra control and can walk on water. Seizing the opportunity while other teams haven't taken it, it's certainly not wrong to train more. Moreover, these fish can also generate some income for the village. I see, but after a morning, chakra consumption is still significant. Sakura sighed. That's because you are busy with sealing techniques. You can take a break. I didn't say you couldn't rest. Kakashi waved his book. You go take a break. I can handle the rest with Naruto. Sasuke said, pointing to Naruto using the shadow clone technique nearby. That amount of chakra is really enviable. Sakura sighed again and finally returned to the shore to stay with Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I hear. She took a drink from her bag and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi curiously glanced at her bag. How could such a small shoulder bag hold so many things? He remembered she seemed to have brought them breakfast this morning. Kakashi-sensei, I've learned the basics of medical ninjutsu pretty well. Sakura looked at him with anticipation. What does this mean? Kakashi was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized this was asking him to teach some more advanced medical ninjutsu. However, it seemed that the Hitaki clan had never produced a medical ninja. He truly didn't know what to do. How about, tonight I could go to the ninja hospital to copy their medical ninjutsu and teach you. As a teacher, I can't have nothing to teach my students. How can that be? Thinking this, he spoke up. Tomorrow I'll go learn, find some advanced medical techniques for you. And by the way, I'll take a crank ninjutsu mission out of the village. To avoid being found out by medical ninjas, I'll sneak out for a bit. Hey, she heard that I would sneak. Sakura couldn't help but smile. Oh, everyone in this world is really nice. Kakashi felt a bit embarrassed by her laughter, his gaze drifting back to the book. His student's hearing is too good, isn't it? Doesn't the teacher care about face? I heard it. Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn new skills too. Naruto ran over excitedly, his eyes wide as he looked at Kakashi with anticipation. Although Sasuke didn't come over, the occasional glance showed he wanted to learn too. Kakashi felt a bit of a headache. Indeed, having too good hearing isn't good either. Sakura stated her goal clearly, to learn medical ninjutsu, while these two students hadn't tested their chakra attributes yet. It looks like tomorrow won't work. It seems the mission will have to be postponed today. So that night, a figure was sneaking around the ninja hospital, rummaging through ninja books in the director's office, using the Sharingan to memorize the contents, planning to tell Sakura that he understood later. While thinking, Kakashi paused, his hand flipping through the book. Should I go ask Hokage-sama for some sealing techniques to look at? The next afternoon, the three saw Kakashi, who had shown up on time and without being late, looking listless. Sakura received several handwritten medical books and looked at him strangely. He wouldn't have copied them overnight using shadow clone technique, would he? Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi waved his hand, indicating no need for thanks, and handed the attribute testing paper to the three. Although Sakura confirmed she was going to pursue medical ninjutsu, it was still better to test. After confirming the chakra attributes of the three, Kakashi started teaching Sasuke the lightning release Chidori. He wanted the three to participate in this year's Chunin exams after returning, and to avoid accidents, he should teach his students some life-saving techniques right. As for Naruto, the Rasengan can also be taught. Originally, Hokage-sama disagreed with the two learning such ninjutsu so early, but he was still persuaded by Kakashi. After all, this wasn't a rank ninjutsu that takes a long time to learn. If they both had great talent and learned it quickly, that would be none of his business. While Kakashi directed the training for the two, Sakura sat under a tree reading. She wanted to finish early and practice. The Chunin exams are very dangerous, and she couldn't afford to be careless. So why are these little brats taking on missions? Can they really safely escort me to the land of waves? Let me say. At that moment, an old man was shouting in the Hokage office. Kakashi watched his three students with dead fish eyes fixed on the old man, wondering how Naruto hadn't exploded yet. Even the teacher wanted to hit him. Thinking this, Naruto finally spoke up. Huh, you old man, we still. Good, that's right, saying it like that. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances and secretly sighed in relief. Oh, is it this lively here? At that moment, Asuma walked in with Shikamaru and the others. Sakura, I missed you. Ino rushed towards Sakura as soon as she entered, but Sasuke pulled Sakura away, causing Ino to miss her. Ino glared at Sasuke with dissatisfaction. Yo, Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto, long time no see. Shikamaru held his head with both hands, looking as listless as ever, while Choji was eating snacks next to him, nodding. Are you also looking to apply for a crank mission? Shikamaru glanced at the noisy old man and understood. Yes, but that old man is a bit annoying. Even you, Sakura, say that it seems this person is quite troublesome. Asuma said he wants to apply for a crank mission to rescue hostages from bandits. Shikamaru said, looking helplessly at the excited Ino and indifferent Choji, these two guys are really optimistic. Although these bandits aren't ninjas, they are bound to encounter some unforeseen situations. Be safe. Sighing, it seems Shikamaru's team is also going to see blood for the first time. Everyone parted ways at the village entrance, and Sakura's group walked along a small path in the woods. A small puddle of water appeared ahead, and the four remained silent except for the old man Danis who hired them, who was confused. Suddenly the water disappeared, and two figures attacked Kakashi. Kakashi was taken out, and Naruto was stunned for a moment. He reacted and stood in front of Danis to block the attack. Sakura looked at Kakashi's fallen figure speechless. This substitution technique is truly amazing, it even flowed blood. Watching Sasuke skillfully take down one of them, the remaining one was fighting Naruto. According to Sakura, this was to help Naruto gain some combat experience. As the support, Sakura held a cup of milk and sipped it comfortably. She was truly carefree. Kakashi, hiding behind the tree, twitched the corner of his mouth. This is ridiculous. In the end, Naruto knocked out the opponent and ended up with a poisoned kunai wound. Sakura checked it. It was a very ordinary toxin. Cut the hand, released the toxin, healing seal activated, all good. Then, Mr. Tazuna, might you tell us why ninjas are attempting to assassinate you? Kakashi descended from a nearby tree and stood facing Tazuna. I recall that missions involving ninja are classified as rank B, correct? Sakura asked uncertainly. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Though Tazuna feigned hardship and Naruto fell for his ruse, Sakura remained uneasy about the mission. Fearing her actions might drastically alter events, she quietly informed Kakashi. Kakashi, walking while idly reading a book, reassured her not to overthink it. After all, the last surviving Uchiha and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were inevitably under covert surveillance. Moreover, Sakura's extraordinary medical aptitude had deeply impressed the Hokage. Given time to mature, her skills would undoubtedly save countless lives. Whether due to narrative omission or Sakura's unintended influence, the group encountered several ambushes en route, each swiftly neutralized by the three genin, though all sustained varying degrees of injury. Kakashi refrained from intervening directly, allowing these encounters to serve as vital field experience, stepping in only during life-threatening moments, then tending their wounds afterward. Upon arriving at Tazuna's homeland, Sakura collapsed from exhaustion and was carried by Sasuke. Among the trio, she possessed the weakest combat prowess, yet her aspiration to become a medical ninja was well known. Even now, her capabilities rivaled those of elite genin. While Sakura recuperated, Kakashi trained Sasuke and Naruto. Meanwhile, Sakura diligently practiced crafting advanced healing talismans. The Chunin exams would soon resume upon their return, and she recalled Orochimaru's appearance, Sasuke's grievous injury, and the urgent necessity of success. After exhausting 40 sheets of talisman paper, she finally succeeded in inscribing a single advanced healing talisman, a full day's work that drained her chakra entirely. Lost in her talisman practice, several days slipped by unnoticed. One evening, amid commotion outside, Sakura only realized, upon seeing Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto return battered and bloodied, that she had inadvertently missed pivotal plot developments. Though she knew she wouldn't have participated in battle, missing Zabuza and Haku's arc still felt deeply regrettable. She produced 6 advanced healing talismans, 2 per person, and their injuries healed dramatically within moments. Nodding with quiet satisfaction, Sakura thought, this team truly cannot function without me. 6 talismans remained. She resolved to conserve them. Their immediate danger had passed. They could move independently now, and the trio's formidable resilience ensured steady recovery. That night, fearing fever, Sakura kept vigil beside them, reading quietly. When no signs of elevated temperature appeared by midnight, she retired to her own room. Sakura's healing talismans appear remarkably effective, Kakashi remarked, examining his wounds upon waking. Sakura is amazing. Naruto chimed in, already bouncing toward the door to play. Sasuke watched him leap about expressionless, then glanced at Kakashi rising slowly and felt marginally better. Sasuke's severe injuries stemmed from the aftereffects of using Chidori. Naruto's extensive burns resulted from the Nine-Tails emerging when he saw Sasuke collapse unconscious. Kakashi's grave wounds came from his duel with Zabuza and from shielding both Naruto and Sasuke. Though victorious, he acknowledged his own limitations. A large hand settled gently atop his head. Kakashi smiled warmly. Don't dwell on it, Sasuke. You're already extraordinarily skilled. Hey. Sakura, Sasuke was incredible yesterday. He unleashed the Kidora-sensei I taught him, striking the enemy's vital point instantly. So amazing. Naruto's voice rang out from outside. Sasuke's cheeks flushed faintly. That idiot. What is he saying to Sakura? That's wonderful. I'll prepare a lavish lunch today to celebrate. Really, I want the sweet and sour pork ribs you mentioned last time, and more. Ow. Sasuke, what are you doing? Dead last, don't push your luck. Oomph. You want them just as badly. And so once again the two clashed. Sakura-sensei wants steamed fish. Of course, I'll need everyone's help in the kitchen. After a week's rest, they bid farewell to Wave Country and departed. A newly completed bridge, named the Naruto Bridge, left him beaming all the way home, a tangible sign that more people now recognized and valued him. En route back, Sasuke and Naruto bickered endlessly, until entering the village where they noticed an unusual influx of shinobi from other hidden villages. Why are there so many strangers here? What's happening? Naruto asked curiously. Idiot. Sasuke shot him a dismissive glance. He'd already learned the reason. Sakura chuckled softly beside them. The Chunin exams are being hosted in Konoha this year, so delegations arrived early to scout terrain and enjoy sightseeing. Kakashi surveyed the bustling streets, brows slightly furrowed. Chunin exams. Can we participate too? Naruto exclaimed, elated. Kakashi paused thoughtfully, then nodded. Yes, but first I must report our mission findings to the Hokage. Meet me at the training ground tomorrow, I'll brief you thoroughly. Yage, Naruto cheered. Back home, Sakura was immediately enveloped in her mother Mabuki's anxious inspection, checking for injuries. Having received Kakashi's prior letter detailing the mission's concealed dangers, her parents had been deeply worried. I'm perfectly fine, Mom. Don't worry. Sakura gently stilled her hands. Mabuki relaxed visibly. I've made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Eat extra tonight. You've lost weight on this trip. There exists a universal parental conviction that one has grown thinner, though Sakura had in fact gained height on this mission, not lost weight. By the way, Ino returned from a mission a few days ago, carried in unconscious. Her mother nearly fainted. Fortunately, the healing talismans you gave her held her together until she reached the hospital. She was discharged only yesterday. Visit her tomorrow. She seems shaken, less optimistic than before. Ino frightened. Sakura blinked in surprise. Had such a development occurred in the original timeline? Unable to reconcile it, she chose rest and would investigate tomorrow. Early the next morning, laden with maternal affection, embodied in freshly baked sweets, Sakura cheerfully set off. At Yamanaka Flowers, she found Ino assisting behind the counter. Perhaps due to the approaching Chunin exams, business surged. The flower shop bustled with customers. Good morning, Mrs. Yamanaka Ino. Sakura wore a soft pink hanfu, her long hair loosely tied back, holding a delicate pastel pink handbag, an elegant, luminous presence. Wow, Sakura, you're back. I've missed you so much. Ino rushed forward. Expecting a warm embrace, Sakura opened her arms, only to watch Ino bypass her entirely, snatch the handbag, and ask eagerly, what delicious treats did Aunt Mabuki pack? Sakura's brow twitched. How precisely had her mother concluded? Ino seemed less optimistic. She radiated vibrancy. Though Sakura had planned to go out with Ino, the flower shop's overwhelming demand kept Ino occupied, so Sakura departed early. They had a morning meeting. Kakashi would brief them on the Chunin exams. Those are the key points you must remember for the Chunin exams. Understood? Kakashi tapped Naruto's skull lightly. Naruto winced, clutching his head. Just keep yourselves alive. That's the priority, Sakura summarized. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Clearly, he couldn't expect them to monitor foreign delegations, not after spending yesterday gathering intelligence himself. I will definitely pass the Chunin exams. Naruto grinned, eyes crinkling, his earnest, endearing expression drawing resigned sighs from both Sakura and Sasuke. The quartet had intended to dine together, but Kakashi received an urgent summons from the Hokage and departed midway, leaving Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto to eat as a trio. What shall we eat? Sakura tilted her head, gazing at them, adorably charming. Sasuke's ears tinged faintly pink. Ramen. Ramen. I've missed Ichiraku ramen so much after being away. Naruto beamed. All right then, we'll have ramen. Sakura agreed. As for Sasuke's opinion, irrelevant. He liked ramen just as much. Ah, content. Mingren stretched and sighed, savoring the meal. It was especially satisfying to fleece Suaju a little. The three walked along the busy thoroughfare among crowds of passers-by when they suddenly noticed a commotion ahead. What's happening? What's going on? Mingren hurried forward in curiosity. Xiaoying and Suaju exchanged a glance. Xiaoying watched Suaju hop onto a tree to observe, seating himself on a branch and motioning with his eyes for her to join him. To her surprise, gossip seemed to cross dimensions. Xiaoying sat beside him and watched as Mingren came to the aid of Mai Wan's Team 3 and clashed with Qin Zhulong. Soon a fight had broken out. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhulong, caught off guard, was flung away by Mingren. Had it been like this in the original work? Had he slipped into a counterfeit two-dimensional world? Or had she misremembered? Never mind, it was not important. Sand surged up behind Mingren, and Xiaoying frowned. Zhuizhu threw a kunai. Mingren leapt aside and avoided it as a sheet of lightning flashed behind him. What was that technique? Xiaoying exclaimed in astonishment. Damn you, an ambush! Mingren fumed, his body suffused with a crimson glow of anger. The sand parted, and before Qin Zhulong and Shoju stood a red-haired youth, the character I etched on his brow. He emitted an oppressive, murderous intent and fixed a grim stare on the two perched in the tree. You coward! What do you intend to do to the stragglers of our squad? Zhuizhu returned his glare with equal hostility. As for Xiaoying, she remained composed. She judged that both of these fellows were competent enough not to trouble her. Seeing the heavy dark circles beneath the youth's eyes, a thought occurred to her. Perhaps she could craft a talisman fu to treat insomnia. If that were all, it would be simple. Yet this Renzali Jinchuriki seemed unstable. If the seal faltered and the host slept, the tailed beast might break free and wreak havoc. It would be ideal to make a talisman that could lull the tailed beast to sleep as well. And there were also the summoning beasts to consider. She had no summoning beast of her own, but teacher Kakashi could assist. In Huaying Lu, Kakashi watched a crystal ball with his colleagues and suddenly shuddered, overcome by a foreboding sense of ill omen. As she pondered, Xiaoying was yanked into Zhuizhu's arms, evading the sand attack. The two landed on the ground, and Zhuizhu and Mingren stepped forward together to shield her. Huh, what is happening? Xiaoying watched the scene in bewilderment. Your name? Wailua paused in his movement. Yuzibo Zhuizhu. Zhuizhu produced a kunai and suffused it with lightning nature chakra, a method he had conceived after seeing Xiaoying draw healing talismans. A crackle of thunder rang out. The Jonin and Huang Lu cast strange looks toward Kakashi. Kakashi, didn't you say you hadn't been teaching any jutsu? Asama rested a hand on his shoulder, scowling. Well, I explained the principles of Chin Yao Chidori, but this has nothing to do with me. Kakashi averted his gaze. He truly had not formally taught them. Still, Zhuizhu had come to ask questions, and after Kakashi's explanations about lightning nature, Zhuizhu had developed many techniques. Kakashi had even picked up a few moves from him. Such things, of course, could not be confessed aloud. You liar! The others cried in anger. Their fury was understandable. If such a technique existed, their students facing each other in the Chunin exam could be killed or grievously wounded. Though only lightning nature chakra had been added, the attack had blackened a wide swath of ground and left a great crater. Haha, I only explained a little. I did not expect Zhuizhu's comprehension to be so keen, he said, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. Kakashi, Mingren. Sandai looked at the scene inquiringly. Mingren. Mingren has not been taught jutsu, right? Kakashi bowed his head. Of course not. Though ever since Mingren had a single conversation with the Ninetales, his aptitude had surged alongside Zhuizhu's. But such a thing could not be revealed. Mingren was not yet strong enough and must not draw attention. Zhuizhu was safer. He had an elder brother, Yuzibo Yu, guarding him in secret. Mingren had no such protector. So Mingren must not be singled out. After both sides exchanged names and departed, everyone returned home. There was a written test the next day, and Xiaoying decided to take Mingren and Zhuizhu back to review. The next morning, the three ate breakfast at Xiaoying's house, then went to the exam venue, where they found the others gathered again, clamoring for them to enter the test. What is all this? Xiaoying wondered, puzzled. How had so many fallen for such a simple genjutsu? What a lively scene! Mingren cried, excited. Luan and his two companions followed behind. Luan wore an expression of resigned boredom. Dingxi munched on snacks, and Jingya bounded toward Xiaoying. Xiaoying, good morning. Jingya nuzzled her cheek. Zhuizhu's face instantly darkened. He raised a hand to push Jingya away, but Luan pulled her back first. Jingya, you're practically smothering Xiaoying. Luan remarked coolly, casting Zhuizhu a glance. Zhuizhu lowered his hand as if nothing had happened. Mingren, Xiaoying, Zhuizhu, good morning. Dingxi shouted in greeting. Good morning, everyone, Xiaoying answered, rubbing her face and smiling. Jingya grew ever more enthusiastic. Hey, you must be the prodigy of the Yuzibo clan. Duel me. A boy in a green jumpsuit, one hand folded behind his back and the other extended, issued the challenge to Zhuozhu. Zhuozhu ignored him, his eyes fixed on Xiaoying. The challenger kicked at him. Mingren lifted a hand and blocked the blow. The exam should start soon, Mingren. Zhuozhu. He'll wait for you in the classroom, Xiaoying said. Seeing this, Xiaoying judged the matter would not be settled quickly and went on to the classroom to wait. At her voice, Luoka Li looked over and felt as if he had fallen headlong into love. He breathed so beautiful. Then, blushing and flustered, hello. I am Luoka Li. Please go out with me. With a resounding impact, the wall of the classroom was breached. A dust filled the air. Jingya widened her eyes as the crowd turned to look. They had not seen Zhuozhu's movement, and already the challenger was sent flying. What a nuisance, Luan muttered, his mouth twitching. He grasped his two companions and hurried away. He did not wish to attract attention. Zhuozhu's face remained dark as he ceased his movements. Luoka Li rose from the dust and patted himself off. Don't you know it's rude to disturb others? He demanded. Xiaoying awkwardly declined the declaration of affection. We are minors, early romance is not permitted. Please allow me to refuse, she said. Xiaoying refused with embarrassment, bewildered at how precocious everyone seemed. She turned and took Mingren's hand. Zhuozhu, I'll leave this to you. Don't be late. Mingren and I will go in and wait for you. Quickly. Teach that would-be romantic a lesson, she urged. For some reason, Zhuozhu understood her meaning and nodded. The two fought fiercely until Luoka Li's teacher intervened to stop them. Zhuozhu cast them a look that implied they were fools, then strode toward the classroom. Xiaoying remarked that one should not converse too much with idiots lest one become foolish oneself. The classroom was filled with students, and upon seeing Sasuke enter, Naruto provocatively said, Hey Sasuke, I thought you were knocked out since you took so long to come in. The last place. Do you think you? Sasuke glanced at him and sat down beside Sakura. Due to the lengthy delay outside, Yakushi Kabuto did not appear before the group, so everyone simply found a seat upon entering. The noisy classroom quieted down when the examiner Marino Ibiki arrived. I am your examiner for this round, Marino Ibiki. The middle-aged man with two scars on his face spoke loudly. Now when I call your name, please take your seats, as instructed. As Marino Ibiki called out the names, indeed, everyone was separated. Sasuke sat diagonally to her right, Naruto sat 2 desks in front, and Sakura, meeting Naruto's pleading gaze, silently shifted her eyes away. Naruto was not good at written tests, but this one was easy enough for everyone to pass, so Sakura felt at ease. As for Sasuke, she was even more relaxed. He was a top student, and even if there were questions he didn't know, he had the Sharingan. However, when the test papers were handed out and she saw the questions written on them, her mouth twitched slightly. What the hell are these questions? Besides her and Shikamaru, Sakura could guarantee that no one else in the room could answer oh no except for the teachers disguised as candidates. Picking up her pen when the examiner announced the start, Sakura raised her left hand with 3 fingers pointing down and her thumb and index finger up. She lowered her hand when the examiner looked over. Feeling the chakra's gaze, she quietly began to write. Sasuke could copy her and Naruto while he was the ninja with the highest chance of accidents. There was no need to worry, he would pass. As an hour passed slowly, Sakura checked the time and saw there was still half an hour left. Suddenly her body froze. Mind-body switch technique. Success. The Sakura with her head down raised her gaze to the test paper, but after a moment Sakura slumped back onto the desk. Sakura opened her eyes. A tic-tac appeared on her forehead. Angry that Ino dared to use a ninja technique on her. She decided not to bring Ino any food. Ino quickly filled in her answers and then used a ninja technique to help Choji fill his in. As time passed, Sakura propped her head up with one hand and noticed the huge sand eye above, glancing at the blind Marino Ibiki. 6. Why is such an obvious cheating method ignored? Looking down, Sakura saw a small bug land on her test paper. What is this? Is it from Oil Girl Shino? This ninja technique really showcases 100 flowers blooming. Time was up and the examiners collected the test papers. Marino Ibiki stood solemnly at the podium, remaining silent for a long time, creating a tense atmosphere in the classroom. First, you need to choose whether to accept the assessment of question 10. If you choose not to accept, that candidate will immediately receive a score of 0. That means failing, and both members of the same group will also be marked as failing. There is also a rule: if you choose to accept but answer incorrectly, you will permanently lose the qualification to participate in the Chunin exams. Just as Sakura was about to doze off, Marino Ibiki finally spoke up. Sakura patted her cheeks, trying to wake herself up. Unfortunately, she failed to wake up and groggily fell asleep again, while people in the classroom gradually began to leave. The person next to Naruto also raised their hand and stood up, causing Naruto to fall into despair. Damn it. What kind of question is this? If I get it wrong, I can only remain a genin for the rest of my life. This can't happen. Sakura was startled awake by the sound of Naruto banging on the table. Seeing Naruto express his intentions, Marino Ibiki looked a bit surprised, and his thoughts changed. After that, everyone started asking and answering questions, and the remaining people all passed. Sasuke walked over to Sakura, crouched down, and looked at her again. Sakura tilted her head. Sakura should rest for now. When the exam starts, we'll call you. Naruto's little cannonball came over and slapped Sakura's back, sending her directly onto Sasuke's back. Sasuke picked her up and immediately followed Naruto to catch up with the larger group ahead. Sakura rubbed her back. It hurt. Naruto was getting stronger and didn't know how to be gentle. However, being carried by Sasuke still felt a bit embarrassing. Forget it, don't think too much. The second exam involved gathering the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Each group of candidates had different scrolls, either a Heaven scroll or an Earth scroll. As long as they gathered them and reached the tall tower, they would pass. In the Forest of Death, Sakura was still sleeping. Naruto took out the scroll and pulled out a makeshift bed. Sasuke laid her down. This was on the way back from the Land of Waves, where they had prepared their own living supplies for better rest while studying ninja techniques. Sasuke, where are we supposed to find the Earth scroll, eh? Naruto, who was grilling a fish, looked dejected. His brain simply couldn't come up with a solution. We just need to wait. Many people must have seen Sakura sleeping, as someone will definitely come over, Sasuke said as he sprinkled seasoning on the grilled fish. Sokka. Naruto nodded, halting his flipping of the fish, gazing at Sasuke, and handed the fish to him. I'm going to take care of some business. You can handle this fish. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, took it, and after Naruto left, approached Sakura and gently shook her. Someone was coming. They were probably going to fight. Just in case, she should wake up. Sasuke. Yawning, Sakura woke up, leaning against him, regretting staying up late to draw talismans last night. Just hold on, a well rest again tonight. Steadying the unsteady girl, he put away the makeshift bed. They had made it themselves and needed to keep it well, otherwise they'd have to sleep on the ground tonight. Since they were up, the two began to eat. After a long while, some sounds were heard nearby. I'm back, Sakura. Sasuke. By the way, I just encountered 3 ninjas from other villages and took care of them. Naruto walked over from the small forest, one hand holding a scroll and the other dragging several bound ninjas. Sakura took the scroll, the Heaven Scroll. It was a miss. It seemed they still had to continue searching. This one is a miss, but maybe we can exchange it with Shikamaru and the others later. Sasuke handed the prepared grilled fish to Naruto. The Shikamaru's group seemed to have the Earth Scroll. Wow, I thought you wouldn't leave me anything, Sasuke. I didn't expect you to think of me. I'm so touched, Naruto said, taking the grilled fish with a moved expression while Sasuke rolled his eyes. I just don't want you to starve and drag us down, and don't think too much into it. What? Who do you think will drag us down? Is that the main point? Sakura sighed, putting away the scroll and taking out the new sleep talismans she researched last night, walking toward the 3 sound ninjas. In the background of Sasuke and Naruto's argument, she woke the 3 up and began her experiment. Just as Sakura was using it on a pale-faced man, a killing intent erupted fiercely from him, causing Sakura to freeze. Sakura. Naruto and Sasuke rushed over. Sasuke held Sakura and retreated while Naruto kicked at the man. With a loud bang, the tree fell and Naruto was kicked out from the dust. At this moment, Sakura's face turned deathly pale. The killing intent rendered her completely immobile. In the past, she thought Sakura was too weak, but facing it herself, she realized how terrifying this person was. Naruto! Sakura shouted. Sasuke set her down and saw Naruto being knocked away. The pale-faced man was still holding a long sword, chasing after Naruto to finish him off. Sasuke quickly took out a kunai from his pack, infusing it with lightning chakra, and threw it at the pale-faced man. In an instant, lightning flickered. The battle against Orochimaru ultimately ended with Sasuke falling victim to the Heaven's Curse seal. Naruto's 9 tails chakra sealed away, and Sakura delivering a punch to Orochimaru, leaving him half dead. In a small cave, Sakura was awakened by a cacophony of noise, feeling an excruciating pain throughout her body, as if several bones had been broken. Sakura, you're awake. A blonde girl, Ino, walked over with concern etched on her face. You 3 sustained such serious injuries. Do you realize that if we hadn't come here, you would have been done for? Fortunately, you had the healing talismans prepared for you. Shikamaru sat by the campfire resting his face on one hand while roasting fish. But Sasuke and Naruto really are impressive. They managed to hold out against the three legendary ninjas until we and the village reinforcements arrived. Originally, Lord Hokage wanted you to retreat and heal, but Sasuke and Naruto refused, Chuji chimed in. Thank you everyone, Sakura replied with a bitter smile, feeling her own weakness. She turned to look at the two individuals lying beside her. With Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra sealed, his wounds weren't healing as quickly as they usually would. Sasuke was covered in black curse seals, occasionally emitting sounds of pain. Originally, Kakashi-sensei wanted to force you to give up, but after an unknown discussion he relented. What a hassle. Shikamaru sighed, handing the roasted fish to his companions and giving a bowl of fish soup to Ino, so she could feed Sakura, who was too injured to move. Remembering how they had been drawn in by a loud noise, Shikamaru had intended to leave with the two, but then he heard Sasuke and Naruto's shouts. Ino immediately turned and ran in that direction without hesitation. Reluctantly, Shikamaru and Chuji followed. What they saw was Sakura being stepped on by one of the legendary trio Orochimaru, who was about to stab her with a kunai aimed at her heart. Sasuke's Sharingan seemed to whirl, then Sakura's position shifted. Blood streamed from Sasuke's eyes as Orochimaru bit him, causing him to cry out in pain. Not to mention the three red chakra tails behind Naruto. Could it be that the demon fox that Naruto was isolated as being was because of this? Lost in thought, Shikamaru was snapped back to reality by Ino's tap. Shikamaru, what are you thinking about? She asked, perplexed by his silence. It's nothing, Ino. You should focus on healing Sakura first. Shikamaru shook his head, taking a bite of fish. All right, then. He figured it was fine not to say anything. After all, he wouldn't betray them and would eventually speak up. Ino's healing technique might not be as good as Sakura's, but it was still commendable. Seeing her awake and her own chakra restored, she began a new round of treatment. Sakura blinked, signaling for Ino to fetch the large stack of healing talismans from her bag. Ino held the pile of talismans in silence, while Shikamaru's mouth twitched. Had he known she had so many, they wouldn't have had to wait until now. Half an hour later, Sakura sat up and stretched, not to ask why her broken bones healed without rest, because this was just a cheat. Aside from her chakra not being restored, everything else was fine. Since she was healed, she decided to check on Naruto and Sasuke. While treating Naruto, the three ninjas from earlier returned, prompting Shikamaru and the others to handle the situation, and they returned with Rock Lee and his companions. Sakura once again faced a declaration from Rock Lee, which she decisively rejected. What could she say? Sighing, Sakura watched Naruto transition from unconsciousness to sleep and really wanted to slap him. Forget it, she would check on Sasuke. Sasuke's situation was rather serious. Shikamaru had mentioned blood was flowing from his eyes, indicating he had awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, which put a heavy strain on his eyes. It seemed she would need to study eye-related techniques in the future. Perhaps due to Sakura's arrival, her hair hadn't been cut, and although Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra was sealed, his relationship with the Nine-Tails seemed better than she remembered. Sasuke had also awakened his Manjikyu early, whether this was good or bad remained uncertain. Sakura could only treat Sasuke's wounds and alleviate the strain on his eyes. As for the curse seal, she had no means to address it. By the time Naruto awoke, Sasuke was still struggling against the curse seal. Sasuke still hasn't woken up. Is this really okay? Shikamaru frowned, feeling an ominous premonition from the situation. Let's head to the tower first. Do you want to come along? While Shikamaru and the others dealt with those ninjas, they brought back several scrolls, including the ones they needed. Sakura decided to head to the tower first. After all, this wasn't the anime of the past, and she couldn't treat things as she used to. Let's go together then. We have obtained our scrolls after all. Shikamaru was uneasy. Orochimaru was still around. Who could guarantee he wouldn't target others from Konoha? They didn't possess the strength of Sasuke and Naruto. It would be better to head to the tower first. Naruto, carry Sasuke on your back. We'll head to the tower first. Sakura nodded. All right then, Rock Lee, do you want to come along? Naruto hoisted Sasuke onto his back and looked at Rock Lee, who was dressed in green. I am Rock Lee. You all go ahead. We three need some training before heading to the tower. Then be careful. Well, leave first, Naruto said, not trying to persuade them since they looked capable of taking care of themselves. The five of them leaped through the trees, and after an hour they finally reached the tower. The two teams opened the scrolls, and to their surprise, Iruka-sensei emerged. Hey Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, Ino, Chuji, it's great to see you. I didn't expect you to arrive at the tower so quickly. Irika greeted them, noticing Sasuke being carried and frowning, surprised that Sasuke had attracted Orochimaru's attention. Hello, Iruka-sensei. There are 3 days left until this competition ends. Since you all are here, you might as well rest inside the tower. Naruto and Sakura, bring Sasuke with me, and let's first deal with the issue of his cursed seal. Understood, they replied in unison. Following Irika, they arrived in a dimly lit room where Kakashi was already waiting. Thanks for your help, Irika. No problem, Kakashi. Sasuke and the others are also my students, Irika said before stepping out. Now I will check on Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura, please wait by the side for a moment. All right, Sakura nodded. Kakashi could have just called Naruto and Sasuke, so she was unsure why she was invited. Watching Kakashi place a thin layer of seal on Sasuke, it seemed ineffective. Naruto's seal was the 5-element seal, and Kakashi could do nothing about it, mentioning that only Jiraiya could handle it. Sakura felt helpless. Although she had known it for a long time, she still disliked the feeling of being unable to control the situation. After Kakashi finished sealing the curse, Sasuke calmed down, breathing steadily, likely waking up soon. Sakura, I need to criticize you this time, Kakashi said sternly after examining the two. Sakura looked on in confusion. Although you acted to protect your teammates, you shouldn't have rushed in front. You must understand that as a medical ninja, only if you stay alive will the team have a greater chance of survival. Kakashi was quite angry. Even if Sakura had stayed back, Naruto and Sasuke would not have been in danger. Not to mention that Naruto was the Jinchuriki and the Nine Tails would not let anything happen to him. Orochimaru would certainly not dare to kill him. The importance of a Jinchuriki to the village was no joke. Furthermore, Sasuke was the last scion of the Uchiha clan. It was certain that Itachi had left contingencies for him. He would not die as long as Sakura was alive. They could solve any injuries they sustained. Among the three, only Sakura was a ninja from a civilian background. Although she was now considered his disciple, Orochimaru would not spare her just because of her junior status. If Orochimaru wanted to kill someone among the three, it would certainly be her. I'm sorry, teacher Kakashi. Sakura blinked and apologized without hesitation. Kakashi was momentarily speechless. She'd already apologized. What was he supposed to say now? Well, perhaps Sakura knew her limits. Are you all right, Sakura? Sasuke's voice cut through the air, his youthful eyes glacial thick with killing intent. I'm perfectly fine, Sakura replied, cheerfully shaking her head. She stepped closer and channeled chakra into Sasuke's body for assessment. No serious injury remained. His wounds had already sealed, and only chakra recovery was needed. Oh, Sasuke, you're awake. Want some dango? Teacher Kakashi brought them. Naruto's face suddenly filled Sasuke's field of vision. I'll take the red bean flavor. He sat up, only to discover his torso tightly wrapped in white bandages. A dull ache throbbed, yet it was bearable. Here you go. We've exited the forest of death. Tomorrow marks the final day. Teacher Kakashi says the remaining participants will now compete against one another. The victors advance to the next round in 1 week. Naruto took a bite and grimaced. Too sweet. Try this, Sasuke. It's delicious. Without warning, he shoved the dango straight into Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke choked instantly, his face flushing crimson. Cough, cough. Hey, are you okay? Naruto panicked, slapping his back frantically. Sakura burst into unrestrained laughter beside them. Yuzuma, Hina, are you? I'll kill you. Sasuke spat out the dango and lunged, fists flying. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I don't believe you. Sakura, help me. From the settling dust a hand emerged. Ha, Naruto, good luck surviving that one. Sakura turned away, sighing softly. Ah, youth truly is beautiful. On the 3rd day, Kakashi stared at Naruto, swollen, bruised, and utterly dejected. Sakura, Sasuke, what happened to Naruto? He tripped last night. Sasuke turned his head aside, biting back laughter. Huh, tripped this badly. Kakashi frowned, glancing at Sakura. Ahem, don't worry, teacher Kakashi. I'll treat him shortly. Sakura avoided his gaze, her eyes darting elsewhere. Naruto, wounded and indignant, pleaded, Teacher Kakashi, Sasuke went too far. He beat me into this shape. Kakashi frowned deeper. This time the severity baffled him. But the exam was about to begin. He needed to escort them to the main hall. This round was an elimination tournament. The remaining contestants would battle and the victors would be promoted to Chunin. First match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi. After the 3rd Hokage concluded his address, the first match commenced. Go for it, Sasuke. Fight him with the same ferocity you used on me. Naruto clenched his fist exhilarated. Go Sasuke. Smash him. Show them the true might of Konoha. Ino rushed forward cheering. Perfect. His two loudmouth teammates had successfully drawn everyone's attention. Sasuke fell silent, exasperated. TCH, what a nuisance. Shikamaru sighed, hands clasped behind his head. How arrogant. You'll be torn apart piece by piece. Akato Yoroi grinned, oozing menace. Humph. Feel free to try. Sasuke drew a kunai from his weapon pouch and spun it idly between his fingers. We may begin, examiner. Then, the match begins. Gecko Hate, ignored and stiff, cleared his throat before speaking slowly. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sasuke surged forward. Lightning crackled across his hand, and as Akato Yoroi flew backward stunned, he could only think, but they said Uchiha Sasuke couldn't use chakra. How then could he still perform jutsu? It was a clean, instantaneous victory. Silence fell, then erupted into cheers. Amazing. Go Sasuke. Ino shouted. Yeah, pretty impressive. Sasuke. Naruto leapt skyward. Well, this just raised the bar considerably. What a drag. Shikamaru's jaw twitched. Oh, absolutely incredible. Sasuke, let's spar next time. Rock Lee cheered, eyes shining. Since the opponent remains incapacitated, the winner of this match is Uchiha Sasuke. Gecko Hate examined Akato Yoroi's injuries and declared the result. Medical Ninja swiftly carried him away. Next match, Sakon versus Aburame Shino. Sakura leaned quietly against the railing, recalling if memory serves, Shino won this one. Congratulations, Sasuke. You've advanced to the next round. Seeing Sasuke return, Sakura offered her congratulations. Thank you. Then from a scroll he summoned a low table, chairs, sweets, and tea, inviting Sakura to sit and share. Oh, I hadn't even thought of that. Naruto's eyes lit up as he hurried to take a seat. Up here, tranquility reigned. Below, fierce combat raged. I want some too. Ino dashed over and claimed the seat beside Sakura. Naruto slid in on Sakura's other side, prompting Sasuke's expression to darken instantly. Those two. Naruto. A hand settled coldly on Naruto's shoulder. Huh. What is it? Naruto froze, turning stiffly. Move to the other side. Huh. Why? I want to sit next to Sakura too. Defeated, Sasuke reluctantly took the seat beside Naruto. The table was long, easily seating 8. Sakura sat centered, leaving 3 seats on one side and 4 on the other. So relaxed was the atmosphere that even Kakashi upon returning joined them. Snacking on sweets and sipping tea while watching the battles unfold, utter serenity. As expected, Aburame Shino won. Next came Kimui Misumi versus Kankuro, and predictably Kankuro emerged victorious. Then came her turn. Sakura glanced toward Ino. We've never truly tested ourselves against each other. Yet who knew if the butterfly effect would intervene? After all, most transmigrators altered their matchups entirely. Sakura, what's wrong? Ino noticed her gaze and tilted her head, puzzled. I don't think we've ever had a proper match. The current bout ended, and indeed her opponent was Ino. Hey, I'll make you truly witness my strength today. Ino rose grinning and leapt off the balcony. Sakura, come down. Sunlight caught her golden hair as she looked upward, radiant and bold, one hand extended skyward. Sakura paused, then followed, leaping down without hesitation. Yamanaka Ino versus Haruno Sakura. Match begins. Gecko Hate announced the match, then retreated hastily to avoid collateral damage. Please do not hold back. As Sakura spoke, Ino's fist was already hurtling toward her, forcing a swift evasion. Ino pressed her assault relentlessly. Sakura dodged again and again. Hey, Sakura, stop running. Another punch came. Sakura twisted aside just in time. Behind her, the wall exploded inward, cratering violently. Cold sweat traced Sakura's temple. Seriously, is Ino this serious? If I'd missed that, I'd be hospitalized, severe trauma, or at least bedridden for a month. Though for me, maybe just a week. Wah, no way. That level of damage. Is she really a Konoha genin? Kankuro wiped his brow. To catch up with Sakura, Ino trained harder than anyone. Asuma murmured wistfully. Kakashi shot him a deadpan stare. You're certain it was to catch up with Sakura? That is youth. For friendship one can grow so strong. See it, Lee. You two must strive for friendship. Yes, Sensei Kurenai. Rock Lee wept openly, his voice trembling with fervent emotion. Bang! Sakura, this match will end with my victory. Ino's fist came flying straight at her, Sakura dodged, then drew a kunai from her pack and thrust it forward, chakra flaring along its edge. Ino failed to evade in time. The kunai slashed across her waist, tearing her clothing and drawing blood. It seems I guessed right after all. Victory is mine. The girl smiled faintly, twirling the kunai in her hand. The tip still glistened with a trace of crimson. While Sakura fought with effortless grace, Ino bore mounting pressure. She crouched low, gripping her own kunai tightly, bracing for Sakura's counterattack. Sakura arched a brow. If that was how it was to be, then she would show no restraint. Raising one hand, she began forming hand seals. After this match, Ino, let's go to Ichiraku for ramen. I'll treat you if I win, Ino replied with a grin. Sakura hurled her kunai. Ino leapt backward just as the single blade multiplied before her eyes. Truly impressive, Sakura. The same to you. Ino raised both hands and swiftly formed the seals for the mind-body switch technique. Sakura's vision plunged into absolute darkness. She blinked, disoriented, wondering how to break free. Wasn't it in the original story that Sakura's second personality terrified Ino? If this was the inner world, perhaps it could work like this. Outside, Ino cried out in agony, stumbling back. Her face drained of color, her body swaying unsteadily. Regaining control of her body, Sakura smiled gently at Ino. My turn now, Ino. Huff. Ino took a step back. Her chakra was nearly depleted. Ino, you have my respect. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Ino's eyes widened in shock as she was sent hurtling backward. A dust exploded upon impact, carving yet another crater into the arena floor. Examiner, please declare the winner, the young woman said softly, brushing her long hair behind one ear as she turned toward the visibly strained Might Guy. Might Guy sighed inwardly. The arena was pockmarked with craters, most carved by Ino, though Sakura had contributed one as well. The next match would require relocation, but fortunately a spare training ground stood adjacent. Yamanaka Ino has lost consciousness. The match is won by Haruno Sakura. Due to severe structural damage to this arena, all participants will proceed to the adjacent training ground for the next round. Sakura approached Ino, lifted her gently, and declined assistance from the medical team, saying she would handle it herself. With a graceful leap, she carried Ino up to the second floor, where Sasuke had already prepared a bed. Sakura, you were amazing. Naruto dashed over, cheering wildly. Is Ino all right? Though he trusted Sakura's restraint, Shikamaru couldn't help but worry. She's fine, just superficial wounds. At Sakura's reassurance, Choji, who'd paused mid-snack, resumed digging into his bag of chips without hesitation. Sakura placed her palms over Ino's wounds, green chakra pulsing softly. Sasuke frowned. Your chakra reserves. Are you certain you can continue healing her? Perhaps rest first. I'm fine. I'll rest afterward. Sakura paid little attention to the following matches. After finishing Ino's treatment, she drifted into deep sleep and remained unconscious even after Naruto returned from his own bout. Before we begin our fight, there is something I wish to tell you, Hinata. Neji spoke calmly. Hinata, you are unsuited to being a shinobi. Withdraw from this exam while you still can. Hinata, Neji, your heart is too gentle. You yearn for peace above all, shunning conflict at every turn, and you feel no discomfort in conforming to others' expectations. You lack self-confidence. You carry constant self-doubt, therefore. Hinata, but the Chunin exams require teams of 3 to register. So in truth, you only entered because you couldn't refuse Kiba's insistence, participating against your own will. No, that's not. Hinata's voice trembled as Niji's words struck deeper. I just wanted. I only wanted to change myself through strength. Hinata, you truly are the heiress of the Hyuga main house. People cannot change. A dead last remains a dead last. One's nature and power remain immutable. Niji regarded her coldly. Hinata lowered her head. It is precisely because people cannot change that distinctions arise. Terms like elite and dead last exist only because of such unalterable differences. We judge ourselves by appearance, intellect, ability, physique, and temperament, and from these fixed traits we assign identity and endure the suffering that belongs uniquely to that identity. Just as I am bound to the branch house, and you to the main house, that fact cannot be undone. With these Byakugan eyes I see everything clearly, and I understand this. You are merely pretending. Deep inside you long to flee this place at once. A boundary between dialogues. It was noisy. Sakura couldn't make out what they were saying. She awoke startled, roused by Naruto's loud voice, and opened her eyes to find Sasuke leaning close. "Are you alright, Sakura?" His gaze held quiet concern. Fine. What's wrong with Naruto?" Naruto's face was flushed with fury. "The match between Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata has begun. It's one-sided." Neji spoke harshly and struck with brutal force. Naruto disagrees vehemently and is furious. Sasuke helped Sakura sit up and gave a concise summary. "No wonder. I thought maybe Naruto had finally awakened his senses." Sakura blinked slowly. Hinata's infatuation was unmistakable. Only Naruto remained oblivious. Yet people in this world matured astonishingly early. "That dead last, why would you think that?" Sasuke sighed, handing her a cup of water. "Has Ino woken yet?" "Not yet. She must be utterly exhausted." Sakura glanced down. Neji had pulled up Hinata's sleeve, revealing a field of angry red marks across her skin. "TCH, grim. Sasuke, did you memorize those pressure points?" Sakura asked, lips pressed thin. "Yes. There are 720 vital points in the human body. Hinata's internal organs have sustained grave trauma. If this continues much longer, she may truly. The instructors will intervene, don't worry." Sasuke reached out, gently stroking her hair. She batted his hand away with a sharp glare. Too far. She wasn't a child, he had no right to pat her head like that. The rift between the Hyuga main and branch houses remained irreconcilable, and Neji's father had indeed died defending Konoha and the main house. A bitter, undeniable truth. Neji's dedication is undeniable. Naruto is furious. Sasuke watched Naruto jump and shout beside him, his patience fraying. He half wished he could knock the boy out, just to silence the noise. Other villages, shinobi kept glancing over, embarrassing. Still Naruto was his teammate. What could he do? In the end, Kakashi, Kurenai, Might Guy, and Might Guy intervened. Hinata's status, as heir to the main house, made her death here unthinkable. Many present bore painful, unforgettable pasts. For Sakura, however, life was unusually kind. Her parents were alive and loving, her days filled with warmth and safety. She was undeniably fortunate. She could not share Neji's anguish, and thus offered no judgment on his grievances. Even if she tried, only Naruto possessed the rhetorical art, talk no jutsu, capable of reaching him. How is Sakura's recovery coming? Kakashi approached as Hinata was carried away on a stretcher and ruffled both students' hair without warning. Sakura stared blankly. So that was where Sasuke learned it, from the original culprit. "I'm fine. How is Hinata?" "Her internal organs are severely damaged. It'll take months to heal properly. Unless Tsunadesima returns," Kakashi added with a wink. "So remember, if your life is ever in danger, escape if you can. Your safety, that's what matters most to us." "Naruto, did you hear that? Kakashi-sensei Neji went too far." Naruto fumed. How could he strike so hard? One moment later, and Hinata might have. Alright. If you're that angry, we'll get revenge for Hinata when we meet Neji again." Sasuke soothed the agitated boy, then cast a dark, inscrutable glance toward Naruto. Now it is a match between Shao Li and Gaara, and the fight is intense, or rather it should be said that Shao Li is fighting fiercely on his own, while Gaara's absolute defense prevents Shao Li from harming him. After seeking advice from Teacher Kai, Shao Li has already opened a few of the 8 gates. He breaks through Gaara's defense only to have his feet caught by Gaara's sand. A scream echoed, and Sakura couldn't bear to watch. She turned her head away, but she heard the sound as Shao Li's foot bone must have shattered. How painful that must be. That guy is going to kill Shao Li. Naruto clenched his fists. Kakashi pondered, this person is a bit strange. Is such hatred and killing intent appropriate for someone this age? The Sand Ninja wouldn't have any schemes, right? "Teacher Kakashi, aren't you going to stop this?" Sasuke is quite calm, but Shao Li and he are not well acquainted through combat. He doesn't want Shao Li to just disappear like this. Perhaps in the future, he could occasionally find him for physical training. Yale, don't worry, Kai will stop it, but I'm not sure if this injury will have an impact." Kakashi glanced at Kai, who was gritting his teeth beside him, then continued to focus on his paradise of affection. Kai should reach his limit and will intervene. What a hassle. If Shao Li's bone is shattered, can Sakura treat his injury? Shikamaru sighed, propping his face with one hand. Thankfully, they did not encounter these dangerous individuals, but are they really that intense? This made him feel like he wanted to join the training as well. It's a bit difficult. Sakura also felt bad. A teenager in his teens is at the peak of his vigor. If the bones are not too shattered, she can handle it. If they are too much and crushed, she can only try. If it cannot be healed, she can only rely on Tsunade. Teacher Kai ultimately couldn't hold back and went down to stop the match. Xiaoli lost and was severely injured. The next match was for Chuji. Sakura, feeling like it had nothing to do with her, greeted Kakashi and jumped down following the medical team. She wanted to see if she could solve it. If not, she would try to alleviate the injury until Jiraiya and Naruto brought Tsunade back. At the hospital, Dr. Kawamura hurried over. Upon seeing Sakura, he learned from Kakashi that she had learned medical ninjutsu and readily pulled her into the emergency room to assist. Sakura watched as Dr. Kawamura channeled chakra into his body for examination and treated Xiaoli's wounds. The injury was too severe. Dr. Kawamura could only treat the external injuries and alleviate the wounds inside his leg. There was nothing more he could do and could only wait for Princess Tsunade to return for treatment. These alone took over 2 hours. During this time, Sakura wiped the sweat from Dr. Kawamura's brow and occasionally answered his questions. "How is Xiaoli?" As soon as he went out, Teacher Kai anxiously asked. "Teacher Kai, Xiaoli's injury is severe. If we find Lady Tsunade, there may be a way." Sakura explained. "I will go find Lady Tsunade," Kai said as he was about to leave, but Sakura stopped him, urging Teacher Kai to watch over Xiaoli and let him recuperate first. They should first find out where Tsunade is. Once Xiaoli is well, they can find Tsunade, and then he can be treated. Since she was already at the hospital, Sakura decided to visit Hinata. She knocked on the door, and when it opened, a middle-aged man in a white kimono appeared who seemed to be Hinata's father. "Hello, uncle. I am here to see Hinata." Sakura, right. Come in. He recognized the girl, who she had performed excellently in the previous match, and it was nice that Hinata had made some good friends. The next morning, Sakura got out of bed, and the sunlight outside cast a hazy feeling. "Sakura, Ino is here." "Yes, I'll be right down." After getting ready, she was once again a lovely young girl going downstairs to eat ramen with Ino. On the other side, Kakashi brought Sasuke and Naruto out to train. Passing by the bathhouse, Naruto saw a lewd-looking white-haired old man peeking and kicked him away with a single kick. "Kakashi-sensei." "Sasuke, I found a peeping Tom." Naruto pointed at Jiraiya, angrily speaking to the two behind him. Kakashi recognized him, his mouth twitching. How could one of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya appear like this? It was a bit of a headache. He didn't want to acknowledge him at all. "Let's capture him and hand him over to the guard team." Sasuke squinted his eyes, and along with Naruto attacked Jiraiya with various moves. With no time to explain, Kakashi slowly lowered his hand. "Well, forget it. Anyway, Jiraiya should be able to handle it." Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fire dragon appeared, and in Kakashi's eyes the wall was destroyed. "Oh no, I'm going to be punished." Before long, the 2 older and 2 younger were standing before the 3rd Hokage receiving a reprimand. Kakashi and Jiraiya were fined, and they had to pay for the repairs to that household's wall. During this time, Sasuke and Naruto were dazed in front of everyone, occasionally exchanging glances. "Sasuke, is this lecherous old man really one of the legendary Sannin Kakashi-sensei I mentioned?" "Naruto, I feel like this is unreliable. Is this guy really that strong?" "Sasuke, he should be on par with Orochimaru. If not, you can come and study new ninjutsu with me and Kakashi later." "Naruto, alright. Well then, this is it for now. Don't let it happen again, you two." "Yes. He'll take Naruto with me. After training, he'll bring him back." Jiraiya grabbed Naruto and used body flicker technique to leave. Now only Kakashi and Sasuke remained. "Then let's get started. Kakashi-sensei, isn't Sakura training with us?" "Sakura has someone teaching her, but he is just a medical ninja." "Then what's Sakura's next match be?" "Don't worry, sometimes medical ninjas are also very strong." As the sun set, their shadows slowly elongated. Sakura finished a day of training with Ino and came to Dr. Kawamura's house. Yesterday, Dr. Kawamura said he would teach her, but he wasn't taking her as a disciple, which surprised her. After all, not every ninja is willing to teach others ninjutsu. Fortunately, she had informed her mother in advance that she wouldn't be coming home for training tonight, or else her mother would have worried. Sakura looked at the injured kitten in front of her, channeling chakra to the surgical knife to treat it, while Dr. Kawamura occasionally reminded her of the amount of chakra she should use. After healing the kitten, it licked her hand, and Sakura couldn't help but soften her gaze. This cat only has superficial injuries, so it's easy to solve. Next is this puppy, which is poisoned from eating the wrong thing. Your task now is to check its body, treat it, and prepare the antidote. Dr. Kawamura looked at her with appreciation. This child's chakra control is exceptional. I can guarantee she is definitely among the top 3 in the village. Yes. Kawamura-sensei. Sakura nodded seriously, examining the lethargic puppy in front of her. She found a small tag with the name of the Hitaki clan on it. Is this Kakashi-sensei's summoning beast? It's poisoned, and there seems to be something inside its body. I don't know what it is, or whether it needs to be opened up for a solution. If I don't open it, I don't know if the antidote will work. In the end, Sakura opened the incision to retrieve the contents within, quickly sutured it back, and prepared the antidote for the dog to drink. Beside her, Kawakami's eyes sparkled with admiration, recognizing the swift decision. At her age, possessing such medical knowledge was commendable. Since she could already suture and prepare antidotes, she was ready for the next phase of training and evaluation. A white glow appeared in the sky as the sun slowly rose, illuminating the forest beneath its rays. Sakura ran forward, holding an injured kitten, while Kawakami followed closely behind, wielding a scalpel and occasionally throwing it, adding to the injuries Sakura had sustained. "Sakura, you can't save it just by running away." As the words left his mouth, a knife flew past Sakura, halting her movements and causing sweat to bead on her forehead. "Hey, if you had been any faster, that knife would have pierced her head," Sakura thought frantically, taking a deep breath and turning to Kawakami. "Kakashi-sensei, are you trying to kill me?" Sasuke leaped back, narrowly avoiding the spot where lightning crackled. Kakashi stood on a nearby tree branch, smiling knowingly at him. "As my student, I believe you can dodge it." "You're too slow, Sasuke. At this rate, you'll fall behind Sakura. She's training with her life on the line." Sasuke was sent flying by Kakashi's attack, coughing a few times. "What are you talking about?" On the other side, Naruto looked at the summoning scroll, glancing at Jiraiya, unsure of what to say, but ultimately keeping silent. "No, I can't fall behind Sakura and Sasuke. I must draw out all of his skills." A month passed just like that. Sakura was awakened by her mother, who urged her to change into her red hanfu for the competition. Perhaps due to her presence, this match was between her and Yamanaka Shino. Sakura watched as Naruto competed against Neji, and after a long time had passed, Naruto finally burst in, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath. Sakura curiously glanced at the main gate, wondering how Naruto had managed to anger those bulls. "What a hassle," Shikamaru sighed, looking at Naruto with a pair of droopy eyes. "Shikamaru, Shino, do you want something to eat?" Sakura offered snacks and milk. "Thank you," Shino replied, quietly grateful as he hadn't had breakfast and was rushed by his parents. "Thanks." Shikamaru took a bite of the strawberry-flavored snack, finding it deliciously sweet. He wondered how Sakura's family prepared it and thought he might want to learn. Everyone focused on the two competitors, and unsurprisingly, Naruto won. However, one couldn't deny that the Hyuga clan's rules were rather restrictive. Sakura pondered to herself about learning sealing techniques. But who could she approach for that? The Uzumaki clan was proficient, yet only Naruto remained, and he wouldn't teach her. "Shikamaru, let's talk after this match," Sakura said to Shikamaru, her gaze serious. Shikamaru was puzzled, but sensed that trouble was brewing. In this world of ninjas, tragic events seemed to occur at all times, and she wished to do her part to help them as much as possible. "All right, Hinata Neji, everyone can only live within the irresistible currents of fate. There is only one destiny. It is one that everyone equally possesses, and that is death. Don't look so glum. Stop saying such boring things about fate being unchangeable. Indeed, this world had many tragedies." Sakura rested her hands on the railing, watching the back-and-forth movements between the two until Naruto unleashed his Rasengan, covering her forehead. How did this guy manage to use it? What if he lost control and took Neji out? Neji scoffed. To think he could immediately use the shadow clone technique in that situation. "That's your most proficient ninjutsu, isn't it?" "I was too careless," Naruto replied. Also, I haven't passed the school's graduation exam 3 times in a row. The tests always featured ninjutsu that I was least proficient in. Actually, the clone technique is the ninjutsu I struggle with the most." "You're not someone who is at the bottom of the class," Hinata Neji asked. "Why do you want to defy your fate?" "Because others call me the underdog." Naruto exploited the flaws caused by being a caged bird and defeated Neji. Now people from various countries are aware of this. It's likely that this news will soon spread everywhere. What a hassle. Those with high intelligence tend to think too much. Shikamaru looked pained, knowing his father must be busy. With Naruto's battle concluded, it was time for her match against Shino. She needed to stall for time until Sasuke and the others arrived. However, Sakura overestimated herself. Bugs were a terrifying thing. After struggling with Shino for a while, she couldn't handle it and forfeited. Shino didn't understand why a girl would be afraid of this, but it was fine since he won. Next up was Shikamaru versus Temari. If she remembered correctly, Shikamaru would eventually marry Temari. Temari was so beautiful, she was lucky to have him. Sakura couldn't help but smile, thinking oh how nice it would be to ship them on site. Shikamaru's intelligence truly exceeded 200, managing to control himself, yet he forfeited. Was this really giving up the fight for love? In the future, when Shikamaru has children, he would tell them, those years your father forfeited for the sake of a beautiful smile. Shikamaru, having a friend like you spreading rumors is truly my fortune. Oh, I only forfeited because it was too troublesome. Sakura, why did Shikamaru forfeit? Naruto was dissatisfied, feeling that Shikamaru was being ridiculous. Don't you think Temari is beautiful? Maybe Shikamaru couldn't bear to fight because Temari was too stunning. Great rumors were starting. Sakura winked at him. I see Shikamaru has reached that age too, how wonderful. I never expected he liked Temari. Another rumor has emerged courtesy of Naruto. Not far away, Asuma nudged Nara Shikaka, teasing him. I didn't expect your Shikamaru to have reached this age already. Shikaku remained silent. I think Shikamaru just found it troublesome and doesn't actually like her. Sakura silently turned her head. This was not what Shikamaru said. She had to prevent him from getting blamed. As Temari arrived and overheard, she paused her steps for a moment, pretending to be calm, but with red ears. I see. You Leaf kids don't think that just because you forfeited my sister will like you. She is not someone you can fantasize about. Don't dream. Kankuro also overheard and pointed at Shikamaru, angrily shouting. Just as Shikamaru arrived, he looked confused. Little did he know that in the future he would face difficulties due to his uncle. Shikamaru shot Kankuro a glare, leading to increasingly challenging times for Kankuro in his pursuit. With time slipping away and Sasuke still absent, Naruto grew restless and paced back and forth. What if he's late and loses by default? Don't worry, teacher Kakashi will keep track of the time. Sakura had already set up a table, spread out talisman paper and brushes, and was painting her latest antidote talismans. Each would sell for 20,000 silver, steep perhaps, but invaluable for field first aid and sure to be popular. They're here. Naruto gripped the railing with both hands and watched as Kakashi arrived with Sasuke striking a pose. Damn it. Kakashi actually brought him to show off. He never invited me. Naruto complained, feeling slighted. Kakashi was partial. He wanted a chance to look cool too. Sakura was speechless. What could she say? Next time ask teacher Kakashi to take you along. Time passed as Sakura drew talismans. Sasuke had already unleashed his Chidori at Gaara when white feathers began to drift down from the sky. Sakura froze for a moment, then tucked her papers away. Nearby, Naruto and Shikamaru lay collapsed and asleep. Naruto was unsurprising, but Sakura hadn't been slacking. How could Shikamaru be dozing off? Sakura smiled and stamped a foot on Shikamaru's abdomen. Ugh, he cried as he sat up. Sakura, can't you let me lie in peace? No, I won't. Sakura tilted her head and grinned. Shikamaru shivered. She seemed a little frightening. Surely it was just his imagination. Such a nuisance. Shikamaru muttered with a flat expression, an odd impulse to strike flickering through him. Perhaps their idleness annoyed a passing shinobi. One leapt forward, clutching a kunai, and lunged at Sakura. Sakura, Sasuke has gone after that Gaara. You, Shikamaru, and Naruto follow, just in case. Kakashi appeared and sent the sudden attacker flying with a kick. Okay. Sakura nodded and formed a seal to dispel the genjutsu on Naruto. What's wrong? What's wrong? Naruto sprang up, bewildered, looking around. Why was everyone collapsed? No time to explain. Naruto, come with me and Shikamaru. We'll tell you on the way. Sakura fell into step with Shikamaru and briefly filled Naruto in as they hurried. Soon, she walked beside Shikamaru. Shikamaru glanced at her. Sakura, the thing you wanted to tell me earlier, was it big or small? Shikamaru, are you very interested? No, I'm not interested. Just curious what someone so easygoing as you wants to say. What's the matter? Sakura, Shikamaru, what are you talking about? Naruto leaned in and asked, curious. The two shook their heads. Come on, why won't you tell me? Naruto scratched his head. I was talking about running for Hokage, Sakura said with a mischievous smile. What a... Naruto and Shikamaru were so shocked they nearly toppled. Sakura stopped, puzzled. Were they really that stunned? She had only been joking, but she hurried to keep up, nonetheless worried Sasuke might be hurt. Shikamaru rose, clutching his side in pain. hoping he hadn't twisted anything. But Sakura's remark had been unnerving. "Shikamaru, did I mishear that earlier?" Naruto's eyes widened as he grabbed Shikamaru by the shoulders and shook him. "Stop." Shikamaru said, a little dizzy. "You didn't mishear. Sakura did say she intends to run for Hokage." "Oh no. The pressure's immense. Sakura's smart, capable, and pretty. Oh, I can't possibly beat her. But I won't give up." He swung from dejection to boastfulness to resolve. "Shikamaru, I'll go ahead." Shikamaru, who had been about to offer comfort immediately, went expressionless. He had worried about this one's confidence, yet those two vanished with astonishing speed. Amidst the churning sand, Sasuke was trapped and Sakura could not see inside. What was she to do? "If I recall correctly, you are Haruno Sakura, right?" Temari stood before her with her great fan. "Do not interfere with Gaara." Sakura sighed inwardly. Again, must there be another fight? She pressed a hand to her brow in resignation. Very well. She would let Temari sample her newly developed sleep talisman. Its effect lasted only 10 minutes and shortened against stronger opponents, but it should be enough for Temari. Seizing and opening, Sakura pressed the talisman to Temari's brow, caught the collapsing woman, set her aside, and then plunged into the sandstorm. "Sakura, how did you get in here?" A long-haired girl burst in and struck Gaara. The sand fell away, and the trees around them came into clear focus. "I came in because I feared you'd be hurt. But is this fellow truly from the Sand Village? He'll kill you." Gaara roared as pain flared and murderous intent surged within him. Gaara before them had already half-transformed into a beast and looked terrifying. Sakura pulled a bundle of sleep talismans from her pack and handed them to Sasuke. Their effectiveness was uncertain, but they had to try. If they worked, future missions would be far easier. "Be careful." After exchanging a glance with Sakura, Sasuke charged at Gaara. Lightning flickered in his hand. "Chidori." Sakura retreated, affixing sleep talismans to the surrounding trees. A single talisman on a person would not induce a long sleep, but when applied to both foe and environment, their power could be greatly amplified. It was difficult. Gaara's movements tore away the talisman Sasuke had attached. Perhaps some adhesive was needed, though would glue hold on a person's skin? Would it even work on a tailed beast? Sakura wanted to test it at once, but there was no chance here. No matter. She could ask Naruto and Kurama later to assist with the experiment. She also wanted to craft an illusion talisman. While Sakura considered this, Naruto had already caught up as Shikamaru was nowhere to be seen, perhaps slowed or impeded. With Naruto's help, the talismans were quickly affixed. Sakura formed hand seals and struck the ground. Blue chakra threads connected her to Gaara and to the trees bearing the sleep talismans. Sadly, it failed. Gaara merely closed his eyes for a second and successfully assumed his tailed form, drawing the hatred upon himself. This sensation. Sasuke frowned and ran toward Sakura. "Sakura, run." "Huh?" Sakura asked, puzzled. "Sakura." A massive hand of sand crashed down. Sakura's last conscious thought was a bewildered, "Why is it always hitting me?" Yet within Sasuke's eyes something like spinning tadpoles whirled. This turn of events had truly sent the plot careening. Sakura watched the comings and goings outside with an uneasy restlessness. In the end, Gaara was defeated by the combined efforts of Sasuke and Naruto. The sight she had seen before losing consciousness had not been an illusion. Sasuke had indeed activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. She slept for several days. When she awoke, the third Hokage had already been laid to rest. The village felt markedly oppressed in those days. The day before, Naruto had come to see her, saying he would travel with Jiraiya to study and fetch Tsunade to inherit the Hokage post. At that moment, the door opened. Sasuke entered with a bouquet, replaced the flowers on the windowsill, then sat beside her and regarded her with steady eyes. She had expected him to speak, yet minutes passed in silence, and something felt strange. "Is something the matter?" she finally asked, breaking the stillness. "What's wrong?" "I've accepted a mission. I may not be able to visit you this month." He pulled out an apple and began peeling it, head bowed. Truth be told, this version of Sasuke was undeniably striking, like a brooding prince shrouded in quiet melancholy. "Stay safe during the mission." Sakura nodded and handed him a stack of talismans. "Take these. Hospital life was so dull, I ended up drawing them. If I return, let's be together." "In what?" "In nothing, never mind. Here." His voice trailed off, barely audible. Sakura didn't catch the words, and judging by Sasuke's expression, it didn't seem urgent, so she let it pass. Yet that fleeting look of desolation puzzled her deeply. Sasuke departed the village on his mission. A few days later, Sakura was finally discharged from the hospital. Thanks to Orochimaru's scheme, reconstruction of the damaged areas in Konoha had only just been completed. The streets now bustled once more with lively crowds. Sakura walked slowly beside Yabu, occasionally greeting passing neighbors, uncles and aunts alike. Naruto had left with Jiraiya, while Sasuke, for reasons unknown, had taken a mission and departed the village alone. Now she stood entirely alone, unsure what to do next. Perhaps tomorrow she'd go to the hospital to study under Dr. Kawamura. At that thought, Sakura went to bed unusually early that night and arrived at the hospital bright and early the next morning. Sakura, you'll handle medicine preparation and dressing changes for now. Given your age, we won't assign you to surgeries yet. You lack sufficient chakra control. This role will also help you familiarize yourself with medicinal herbs. Yes, Dr. Kawamura. In medicine preparation runs from 8 to 10 each morning. At 11, visit the wards to check on patients and change their dressings. In the afternoon, you'll assist me in the operating room. Understood. Excellent. She intended to master every bit of knowledge Dr. Kawamura possessed. And Rock Lee. Keep an eye on him. That boy can't resist dropping into push-ups or training. Even though his injury is to the leg, he mustn't overexert himself. That came as no surprise. Had Sakura never pursued medical ninjutsu, she might not have noticed, but now, having committed herself to this path, disobedience of medical orders would leave her no choice but to intervene decisively. Calmative talismans were deployed liberally, and perhaps, why not explore collaboration with the hospital? A modest profit wouldn't hurt. Thus, for the next month, the hospital enjoyed unprecedented tranquility. Any patient who raised their voice or defied instructions found themselves instantly pacified by Sakura's talismans, lying obediently still until mealtime. Consequently, Sakura inexplicably earned the epithet Divine Healer. She stared blankly at the title, and Divine Healer. What on earth does that mean? Isn't it reserved for physicians of extraordinary skill? She felt utterly unworthy. Dr. Kawamura, upon hearing it, arched a knowing brow and smiled. Ushering in a month of relentless rigor, memorizing medical theory, performing Hansen treatments, and diagnosing patients herself. Observing patients' depleted vitality, Sakura couldn't resist delving deeper into pharmacology, prescribing restorative tonics, especially for Kakashi, who had remained in the village all month guarding against infiltration by hostile shinobi. Chronic sleep deprivation compounded by old wounds left him vulnerable, yet Sakura caught him early, prescribing potent herbal regimens. By month's end, his physical condition had improved dramatically. Kakashi himself sensed the change. His chakra reserves seemed fuller, his stamina markedly restored. He privately concluded the title suited Sakura perfectly. Sasuke had said he'd return within a month, but a full month passed with no sign of him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Naruto returned with Tsunade. Upon her arrival, she launched sweeping reforms, inaugurating her tenure as Hokage, instituting rotating guard shifts, and dispatching envoys to Sunagakure for diplomatic talks. Naruto rushed straight to visit Lee and Hinata, then urgently petitioned Tsunade for treatment. After summoning Might Guy, he dashed off again. No one knew where he was headed nor why he was in such haste. To everyone's astonishment, Lee's body had healed remarkably well despite the severity of his injuries. Tsunade declared surgery could proceed immediately. Truly astonishing. Aside from his legs, his constitution is exceptionally robust. Surgery can begin at any time. Who managed his recuperation? Tsunade turned to Guy with quiet curiosity. And that was Sakura. She prepared a medicinal bath. He soaks in it every few days. Guy exclaimed, genuinely awestruck by the efficacy of Sakura's formula. Sakura, and Kakashi's student. She's been assisting at the hospital since the Chunin exams. And, is that so? We'll schedule Lee's surgery for tomorrow. He must fast until afterward. To avoid complications, fasting until post-surgery remained the safest course. And upon hearing Tsunade had arrived, Sakura longed to meet her. Yet today, inexplicably, the hospital overflowed with patients, leaving her no free moment. She yearned to become Tsunade's apprentice. As the foremost medical kunoichi in the shinobi world, Tsunade embodied the pinnacle of healing arts, and Sakura burned to learn from her. Soon opportunity arrived. After examining Lee, Tsunade visited the ward. Sakura blinked softly, focused intently on treating her current patient, prescribing herbs, adjusting therapies, nurturing recovery. Lady Tsunade, this is Sakura. a truly exceptional young woman. Her medical prowess ranks among the finest in this hospital. Sakura. Tsunade was visibly startled. No one had mentioned how young she was. To wield such mastery at this age marked her as a prodigy beyond prodigies. A thought flickered across her mind, taking Sakura as her apprentice would ensure her legacy endured, her life's work entrusted to worthy hands. On her way home, Sakura encountered Naruto and Jiraiya seated side by side on a stone bench, sharing an ice pop. She quietly passed them by heading toward home instead. Today she'd successfully become Tsunade's apprentice, meaning playtime would vanish for the foreseeable future. In Sakura, in that voice, it sounded unmistakably like Sasuke's. She looked up startled to find Sasuke standing before her. When had he returned? They walked together along the riverbank. In Sakura, I'm leaving. They spoke for a long while. Then abruptly those words slipped from his lips. But you've just come back. Sakura asked, bewildered. No. I'm going to Orochimaru. Sasuke lowered his gaze, concealing his expression in shadow. So the story had reached this pivotal juncture. Why Orochimaru? Our strength has grown rapidly. We don't need him. Sakura genuinely couldn't comprehend it. They trained constantly together, refining techniques and pushing limits. Surely such progress rendered Orochimaru unnecessary. Must you go? Naruto would be heartbroken, and she too would feel a quiet ache. Sasuke lifted his eyes, his gaze blazing with raw, unvarnished hatred. Sakura recognized it instantly. This was inevitable. Even at moments of great consequence, fate refused to bend. Forgive me, Sakura. Can you wait for me? Under the silver moonlight, the fiercely resolute youth gripped her wrist tightly. The pink-haired girl sighed softly and offered a gentle, tender smile. Of course, I'll wait. And this wasn't about romance. It was friendship, steadfast, unwavering. She trusted Sasuke's judgment, believed he'd know his limits, and believed above all that Naruto would bring him home. Their bond would endure unbroken. Thank you, Sakura. And the boy smiled faintly as he embraced her. It was all right. He still had time. He could wait for years. The moonlight tonight is beautiful. Sakura recalled what Sasuke had said last night, feeling irritated as she covered her head with the blanket. She thought that Sasuke only saw her as a friend, and his words could not possibly be a confession. Yes. No, she must have misunderstood. Perhaps Sasuke merely wanted to express that the moonlight last night was lovely. No, she couldn't let a boy disturb her Tao heart. With no distractions, her fists would naturally be strong. The next morning, Sakura was awakened by Sasuke's voice. Groggy, she saw him, and something cold pressed against her neck, instantly waking her up. Somewhat surprised, she realized it was a necklace. Why would he think to give her this? After talking for a while, 4 members of Orochimaru's Sound Ninja approached, and Sasuke bid farewell to Sakura. Sakura watched them leave, sighing deeply, hoping that Sasuke wouldn't lose himself. She wondered if it was because someone was monitoring Sasuke. As soon as he left, someone rushed to report to the Hokage's office. Sakura suddenly remembered that she hadn't informed Naruto yet. Images of Naruto's reaction upon learning that Sasuke had left flashed through her mind. He would angrily question whether he was no longer considered a teammate, and then confront Kakashi-sensei. She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He would likely be angry for quite some time. Instead of waiting for Tsunade to send someone to inform Naruto, wouldn't it be better for her to tell him first? To give him a heads up. Unfortunately, Sakura didn't have time to talk to Naruto. Tsunade sent someone to find her herself. Besides her, Shikamaru was also summoned by Tsunade. It seemed Sakura had performed well in the Chunin exams, and together with Shikamaru, they were promoted to Chunin. Now Tsunade wanted them to lead a team to retrieve Sasuke. Sakura exchanged a glance with Shikamaru. They didn't share a tacit understanding, but Sakura soon heard Shikamaru's quiet question. You know too. Does this mean Sasuke had also spoken to Shikamaru? Shikamaru seemed to realize something, and since they were both leading, he decided to find a few more people to join. Once Tsunade finished speaking, Sakura and Shikamaru went outside. They didn't talk on the way until they exited the Hokage building. Sakura, who should we bring? Shikamaru had his hand behind his head, his expression flat, with deadpan eyes. After the Chunin exams, most people are injured. For now, let's take Niji, Choji, and Kiba. Shikamaru thought for a moment. Let's add Shino, he can scout ahead. Sakura stiffened at the thought of those little bugs. She had deliberately avoided mentioning Shino, but it seemed Shikamaru had thought of him anyway. Shikamaru quickened his pace after he finished speaking, and Sakura completely missed the smile on his face. Sakura never expected to be afraid of Shino's bugs. It was because they spread rumors that she liked that woman from the Sand Village, which was why she surrendered. So she couldn't blame him. Oh, and Naruto, he definitely needed to come along to give Sasuke a few good punches. Completely unaware of Shikamaru's scheming, Sakura decided to let them set off first, while she would follow later with the medical team. If someone got injured, she could support with treatment. It was absolutely not because she was afraid of Shino's bugs that she stayed behind. Before the two parted ways, Sakura handed him a sleep charm, then went to find Ino to set off together. Ino was also learning medical ninjutsu now, so bringing her along would be a safe choice. It took half an hour to find Ino. After they finished packing, it took another half an hour to catch up. They finally encountered Choji fighting someone. Sakura raised her hand to signal, and they hid stealthily. Just before Choji was about to swallow a tricolor pill, he struck out, delivering a punch that knocked the opponent to the ground, the sound of bones cracking clear for Choji to hear. Choji's eyes widened in shock. Sakura. Ino. Seriously, why didn't Shikamaru bring me along? What good am I? Ino complained, then squatted down to treat Choji. Choji looked at the incapacitated person on the ground, unsure if he was alive or dead, then glanced at Sakura and Ino, swallowing hard. Okay, that's terrifying. When did Ino become so strong? Don't speak, conserve your strength. Ino patted his head and continued with her treatment. Sakura approached the incapacitated person, checking for signs of life. There was none, and it seemed she had been too harsh. However, she could gather a lot of information to bring back to Uncle Hachi. She took out a scroll, opened it, and sealed it. Very good, it's done. But she couldn't waste time here, as she remembered that they all seemed to be heavily injured. Ino finished treating Choji. The three of them discussed briefly and decided to take Choji with them. Although his chakra hadn't recovered much, he could bring someone back if anyone got injured. The three continued on their journey, quickly catching up to another person based on the clues left behind. Sakura's feelings were complex. Both Shikamaru and Sakura knew that Sasuke had left, yet allowing them to lead the team, resulting in their teammates being heavily injured, made her feel guilty. It would have been better to not take it seriously in the search. Fortunately, they had Shino this time, so Niji wasn't seriously injured. In the afternoon, Gaara and his team returned with Shikamaru, Kiba, and Lee. Sakura felt a headache at the addition of Lee, but thankfully she hadn't reported too many people at the beginning, otherwise she would have been criticized. Thank you for your help, everyone. Sakura received Shikamaru and helped him to sit down aside. Ino hurriedly helped Kiba down, and the two focused on treating. Fortunately, I had the talisman that Sakura gave me, otherwise my injury would have been worse. Woof, Akamaru barked in agreement. Kiba smiled. Sakura, thank you. Tisk. Karui glanced at Shikamaru, making an ambiguous sound as Temari smacked the top of his head. What are you doing? Sister, this guy is so weak. How can he? Before finishing his sentence, Gaara covered his mouth with sand. Shikamaru felt somewhat speechless. What was going on? Karui, shut up. Gaara said lightly. It was not for Karui to judge how strong this guy was. He hadn't even used his full strength in that situation. Actually, I wrote that all characters are much stronger than in the original work. It's more of a personal hope. Well, now we're just waiting for Naruto to return. I wonder how long it will take. Ino finished bandaging Kiba and walked over to Lee. I wonder if we can bring Sasuke back. I haven't had a proper match with him yet. Lee sighed. Thanks, Ino. Sakura took a bit longer to bandage everyone since Kiba and Akamaru were more severely injured. Finally, she had time to listen to what they were discussing. Temari turned around somewhat awkwardly, occasionally glancing at Shikamaru. Seeing Karui making a fuss again, she smacked him to silence him. What on earth was he making such a fuss about? Sakura, I'm sorry about that time. Gaara walked over and bowed in apology. Was he being this sincere? Why was he bowing? Sakura quickly waved her hand to indicate it was fine. It really didn't matter if she lived in such an environment. She would probably be crazier than Gaara. It was astonishing how Naruto's words had transformed Gaara into this personality. Disclaimer: Sakura is not a saint, as she just has a preference for good looks. Indeed, Sasuke was not brought back. Naruto returned instead, escorted by Kakashi. When he arrived, his body bore severe wounds, and his spirit sank deep in gloom. Sasuke must have said something to him. Their mission had failed, a result Tsunade had anticipated. She offered no reprimand, only instructed them to rest and recover. At first light, Sakura's mother prepared breakfast. Sakura herself rose only then. Today marked the grand opening of her new shop. Her parents, ordinary civilians, had long sought stability. This venture would provide steady income, a safeguard against the uncertainties of her shinobi duties. After breakfast, the three walked together through Konoha's sunlit streets. Promptly at 8 o'clock, they arrived at the shop. Sakura unsealed supplies from her storage scroll and carefully arranged each item upon the counter. On one side of the ground floor stood 3 essential talismans: slumber talismans, healing talismans, and antidote talismans, all certain to draw strong demand. To protect civilians, the slumber talismans had been specially modified inert against those without chakra, activating only for those who wielded it. On the opposite side rested weapons co-developed with Tenten, shuriken daggers, and refined blades and swords. With all displays set, the shop's opening ceremony could begin. A 3-day discount of 10%, rare generosity in an era where haggling held no place, proved irresistible to passers-by. Firecrackers burst and sparklers flared. Crowds gathered instantly. Though most early visitors were civilians rather than shinobi, both the antidote and healing talismans remained effective for them. Within hours, half the stock of these 2 talismans had sold. Sakura's mother beamed as she counted the coins, chatting warmly with her husband. Mother, please set this aside. It's not for us yet. We must split it with Tenten. Oh child, don't worry. Your parents remember perfectly, she reassured gently as Sakura hurried to remind them, lest joy cloud their memory. Her mother smiled, so brightly her eyes crinkled shut, giving Sakura a light, affectionate pat on the shoulder. Hee, Sakura chuckled bashfully. Since you've got the hang of things, I'll head upstairs to draw more talismans. Just call if you need anything. All right, go on, go on. They waved her off like shooing a duckling. Sakura shrugged and climbed the stairs. Drawing talismans alone would never suffice. She needed to train others, or the supply would soon dwindle. But whom to trust? Her enterprise would inevitably attract attention, and interference could prove dangerous. Perhaps she should invite her sensei to join. She could offer him a share of the profits. With the Hokage's name attached, few would dare provoke trouble. Enough deliberation for today. Tomorrow she'd consult Shikamaru for counsel. That afternoon, Sakura crafted numerous mid-tier healing talismans, then bid her parents farewell and headed to Shikamaru's home, only to find his father Shikaku answering the door. Good afternoon, Uncle Shikaku. Good afternoon, Sakura. Here to see Shikamaru. He stepped aside with a warm smile. Please come in. Yes, Uncle Shikaku, Sakura replied with a polite nod and gentle smile. As she passed into the house, Shikaku watched her thoughtfully. Why, he wondered, did his son remain blind to such a remarkable young woman? She was beautiful, formidable in battle, a skilled medical ninja, and unfailingly kind. A rare treasure. What a pity. Unaware of his musings, Sakura entered the garden, where Shikamaru sat deep in contemplation over a shogi board. She glanced at the board, utterly baffled. She knew nothing of shogi. Shikamaru, do you have a moment? I need your help. Sakura, what brings you here? He looked up surprised, then nodded. Sure, go ahead. They spoke for hours. By evening, Shikamaru's mother had prepared dinner and called Sakura in to join them. Startled to realize how late it had grown, Sakura flushed with embarrassment. Aunt Yuki, perhaps I should go home. I'm terribly imposing. Her voice dwindled under the woman's warm, unwavering gaze. Oh, nonsense. Shikamaru talks constantly about the delicious treats you bring to school. I've wanted to invite you both for ages. With that, Aunt Yuki cheerfully ushered Sakura to the dining table. This is something I learned from your mother. It's Chinese cuisine, I believe. I hope it suits your taste. Shikamaru's jaw twitched. What on earth was his mother doing? This felt less like hosting a friend, and more like welcoming a future daughter-in-law. Had she misunderstood? How troublesome. How to explain this? Would Sasuke storm the house if he heard? Yes, Sakura, eat more. Shikaku added with a sly grin, watching his son's expression closely. Ugh, old man. After dinner, Sakura rose to leave, but Shikaku, ever eager for drama, insisted Shikamaru escort her home. Shikamaru groaned inwardly. I had no idea your parents were so warm. Sakura remarked, amused. No, they're not usually like this. My mother misread things, and my father, he just loves spectacle. Shikamaru's brow furrowed in exasperation. Do you think Aunt Yuki has drawn the wrong conclusion? Sakura teased, barely concealing her grin. Don't worry, I'll clarify everything. He sighed, already dreading the explanation. I'll reflect carefully on our discussion today. Tomorrow I'll visit your shop. The issue of talisman production can be resolved by me. Though he spoke confidently, he already knew his plan: recruit apprentices from the village orphanage. It would ease their burdens while equipping them with lasting skills. Thank you. That's a tremendous help. Next time I'll treat you to a newly baked thousand-layer cake. At dawn the next day, Shikamaru arrived at Sakura's door, early not by choice, but because his mother had practically pushed him out the gate. He'd tried explaining last night, but his father kept interrupting, clearly relishing the unfolding chaos. So he'd been dispatched at first light. Slumped listlessly outside Sakura's home, Shikamaru made no move to knock, until Sakura's mother, heading out to buy fresh vegetables, opened the door and pulled him inside. She handed him a cup of hot water, roused Sakura, then rushed off. If I don't go early, the best produce will be gone. When he recounted the ordeal, Sakura laughed until tears streamed down her face. Ha 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 ya. I never imagined Uncle Shikaku had such a playful side. TCH, help me think of a solution, quick. Well, there is a way, if you're willing to use it. What is it? Handsome Temari of Sunagate here. She's far away after all. You could simply tell your mother you admire her. It's harmless, just between you and her, with no risk to Temari's reputation. Hey, why bring her up again? Shikamaru muttered, baffled. And still, wouldn't this be awkward? He worried his mother might mention it during a chat with her sister. If his mother knew, Ino's mother would know. If Ino's mother knew, Ino would know. And once Ino knew, she'd tell Choji. And then it would spread like wildfire. No, absolutely not. And I think it's perfectly fine. Temari is stunning and incredibly strong. Sakura raised an eyebrow. In relying on Sakura for help had been his gravest miscalculation. He'd forgotten entirely that she thrived on stirring chaos and watching drama unfold. Forget it. I'll figure something out myself. Though he'd dismissed the idea at first, Shikamaru later resorted to it when he saw his mother growing increasingly relentless. To help his son win the heart of the girl he loved, Shikaku tirelessly cultivated ties with the Sand Village, eventually forging a formal alliance. The ordeal left Shikaku exhausted and prematurely gray. Since Shikamaru refused to go along, Sakura, who'd only wanted to witness the spectacle, reluctantly set it aside. Today demanded full attention. Every loose end had to be tied for this was about securing substantial earnings for everyone. After Mabuki returned home, she invited Shikamaru to join them for breakfast, and they all left together. In splitting up, they divided their tasks. Detoxification talismans were nearly sold out. Sakura's priority was drawing more, while Shikamaru headed to the orphanage to find people. Konoha kept its darkness veiled beneath the surface, yet outwardly life appeared prosperous and peaceful. A group of children frolicked in the streets, cheerfully greeting Sakura as Big Sister Sakura whenever they spotted her. Indeed, as long as no one was fighting, she cherished this world deeply. In spotting Naruto walking dejectedly down the road, bumping into someone murmuring a listless apology without lifting his head, Sakura frowned, puzzled. Naruto, what's wrong? He thought he'd heard Sakura's voice, glancing vaguely left and right, but pointedly avoiding the direction behind him. Surely it was just his imagination. Naruto, and Sakura tugged his sleeve, and only then did he look up, straight into her eyes. So it hadn't been a hallucination after all. Sakura, what's troubling you? Better talk some sense into him. Otherwise he'd shoulder the entire burden of failing to bring Sasuke back. Sakura. Sasuke said, I'm not his friend. I'm nothing but dead weight dragging the team down. Sakura blinked, bewildered. Wasn't that not what Sasuke's letter had said? Naruto, are you certain that's exactly what Sasuke said? Sakura, am I really just dead weight? So he'd only heard the first half, and tuned out everything Sasuke said afterward. Resigned, Sakura steered Naruto toward the shop to keep his mind occupied. The moment Naruto stepped inside the shop, fell silent, then erupted into a clamor. Is that the boy? The nine-tailed fox. Overhearing their hushed whispers, Naruto froze. Once he'd never understood why people spoke of him that way, but now knowing the Nine Tails was sealed within him, he could only wonder, why me? Why does the Nine Tails dwell inside me? Sakura's brow furrowed. Rarely had Naruto succumbed to darkness in such circumstances. Yet what was that expression on his face? Excuse me, adults. How dare you speak so cruelly about a child? If Naruto were the nine-tailed fox, he'd have devoured you long ago, not left you here spouting slander. Sakura's voice burned with fury. Shikamaru arrived then, ushering a group of children inside. Glancing between Naruto and the crowd, he sighed knowingly. Honestly, I find your reasoning baffling. Why call Naruto the nine-tailed fox? He's merely energetic, and admittedly a bit of an airhead. That fox demon killed my wife. A man hurled his detoxification talisman to the floor, voice shaking with rage. Look at his whisker marks. That proves he's its incarnation. Exactly. That demon scarred my parents. In chaos erupted. Shelves rattled and merchandise tumbled to the floor. Sakura's gaze turned glacial. What exactly are you babbling about? Nine-tailed fox, you're all blind. This is Uzumaki Naruto, a 12-year-old boy not yet 13. Clumsy, unrefined, weak. He couldn't possibly be the monster you vilify. Though grateful for Sakura's defense, Naruto wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Was he truly that clumsy? That weak? Yet warmth bloomed in his chest. Someone believes in me. What on earth is the Hokage thinking? Raising that fox demon in Konoha? In that single sentence ignited the crowd's fury anew. Sakura and Shikamaru stood firm, defending Naruto, confronting the accusers heated. The commotion grew too loud. Tsunade was informed and envoys were dispatched to restore order. Tsunade studied Naruto, the child she'd learned about from Jiraiya, the son of Minato. She sighed inwardly. Sensei had made another grave blunder. This boy, a hero, was being treated as a criminal. Naruto, Jiraiya just told me he'll take you on a training journey. I've approved it. Had the incident not occurred, Sakura might have believed Tsunade acted solely to strengthen Naruto. But given the timing, she couldn't help but interpret her mentor's decision with suspicion. Master, Tsunade exhaled slowly. It seemed Sakura had misunderstood. I'll resolve the Nine Tails matter properly, but Naruto's training with Jiraiya is non-negotiable. Granny Tsunade, Sasuke has fled the village. Under Orochimaru, his power will surge rapidly. Sakura is under my tutelage. Her strength won't stagnate. But if you remain here, no one will have time to train you. Kakashi will soon depart on critical missions. He won't be available. Only through Jiraiya's guidance can you advance swiftly and avoid falling irreparably behind Sakura and Sasuke. Before he could protest further, Tsunade cut him off. Naruto fell silent, then nodded. Though he'd miss everyone dearly, he vowed to train relentlessly next time he'd return with Sasuke and protect them all. Naruto waited at the Hokage Tower for Jiraiya's arrival, Sakura and Shikamaru beside him. Once Naruto departed, they turned to Tsunade. This crisis in the village demanded resolution. Now? I know what you're thinking, but Naruto's situation is delicate. I need time to consider the best course of action. Tsunade rubbed her temples. This intricate dilemma called for the strategic brilliance of the Nara clan. As Minato's close friend, Shikaku would surely devise a solution that honored both justice and harmony. Once resolved, Naruto's return would no longer spark hostility. And Sakura breathed easier. For now, let's wait. And if the outcome falls short, I'll step in. Shikamaru slouched back into his usual languid posture, eyes half-lidded. Well then, shall we go, Sakura? And wait a moment. Master, may I speak with you about something? As Sakura explained her healing talismans, Tsunade's eyes widened in awe. And Sakura truly was a prodigy. She'd cracked a puzzle even Tsunade had pondered as a child when studying explosive tags. Her own attempts had failed. How had Sakura succeeded? Lately, Sakura's shop had drawn merchants, travelers, and villagers alike. Its prices modest, yet volume high. Profits were steadily climbing. A simple endorsement from the Hokage would lend legitimacy. No great cost to the office, and certainly beneficial to Sakura. And perhaps these talismans could even become part of the academy curriculum. But that discussion would require Sakura's full consent. If mass-produced, such talismans could drastically reduce casualties on missions. As dusk painted the sky in fiery hues, Sakura gazed at the giant tree in her yard, when a massive eagle descended, tilting its head curiously. Sasuke's summoning beast. Had it changed? And she tentatively extended her hand, and the eagle landed gracefully upon it, depositing a scroll before returning to its perch atop the tree. What is this? Sakura opened the scroll, which contained clothes, jewelry, and some weapons. Where did Sasuke get so much money to buy these? Curiously, Sakura picked up a red chi-pao and held it against herself. It seemed to fit well. However, there was also an adult-sized one here. Was it for her parents? Sakura rummaged through and indeed found a letter. It simply mentioned her daily training with Orochimaru, occasionally taking on missions, and how she had found some orphans and settled them in that place in the Land of Fire, suggesting that if she needed help, she could go there to bring them back to Konoha. Well, it seems Sasuke is doing well outside, but why is there no mention of Naruto's situation? What exactly did they discuss that day? 2 months later, children in the orphanage began to draw low-level healing talismans one after another. Sakura sighed in relief. If no one drew them anymore, she estimated they would be gone in less than 3 years. She was drawing talismans daily with the shadow clone technique, and just seeing the talisman paper made her want to run away. This business has also gained fame in Sunagakure. There are many poisonous scorpions in the sand, and the merchants from Sunagakure buy the most detoxification talismans, seemingly saving quite a few lives. Sakura arrived at Tsunade's office only to see Tsunade angrily slam a document onto the head of the Hokage advisor. It must be said it felt a bit satisfying that those two old men should retire sooner. When she saw those two, Sakura felt a wave of dislike. She didn't know why. Could it be that in this world they were also bad people? Sakura patiently waited for Tsunade to scold the two men thoroughly before revoking their positions. After they left, Tsunade finally turned her attention to Sakura. "Sakura, you're here." "Master, I've already taken care of everything." Here, take this. I've written everything for you. Go practice first, and if you have any questions, come ask me later." Tsunade handed a book to Sakura, who took it and chatted for a while before leaving. As the Hokage, Tsunade had many matters to handle, so she could only let Sakura practice by herself for now. If there were any issues, she could ask her, and when she found time, she would train with her. Sakura looked at the words written above: 100 healing jutsu, creation, rebirth, and extraction technique. After a moment of silence, she wondered if Tsunade truly believed she could understand it. The 100 healing jutsu was quite good. It could store chakra. Let's learn this first. Sakura became so engrossed in her training that she even forgot to eat. When her mother Mabuki returned from the shop and saw the untouched food on the table, she realized and angrily pulled Sakura out. "Sorry, Mom. I just forgot." "Don't be angry." Sakura quickly acted cute, shaking her mother's arm and looking at her with a pitiful expression. This stubborn child, how could she speak like that? Mabuki didn't even know what to say. Haruno Sho was smiling nearby. His life was quite happy now. The next day, Sakura went to find Tsunade with confusion. Tsunade joked with her not to forget to eat while training. Soon a year passed, and one day Tsunade sent someone to call her. Tsunade's expression was somewhat serious. "Sakura, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, has been poisoned. The doctor from Kawaguchi has detoxification abilities similar to mine, or even better, so I am sending someone to bring her to treat the daimyo." Sakura was puzzled and confused. "Teacher, why did you call me?" Tsunade sighed helplessly. "I know you've completed the extraction technique. Just in case, I will let you accompany Shikamaru to protect the Kawaguchi doctor to the daimyo's residence and help detoxify him." To be honest, Tsunade felt that letting these so-called daimyo die was fine. After being taught by her grandfather, she was completely unafraid of these daimyo. "Yes, teacher." Since it was like this, she could just wait here for Shikamaru and the others. However, many of them had already become Chunin. Sakura, Shikamaru, and Niji had all reached Jonin. The matter of the daimyo was neither big nor small. Shikamaru's team would definitely all show up. Sakura thought that 4 of them might not be enough. Who should she bring? In the end, Sakura looked at Shikamaru's 2 teammates and Niji's 3 teammates while a green bag was excitedly expressing affection nearby. Sakura signaled Niji to take care of it. Niji, with a blank expression, found it impossible to manage. After all, Sakura was so beautiful and completely caught someone's eye. "Lee, you're bothering Sakura like this." He still noticed Sakura's discomfort and reminded him. Really? Am I bothering Sakura?" Behind Lee was a gray shadow. The Kawaguchi doctor was laughing nearby, feeling that youth was wonderful. She wondered if she could return safely this time. If she couldn't, it didn't matter, but these kids must come back. Because the daimyo was poisoned, the doctor's detoxification could only suppress the toxicity for 3 days. They had only 3 days to travel, and everyone hurried forward with chakra, enhancing their speed. Only Lee relied purely on physical strength. No wonder he was the one who ran around Konoha every day. Sakura envied him. After a day of travel, everyone decided to stop and rest. Shikamaru took Chuji to the river to catch fish, while Sakura, Ino, and Tintin consulted the Kawaguchi doctor, who answered their questions one by one. Lee and Niji were on alert in the shadows. There had been no interception along the way, which was unusual. Before long, Shikamaru and Chuji returned. Ino looked at Chuji thoughtfully, noticing that he hadn't eaten any snacks, which was strange. He nudged Sakura and Tintin. The 3 exchanged glances, and Ino enthusiastically ran over. While so impressive Shikamaru Chuji, Sakura covered her face, not wanting to look. Who was this? How could Ino treat the 2 so warmly? If they were really Shikamaru and Chuji, Ino would probably say to them, "You too." Why are you so slow? Shikamaru and Chuji exchanged glances. Why was this girl so enthusiastic? For a moment Shikamaru smiled and replied, not at all, not at all. Why didn't these people check properly before transforming into Shikamaru and Chuji? Shikamaru wouldn't smile like this, he would just say it's a hassle, and Chuji would say, Ino, did you eat something wrong? Why you caught so many fish? I believe that with Shikamaru and Chuji's skills they will surely roast delicious fish. Ino's flattery kicked in, and the two were so praised that they floated. They started a fire to roast the fish, and it was unclear where they got the seasoning to boil it. The fragrance instantly spread. Tintin raised an eyebrow watching Lee and Niji getting down. She waved her hand, then joined the flattery team, took out a roasted fish, and while the two were distracted by Ino, threw the roasted fish to Niji, and in the same manner delivered one to Lee. When the two looked at the roasted fish, they found there were not many left. Ino then complained that Sakura and the Kawaguchi teacher hadn't eaten, and they would surely be hungry, and she herself hadn't eaten enough. Seeing the two being played around, Sakura turned her back to them and snickered. The Kawaguchi doctor patted her shoulder, urging her to hold back. Lee was already satisfied sitting on a tree, and Niji was also content. They didn't expect the skills of these two impersonators to be so good. Shouldn't they get the method from them? Perhaps they could open a roasting shop to increase income for the branch family. As the two continued to catch fish, the real Shikamaru and Chuji returned with Chuji munching on snacks and saying they hadn't seen a single fish, probably taken by someone. Sorry, we didn't catch any fish. Shikamaru said listlessly, seeming that they would be hungry today. It's okay, it's like this. Shikamaru looked at the others with a strange expression, not expecting Ino and the others to be so devious. Indeed, one shouldn't provoke women. Since someone had solved their meals, Shikamaru and Chuji had also climbed up a tree waiting for them to feed them. Since someone had taken the trouble to prepare the food, they took the opportunity to get a good look at who these two were. Wow, Luwan. Dingxiai, I never expected you to be so capable and to have caught so many. Jingyi clasped her hands to her chest and hurried over, utterly starstruck like a devoted fan, leaving the real Lu Wan and Dingxiai momentarily dumbfounded. Dingsi's hand trembled around the snack as he glanced at Lu Wan. Has Jingyi taken something? Lu Wan replied. She has no idea. What has Jingyi endured this past year with Lady Gang Shou? Ha ha ha. It's nothing, nothing. Eat as much as you like. If it's not enough, tell us. The one posing as Lu Wan scratched his head, laughing while holding a large sack of fish. Right. Don't be shy, we're teammates. Ding Xi nodded in agreement. Lu Wan, perched in the tree, fell silent at the sight of the two enormous bags of fish. Where had they come from? A moment earlier they had scouted the stream, and not a single fish had been seen. Could they have been intercepted upriver? If so, it would explain why none had been found. Thank you, Lu Wan. Ding Xi. You are so reliable, we almost thought we'd go hungry. Thank goodness for you, Xiaoying smiled at them. Tian nodded in agreement. Dr. He-Siyuan watched their playful exchange with indulgent affection, saying nothing. From then on, the two of them kept grilling fish, while the four women employed their previous tactic. One would distract, and another would slip the food up to Lu Wan and Ding Xi in the tree. Each time the pair noticed the empty skewers in the women's hands, they were puzzled, but their attention was quickly diverted. Those 2 sacks of fish seemed inexhaustible, and Ding Xi was certainly eating his fill. At the thought of the fish's tender, savory flesh, Ding Xi declared he could have yet another portion. The man pretending to be Lu Wan kept turning the fish, sweat streaming from his exertion. He wiped his brow with his arm. By the time the fish were done, the two had collapsed from fatigue. Those girls could really eat. He no longer felt like moving. Seeing this, Xiaoying quickly produced a needle, feigned concern, asked what was the matter, and then jabbed each of them with one. Xiaoying, what are you doing? Lu Wan asked in alarm. Xiaoying, hurry, untie us. Lu Wan and the others climbed down from the tree. Xiaoli asked curiously, when you disguised yourselves as Lu Wan, why didn't you eliminate those 2 first before coming to find us? If you hadn't dealt with Lu Wan first, what if something went wrong during the process? Isn't that reckless? The question stunned the 2 attackers. They had come as a trio. Who would have thought their companion would fail to finish the job? What on earth had that person been doing? The 2, hopeless with directions, were almost in tears at their comrades' incompetence. Aren't you afraid Lu Wan and the others will return and expose you? Tian took the bags from the 2 and rummaged through them to see what was inside. Kanai explosive tags. Everyone began to divide the spoils. What's this? A compendium of pressure points. Show it to Xiaoying, Jing Yining Ci. and Dr. Hisiyuan. A barbecue recipe book. Everyone can pitch in and profit. How were they to respond? Another person had been sent to handle them and had failed. Knowing how many were involved, they would never have accepted such a mission knowingly. With the two silent, Jing Yi took over the questioning. She was skilled at it. Soon she had extracted the truth. Ninja from Wuyin village had been sent, and they had not intended for Dr. Hisiyuan to go treat the daimyo, believing the protective detail to be small. They heard that a jonin had later accepted the assignment without proper inquiry, and that these three fools had simply taken the order. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. They would have to press on. Should we eliminate those three? Xiaoying asked. There is no other choice, came the reply. Ning Xiai agreed. Only the dead would keep their mouths shut. If those three truly did not know the larger situation and had been sent as cannon fodder to scout, they could not be allowed to live. Deal with us and then be on your way, Dr. Hisiyuan sighed. It seemed she had been away from public life too long. People now dared to stop her without hesitation. Dr. Hisiyuan, full name, Hisiyuan Yuan, had used poisons with deadly efficiency during the Third War, earning her the epithet Poison Beauty. After Lady Gang Shou stepped back, Hisiyuan also withdrew from the forefront and became a chief physician at the hospital. With that interlude over, they did not pause to rest and continued their journey. As they still had some distance to Daming Fu, the jonin sent from Wuyin village finally arrived. There were 4 jonin. As a precaution, Xiaoying had long carried a sword on her back. She drew it now and positioned herself to shield Dr. Hisiyuan. Ding Xiai, Ning Xiai, Xiao Li, and Jing Yi each moved forward to engage an opponent, while Xiao Ying and the others provided support. With their combined strength, defeating them was not impossible. As long as someone took up the fight, they drew less attention. The capable dealt with the combat, while the weaker stayed behind to protect the mission's principle. Lu Wan saw that the 4 had let down their guard. He formed hand seals and shadows at his feet, stretched forward to seize the jonin before Jing Yi. Bang! Jing Yi struck the man squarely. A hole opened beneath him and spread outward into a vast pit. Xiaoying wiped an imaginary bead of sweat. Jing Yi's strength was growing, and Xiaoying realized she would have to exert herself. Hisiyuan raised a brow in surprise. She knew Lady Gang Shou had taken the 2 as disciples, but had not expected this level of instruction. Seeing how easily this side had been handled, Tian glanced at Xiao Li and found both of them working with effortless skill and needing no help, so he turned his attention to Ding Xiai. After becoming a chunin, Ding Xiai had discovered how great the gap was between him and Lu Wan and Jing Yi. Over the past year, he had urged his father for assistance and trained tirelessly so that their trio Zhulu Dai would not be broken up or left behind. It must be said that Mui's 12 young prodigies were exceptionally gifted. With effort, each reaped rewards. When Xiaoying saw Jing Yi move to help Ding Xiai, she knew the battle was won. Still, she kept her sword at the ready, just in case. Half an hour later, the remaining 3 were also dealt with. The 8 resumed their journey and finally arrived at dusk on the following day. Dr. Hisiyuan went to detoxify the daimyo, and the other 7 were assigned to rest elsewhere. Having gone 2 days without washing, Xiaoying felt uncomfortable all over and hurriedly asked a retainer where the bathhouse was. She needed to cleanse herself. The retainer led the girl to a large bathhouse. Drawing back the curtain, they found a hot spring within. Jing Yi and the others were already there. Xiaoying, you're finally here. So slow. Jing Yi grinned and lunged, dragging Xiao Ying into the water. Xiaoying struggled to steady herself as her hair was instantly soaked. Having intended to wash her hair before entering, Xiaoying gave Jing Yi a helpless look. Sorry. Do you want to wash your hair, Xiaoying? He'll help you. Jing Yi, understanding, raised her hand in willing surrender. Great. I've never had Jing Yi's ministrations before. Xiaoying nodded as someone to help made it all the better. Her long hair was a nuisance to wash, but she could not bear the thought of cutting it short. He'll help too. Tian smiled and stepped forward to assist. Having enjoyed a leisurely bath, Xiaoying was about to return to her room. Passing through the courtyard, she noticed Lu Wan and 3 others engaged in conversation. Xiao Li waved his hand with some excitement. Xiaoying tilted her head. Never mind. She thought. She would sleep and deal with anything tomorrow. Xiaoying, tonight the 3 of us will be together, Tian called out as she trotted up from behind. Why such a sudden request? Seeing the others' calm faces, Xiaoying nodded. If they were to be together, it would at least be safer that way. Xiaoying escorted the 2 back to her room. They spoke briefly about training, and soon all 3 fell asleep. Dr. Hisiyuin took the pulse of a pale, middle-aged man with careful hands. The daimyo's face was ashen and he coughed. When severe, his cough brought up dark crimson blood. Hisiyuin frowned. What kind of poison was this? It was so serious that all his viscera seemed to be failing. It seemed they would have to stay here for months. If so, arrangements for Xiaoying and the others must be made. Hisiyuin withdrew his hand, picked up a pen, and began writing on paper while ordering an attendant to prepare medicines. Cough, cough, cough. Dr. Hisiyuin, this poison, can it be undone? The daimyo asked in a weakened voice. My lord, this poison will take time to dispel. Rest assured, I will delay its onset as much as I can and spare no effort to resolve it for you. Hisiyuin knelt and bowed his head. These nobles were maddening, still demanding obeisance. He resisted the urge to stab him with a syringe. I trust Dr. Hisiyuin's craft. For the next few months, focus on your research. Those children are lively. I rather like them have them stay with me a while. I haven't seen such spirited youngsters in ages. The daimyo sighed. This man, was he issuing a veiled threat? Hisiyuin tightened his grip and answered, very well, I will take my leave now. Go and rest early, Dr. Hisiyuin, the daimyo replied. The daimyo waved him off. Hisiyuin hastened his farewell. If he lingered, who knew what old schemes the foxish lord might brew? These children were Konoha's future and could not be harmed. He must inform Lady Gangsho. He wondered whether Xiaoying possessed a summoning contract, so he could have Lord Kuo Yu transmit the message. Night had already fallen, or it could wait until morning. The road had been long these past 2 days, and the children were likely exhausted. At dawn, Xiaoying found Ning Xi and Xiao Li already training in the courtyard and could not help admiring their energy. Though her body was only 14, Xiaoying felt older in spirit and still preferred reading. Oh, good morning, Xiaoying. Xiao Li, taken aback by her beauty that morning, gave her a thumbs up. Good morning, Xiaoying, Ning Xi greeted in a flat tone. After responding, Xiaoying called Ning Xi over. Ning Xi, I've been studying seals. May I examine the caged bird on you? Ning Xi was silent for a moment, then reached up and loosened the white forehead protector. Fine. Xiaoying had not expected such decisiveness. She had thought he might refuse given his formerly cold, somewhat extreme manner. Xiaoying raised a finger and probed with chakra before the caged bird. The seal, she, Chunai Xiaoying, had discerned its nature. The caged bird was sickening, yet there was nothing else she could do in that instant. She remembered from the original tale that when Ning Xi sacrificed himself to protect the others, the caged bird was lifted. If Ning Xi feigned death, first might the curse be broken. If so, the Byakugan white eye itself might be undone. Xiaoying withdrew her hand. This required careful thought. She would consult her master and Dr. Hisiyuin. Ning Xi, there is a way to lift your caged bird, but your Byakugan will be lost as a consequence. Blindness need not be feared. The world's eyes could be a problem, but that was solvable. However, losing the Byakugan would warrant thorough study. Ning Xi was stunned at first, then smiled. It felt like snow melting, like liberation. Very well. If I can be free, what use is keeping this power? Ning Xi will prove I can be strong even without these eyes. Xiaoying was not surprised by his resolve. Now that he had agreed, she would discuss the plan with Dr. Hisiyuin. Before Xiaoying could seek Hisiyuin out, he came to them and related the daimyo's decision to keep the children here for several months. They frowned. Each had reservations. For one, training without a proper instructor's guidance would be difficult. For another, they had not told their families they would be away so long. If the daimyo merely sent a message, it would be one thing, but if they were effectively detained and unable to leave, their families would worry. I apologize for the trouble, Hisiyuin sighed. Does Xiaoying have a contract with Lord Kuo Yu? Yes, Dr. Hisiyuin. Do you mean to send word to my master? Exactly. Send word home first. Then we wait for Lady Gangsho's arrangements and act accordingly. In that case, we must inform both our families and our teachers. Lu Wan produced paper and a pen. Better to write something down, just in case. Ning Xi and I will write to Teacher Kai. Xiao Li flashed a perfect smile. Ning Xi, dragged into the decision, felt helpless. This fellow never ceased to rope him into things. Since becoming a Chunin, Xiao Li had been in the habit of involving him in whatever he did. And then there was Tian. At the thought, Ning Xi's ears flushed. Let us all write together. Jing Yi clenched her fist and rose, fired up and ready. Tian averted her eyes awkwardly at Ning Xi's look. Xiaoying formed hand seals and summoned Lord Kuo Yu. She handed the letter to Kuo Yu, who bowed once and vanished. Xiaoying had been reluctant to contract Kuo-yu, but she had not been able to withstand Lady Gang Shou's insistence. Some pacts one could not refuse. This was one of them. As Kuo-yu disappeared, Xiaoying finally breathed out. Jing Yi teased her for being afraid of a slug and wondered how she had ever become bound to it in the first place. Xiaoying wiped an imaginary sweat from her brow and said nothing. With that matter settled, they turned to Ning Si's situation. Everyone present was closed, so honesty was natural. When the idea of letting Ning Si feign death was raised, He considered it seriously. I have a toxin that can make Ning Si's life force ebb rapidly, rendering him apparently dead within a day. He would then have 3 days in which to be cured, or beyond that he would truly die. He mulled that the idea had come from the inspiration of Orochimaru's own curse mark. He kept the thought to himself. However, I have not yet formulated the antidote. If we use this toxin, we must first produce the cure. Even if cured, Ning Si's body will be frail and will require recuperation. With his eyes, recovery might take a year or 2, in the best case, perhaps 6 months. If Ning Si truly decides on this plan, Xiaoying and Jing Yi must prepare the antidote. Once it is ready, we may proceed. He ruffled Ning Si's hair with gentleness and promised to prolong the daimyo's poison, so Ning Si would have time to recover. Jing Yi was surprised to find herself enlisted to help and had not expected to be asked. In that case, she must help Ning Si break the seal. Watching Jing Yi lost in thought, she excitedly raised her fist and spoke a series of encouraging words, assuring that they would find a solution. Sakura looked confused. All right, if Ning Si wakes up blind, I will be your eyes. Until you are well again. Li also stood up. Ning Si's expressionless face showed a flicker of emotion, then he coldly said, you should take care of yourself, there's no need for that. Why is it like this? Taking care of you until you recover is what youth is all about. What does this have to do with youth? No need. Is this being tsundere? Thinking of Ning Si, she couldn't help but feel her face flush slightly. Sakura looked at the two of them, then around, wondering why pink bubbles suddenly appeared. Shikamaru lay down, resting his head on his arm, pondering why it was so troublesome with the Hyuga clan. Why did Sakura have to get involved? Well, you all go do your own things. If you want to go out for a bit, you can find me later, and I'll talk to the daimyo. Just know that there might be someone following you. All right. X7. After seeing Dr. Kawaguchi leave, Sakura and Jing Yi took the medicine they got from him and went to find an attendant to arrange a room for their experiments. A few days later, while treating the daimyo, Kawaguchi mentioned that the child wanted to go out to buy something. Oh, what do you want to buy? You can tell me, and I can arrange for my subordinates to go get it. What's wrong? The daimyo asked meaningfully as Kawaguchi's bowl shattered in his hand. The quality of this bowl isn't very good. Then let's replace it with a new batch next time. Actually, my student is sick and needs some precious medicinal materials to recover. So, my estate has plenty of precious medicinal materials, just tell me what you need. Dr. Kawaguchi felt embarrassed to speak up. Just say it directly. Then she took no offense. I need 100-year-old ginseng. That's no problem, we have that in stock. I'll have an attendant bring it to you shortly. The daimyo shook his head as if this was nothing to him. I also need lingji. We have that. As Dr. Kawaguchi listed a series of medicinal materials, the daimyo's face turned pale, but since he had already spoken, he didn't dare to lose his temper. After all, this woman still had to treat him. The next day, Sakura and Jing Yi were stunned to see a mountain of medicinal materials. Did Dr. Kawaguchi go rob someone? This is sponsored by the daimyo, who I've acquired all the medicinal materials you wanted. Dr. Kawaguchi smiled charmingly with a glimmer in his eyes, creating a beautiful scene, but Sakura and Jing Yi felt a bit cold. How did Dr. Kawaguchi obtain all this? Ning Si's illness must consume all these medicinal materials. If it's not enough, I'll get more from the daimyo. Wait, he doesn't believe he would use this much medicine. Ning Si stared silently at the small mountain of medicinal materials. Ning Si, do you really need so many medicinal materials for your body after the seal is broken? Li expressed shock, not expecting Ning Si's body to be so weak. No, I don't think it's necessary. Ning Si's voice trembled. Would it be enough to kill him? Shikamaru fell silent for a moment. Can this kind of revenge be done? Then he had a thought. That's really impressive. Although not versed in medicine, this was clearly unreasonable. Ding Si gave Ning Si a sympathetic look. Only Ding Si, Li, and Ning Si might not realize this. Ding Si and Li were simple-minded and didn't think of it, while Ning Si was in a state of panic. Sakura cheerfully opened the storage scroll, putting away what was not needed. Next, it was time to help Ning Si break free from the caged bird. Lying Ning Si down on the bed and taking the medicine, his face turned pale in an instant. He coughed a few times, closed his eyes, and became silent. Ning Si, Ning Si. Shikamaru tentatively shook him, checked for breath, and indeed found he had stopped breathing. His heart had ceased to beat. Next, we need to check if the caged bird has any reaction or residue left. This task fell to Sakura. Her chakra control was the best among them, allowing for a detailed examination. The caged bird mark on Ning-Si's forehead was already gone, which was good news. After a thorough check, it was indeed completely vanished. Sakura nodded at the tense Tian, indicating they had succeeded in this step. Now they just had to wait for him to take the antidote a day later. However, with his organs in such a deteriorated state, would he really be able to recover? Sakura washed her hands and shook her head. She was determined to restore Ning-Si's health. Jing Yi kept an eye on Ning-Si for any other reactions. Sakura heard a bird call and stepped outside just in time to see the hawk that had been there before perched on a branch of the cherry blossom tree. Waving at it, the hawk flew over and landed on her arm, feeling a bit heavy. She took a letter from its leg and unfolded it. Sakura, I heard you will be staying at the daimyo's for a few months. Orochimaru has assigned me a task that will take me through there. Can we meet up? Why the sudden invitation to meet? Sakura took out paper and pen to reply. Over the past year, Sasuke had sent her letters almost every week, so she was not surprised. It felt like a modern online friendship, except she had met and knew this friend. They arranged to meet in 10 days, hiding the letter in the hawk's leg, and it flew away. Sasuke. Shikamaru came out and asked. Yeah, he invited me to meet. Shikamaru nodded and walked away. The next day, Sakura administered the antidote to Ning-Si, and within half an hour his body began to warm up. Jing Yi infused chakra to help the antidote absorb faster. His heartbeat returned, and his breathing normalized, though his complexion was still so pale, he looked like a corpse. Tian rushed over after seeing them finish, sitting beside them and nervously watching Ning-Si. Jing Yi exchanged glances with Sakura. Tian was so tense, something must be up. Sakura shrugged non-committally, as this wasn't her concern anymore. Ning-Si gradually regained consciousness, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his body, slowly opening his eyes, though they were vacant and foggy. The caged bird, it was really gone. Was he free now? Father. Ning-Si, how are you? Is there anything uncomfortable? Tian held his hand tightly, her gaze fixed on him. Ning-Si's hand moved slightly as he turned to her. I'm fine, Tian. That's great. The caged bird was resolved. This guy had no reason to refuse her now. Tian was so happy, she almost cried. Ning-Si still needs to lie down for a few days for observation, then we can start with medicine to restore his health. As for his eyes, we discussed it, and we'll handle it after we return to Konoha. Seeing Sakura lost in thought, Jing Yi shared what they had discussed. So, let me take care of Ning-Si these few days. Tian quickly said. Ning-Si's face flushed. Tian. Well, Tian is a girl, so let the boys handle it. Sometimes it's inconvenient for girls. Shikamaru said dully. Tian was too obvious. Wasn't he afraid Ning-Si would run away again? With Niji's matter resolved, all that remained was to recuperate properly. Sakura took charge of his convalescence. After all, in Konoha, she had long been entrusted with prescribing medicinal regimens for recovery. Ino assisted nearby. One day, as she took Niji's pulse, an eagle suddenly soared through the window. It was then Sakura recalled. 10 days had already passed. What's wrong? Sakura, Niji asked, noticing her crestfallen expression. I just remembered I had an appointment, and lost track of time, she replied. The morning had already slipped away as she wondered whether Sasuke was waiting for her. Sakura, you may go ahead and attend to your matters. I'll inform Shikamaru and the others if anything arises. And if you feel unwell, Ino can assist. You're already thoroughly familiar with your condition, Ino. Doesn't that sound ambiguous? Niji thought, raising an eyebrow. Fortunately, having informed teacher Kawamura well in advance, Sakura departed Deming Prefecture without obstruction. Before her stood a young woman in a crimson qipao, her long hair elegantly coiled, smiling warmly as she greeted him. Sasuke's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Sakura, Sasuke murmured softly, stepping forward. Long time no see, Sasuke. Long time no see. And just like that, the conversation stalled. Sakura found herself at a loss for words. Since no further awkwardness lingered, they decided to explore the area together. As they strolled, Sasuke began recounting the past year. and Sakura bought him an ice pop, handing it over with a gentle smile. She unwrapped it to find 2 sticks inside. Reaching for the second, she paused, then accepted it instead. Nodding along occasionally, she barely noticed the afternoon fading. Soon they shared a meal, then wandered down another street. Today marked a festival, its date carefully chosen by Sasuke in advance precisely to avoid any awkward silence or uncertainty about how to spend their time together. Indeed, upon arriving, Sakura's spirits visibly lifted. "Young lady, would you like to try goldfish scooping? Young lady, why not give this kina-throwing game a go with your boyfriend? Hit the target and win a prize." Vendors from every stall called out eagerly. At the word prize, Sakura's eyes instantly sparkled. She immediately seized Sasuke's hand and pulled him toward the booth. She made no correction upon hearing boyfriend, perhaps assuming he wouldn't mind or simply choosing not to clarify. Yet Sasuke, hearing the term, felt a quiet thrill. She hadn't denied it. "Boss, is it true the grand prize is 300,000? Sakura declared resolutely, "We will claim that prize." "Oh, so you two are joining in. For third prize, hit 30 balloons consecutively. You'll receive a jutsu scroll. Second prize requires 50 consecutive hits. Reward 100,000. For first prize, hit 100 balloons straight, and you'll win 300,000. The vendor laughed heartily, hands on hips, teeth gleaming, clearly confident they'd never succeed. "Once we hit them, you will pay up, no exceptions." "Really? You're not tricking us?" Sakura eyed him skeptically. The vendor thumped his chest. "Rest assured, everyone on this street knows Tanaka keeps his word. Then prepare your 300,000, boss." Sakura paid 10,000 for kunai usage rights. Tanaka accepted the fee. Sasuke took the kunai, ready to throw. The vendor grinned slyly, no doubt he'd rigged the game. With a tug on a rope, he set the mechanism in motion. A 3-meter-wide board densely covered in balloons began rotating swiftly. Sakura pressed a hand to her forehead. Of course, no merchant runs a losing operation. Sasuke gently patted her head, urging her to relax. It was effortless for him. Watching the board spin and loop backward, he focused intently and launched kunai after kunai with flawless precision. One after another, the balloons burst. Pop, pop, pop. Spectators gathered, drawn by the spectacle. Incredible. Who is this person? Has he reached 30 yet? The speed just increased again. He's extraordinary. Could he be a jonin? Murmurs swirled around him, but none disturbed his concentration. When Sasuke reached 90 consecutive hits, the vendor broke into a cold sweat and hastily interjected, "If you hit 200 in a row, I'll award you this regenerative medical scroll." Did the vendor even grasp what he was promising? Medical scrolls were never casually circulated. They existed solely to preserve squad survivability and combat effectiveness during missions. For instance, Konoha strictly forbade medical need from frontline deployment, lest their injury jeopardized the entire team's survival. Medical need thus played an indispensable role in sustaining squad resilience and operational strength, making such scrolls fiercely guarded treasures among great clans and major nations. This is fictional. Please suspend disbelief. To acquire medical jutsu, one must either study it formally at the Ninja Academy, learn directly from a sensei post-graduation, or earn trust at a hospital until a medical nin agrees to teach. Moreover, mastering medical jutsu demands rare innate talent. Without it, mastery remains impossible. Sakura, still a child, began training early, frequenting hospitals to build familiarity and opportunity. Setting aside those details, the regenerative medical scroll promised genuine restorative power. If the vendor wasn't deceiving them, this scroll held exceptional value. Sakura craned her neck, watching Sasuke intently, eager to examine the scroll the moment it was hers. Sensing her intent, Sasuke, having completed his 100th throw, calmly retrieved another kunai and signaled the vendor to reset the balloons. "Go, Sasuke." "Oh," Sakura cheered. He nodded. Half an hour later, Sakura walked beside Sasuke, clutching the regenerative medical scroll, dying to unroll it, yet hesitating. To become so absorbed she'd forget his presence altogether would be terribly rude. "Sakura, I leave tomorrow." "Huh?" She looked up, bewildered. "So soon?" He nodded. "We're 14 now. 2 years remain." 2 years? What if 16? Sakura pondered, then recalled here 16 marked adulthood, marriage, even parenthood. Why mention it to her? "Sakura, I love you." She froze. So that was why he'd expressed affection before. "Could you please keep some distance from Shikamaru?" "Wait, Why did the topic leap to Shikamaru? I know you and Shikamaru share nothing, but jealousy still stirs within me. Hey, Sasuke, your character just shattered. Sakura's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Silence fell, between them thick and heavy. Desperate for rescue, Sakura finally blurted, "It's getting late. I should head home," and fled the moment. Sasuke watched her recede, his gaze dark and unreadable. "Sakura, why run so fast? Who's chasing you?" Ino had just stepped out her door when Sakura dashed past. Flustered, she mumbled nothing. Her curiosity flared anew. Who had Sakura met today? Her sensei, or Sasuke? Back in her room, Sakura unsealed the scroll she had just received, and out tumbled two books, one on taijutsu, the other on medical ninjutsu. The taijutsu manual's movements bore an uncanny resemblance to those practiced by elderly men performing tai chi in public squares. As for the medical arts, the scroll distilled its teachings into three core principles: first, treating external injuries; second, regulating and fortifying the body. This method, she thought, might be worth testing on Niji. Third, regeneration. So long as death was not due to natural aging, any organ could be regenerated and flesh stimulated to grow anew within half an hour. Surely not. Can chakra truly regenerate organs? Impossible. This must be false. Sakura dismissed the regeneration claim outright and resolved not to dwell on it further. Seasons turned. Spring faded into autumn. As the group remained stationed at the daimyo's estate for several months, their sensei visiting occasionally. Naruto, upon learning of their whereabouts, persistently begged Jiraiya to bring him here for training, and succeeded so spectacularly that the daimyo himself remembered him. His entrance had been nothing short of explosive. He'd knocked down the guards before gaining entry. At the time, they'd mistaken him for an intruder. The alert had warned of hostile ninja infiltration, so they rushed to intervene only after recognizing him. Unsurprisingly, Konoha later received a formal reprimand from the daimyo. Sakura, I heard you were detained here. I wanted to take you all back, but Master Jiraiya said it wasn't possible." Naruto crouched pitifully before Sakura's desk, his eyes shimmering with earnestness. Sakura remained unfazed, her brush moving steadily, until the final stroke was complete. To her surprise, the regeneration scroll's insights had significantly enhanced her ability to inscribe healing talismans. "It's all right. We'll return in another month or two. But I can only stay in Konoha for a few days before setting off again." Though honing his strength was vital, Naruto's solitude weighed on him. Sakura gently patted his head, urging him not to overthink. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Everyone will be waiting when you return from training." Naruto nodded. Choji munched on potato chips. Never imagined they'd interact like this. What a nuisance. Shikamaru grimaced, while reluctantly inscribing healing talismans under Sakura's direction. Indeed, healing talismans. Having hit a plateau in his own growth, Shikamaru had been unceremoniously handed stacks of talisman paper and instructed to practice. Konoha's demand for these talismans had surged. Sales sword supply dwindled, and soon Sakura resumed her relentless inscription work, dragging Shikamaru, Niji, Ino, and Tenten into the effort without mercy. Niji in particular was relegated almost entirely to talisman work, his foundational training reduced to brief interludes between sessions. Blindfolded Niji relied solely on chakra perception. His brush dipped in crimson chakra-infused ink, moved with quiet precision across the talisman paper. He had repeated this motion countless times, refining instinct into mastery. Once finished, he passed each talisman to Choji for inspection. If flawless, it joined the growing pile beside him. Hasn't Naruto always interacted with them this way? Shikamaru muttered, tempted to fling his brush aside. This labor defied his very nature as a laid-back strategist. Not really paying attention, Choji replied absently. "I can't take it anymore. I need a break." Ino slumped onto the table, voice drained. "This builds endurance." Sakura observed calmly, "Ino still has room to grow." "No way. I won't lose to any of you." Instantly reignited, Ino earned Sakura's quiet admiration, yet again, for her astonishing capacity for self-renewal. Naruto glanced around, saw everyone absorbed in their tasks, and lunged, snatching Choji's chips. "I want some too, Choji." "Share. That's outright theft." Choji shouted, face darkening. Naruto, as he charged after the thief and sensed that his snacks had been seized. He can't catch me, or even reach me." Naruto's teasing voice echoed from afar, while Sakura watched, a soft smile playing on her lips. Shikamaru sighed inwardly. "They have far too much energy." He regretted his early success with the talismans. Had he failed at first, he might now be blissfully napping somewhere undisturbed. After frolicking outside for a while, Naruto was joined by Lee returning from training, and the three soon tumbled into boisterous high-impact sparring punctuated by thunderous crashes. Soon a guard approached, informing them that damages incurred required compensation. Shikamaru winced. Naruto's daily visits had become synonymous with broken furniture and shattered fixtures. The daimyo had waived charges the first day, but by the second and third, confronted with mounting repair invoices, he demanded immediate reimbursement. The sum was exorbitant. Shikamaru couldn't help suspecting the daimyo was seizing the chance to extract extra coin. Another lively day drew to a close. Shikamaru would emphatically disagree. Naruto was set to resume training with Jiraiya that evening. Sakura walked him to the gate, where Jiraiya remarked warmly, "Sakura's grown lovelier by the day." "Pervert sage," Naruto retorted, instantly silencing him. The two bickered cheerfully as they departed. "Hey, I'm gathering research material." "Yeah, right. Why were you ogling Sakura like that?" As they vanished into the distance, Sakura turned and found a tall, slender youth leaning against a tree, watching them leave. Their gazes met. "Sakura, when did Sasuke arrive?" She hadn't sensed him at all. "Long time no see, Sakura." His voice was gentle, tender, even reverent. How should she describe the tumult within her? "Long time no see." She forced the words out, stiff and cautious. Since her confession, she'd left every letter he sent unanswered, unsure how to face him. "I missed you. Orochimaru assigned me a mission nearby. I couldn't pass up the chance to see you," Sasuke explained, retrieving 2 scrolls from his pack and offering them. "A welcome gift." "A welcome gift." Sakura blinked, flustered. "We've met before, why call it that?" "And missed you. Really?" She hesitated, then declined. "Even among friends, Sakura, you won't accept the simple gift." His gaze fell, shadowed with quiet disappointment. She waved her hands hastily. No, it's not that. It's just, perhaps, inappropriate." After all, she hadn't accepted his feelings, and hadn't replied to a single letter. "Nothing is inappropriate, Sakura. I am courting you. You carry no burden. Accept my gifts freely without hesitation." He took her hand, placed the scrolls into her palm, and after a pause tucked them into her satchel, his fingers lingering holding hers. "Sakura, is he really this effortlessly confident? Let's go see a movie. I hear there's a new release. Supposed to be quite good." All right. She hadn't yet seen a film since arriving in this world. Perhaps it would be fascinating to experience cinema as it existed here. Half an hour later, Sakura sat readied before the silver screen, tears streaming silently. Sasuke wordlessly offered tissues as she accepted them, dabbing gently at her eyes. I should never have brought her to this film. Gazing at her flushed cheeks and glistening eyes, Sasuke felt a pang of remorse. His beloved girl had wept, moved deeply by mere celluloid shadows. I should never have brought Xiaoying to this. The film tells of a boy whose entire family is wiped out. He throws himself into mastering ninjutsu to avenge them, grows up, and finds someone he loves only to be slain by the very person who harmed his parents. The protagonist is tormented at every turn. Xiaoying found it melodramatic and was heartbroken for their tragic fate. When the screening ended, Xiaoying and Zhuozhu walked out with the crowd. She had noticed Zhuozhu's glances. They were all so young. To avoid unnecessary trouble later, Xiaoying decided to leave it for when they were grown. "This is a research talisman paper, for you." She always drew talismans and left a few for Zhuozhu and Ming Ren, fearing those two might be seriously injured while away. Although Ming Ren recovered quickly, he could not be overlooked. "What Xiaoying gives must be kept carefully," Zhuozhu muttered as he slipped the talisman into a side pocket of his bag. "Thank you, Xiaoying." "You're welcome. You've given me so much as well." "About what you said last time, Zhuozhu, I still think we should wait until we're adults. If by then you still like me, I will give you an answer." Perhaps Xiaoying did not notice she had decisively rejected Xiao Li, yet hesitated with Zhuozhu. It was not merely fear of hurting him. If she truly had no feeling for Zhuozhu, she would have refused long ago. "It's all right, Xiaoying." Zhuozhu's eyes shone. An answer when they were adults. Did that mean she might accept him? Even if not, no, never mind. Another day, Jing Yi noticed the contract eagle visiting often and curious approached Xiaoying. Seeing Xiaoying absorbed in a letter and not paying attention, she slipped up behind her. A letter from Zhuozhu. Jing Yi hugged her from behind with a mischievous grin. Startled, Xiaoying, embarrassed and angry, playfully swatted her. "When did you get here?" "Just while you were gazing at the letter so tenderly." "Are you missing Zhuozhu?" Jing Yi teased, lifting a lock of her hair. Your hair is so beautiful. Jingyi. Xiaoying snapped, putting the letter away. All right, I won't tease you. Really, is it Zhu's letter? Xiaoying nodded. With letters so frequent, it had to be either Ming Ren or Zhu, and since Ming Ren had no contracted eagle, it was obvious it was Zhu. Mentioning Zhu made Jingyi frown. She could not fathom why he had run off with the Shiwan. Does Master know? For now, only you know about it. Xiaoying took pastries from her parcel. He'll share these with everyone. Xiaoying. If Master finds out. Though bound by a master-disciple relationship, Zhu leaving with a rogue ninja meant Xiaoying could be punished for knowing and not reporting it. Xiaoying reassured her that Master and the others would not discover it. I didn't expect the Deming's illness would keep us here 6 months. We should head home tomorrow. I wonder how the village is now. Jingyi missed her family. This was the longest she had ever been away. When we get back, I'll treat you to Ilu ramen. Xiaoying rose. Oh, is that a bribe? Jingyi hopped on her back. Xiaoying hastily put her hands on Jingyi's legs so she wouldn't fall. If Jingyi says so, then fine. Then he'll eat many bowls. Jingyi beamed. Xiaoying nodded. There was no way Jingyi could out-eat her. All right. Eat as much as you want, it's on me. A cool breeze met them, instantly clearing Xiaoying's lingering drowsiness. They then saw an unruly patient sparring with someone, and Xiaoying's temper flared. Xiaoli launched a kick at the blindfolded Ning Ci. Ning Ci sidestepped and struck at Xiaoli's leg with a palm. Xiaoli scrambled away. Ning Ci, take this. White bandages wrapped around Ning Ci, emphasizing his frail appearance. Tian rubbed his forehead. Ning Ci's reactions still seemed sluggish. As for Xiaoli, he had opened the second of the 8 gates without giving any warning. With the second gate, and that move again, Ning Ci looked set to take a beating. Sure enough, he was sent aloft and crashed down, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Cough, cough. The pale, handsome Ning Ci slowly sat up. Xiaoying and Jingyi were furious. The consequences could be serious. Luo. Ku. Li. Xiao Li's smug smile froze. Had forgotten Ning Ci was still recovering and had gone too far. You idiot. Ning Ci's not healed yet. What are you doing? Bang. I was wrong. Xiaoying. What use is an apology? I'm sorry. Jingyi. Help. Tian. Lu Wan. Ding Ci. Ning Ci. The four called looked everywhere but at him. Tian hurriedly supported Ning Ci, checking for any serious injuries. Cough. Fine. Tian. Grasping the hands fumbling at his body, Ning Ci, it blushed slightly. In truth, he had taken the blows and was not hurt. Still, Xiaoli deserved the reprimand. It kept things from getting dull. That's good. Tian sighed with relief, though a little disappointed at losing his chance. If had known, he would have forced a check regardless of Ning Ci's protests. Lu Wan yawned and indifferent watched cherry blossoms drift through the courtyard, his mind elsewhere. Ding Ci sat at a nearby tea table nibbling snacks and sipping his drink with evident pleasure. After a while, Xiaoying and Jingyi reached Ning Ci, while behind them trailed the bruised-faced Xiaoli. Meeting their cold stares, Ning Ci suddenly felt a chill. Who told you to spar before you were healed? A shadow fell behind Jingyi as she raised her fist. Tian indicated helplessness. Ning Ci would have to fend for himself and took a step back. I wasn't hurt. I feel like my body healed itself. Now, Ning Ci, do you know how I handled disobedient patients in the infirmary? Lilies seemed to bloom behind her as Xiaoying wore a gentle smile. I'm sorry. Xiaoying. Jingyi, he said, bowing decisively in apology. Xiaoying smiled without a word. Jingyi's single punch sent him sprawling, successfully knocking Ning Ci unconscious. Suma Mason. Xiaoli saw Jingyi glance at him and quietly retreated, ashamed of his mistake. It seems we'll have Ning Ci sleep a little longer. That's the only way. Jingyi hoisted him onto her shoulder with ease. She signaled for the others to gather their parcels. It's time to go. I truly don't want to stay here a second longer. Tian wiped a fictitious cold sweat. Luckily, no one took their anger out on the wrong person. Thank you for your effort, Xiaoli, he said to the bruised youth. Lu Wan and Xiaoying led the group behind Dr. He Siyuan to bid farewell to the Deming. The Deming narrowed his eyes and said nothing. The hall grew tense. Ding Ci paused mid-bite. Was a fight about to start? Then I will not see you any further. Please accept this small token of my gratitude. Dr. He Siyuan received it and protested. Oh, you shouldn't have. I'm embarrassed by your generosity. You lot quickly thanked the Deming. Someone muttered that if Dr. Hiseyuin had not accepted so readily, they might have thought him modest. Now it felt somewhat contrived. After a brief silence, they hurriedly offered their thanks. After several days of travel, they finally returned to Muyi. Upon returning, Tsunade heard what Sakura had said to Ino, then glanced at Niji, who appeared blind and severely injured, falling into silence. How could she explain this to the Hyuga family? It gave her a headache. Sakura, Ino, having you both is a blessing. Setting aside how Tsunade would eventually explain to the Hyuga family after everyone reported their work, they took the seriously injured Niji to the hospital. Sakura also removed the sleep talisman. As for how Niji would feel upon waking and finding himself in Konoha, Sakura could only wonder. They went to Ichiraku Ramen, with Sakura treating everyone to a casual meal. Hey, Sakura, Shikamaru, 1010, Ino, Choji, Lee, long time no see. What do you want to eat? The uncle at Ichiraku Ramen greeted them with a smile. They each ordered their preferred flavors and sat together to chat about daily life. After finishing their meal, they had to go home to see their parents, who must have been very worried. Good evening, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura happily rushed over. Kakashi-sensei was a very responsible teacher, regardless of the original story. Reality was treating them well. Kakashi, who had received the news early, appeared behind them, hugging the rushing girl and ruffling her hair, smiling at the group, with his eyes curving. Since it's been so long, let me treat you. All right, then I'm going to eat Kakashi-sensei out of house and home. Ino exclaimed, originally not wanting to eat too much at Sakura's treat for fear of her saving. Sakura, did you forget my family runs a shop? Since someone else was treating, Ino wanted to eat more. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru and the others expressed their gratitude. Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, watching the empty bowl stack higher and higher in front of him, counting in his mind how much this would cost. Especially Choji, who had a big appetite. Afterward, Kakashi followed behind the group, gloomily counting his wallet. Did a month's salary just disappear like this? What kind of mission did these kids undertake to be this hungry? Thinking of his parents at home, for some reason Sakura felt a sense of homesickness. She took out her keys to open the door, saying, I'm back. A small voice echoed in the peaceful environment, seemingly magnified several times. Bang! Colorful ribbons fell from above, and her parents looked at her with kind eyes. Welcome home, Sakura. Mom made your favorite sweet and sour spare ribs, but you ate at Ichiraku Ramen. I'm not sure if you can eat more. I can. Even if I'm full, I have to eat. I missed home-cooked meals so much. At the daimyo's mansion, to avoid troubling Dr. Hekawa, everyone tried to minimize issues. During dinner, her parents kept smiling at her and even commented that she had lost weight. However, her father seemed to want to say something, but was silenced by a jab from her mother. Sakura knew they were hiding something from her, but she didn't confront them. They would eventually tell her. Soaking in the bathtub, she comfortably drifted into a sleepy state. She only got up when the water temperature was almost cold the next morning. After breakfast, her parents looked at Sakura with hesitation. What's wrong? Mom and Dad. Well, Sakura, do you like having younger siblings? Sakura tilted her head in confusion. It's just. Her mother seemed a bit embarrassed and nudged her father. I'm sorry, Sakura, your mother fainted last time, went for a checkup at the hospital, and found out she was pregnant. You might be getting a brother or sister soon. This revelation left Sakura a bit dazed. Huh? Pregnant? Did this happen in the original story, or has it changed since I came here? Seeing her silent for a long time, Sakura's parents began to look a bit pale. Sakura, if you don't like it, your mother can terminate it. Although reluctant to part with this little life, Sakura was more important. No, Mom, I just need time to process. Having a brother or sister would be nice. Sakura took Haruno Mabuki's hands, reassuring her not to overthink. Now that she was pregnant, by the time those major events started in a year, the sibling would probably be able to crawl right. Mom, how many months along are you now? For months. Sakura, you got pregnant 2 months after you went on your mission. Haruno Taijima sighed in relief. They cared about Sakura. If she truly disagreed, it would be fine to terminate it. They still remembered how Sakura was at 2 years old, only reacting to eating, drinking, and relieving herself while being blank the rest of the time. They had worried so much back then. They recalled when she was 3, the doctor asked if they had taught her to speak. Since they hadn't, they tried teaching her, and she gradually improved. They remembered the little girl smiling and calling them daddy and mommy. Their hearts melted at how adorable she was. They thought they would never have children again, yet unexpectedly, they became pregnant. That's great too. Mom, if I get into trouble on a mission, I'll have a brother or sister to take care of you. Don't say that. Our little Sakura will be safe and sound. Mabuki scolded this mischievous child, and Sakura stuck out her tongue grinning. She really liked everyone in this world. Therefore, for the next year or so, she would train diligently, striving to ensure she wouldn't hold back when the Jinchuriki was captured, and to help when Konoha was destroyed. Since Mabuki was pregnant, she would rest at home while her parents went to the shop to keep an eye on things. Sakura split off a shadow clone to help at the shop and went to find Tsunade to continue her training. "Sakura, how is Niji doing?" Tsunade, with a headache, set aside a report and rubbed her forehead. "This is why I don't like being Hokage. Master Niji is fine. Actually, I came to discuss." That's right, Sakura wanted to propose the matter of the Hyuga clan and its branch families to Tsunade. "Sakura, don't bring this up again." Tsunade interrupted her. "It's good to have ideas, but in this world strength is paramount. Only by becoming stronger can you have a voice, Sakura." That's true. She was too weak, now only thinking about changing things, not realizing that the prerequisite for change was her own strength. "Sakura, I know your intentions are good, but matters like this should be left to us adults. Your task now is to focus on improving your strength." "Yes, Master." Saying this, she took out the regeneration scroll she had obtained previously. "Master, for the strength mission, I acquired a regeneration scroll, but the content seems a bit far-fetched, so I wanted you to look at it and see if it's feasible." Tsunade was surprised, took it, and as she opened it, her shock grew with every word. This content might just be real. If others found out, it would surely cause a sensation. After all, this world is fraught with danger, and with this, as long as one's age is not up, it would be equivalent to having an extra life. Kushina attempted this jutsu, but for some reason she couldn't learn it, so she would let Sakura give it a try. It would be better if she could master it, but if not, it was no big deal. Sakura walked down the street watching everyone laughing and chatting, but unfortunately, it would all be gone in a year, and she would have to rebuild. "Sakura, good afternoon. Are you going to join us on a mission?" Every day on the way she saw her and waved wildly, asking with a cheerful smile. Since Niji was unable to go on missions due to his severe injuries, he sought her out every day. Just then, two members of Sakura's team were absent, leaving them one person short. "Sorry, Tin, I have something else to attend to lately, so I can't go on the mission with you." She appreciated the kindness, but decided to focus on her training in the village for now. With a year and a half left, she felt uneasy about not putting in enough effort. "All right then, Sakura, let's go. We'll come by to play sometime." Tin didn't press her. After all, she and Lee could handle this mission, especially with Gai-sensei accompanying them, making it completely safe. If Sakura wasn't going, it would just be the three of them. After bidding farewell to Sakura, they set off with Tin and Lee going to meet Gai-sensei. Sakura, I thought of a new jutsu, come practice with me." Before Sakura could marvel at how everyone was working hard in their own directions, Ino suddenly jumped down from the house above, grabbed her hand, and ran towards the training ground. "Ino, wait." Well, she was ignored. Time always flew by during training, and after yet another destruction of the training ground, Sakura and Ino hung their heads as Tsunade criticized them from the front. "You two, enough already. How many training grounds have you destroyed?" Tsunade slammed the table, which cracked under the force, flames roaring behind her. Looking quite angry, Ino mischievously winked at Sakura while keeping her head down. Sakura stifled a laugh. It was nice to give their master something to deal with every now and then. "I'm talking about you two. Are you even listening?" Clearly, this little gesture did not escape Tsunade's notice, and she was even angrier. "I'm sorry, Master." "Master," the two of them said in unison. "Honestly, starting today, you two will help out at the hospital and don't go causing trouble at the training ground anymore." "Okay, Master." 2. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and the due date for Ino's mother was just a few days away. The shop would be closed for the next few days, and Haruno brought Ino's mother to the hospital in advance to avoid a situation where Sakura wouldn't be home and couldn't make it in time. Sakura patrolled the hospital, ensuring no one was misbehaving. If she found anyone running around, she would cast a sleep spell on them. "Mom, are you alright?" Ino's mother was nearing 40 and had been feeling unwell during her pregnancy, experiencing constant nausea and unable to eat anything. Although Sakura helped her with her health, if one didn't look at Ino's belly, she would definitely seem thinner. It was almost October, yet the baby inside Ino's mother was still restless. She often felt pain from the kicks of the baby in her belly. If it weren't for the checkups showing no issues, Sakura would have suspected something was wrong with the baby, but Tsunade assured her it was normal. "Sakura, thank you for your hard work." Haruno sighed in relief. Thankfully, Sakura was helping who otherwise he wouldn't have been able to manage. Ino's mother drank some chicken soup and began to feel a bit more comfortable in her belly. Sakura reached out and felt the baby kick again. Sakura lowered her eyelids, a smile gracing her lips. She was going to have a little brother. Indeed, the baby inside was a boy. Sakura discovered this while checking on her parents, but hadn't told them. Dad, don't say that, oh, we're a family. Sakura channeled chakra into her hand to soothe her restless little brother inside Ino's mother's belly. Sakura, the baby isn't as well behaved as you were. He is probably a mischievous child, Ino's mother said lovingly. Once the baby is born, if he misbehaves, well, just have to discipline him properly. Sakura withdrew her hand and put on a white coat that was set aside. I'm going to check on the patients now, Mom and Dad. If you need anything, just ring the bell and I'll come as soon as I can. All right, go on, go on. Haruno sent her out of the room and sat back down looking at Ino. The two exchanged glances and smiled. Life is truly wonderful now. Next up was Niji's room. Initially, the Hyuga family thought it was fine if he went blind, but they could also let Niji have a regular eye. Thanks to that regenerative scroll, Niji's Byakugan could still be restored. Thus, Niji had said at the time that if he went blind, so be it, and he would finally be free. This left Hyuga Hisashi speechless, and both sides parted on bad terms. Today was the day Niji could have his bandages removed. After a checkup to ensure everything was fine, he would be discharged. Afterward, whether Niji would reveal his fully restored eyes or remain bandaged was none of their concern. This year, Sakura turned 15, and at the age of 15, she became the attending physician in the hospital. The title of savior inexplicably spread across nations. This was something Kakashi-sensei told her when he returned from a mission. It's finally done. Sakura finished examining Niji. She stretched, feeling relieved. It had not been easy, but she had finally cured him. The world before her was a bit blurry, and Niji slowly opened his eyes, which took a moment to clear. After a year, he could finally see. Sakura and the others had spent half a year at the daimyo's residence, plus this half year had been a year. In front of him stood his teammates with Ino and Sakura beside him. However, the first person he saw was Ten, her worried gaze fixed on him, her eyes glistening. Niji, how are you? Can you see now? Sakura, Ino. Niji isn't blinking at all. Is he not better? Lee blocked the girl and waved his hand. Are you questioning the medical skills of me and Sakura? Ino's figure loomed larger while he, sweating profusely, shrank back. I am sorry. Lee held his head, squatting in the corner. At this moment, Niji finally began to blink. He would never admit he was doing it on purpose. Is there anything uncomfortable? Ino examined him. His physical condition was excellent and his chakra had recovered well. No thank you, Sakura and Ino. Niji shook his head, speaking softly. No need to be polite. We're partners after all. Sakura patted his shoulder. This method works. If Niji wishes to overturn the clan and branch family system in the future, she can perform surgeries for everyone free of charge. No, I still need to thank you. I owe you a favor. If there's anything in the future, just let me know. Niji shook his head. Business was business, and he would remember this. Let's not talk about that. Once we're off duty, how about we all go for barbecue? Ino smiled. Then, he'll treat everyone. Niji stood up and Ten tied the bandages back around his eyes. They had agreed on this earlier, as it was still better not to expose him in front of the clan. Halfway through eating barbecued meat, a nurse from the hospital came to inform her that Yakuha's mother was about to give birth. Sakura quickly stopped playing with everyone and rushed to the hospital. The remaining few exchanged glances. Should we continue or go take a look? Tion asked hesitantly. Let's continue. With Sakura around, nothing will go wrong. Let's enjoy ourselves. Ino raised her glass to celebrate that Sakura is going to have a little brother. Cheers. Right? Cheers. Tion lifted her cup while Xiaoli wanted to drink too, but was stopped by Tion and Niji. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Xiaoli secretly poured himself a cup and drank. Feeling dizzy as soon as he drank, he slowly lowered his head while they were fooling around. Xiaoli, what's wrong? Niji suddenly sensed something was off beside him and asked in confusion. Not hearing Xiaoli's response, Niji felt something was amiss. He watched as Xiaoli stood up and smashed the table in front of him with one kick. Ada. Tion, Ino, and Niji quickly dodged the flying shards. Tion watched Xiaoli, whose face was flushed and who was drunkenly swaying with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Damn it, she forgot to stop him from drinking. Drink, huh? Xiaoli threw left and right hooks, his body swaying, but not falling down. He attacked anyone in sight, and soon the barbecue restaurant was destroyed. Ino was terrified, sweating profusely. She had just been warned by her master last time, and now this happened again. Hopefully her master wouldn't blame her this time. To protect herself, she had no choice but to take a defensive stance. Sakura, just wait outside. You won't be needed this time. In the hospital, to avoid making Sakura too nervous, it was decided not to let her in. A female doctor stopped Sakura outside the delivery room and hurried inside. Sakura and Haruno were anxiously pacing outside. Sakura, your mom will be fine, right? Haruno asked, placing his hands on Sakura's shoulders as he spun around. Of course, Dad. Mom will definitely be fine, Sakura assured, though she still felt worried. That's good, that's good. Haruno just wanted some reassurance, and upon hearing this, he sighed in relief and sat down on a chair outside. They waited for 2 hours. During that time, Sakura went to buy baby supplies and dinner for Haruno, ensuring they would have everything ready when the baby brother was born. With a ding, the light above the door turned green, and a nurse came out holding a baby, smiling as she said, Sakura, it's a boy. Both of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everything was fine, that was what mattered. Haruno quickly stepped forward. Is the baby's mother okay? She's fine, she's fine. Don't worry, the doctor will come out once everything is checked, and there's no problem, the nurse said as she handed the baby to Sakura and then went back inside to help. Sakura had held babies in the hospital before, but holding her own was definitely different. Looking at the baby's rosy face, she pursed her lips. Indeed, newborns can be a bit unattractive. Feeling a bit disdainful, Sakura had no choice. Her father was eagerly waiting outside the delivery room for his wife, so she could only hold the baby herself. After her little brother was born, Sakura became busier. She trained during the day and helped Yakuha's mother with the baby at night, occasionally cooking dinner. Her life was truly fulfilling. But fortunately, she was a ninja, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to handle it. As autumn approached, Sakura took on an rank mission. The borders of the Land of Fire were frequently harassed by bandits, and the mission stated that several Chunin would be involved. Normally this would be nothing, but it was strange that the mission only required one person to take it. Kakashi and others from the same class had missions. Tsunade wasn't too worried about it this year. She had witnessed Sakura's growth in strength and medical skills, so she allowed her to take on the task alone. The autumn weather was already quite cold, and Sakura put on her coat early. Don't ask why she wasn't wearing her ninja vest, as she simply didn't think of it. As she got closer to the village, Sakura noticed that she often encountered ragged people on the road. In other places she hadn't paid much attention. In Konoha and the Land of Waves, everyone seemed to dress reasonably well, unlike these impoverished people. Upon arriving here, Sakura didn't immediately seek out the person who posted the mission, deciding to investigate the situation first to avoid being deceived by the village chief. After a few ups and downs, Sakura reached the house closest to the mountains. A day was enough for her to find out where the more respected people in the village lived. As night fell, the kerosene lamp inside the house was still lit. Taking advantage of the open window, Sakura jumped inside, but unfortunately, there was someone inside. A kunai flew past her face, and Sakura was furious, nearly getting her face ruined. Who attacks a ninja's face? Angrily, Sakura charged forward with a punch infused with chakra. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had entered half an hour earlier, surveyed the room, and upon seeing the owner return, swiftly knocked him out. Flipping through a ledger, he discovered that this family was actually one of the bandits. Sensing someone outside, he quickly hid to the side. The sight of the girl made Sasuke's thrown kunai tremble and miss, but it was fortunate that it did. Inside, the girl blocked the attack with her hand, and a slender leg swept in. The emotionally unstable boy was kicked to the ground, and a kunai was placed against his neck as a threat to his life. Sakura. What, Sakura? How dare you? Sakura was very angry, but despite her anger, hearing that familiar voice and her name made her stop. Looking at the boy who was smiling at her, Sakura's heart raced slightly. Sasuke. What was he doing here? She quickly stood up and moved to the side. As if knowing what the girl wanted to ask, Sasuke slowly stood up. This village is suspicious. It seems there are many people with Kekii Genkai, so I came to investigate the situation. Kekii Genkai. Sakura couldn't stand his slow pace and pulled him. Sasuke glanced at her tightly clenched hands, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, and he didn't let go. Yeah, I didn't expect you to come too. Sakura noticed that his gaze wanted to loosen his grip, but he only held on tighter with his other hand on his forehead. So what's the situation with the Kekii Genkai? Weren't you here for that? Sasuke pulled her to sit down. I came because this place has been frequently harassed by bandits, and this village posted the mission, so I came. After sitting down as directed, Sakura noticed a teapot on the table in front of her. She poured some tea and drank it. Bandits. Has anyone else come besides you? Sasuke frowned, took the tea Sakura handed him, and took a sip. What is this? The taste is strange. Know what's strange about this mission is that it specifies only one person can take it. Know this task is strange in that it specifies only one person can take it. As Sakura spoke, her vision darkened and she collapsed. Sasuke quickly supported her, but as Sakura secretly pulled him down, he too fell. A few minutes later, the door of the small house opened and a group of people walked in. The bearded man at the front looked up and down at the two, noting how closely they were embracing. Are they a couple? Big brother, no wonder second brother didn't come, he was knocked out. It's probably these two ninjas who did it. A small man stepped forward, checked the people not far away, and said, "Bind these two and take them back to the cave." The bearded man raised an eyebrow upon seeing Sakura's face, surprised that the ninjas they encountered this time were quite decent. If they behaved, they might even be allowed to stay and play. "Boss, this woman is really beautiful." The small man leered, reaching out to grab Sakura. "Kid, this woman is not someone you can touch." The bearded man slapped him, and the small man's eyes flashed with malice. "Just wait, this position will be mine soon." Yes, yes, yes. "Boss, I won't touch her, I won't touch her." If that man really did touch her, Sakura wouldn't have held back and would have fought back. However, she didn't expect the apparent leader to stop him. Unnoticed, Sasuke tightened his grip on Sakura's waist only to loosen it again the next moment. The two were thrown over shoulders, and from time to time branches scratched Sasuke's face. He really wanted to stab the person carrying him. Even if he was unconscious, it was hard not to feel unfortunate from those branches, right? When they finally stopped, the two were separated and locked up. Outside it was noisy, but inside it was very quiet. Sasuke opened his eyes to see a group of unconscious people around him. On Sakura's side, she opened her eyes to find herself in a bright, lavishly decorated room lying in bed. What do these people want? Her bag was already taken away. Sakura squinted her eyes, deciding to first look for any information regarding the so-called bloodline limit. There was a table, a drawer, and a bookshelf full of books. Did she have to search through all of them one by one? "Boss, can that woman also be given to us later?" "It depends on your performance," a rough voice replied. From outside came lewd voices. Sakura quickly lay back on the bed and closed her eyes. If they were confident in the drug they gave her, they should relax their vigilance later, making it easy to deal with them. Why go through so much trouble? The sound of a door closing echoed and footsteps drew closer, making her a bit nervous. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei. This village is so strange, there isn't a single person around." In the pitch-black night, there was not a single light in the village. Naruto's shadow clones scattered in all directions, and after checking, Naruto turned to the white-haired man beside him. "Really? It seems something has happened in this village." Jiraiya frowned. This village was the last stop. He originally intended to bring Naruto here to meet someone, but unexpectedly, there was no one in the village. Bang! A loud noise erupted from the distant mountains, causing the birds in the forest to take flight. Jiraiya and Naruto looked in that direction. "Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto asked if they should investigate. Since reading the letter written by Sakura, the warm-hearted Naruto had learned not to act recklessly. "Let's go take a look. Maybe we can meet someone we want to see." Seeing the increasing commotion, Jiraiya nodded. Naruto instantly disappeared in excitement. Sakura, with chakra enveloping her hand, threw a punch at the bearded man, only to be shocked that he managed to dodge. What nonsense! This guy also has incredible strength. Purple chakra. Sakura, who was punched into the wall and demolished several houses, began to doubt her life. That can't be real. With such strength, he should definitely have appeared in the Hokage. But she actually had no recollection of this person. Cough, cough. Sakura rose from the rubble, clutching a bottle of red liquid, coughing up blood. If she had known, she would have poisoned them earlier. Chidori. Sasuke's voice rang out ahead, lightning flashing. Sakura hurriedly began to heal herself, as she decided to play the support role, as the opponents she encountered each time seemed beyond her ability to handle. She felt like she was slowing them down. However, being behind Sasuke gave her a sense of security. Oh, what is she thinking? No, it's illegal to act against a minor. Oh, I didn't expect you to wake up, you guy. The bearded man was somewhat excited. I haven't fought in a long time, and I hope you can bring me some joy. Joy? I'll send you on a trip to the river Styx. Sasuke's eyes turned crimson as he charged forward with a long sword imbued with chakra. How dare he? For the second time, Sakura quickly set her bones and used healing charms. Before long, she was lively again and drew her long sword to charge forward. Jiraiya-sensei, it seems like there's a fight here, but I don't know who. Naruto suddenly stopped and widened his eyes, seeing the long-haired boy and girl charging at the man opposite them with swords. Sasuke. Sakura. Sakura. Jiraiya tilted his head in confusion, wondering how Naruto had caught up. Didn't Sasuke and Sakura belong to his team? Why were they here? Wait, that Sasuke seemed to have gone with Orochimaru. If he was here, could they also find out about Orochimaru's whereabouts? But who was that person opposite them who could fight evenly with Tsunade's and Orochimaru's disciples? He had never heard of this person. Here comes another one to die. The bearded man's eyes were already stained with blood. You two little brats, I will make you regret coming into this world. Huh, why didn't he include her in his threats? Sakura wondered for a moment before stabbing forward with her sword. Why was this man's chakra seemingly endless? Is this a joke? How can this guy's chakra be inexhaustible? Sakura gasped for breath, resting her hand on Sasuke's shoulder for support as she watched Naruto single-handedly confront the enemy. Sakura, you should rest for a bit. Sasuke felt somewhat complicated. He hadn't expected to see Naruto here. They should resolve this quickly and leave, as he didn't want to fight this hot-headed guy again. The Sharingan spun, and a towering skeletal figure appeared, slashing toward the bearded man. Naruto panicked and dodged. Sasuke, are you trying to take me out too? Upon finishing his words, he met Sasuke's eyes and then lost consciousness. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, still unprepared for Genjutsu, but this guy was like an unkillable cockroach, seriously staring at the bearded man. Sakura dragged Naruto over, and Jiraiya arrived at this side, astonished that Sasuke's Sharingan had evolved into a Mangekyo. Is Naruto all right? Jiraiya asked. Sakura shook her head. Why had this guy's chakra not run out yet? No, she had to go check the room from earlier to see if there was something fishy. She had actually forgotten that this room had become a ruin, and Sakura felt a twinge of regret. The young people today are truly remarkable. Jiraiya watched as Sasuke severed a man's hand only for it to reattach, sighing that perhaps he could not deny his age any longer. Sakura could only summon a slug to help investigate. After a while, a small slug returned to report a massive iron ball found 10 meters underground emanating purple chakra. Sakura immediately followed, eager to deal with this thing and get some proper rest. This is too big, isn't it? Why didn't you tell me the sphere was this large little slug? Sakura's mouth twitched. Had she known, she would have called Jiraiya to deal with it together. That's why I said it's huge. The little slug's voice was soft and adorable. Sakura took a deep breath, sent the slug back, and raised her right hand, ready to test whether her strength or the iron ball was tougher. Meanwhile, the two people on the ground were locked in an intense battle, suddenly sinking underground. The bearded man unexpectedly had his skin shrivel and lost his breath. Sakura climbed up from the ground, covered in dirt, having been careless and unable to dodge. Sakura, a nearby boy asked, blood streaming from his eyes, his vision unclear, unsure of who he was speaking to. Sakura turned to him, frowning. Had she overused Susanoo and temporarily gone blind? She approached him to provide treatment, not to mention that regenerative healing was truly effective. The young people today are indeed astonishing. Even an old man like me is left dumbfounded, Jiraiya remarked as he walked over while Sasuke remained on guard. He had not forgotten that this person was one of the legendary Sannin known alongside Orochimaru. I remember you are Uchiha Sasuke. You should have information on Orochimaru. I need to take you back along with Orochimaru. Jiraiya, smiling, gradually turned serious. Sasuke took Sakura's hand off. Sakura, this is a gift for you this time. Sasuke pulled out a scroll from somewhere and placed it in her hand. Sakura tilted her head in confusion. The treatment wasn't finished yet. I look forward to our next meeting. Sasuke leaned down and kissed her on the forehead, causing Sakura's face to flush instantly. She thought to herself that it was over, as she might truly be falling in love. During the time Sakura was in a daze, Sasuke had already thrown a smoke bomb and left, completely forgetting to say goodbye to Naruto. Cough, cough. What was that? Jiraiya was choked to tears, and as the dust cleared, Sasuke had vanished without a trace. However, Jiraiya wasn't confident in stopping him, considering this boy had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and was adept at Genjutsu and Susanoo. Naruto woke up to find Sasuke gone and shouted in distress. Afterward, he saw Sakura and Jiraiya handling the aftermath for the villagers and arranging their living quarters, so he joined them, not having time to ponder why no one woke him up to keep Sasuke. Once things calmed down, Sakura was ready to return. Jiraiya and Naruto accompanied her back to Konoha. This mission report was quite lengthy, during which she concealed the details about the Kekkai Genkai. She had not found any information regarding this before. Sasuke could not have deceived her, so he must have taken it. Before Sakura even stepped into her house, she heard the cries of a small baby. She hurried and puzzled that Yabuki was not there, wondering why there was only one baby left at home. Upon seeing Sakura, her younger brother Haruno burst into cheerful laughter. He looked incredibly adorable and even raised his hands towards her. Sakura picked him up and went to the living room, placing him in the baby stroller before preparing milk for him. Just as he started drinking, Yabuki's mother returned. "Oh dear, why is this little guy awake so early today?" Yabuki's mother exclaimed in surprise as she came in and touched Yes' little face. Yu, cutely sipping on his milk, remained unfazed. Is he aware that his sister is back? Waking up so early today? Sakura sighed. I was just wondering why Mom wasn't home. Oh, Aunt Yamaguchi asked me for something. I thought he usually doesn't wake up this early, so I stepped out for a bit. I didn't expect him to wake up so soon today. But it's good that you returned, otherwise this brat would have cried his lungs out. Little Yu was quite clingy. Every time he woke up, he needed someone by his side, otherwise he would cry incessantly. She couldn't understand why he felt so insecure. After calming her brother down, Sakura had the next day off so she could sleep in. That plan was correct, but the next day Sakura was awakened by gravity. Frowning, she opened her eyes to see a little bundle of joy grinning on her belly. Sakura pinched his little nose, and he began to play around with her. Thud. Little Yu placed one hand on Sakura's hand, pushing his little face closer. All right, today is a day off, so let's take Little Yu out to play. Now Little Yu could crawl, and they could take him to the newly built playground in Konoha to play with the balls. On the way, ninjas could be seen jumping back and forth on the rooftops. Some were on missions, some were heading to the Hokage Tower to receive missions, while others were patrolling. Sakura even spotted Shikamaru and Ino, who were promoted to Jonin last year. This writing doesn't follow the original power levels, it's completely based on personal preference. I hope everyone enjoys it. After exchanging greetings, both sides agreed to meet for dinner next time and parted ways. Sakura took Little Yu to the amusement park, placing him in a pile of softballs to play on his own while she sat nearby watching. Hey, Sakura, you're out to play too. Naruto exclaimed as he leaped down from above, grinning widely as he approached. Yep, I'm taking Little Yu out to have some fun. Sakura nodded. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Who is Little Yu? My brother. Naruto, didn't I mention him in the letter? Sakura pointed at Little Yu buried under the balls and smiled. Naruto followed her gaze and saw a small child flailing helplessly among the balls. Seeing there was no danger, Sakura did not rush to rescue him from his plight. Ha ha, he's actually buried under the balls. Naruto laughed foolishly at Little Yu. Not knowing if Little Yu understood, he suddenly cried out loudly. Naruto, you made him cry. You need to soothe him. Sakura smiled, her eyes squinting as a multitude of white lilies bloomed behind her. Naruto shivered, quickly picking up the child to comfort him. However, his hold was awkward, and Little Yu not only didn't stop crying, but began to wail even louder. Sakura. Naruto looked at her with a pleading gaze. Sakura gently patted Little Yu's head. Little Yu slowly stopped crying, let out a small burp, and reached out his tiny hands towards Sakura, asking for a hug. This was just too adorable. Sakura scooped him up, rubbing her face against his. My Little Yu is so cute. But he was still crying. How was that cute? Naruto couldn't comprehend, looking suspiciously at Little Yu, who buried his face in Sakura's neck, refusing to look at him. This big brother was so mean, he didn't want to pay him any mind. I was wrong, I'm sorry. How about I treat you to ramen? Naruto offered an apology. He was not even a year old. Could he eat ramen? Sakura was unsure either. Maybe she would ask Uncle Ramen later. The response from Uncle Ramen was that he could eat a little, but without any seasoning, which was acceptable. The sun rose, painting the horizon in hues of gold and crimson. Since Naruto had returned, Kakashi's mission was complete, and Tsunade, in recognition, assigned a new member to their Team Sai. Team 7 was reformed. The next day, Kakashi received a mission to escort a merchant caravan. Naruto, learning of the addition, bristled with resentment. After all, in his mind, the vacant spot belonged solely to Sasuke. Lady Tsunade, why did you assign him to our team? His face is so pale. He looks utterly frail. He'll only hold us back. Naruto slammed his palm on the table. Sai, labeled frail and a liability, stood speechless. Naruto, remember this. You're the only genin on this team. Sakura and Sai were both chunin. Tsunade intended to reassure Naruto that Sai posed no burden. Huh, so you're saying I'm the one who'd slow us down? Naruto fumed. Sakura and Kakashi watched amused while Sai, never skilled at explanation, remained silent. Tsunade rubbed her temples. She regretted agreeing to Danzo's request, but without Sai's presence, how could Sakura investigate the cursed seal? Was it not difficult enough uncovering Root's corruption? Enough, Naruto. We must depart for the mission. Seeing time grow late, Kakashi swiftly ushered them out before Tsunade's patience snapped. Let's go, Sai. Sakura followed behind, noticing him lost in thought, and called out as they stepped outside. Had this mission not required her to study the seal's countermeasures, it would have been pure vacation. She couldn't reveal the caster's identity nor act against them. A truly fascinating artifact, perhaps adaptable for other purposes with subtle modification. Sakura, what are you doing? Naruto, peering over from the carriage, frowned in confusion. He'd likely be asleep by now. Sakura shoved the blonde head away, with one hand studying texts on cursed seals. Go stand watch. Don't disturb her, as she cherished learning. Fine. The blonde pouted and wandered off to chat with Kakashi. Sai sat in the front carriage until Sakura called him over to examine the seal. Sai's cooperation stemmed from Tsunade's direct instruction and from his own desire for vengeance against his brother's killer. So why exactly has a medical ninja like me ended up dissecting cursed seals? Sakura sighed. Life was hard. Sakura, the overworked shinobi. No, once this was resolved, she'd never touch another cursed seal again. Unaware that Naruto would later entrust her with studying the Jinchuriki's sealing array, Sakura held firm in her resolve. Thank you for your assistance. As Tsunade's disciple, she commanded his respect, especially given her legendary reputation as the Divine Hand. Even within Root, her name echoed widely. Danzo himself had occasionally ordered surveillance on this girl. It's fine, this is my duty. Sakura lamented. She had no leads whatsoever on the seal. How could she possibly resolve it? En route to the border, several hostile ninja ambushed the grain convoy, each swiftly neutralized by Naruto and Sai. Kakashi quietly read Ika Paradise while Sakura pored over ancient texts on sealing and cursed seals, inheritances of the Uzumaki clan and thus technically Naruto's. 2 years prior, Naruto's affair concerning the demon fox had been resolved, and the Uzumaki legacy, including these texts, had been formally entrusted to him. She borrowed them from him, and he no longer worried about living expenses. Yet even now the truth weighed heavily upon her, that Naruto was the 4th Hokage's son, and that he had become the Jinchuriki to save them all. Her past cruelty toward him still unsettled her deeply. Kakashi-sensei, I feel utterly lost. Could someone else take over? Kakashi glanced up briefly. If you cannot resolve it, it's no matter. I'll speak with the Hokage on your behalf. Phew. Days later, having finally reached their destination, Sakura collapsed onto the wide bed and rolled across it. Field missions were agony. Restricted movement, no bathing. For Sakura, it felt like the world had crumbled. The next morning, Naruto cheerfully roused her, and Kakashi, though Sai, having declared his intent to explore the town earlier, had already left without prompting. Kakashi reluctantly stirred, yet when Naruto mentioned an exceptionally delicious restaurant, he joined them. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, look, sweet and sour spare ribs, spicy diced chicken. Doesn't this taste just like Sakura's cooking? Absolutely delicious. Naruto stuffed his mouth blissfully. Sakura stared stunned. Was there another transmigrator? Unaware it was a branch of her own family's establishment, she wondered whether to ask the owner. It is quite good, though still a shade inferior to Sakura's. Kakashi set down his chopsticks with calm precision, the plate before him already empty. How did he do it so fast? She hadn't even glimpsed his face. Sakura inwardly grumbled. It defied logic. How could anyone eat so rapidly? Did he even chew? Indeed, quite good, Sai affirmed with a nod. In the end, Kakashi gently clarified the truth, seeing her utter bewilderment. Sakura blinked, expression frozen. Since when did her family run a restaurant? Her parents were unforgivable, not telling her. On the return journey, Naruto silently challenged Sai. Not a mutual rivalry, but a one-sided contest waged entirely by Naruto. Sai merely shrugged. Such barbs left no mark. Naruto remained too soft-hearted, resorting only to teasing jabs like "pretty boy," never uttering anything truly cutting. After all, he was here to observe Team Kakashi and report back to Danzo. "Sai, would you join us for ramen at Ichiraku?" Somewhere along the way, it had become tradition after every mission they gathered at Ichiraku Ramen. Seeing Sai prepare to leave alone, Sakura extended the invitation. Kakashi declined to intervene, children's matters, and went instead to file the mission report. Sai paused, then nodded. Danzo had instructed him to infiltrate the team, and this qualified, didn't it? "Just as I suspected, we're always bound to meet you at Ichiraku or a yakiniku joint." Sakura entered to find Ino and the others devouring noodles with unrestrained fervor. "Sakura, Naruto, you finished your mission too. This new ultra-spicy seafood ramen is incredible. Highly recommended." Ino lifted her face from the bowl, lips fiery red, eyes shimmering with tears. How should Sai describe his feelings? Stunning. That expression, utterly unfair. Instinctively, he raised a hand to press against his pounding chest. "Is it truly so? Then I must try it." Sakura slid into the seat beside them. They always chose large tables, precisely to avoid such chance encounters with friends. "Me too. Old man Ichiraku, give me a bowl of the ultra-spicy seafood ramen." Naruto eagerly chimed in. "This is Sai, he's our new teammate." Sakura introduced Sai as he settled in. "You, hello, beautiful." Sai's gaze darted away, voice barely above a whisper. Sakura arched a brow. What on earth was that? Shikamaru sighed, exasperated. What was he doing? "Beautiful. Ino, how uncharacteristically frivolous. Sharp-eye kid." Ino, wholly unperturbed, slung an arm around his shoulders and grinned. Sai, confronted by her radiant face, mere inches away, flushed crimson. Jingyi from the mountain, and this ultra-spicy seafood noodle is divine. Want to try?" Zhua Ai nodded, and Jingyi went on to introduce him to Lu Wan and Ding Xiai. Lu Wan glanced at Zhua Ai, then at Jingyi, sensing something amiss about this boy. "Hiss. It's so hot." Ming Ren leapt up, his face flushing crimson. "Water." Lu Wan hurriedly refilled a cup and handed it to him. Ming Ren drank it down at once. Watching him gulp cup after cup, Lu Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he had not ordered that dish. "Ming Ren, looks like you can't handle it." Jingyi taunted. Ming Ren shot back, "Who says? Let's see who can eat more." Zhua Ai quietly ate, more captivated by Jingyi's beauty than by the spice. Xiaoying watched the childish contest between the boys, neither willing to yield, eating while tears streamed, and drinking more water. It felt as if the proprietor's supply would be drained. In the end, it was mutual ruin. No victor. Both fell ill and made a dozen trips to the latrine. Xiaoying felt sorry for them, but thankfully Lu Wan bought medicine for the pair, or they might have fainted from weakness. What happened to Ming Ren and Jingyi? By then, Tian and the others had arrived, and seeing the two sprawled on the floor grew curious. They overate. The ultra-spicy seafood noodles are amazing. Want to try? Xiaoying smiled with narrowed eyes as she asked. Lu Wan and Ding Xiai fell silent. When Xiaoying had mischief in mind, it was wiser for others to say nothing or be dragged into it. "Really? If Xiaoying recommends it, I must try." Xiaoli flashed a bright grin and turned to the proprietor to order 2 bowls of the ultra-spicy seafood noodles. Seeing no one else, alarmed, Tian ordered one as well. Ning Xia tried to stop her, but she had already ordered. He requested 2 bowls of plain broth for himself, so Tian could have something milder if the spice proved too much. Eager Xiaoli took a bite. Instantly, the chili oil burned down his throat, and his hand tightened on the chopsticks. Tian ate mouthful after mouthful with astonishing ease. Xiaoying felt a little disappointed. She had not expected Tian to tolerate such heat. "It truly is good." Tian praised Xiaoying, pleased that she had not lied. Xiaoli froze, hesitating whether to continue. Spurred by pride and unwilling to lose to a teammate, he forced down a bowl and promptly collapsed. Ning Xiai planted a weary kick into the fallen one on the floor, grumbling at his bravado. "What a nuisance, another one down," Lu Wan muttered as he deftly slipped a pill into Xiaoli. "See, I told you it was delicious. And it was Jingyi who recommended it," Xiaoying said, inwardly satisfied that as long as she showed no sign of guilt, no one would guess her true purpose. With the others incapacitated, Xiaoying produced a pen and began to draw on Ming Ren's and Jingyi's faces. Zhua Ai had tried to stop her when she began marking Jingyi. It was a joke. If his attempt had succeeded, what use would her talismans have been? A sleeping talisman rendered what AI harmless. Xiaoying regarded her handiwork with full satisfaction. Red blossoms bloomed across the two faces, exotic and uncanny in their beauty. It was a new type of corporeal healing talisman. Once drawn, it could not be washed away, and after 3 days it would conceal itself rather than vanish. Should the bearer ever suffer a mortal wound, the talisman would preserve a single breath until Xiaoying could arrive to heal. Xiaoying, what is this? Lu Wan asked, sensing chakra within the markings. A new kind of corporeal healing talisman, she replied. I'll draw one for you all later. Her work complete, something she had meant to do another time. She justified finishing the designs now since 2 of them were down. So what did it actually do? When had she perfected this technique? It was remarkable, yet Lu Wan worried it might be a bit ostentatious as he wiped his brow. Wow, it's beautiful. Xiaoying, draw one for me too. Tian crouched beside Jingyi. The flower is so lovely. What kind of blossom is it? A red spider lily, Xiaoying answered. Pretty, isn't it? I'll draw one for you tomorrow. Yes. Tian nodded eagerly. It was truly beautiful, and she wondered if it could be placed somewhere else. They escorted Jingyi and Mingren home. No one was at Mingren's house. Xiaoying found the key under the doormat and opened the door while Lu Wan helped the two inside. The house was a mess, as one might expect from a bachelor, as some of the other boys protested, insisting their rooms were not like that. Expired food lay on the table, and the refrigerator stood bare. Xiao Ying's head ached. It was her first time at Mingren's house, and she had not imagined such squalor. She told Lu Wan to take Jingyi home while she tidied Mingren's place. Such conditions could breed illness. Although Mingren with the 9 tails was hardy, it was better to be safe. Lu Wan cast a quick look around and nodded. After sending Jingyi off, he and Ding Xi returned to lend a hand with the cleaning. Sunlight roused Mingren bleary. He went to wash and brush his teeth, oblivious to the red marks on his face. Emerging, he became fully alert as he took in the sparkling floor and the transformed surroundings. He gaped. So the snail maiden really exists. A tale Xiaoying had once told him. Ah, good morning, Mingren. Lu Wan greeted him, eyes ringed and weary. Dark circles under Lu Wan's eyes betrayed a night of labor. It was astonishing that 3 of them had cleaned throughout the night. They had even washed Mingren's clothes. I'm starving. Xiaoying, can we eat now? Ding Xi asked, rubbing his belly. Xiaoying peered from the kitchen. It's ready. Let us begin. Mingren blinked, warmth flooding his chest. Suddenly, he felt he was not alone, a joy so great it made him want to cry. Mingren remembered to keep things clean. I've wasted away from hunger. Ding Xi grumbled as he snatched at the meat. What a bother. I must take leave from Lord Gangshuo, he muttered, nearly asleep. Lu Wan felt himself nearly nodding off. Mingren, you fool, throw out expired food. If not, just come eat with us. Xiaoying sighed. They had already told their families, which was why they could make such an offer. Her parents were used to teammates and teachers dropping by and welcomed them warmly, save for one grumpy little member of the household. As for Lu Wan and Ding Xi's homes, there was no question their fathers were old friends of Si Dai, so they welcomed the idea without objection. Mingren, too moved to speak, nodded with his mouth full. Xiaoying suggested, why not come to my house this week for a meal? Would that be improper? He hesitated. Not at all. My parents like you a great deal. Xiaoyu does too. Xiaoyu protested, no I don't. Unable to argue with Xiaoying and Lu Wan, Mingren accepted the plan. Xiaoying had not known before that Mingren, despite inheriting much, lived so carelessly. Now that she did, she resolved it could not continue. Did Mingren not notice the marks on his face? Lu Wan, leaning back and thinking, found him maddeningly oblivious. Mingren had washed the plates and bowls. After teaching him how to tidy properly, the 3 left. They had just returned from a mission and then stayed up late to clean and pack, utterly exhausted. News has come from Sunagakure that Gaara has been captured. Sunagakure is now our allied country, so they sent a message indicating they need our support. Tsunade gathered everyone at noon, her expression serious. The office was filled with people, all silent. 3 years ago, Orochimaru's plan also caused casualties among the villagers, so no one wanted to go. The heavy silence made Tsunade a bit angry. Naruto wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Sakura shaking his head to signal him to remain quiet. Is no one willing to go? Tsunade stood up, her arms crossed in front of her, visibly upset. What about you from the roots? Tsunade, it's not that I don't want them to go, but they all have missions recently. Danzo stepped forward with a grin. His sinister smile seemed more harmful than not smiling at all. Tsunade silently mocked him and glanced at the Umbu and other teachers. No one reacted. She subtly hinted at Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi and Guy looked around, then stepped forward. Lady Tsunade, we will lead the team. We will rescue the Kazekage. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Since those people were silent and unwilling to step up, she couldn't blame her. As long as this mission was accomplished, with the support of the Kazekage, then Danzo should think carefully about what he says in the future to obstruct her reforms. He should just retire quietly. Then you two will lead the team. Yes, Lady Tsunade. We promise to complete the mission. Everyone exchanged glances, still saying nothing, and then left. Only two teams remained standing here. Sakura, we finally get to go on a mission together. Ino hugged Sakura's right arm, ecstatic. Sakura nodded, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. His desire to rescue Gaara was stronger than anyone else's. They headed towards the border of Sunagakure, where the weather was hot and green was no longer visible, only endless sand. Kakashi frowned as he looked at the few team members sweating. Before they even arrived, everyone was exhausted. Kakashi, who was completely unaware of his detour, fell into silent contemplation. It's so hot. Guy-sensei. Ino wiped her sweat. It seems your training is still lacking. Youth must have perseverance. Guy exclaimed with a thumbs up, flashing his white teeth. Lee, with tears streaming down his face, shook his hand. Yes. Guy-sensei, we will definitely work hard. Ino, with lifeless eyes, replied, No. I don't want to work hard. Niji handed her a bottle of water. I can't take it anymore. Sai, draw a flying tool to save us. Sakura supported herself on her knees, sweat continuously dripping down her forehead. Sai fully agreed with this idea, pulled out a drawing scroll, and began to draw Super Beast imitation. A giant eagle flew out of the painting, and Sakura happily rushed over to sit on it. No need to walk anymore. So happy. Sai looked at his work with satisfaction, and seeing that everyone had gotten on, climbed up himself. Although he wasn't sure if it would hold until they reached Sunagakure, it was better than walking. I see it. I see Sunagakure. Lee stood and looked into the distance. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sei's chakra was almost depleted. Upon arrival at the entrance, they were received by people sent by Temari. Sakura was tasked with treating Kankuro, and everyone headed to the hospital together. How to describe the environment on the way? There was hardly any green. No wonder Sunagakure had been eyeing Konoha with hostility in the past. Sakura, I'm counting on you. Because Chiyo-baba couldn't solve this poison either, everyone asked Konoha for help and also to assist in saving Gaara. Her two younger brothers were in danger, yet she, as their sister, couldn't help. Let me examine it first. She checked how potent the poison was. It was indeed a bit tricky, but it could be resolved. She just didn't know if Sunagakure had the desired medicinal herbs, if she hadn't prepared any of those. Inside, Sakura was completely unaware that an argument had broken out outside due to Kakashi. She quietly mixed the medicine to alleviate Kankuro's serious injuries. Temari, I need a few herbs. Can you prepare them for me? She opened the door and poked her head out. Everyone instantly fell silent, and Sakura blinked in confusion. What's wrong, everyone? Nothing. Sakura, if you need anything, you'll go find it. Temari sighed in relief. Then I'll trouble you. I need. After listing the herbs, Sakura looked at the red-faced Naruto and the pale-faced Kakashi, then glanced at Chiyo-baba beside her. Something was off. If there's nothing else, can Kakashi-sensei and Guy-sensei come in for a moment? I need your help. It was better to call them in. There was no need for them to continue arguing outside. Sakura, do you need our help? Kakashi, thinking there was really something wrong, looked slightly better. It's nothing, I just thought you two were uncomfortable outside, so I called you in. Sakura shook her head and continued handling her medicinal herbs. Kakashi's gaze softened instantly, deciding to be their teacher was the best decision he ever made. Kakashi, I didn't expect Sakura to be so amazing. Guy exclaimed. Of course. Just look at whose student she is. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Afterwards, the two teachers bickered beside her, while Sakura smiled and busied herself. After giving Kankuro the antidote, everyone was ready to set off again to rescue Gaara. Everyone split into teams to search, and Sakura was with Chiyo-baba. Little girl, why are you following me? Chiyo was somewhat puzzled. I heard that Chiyo-baba is skilled in both puppet techniques and medical ninjutsu, so I wanted to learn from you. Sakura followed beside her, smiling innocently and appearing very obedient. Curiosity. Chiyo nodded in acknowledgement, but didn't respond. If possible, it wouldn't hurt to guide this little girl. Everyone encountered their own opponents, and Sakura followed Chiyo to a cave, where Gaara lay in the corner and a hunchbacked figure in a black cloak was beside him. I didn't expect to see you in such circumstances. This was Chiyo reminiscing with Sasori before the battle began. Sakura contemplated whether to rush in, but both of them were testing each other, and she felt it would interrupt their reunion. After some hesitation, she decided to check on Gaara. Taking advantage of Sasori's distraction, Sakura dashed past and picked up Gaara to run. Her heart raced. Could she try to revive him? But there were others involved. She took out a scalpel from her bag. "Chiyo Baba, I need to perform surgery. Please hold on for a moment. Then this old lady will protect you." Kiyo's eyes flickered. "Chiyo Baba, you're already old. There's no need to pretend to be a passionate youth." Sasori's voice echoed from within the puppet. Sakura ignored them and began to cut open his chest. In the original story, Naruto's heart was beating, and now she was trying to do the same for Gaara. Halfway through, Sakura remembered she also needed a blood transfusion. Would this surgery fail? Without a blood transfusion, she couldn't proceed with the revival surgery. Grandmother Dai was still locked in combat with Xie, and Xiaoying felt bewildered. She had not prepared fully for the operation. Was it truly going to fail? If it were merely blood, it might not matter, but this procedure required living vital blood to be transferred directly from one body into another. Meanwhile, on the other side, Grandmother Dai's battle was beginning to falter. At last, Xiaoying produced the transfusion apparatus, planning to operate with one hand while transfusing with the other. As for the source of the blood, she was type O and could give blood to him. In the end, Xie still lost. Although Xiaoying had not watched their duel closely, she felt Xie had held back, unable to strike with true cruelty. Grandmother Dai's fight concluded and Xiaoying's surgery was finished. She sutured the wounds. The heart began to beat slowly. After running chakra through his body one more time, the task was finally complete. "Xiaoying, how is Wailo?" Grandmother Dai asked with no expression, yet the suffering that clung to her made the question impossible to ignore. "He has been saved." Xiaoying nodded, her face pale. It was the reaction to severe blood loss. The instant she rose, she fainted and collapsed. "Teacher Kakashi, when will Xiaoying wake?" Mingren paced anxiously through the ward. "She only lost too much blood and has exhausted her chakra. She'll be fine. Rest a few days, and she will awaken." Kakashi calmly flipped through a book. At that moment, Tian brought a meal, set the chicken soup aside, and sat down. "But it's already been 5 days." Mingren fretted. "Enough, Mingren, let Xiaoying rest and stop pacing." Ning Ci rubbed his forehead at the sight and tried to soothe him. The ward door opened, and everyone turned toward it as Waila entered, accompanied by Kanjio Lang and Shoju. "Xiaoying still hasn't woken." Waila looked at the figure on the bed and asked with concern. "Kanjio Lang and I came to thank Xiaoying. We didn't expect she would still be unconscious." Kanjio Lang set the gift he had been carrying on the nearby table. "Waila, are you all right?" Seeing his friend arrive, Mingren stepped forward and circled him. "I'm fine. Shoju, Kanjio Lang and I brought food. Please have something first." Waila opened the food box. "These are delicacies from the sand-hidden village. I wonder if you'll take to them," Shoju said with a smile. Tian leaned in to look and instantly turned pale with horror. Who serves so many insects to guests? Even though they smelled enticing, Mingren took a step back in revulsion. "Can this really be eaten?" Xiaoli asked curiously. Ning Ci fell silent, wanting to flee, but mindful that refusing might be rude. After all, the Kazekage had provided the meal. "They're really delicious. You should try them." Kanjio Lang enthusiastically recommended. "This is our specialty. Don't worry, they're not poisonous." Their insistence that they were harmless only made everyone more uneasy. Why stress that they were non-poisonous? Tian recoiled and shook her head. She would not eat. "Don't be shy, they're truly good." Shoju gathered her and shoved one into her mouth. Tian's eyes widened. She was trapped between eating and refusing. Ning Ci watched in silence, pondering whether to toss Shoju out on her head. "Delicious," Xiaoli cried after one bite, his face lighting up. Mingren hesitated. Could it really be that good? Kakashi, untroubled, helped himself to skewer after skewer. In the days of the Third War, when reinforcements were sometimes delayed, he had eaten whatever he could. Compared to that, these tasted exquisite. Kai was satisfied. The Sand Village fare was indeed excellent. He had sampled it during past missions. Mingren, when confronted with new things, we must be brave and try them, Kai said as he shoved a skewer toward him. Mingren bit once, crackling and fragrant, and found it unexpectedly delicious. The more he had resisted, the more tempted he became. Xiaoying stirred awake groggy. What were they eating that smelled so enticing? As her haze cleared, she gradually made out the food before them. She was stunned and perplexed, yet relieved she did not have to partake. Everyone was engrossed in their meal and did not notice Xiaoying had awakened. She remained silent, watching their quiet merriment. The plan to capture the tailed beasts had begun, and Xiaoying had to prepare for what lay ahead. She and Lu Wan had agreed to spend the next 2 years finding a way to bring down that old schemer Tuanzong. Xiaoying. While Ailaw turned and saw her smiling, he hurried over. Thank you for this. You're welcome. We are friends, Xiaoying replied, blinking. While Ailaw opened his mouth at a loss for words, then smiled and nodded. He had gained another friend. Xiaoying, you're finally awake. You won't believe it. Teacher Kakashi is so cold. Ming Ren flopped onto the bedside, his face smeared with charred scraps. He didn't care at all. He just kept reading. Hey, who taught you to badmouth the teacher, you tattler? Kakashi rapped him once on the head. I didn't. Zhuijing can vouch for me. Ming Ren clutched his swelling head, feeling aggrieved. He had been telling the truth. Zhuijing was suddenly summoned. Faced with Ming Ren's accusing glare, he hesitated and then nodded. Xiaoying laughed aloud, utterly charming. After 2 more days of rest following her awakening, they set out to return to Muyi. Passing through a forest, Zhuijing noticed a skirmish ahead. At first, the group hesitated to intervene. Xiaoying recalled that a Sima had apparently died this year. Could this be happening now? Because she had been unconscious for some time, their return voyage might be arriving at exactly the right moment. She urged everyone to go down and see. Even if Lu Wan and the others had grown stronger, they would still be worried. When Xiaoying and the others hurried to the scene, they found a Sima with his abdomen pierced. Teacher! Jing Yi and the others cried out in pain. Fei Duan narrowed his eyes, contemplating flight. There are too many of them. Let's go. Jiao Du urged. But escape was impossible. Kakashi and Teacher Kai had already intercepted their route. Xiaoying. Save Teacher, a Sima. Jing Yi sobbed as she tried to treat him, pleading with Xiaoying. Xiaoying nodded and raised her hand, only to be stopped by Zhuijing. Xiaoying, your chakra has not yet recovered. You cannot possibly perform another major surgery. Although none wished to see Jing Yi cry, when compared to a Sima, it was clear Xiaoying was more important. She was both a comrade and the mission entrusted by Tuanzong. Xiaoying frowned. I know my own body, rest assured. But your chakra hasn't recovered. Zhuijing protested. Xiaoying sighed. No need to worry. Just lend me some of your chakra for a while. But, no buts. Trust me, I know my body. Asuma watched the 2 girls, treating him, wanting to say that it was a waste of chakra, as it was futile, but the wounds were visibly healing. Zhang was shocked, his mouth agape. Was this a fantasy before death? Alright, I'm going to sleep for a bit, Sakura said, withdrawing her chakra and lying down on the spot. Zoji had gone from squatting to sitting, and now he was lying down. He had exhausted his chakra supplying Sakura and was completely worn out, but seeing Ino's smile stirred something in him. Asuma looked gratefully at these kids, never expecting that this time it was he, their teacher, who held them back, and in the end it was the students who saved him. The plot of this world was already chaotic except for the major events. It seemed the only way was to reference the timeline. In the end, Sakura was carried back by Ino, sleeping soundly the whole way. Once home, they placed Sakura on the bed. Little Yu crawled over to the bed, and Ino playfully teased Little Yu before placing him on the bed, with Sakura wondering if he should change his clothes. Ino hesitated for a moment, then thought, let it be like this. Little Yu lay on the bed, blinking, his big eyes resting on her belly, and soon fell asleep. Aunt Yabuki, am leaving now. Ino checked to ensure Little Yu wouldn't fall, and then went out. Aren't you staying for dinner? Yabuki Mama is preparing dinner. She heard the voice and hurriedly came out to ask. No, I'm going back to eat. My mom has already prepared food for me. Ino shook her head and left directly. Yabuki finished making dinner and suddenly remembered her son had been missing for a while. Where had he gone? Had he gone to the storage room? Not there. Under the couch? Not there either. Where could he be? Yabuki hadn't thought to check their room, thinking Little Yu couldn't possibly climb upstairs. Could he have gone out with Ino? But she hadn't seen that happen before. Yabuki rushed out, asking the neighbors if they had seen her son. I didn't see him. Do you want to check your house carefully again? If not, we can help you look for him outside. The neighbor Granny Zaikin shook her head, saying she had been sitting there waiting for her son to return and hadn't seen a child come out. Hearing this, Yabuki hurriedly searched the house again, even checking upstairs this time, but still didn't see little Sakura. Right, she also needed to check on Sakura. But it was just so coincidental that after little Yu fell asleep, he turned over and moved slightly, getting completely covered by Sakura's blanket. Yabuki couldn't find him and was almost in tears. Could it be that a human trafficker had entered without her noticing? She hurriedly ran out to find someone to help. Meanwhile, Sakura was awakened by a fluffy little head looking at her brother, lying beside her, not understanding the situation. Little Yu, how did you end up here? Sakura picked up the little guy who had been awakened by the blanket and sat up, and little Yu happily placed his small hands on her shoulders. Forget it, you can't talk yet, but why is it so noisy outside? Sakura placed him in the stroller, washed up, and then pushed little Yu outside. I'll be you. Little Yu happily waved his hands at the ninjas he saw outside. Many ninjas were jumping on the rooftops, seemingly searching for something. What could have been lost? Sakura was puzzled, so she held little Yu and walked out to ask, Granny Zaitian, what's going on? Sakura, your brother is missing and your mom is having people help look for him. You should hurry and help find him. Granny Zaitian turned to say, then stopped, her eyes widening as she looked at the baby in Sakura's arms. Isn't your brother at home? How could he be missing? Sakura was confused, wondering why they said her brother was missing. Wasn't little Yu placed there by her mother? Ino, who had placed little Yu there, had now fallen asleep so deeply that she couldn't be woken up, otherwise this misunderstanding wouldn't have occurred. Ino's mom had also involved the people from the Yamamoto family to help look. After a while, Sakura finally figured out what had happened and quickly told someone that they had found him. The next day, Ino also learned about the misunderstanding and apologetically told Yabuki Mama, who said she felt as if she had forgotten something, and it turned out she forgot to mention this. Yabuki Mama didn't know what to say, as she hadn't expected to waste so much time. Little Yu was actually in Sakura's room. She was also at fault. If she had checked properly, she would have seen little Yu. It's all right as long as he's found. Yabuki Mama patted her shoulder. Annie made a lot of snacks. Ino, come and eat with Sakura. Okay. I haven't had Aunt Yabuki's cooking in a long time. Ino nodded happily, and Sakura, holding little Yu, followed behind them. The task was over. Perhaps they could take on another task in a few days and go out to play. The next day, Sakura went to the talisman shop to see if there was anything she could help with, discovering that the previous kids had already learned to draw intermediate talismans. The quality was good, and there were many people in the shop. Haruno Xiao was at the register and greeted Sakura when he saw her. Dad, this is the bun and snacks Mom asked me to bring you. You can take a break, I can handle it. Oh, Sakura, you're out so early. The next customer was Kakashi, who greeted her leisurely. Teacher Kakashi, just tell me what talisman paper you want, and I'll get it for you later. Well, since I had nothing to do, I decided to come out for a bit. Kakashi handed her the money. I just saw Naruto heading towards your house on the way. He should be looking for you. Oh right, I invited Naruto over for dinner last time. I wasn't home. Oh, I wonder if he will feel uncomfortable. In that case, Sakura, you should go back and keep Naruto company. Dad can manage on his own. Haruno Xiao had also heard this and came over after finishing his meal. Sakura hesitated a bit as she had to let Naruto interact with them. Though Naruto was lively in front of everyone, often making a commotion, he still hesitated when facing the villagers alone. Don't hesitate, let's go together, Sakura. I just happened to have something to discuss with you, Kakashi said as he walked over. He wanted to ask about Sasuke. He had been suspicious about that old hawk who frequently came to the village looking for Sakura. As they walked, unexpectedly, Sakura confessed without finding an excuse. She used to think Sasuke and Sakura were the most well-behaved, but now she felt that only Naruto was well-behaved. Both of them seemed determined to stir up trouble, and the key point was that they wanted to pull him down with them. Teacher Kakashi, I want to take on missions alone from now on. Sakura thought for a moment and spoke up, wanting to avoid Naruto getting angry and having no one to stop him, at most saying she had mentioned it before, but Naruto hadn't listened. One person, Kakashi, paused and ultimately declined. Although Xiao Ying's strength had grown considerably, he would not risk it. Better to be cautious. Xiao Ying, having been refused, felt no sorrow, only regret that her other plans could not be realized. She would have to find another way to leave the village. Returning home, she opened the door to find Ming Ren sitting on the floor with Xiao Yu crawling over him, his face wearing an expression of utter desolation. Xiao Ying, you're finally back. Ming Ren's eyes brightened. I'm back. It was as if he had glimpsed salvation. Xiao Ying brushed the thought away, stepped forward, and gathered Xiao Yu into her arms. Xiao Yu, how dare you bully brother Ming Ren? So naughty. Xiao Ying chided, rubbing the plump little cheeks. Xiao Yu laughed merrily and edged closer. He was unbearably endearing. I wasn't really bullying him. Mingren scratched his head a little embarrassed. Still, Xiao Ying's younger brother was undeniably lively. He still tended to cry or deny him the right to tug hair, and he would wail. Mingren had capitulated many times. Don't spoil him too much, Xiao Ying admonished, turning Xiao Yu to face Mingren. Apologize to brother Mingren. Xiao Yu's large eyes met Mingren's, then shifted away. Mingren thought inwardly, what is that look of disdain? Xiao Yu offered two perfunctory sounds. Xiao Ying. Look, he despises me. Mingren sprang to his feet, pointing at Xiao Yu in mild desperation. Xiao Yu turned his head and would not look at him. See, there it is again. Mingren tore at his hair, utterly distraught at being spurned by a child. This little brother was quite the little actor. Xiao Ying could not help but laugh, ruffling the small head. One day, Di Chi Ban received a dispatch from Gangshuo. There was news of Zhuizhu, and they were to investigate. If Zhuizhu was indeed present, they were to bring him back. Di Chi Ban bade Gangshuo farewell, and everyone returned to gather their belongings, preparing to depart the village. Xiao Ying watched the tiny figure clinging to her leg and crying. She sighed. Her brother was far too clingy. I didn't expect Xiao Yu to be so attached to his sister. Yachui's mother scooped up Xiao Yu. Xiao Ying breathed a small sigh of relief, soothed her brother, and told him they were merely playing hide-and-seek before running off. If they did not hurry, they would miss their chance to leave. Having dealt with Da Shiwan's, Zhuizhu glanced at Yao Shidou, lurking in the shadows, shouldered his sword, and departed. He needed to prepare a gift for Xiao Ying. If he revealed his whereabouts, the village would surely dispatch people to inquire. Without doubt, it would be Di Chi Ban. He intended to see Xiao Ying. At the thought of that pink-haired girl's, Zhuizhu's lips curved with a trace of tender warmth. He hoisted his pack, slid the scroll, where had stored things, back inside, and stepped out. In that instant, a sheet of thunderlight filled the room, and by the time he had gone some distance, Yao Shidou arrived and stood in silence for a long while, staring at the charred house and the powder strewn across the floor. They reached a village on the border of Yining village and split up to search. Walk a while, stop a while. For some inexplicable reason, Xiao Ying felt excited. As they walked, she began to hum a little song. Suddenly, she saw an old man had fallen and hurried over. Grandfather, are you all right? Xiao Ying asked, anxiously reaching out to help him up. Something's wrong. Of course something's wrong. You knocked me down, the old man cried, seizing Xiao Ying's hand. Ouch, this hurts terribly. You young people never watch where you're going, bullying the elderly. As he babbled on, Xiao Ying was baffled. Was this a staged scam? Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was her first encounter with such a con. She watched the performance with quiet curiosity. Young miss, if you hit someone, you must take responsibility. More people gathered. A middle-aged man declared, yes, yes. Make amends. The crowd echoed, wagging fingers and glaring at Xiao Ying. At my age, my leg. It's surely broken. Xiao Ying massaged her forehead. This was absurd. Young miss, I'm not trying to extort you. Give me 20,000 taels, and I'll go see a doctor, the old man wailed. Why don't you just rob him? Xiao Ying's mouth twitched. Who's bullying my father? A burly man pushed through the crowd, his face fierce. It was hard to believe this had not been contrived. How had the man arrived so quickly? Xiao Ying folded her arms and watched their little drama unfold with composed detachment. Had she lacked power, she would have sought a way to leave, but she was no longer the same. She, Chunai Nuhu Luing, now had strength. Moreover, encountering such a scene for the first time, she was curious to see how it would end. Young miss, you hit my father. Pay up now, the scarred man snarled as he closed in. Young miss, this man has ties to shady forces. If you have money, just pay him off. He probably thinks you are pretty and wants to take you away, an elderly woman whispered from the crowd. I did not strike him, so I will not compensate. If his leg is broken, I can examine it. I am a physician, Xiao Ying said. She produced a medical license and waved it. The howling old man faltered. The scarred man raised an eyebrow and leered at her. So what? My father doesn't need your treatment. Who knows if your license is genuine? Pay up or come with me and become my wife. Indeed, reason and courtesy could do nothing against such unscrupulous men. Zhuizhu walked down the street, and seeing a crowd was about to pass by disinterestedly. Then he heard someone at the edge mention that a pink-haired girl was being extorted. Zhuizhu halted, sprang, and landed within the throng. Xiao Ying. It was indeed her. Zhuizhu's eyes curved into a faint smile as he approached. Zhuizhu, you're really here, Xiao Ying said in surprise. Hey, are you her friend? Pay up quickly and don't meddle. This girl must come back with me as my wife. Zhuizhu looked puzzled, then anger flared. He drew his sword and swung. Xiao Ying had not noticed. The old man leapt aside in panic. "The next blade will find your throats," Zhuo intoned icily. Enraged, the old man and the scarred man rushed him and struck out with fists. Unsurprisingly, Zhuo quickly rendered several of them unconscious, though he had not wholly resolved the situation. "Xiaoying, these are for you." He took several scrolls from his pack. He placed them into Xiaoying's bag and took her hand. "Are you being too casual?" She wondered inwardly, yet a small, baffling warmth stirred in her chest. "We came to verify whether you truly were here and to bring you back." Seated on a stone bench beneath a tree, Zhuo toyed with Xiaoying's hand. Compared to hers was paler and more delicate. Upon hearing that, Zhuo's expression unchanged, interlaced his fingers and said, "I'm sorry, Xiaoying, I cannot return yet. I must settle some matters first." Her hand felt warm, and when it moved she could not withdraw it, but Xiaoying yielded. "Xiaoying, will you give me an answer?" The young man smiled at her and tightened his hold, and she felt she could not refuse. "I like you, Sakura. If you were pursued and cherished by someone handsome, wealthy, and devoted, would your heart not flutter?" She didn't know about others, but Sakura's heart raced. She felt her heartbeat thundering, and her face was flushed. She opened her mouth to respond, but whether Sasuke heard her clearly remained uncertain because, "Sas, you're really here." Naruto's voice sounded, and Sasuke felt an urge to kill him. He shot a cold glare at the golden-haired boy running from afar. "Naruto." It seemed Sasuke was gritting his teeth in anger, and Sakura covered her face with one hand, stifling a laugh. Taking advantage of Sasuke's distraction, Sakura hurriedly ran to the side. These two were definitely going to fight, so it was wise to get away first to avoid being caught in the crossfire. "You're really annoying, Naruto." Sasuke unleashed Chidori at him. "What are you babbling about? Come back to the village with me." Naruto retaliated with his Rasengan. In broad daylight, the clash was dazzling and somewhat blinding. Sakura raised her hand to shield herself as Kakashi approached with Sai. Yar from arguing upon meeting to fighting upon meeting. Kakashi observed them with his deadpan eyes landing next to Sakura. Sai displayed no emotion as he watched the two spar. Sakura helplessly waved her hand. She couldn't help it, these two were like they had consumed explosives upon meeting. "It seems there's no end in sight for now. Want a snack? I bought some while passing by just now." Kakashi set up a table and chairs, placing a pile of treats on it. "Alright, I won't hold back then." Sakura sat down and gestured for Sai to join her. Sai couldn't find the words to describe his feelings. Oh, why did Team 7 love to eat so much? How could they be abnormal? Danzo would surely overthink things, but this was good and no need to find excuses to deal with that old man. With someone fighting, they could eat while passing the time. Sakura and the others were very satisfied and even placed bets. "I bet a medical book. I give them half an hour more of fighting." Kakashi pulled out a book and placed it on the table. Sakura squinted at him. Her teacher actually had a medical book. Kakashi turned his head. This was from the last mission spoils, which he forgot to report to Tsunade. Since no one knew about it, it wouldn't matter to him. It was the perfect wager. Win or lose, it would go to Sakura. "Then I'll wager this year's free food coupon. I'll say it'll end in 10 minutes. Sakura took out a food coupon given by Chio. Unexpectedly, she had a lot of these, and it didn't affect her. Both of them placed their bets, and then Sai quietly pulled out a scroll. Super Beast Imitation, usable 10 times, inject chakra to manifest for 1 hour. This is good. Sakura had long coveted the flying eagle. She exchanged a glance with Kakashi, both of them sharing an enigmatic smile. Hee. This is a win. Time passed second by second, and 8 minutes later Sakura stood up, stretched her arms and legs, and gave the two a radiant smile. "Stop it right now." Bang! A pink figure appeared between the two, punching Sasuke in the stomach and kicking Naruto in the gut. Both of them flew out, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Sai was momentarily perplexed. Is it possible to intervene like this? Upon seeing Sakura appear, the two halted their attacks, allowing Sakura to easily gain an upper hand. Sakura stood with her hands on her hips. "Are you both calm now?" The two figures coughed as they sat up. "Sakura, why did you stop us?" Naruto was confused. As long as he could bring Sasuke back to Konoha, it was fine to break his arms and legs. One had to admit that Naruto's thoughts at this moment were a bit Yandere. "Alright, let's have a proper chat without jumping to blows right away." Sakura walked towards Kakashi and the others, extending her hand to signal them to give her the items. This student seemed a bit cunning. He should have let her come and stopped them earlier. As Kakashi placed the items into her hand, he secretly thought, Sai felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed Team 7 didn't play by the rules. To intervene in such a situation meant either they had great trust in each other, ensuring they could stop their attacks upon seeing him, or they were confident in their own strength, which gave them the courage to intervene. Placing the scroll on the table, Sakura happily stowed it in her bag. The two behind were still glaring at each other, lingering. A cold glance from Sakura made them behave. Sakura. Sasuke, seemingly unbothered, stepped forward, grabbing Sakura's hand, sounding aggrieved. Kakashi squinted. These two had something going on. However, this guy better not think about marrying Sakura without returning to Konoha. Stepping forward, he moved between the two, placing a hand on their shoulders to separate them. Yar, it's been so long since we last met, Sasuke. Don't you have anything to say to your teacher? Kakashi smiled with a squinting. I can't quite control this problematic student of mine. Sasuke watched as Sakura's hand was let go, then glanced at Kakashi, who looked like a sly fox. Kakashi, you won't even call me teacher. I'm so hurt. Sasuke was a bit speechless, feeling the pain in his right shoulder, while wondering if he could let go of his hand while saying he's hurt. Kakashi-sensei finally called out, let go quickly. Sasuke, why did you defect from the village? Naruto was still very angry. It's none of your business, mind your own affairs. Sasuke shot him a glance. This was indeed awkward. Sakura didn't interfere with their interaction. Sakura knew why Sasuke defected, but she wouldn't mention it. Watching them bicker again, Kakashi occasionally eased the atmosphere, while Sakura left with Sai. Sasuke glanced over, seeing that Naruto was still angry. He had no intention of comforting him with words. He had originally planned to go on a date with Sakura, but Naruto truly ruined the mood. Sakura seemed to have agreed earlier, but Naruto was too loud. He couldn't be sure. Are you even listening to me, Sasuke? Naruto was getting more and more angry. This guy was actually zoning out. Don't ask why Naruto knew Sasuke was zoning out just by looking at his expression. It was simply intuition. Kakashi felt he really couldn't calm their atmosphere anymore. It seemed these two students were about to fight again. He wondered how much longer Sakura and the others would take. A cold chuckle, successfully igniting the last bit of Naruto's reason. Well, there's nothing I can do. I'll just wait for Sakura to return. Kakashi leisurely took out Intimate Paradise to read. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene. He was afraid that if he did, it would turn into a fight involving 3 people, and only Sakura would be easy to handle. When Sakura returned with Sai, she saw the two had made a mess of the place. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. The fruit in her hand was squished. Was it just her illusion that Sakura's background had darkened? Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It was better to leave for now to avoid Sakura's wrath. Once again, amidst the commotion, 2 boys with their heads bowed obediently knelt before Sakura. She delivered a heartfelt lesson, while Kakashi watched the scene with great interest. Zai looked at the distant tree, lost in thought. In any case, you should first find the village chief and compensate for the damages. Having finished her lecture, Sakura observed that the boys' heads were lowered as far as they could go. Sasuke approached a house with a bag full of currency, knocked on the door, while Naruto sulked beside him, pouting. After handing the items to the village chief and apologizing, they turned to leave, completely ignoring Naruto. That evening, everyone settled in a room provided by the village chief. In the deep of night, Sasuke noticed they were all asleep and quietly stepped outside, only to find Sakura had arrived before him. He sat down beside her, noticing 2 cups and a pot of wine on the table, puzzled as to why Sakura had started drinking. Sakura poured herself a glass and then poured another for him, pushing it toward him to indicate he should drink. Sasuke picked it up and took a sip, then sat silently, showing no reaction. Sakura took a sip and smiled as she asked, Sasuke, how does this taste? It's quite nice, isn't it? Unexpectedly, he did not respond. Sakura turned to look at him, seeing him sitting obediently with a somewhat vacant expression. She waved her hand in front of his eyes, saying, Sasuke, are you drunk? Sasuke gazed at the many hands in front of him, lifted one, grasped it, and finally stopped swaying, looking content as he gazed at the concerned girl before him. Are you really drunk? Sakura struggled to express her feelings, noting that the alcohol in this world wasn't particularly strong. The boy slowly revealed a smile and leaned in to kiss the girl, saying, Sakura. Sakura's eyes widened in shock, feeling a rush of emotions. What? Has her first kiss been taken? The boy seemed dissatisfied with her days and bit down as Sakura opened her mouth. I'm too scared to write more, worried it won't pass. Review. The next morning, as the sun rose, Sakura was still soundly asleep under the covers, having gone to bed late after putting Sasuke to sleep. Sakura had yet to wake up, but Sasuke had to leave. He had things to do and couldn't return to Konoha just yet. He entered Sakura's room, gazing at her sleeping face, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before departing. Darn it. Sasuke ran away again. When Naruto woke up and found him gone, he felt dejected. Well, it's fine. They'll run into him again eventually. Kakashi patted his blonde hair. But, alright Naruto, once we get back, he'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Kakashi smiled, recalling how Sasuke had given him several scrolls filled with intelligence from various countries. As long as they were safe, they could stay out there. As long as Tsunade was in charge, the village would always make a place for Sasuke. Then I want to eat a lot of bowls. The giant seafood ramen. Naruto exclaimed happily. Are you trying to make the teacher go broke? Kakashi's eyes widened. That's quite expensive. Teacher, I want some too. Zai passed by, overhearing the mention of a treat and immediately expressing his desires. The last time was super spicy and delicious. It would be great to have someone treat. Huh. Are you all trying to bankrupt the teacher? Kakashi was somewhat petrified, thinking Zai also wanted a lot of bowls. His salary for the month was at stake. What's wrong? Sakura was awakened by the noise and stifled a yawn as she came over. Kakashi-sensei said he would treat us, Zai explained. What good fortune befell Kakashi-sensei? Sakura was momentarily curious, but then dismissed the thought. Sasuke had left and Kakashi had received news, so they could set off back to the village today. Everyone decided to buy some local specialties in this small village to share with everyone back home. They spotted stalls by the roadside with unfamiliar fruits and some vegetables. Sakura excitedly approached the stall, eager to buy some items, hoping to create new dishes and buy some of these fruits for Ino's mother to taste. Thus, the people of Yueyang village saw 3 boys following this girl buying things. By the time Sakura satisfied her shopping cravings, it was already noon, and everyone hurried off to have lunch. On the way, Sakura discovered a glowing little tree and wanted to stop to investigate. It's my first time seeing a glowing tree. Naruto curiously gathered around to observe. None of them had seen such a thing before, and Sakura thought it might be good to bring it back to the village. It could potentially boost tourism. What if we can't keep it alive? Zai pondered. Just bring back some soil, and it should be fine. Since they wanted to keep it, Kakashi took out a storage scroll and unfurled it. Then let's bring it back. Sakura nodded in agreement when she saw Kakashi take out the scroll. Naruto pulled out a hoe and a wooden bucket, starting to work. Zai raised an eyebrow. How could Team 7 be tasked with everything? Mission accomplished. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow. Beside him were several buckets filled with dirt. After Kakashi sealed it in the storage scroll, Naruto picked up the tree that Sakura had wrapped and continued on their journey. Upon arriving in the village, Tsunade was somewhat speechless after learning they had dug up a tree, but was intrigued upon seeing it. After checking with chakra infusion and finding no issues, she allowed them to decide where to plant it. The tree was later planted in the empty space in front of Sakura's house, as she seemed to like it very much. They all agreed on this, believing it would look beautiful glowing, and thought about digging up more if they encountered it again. At Ichiraku Ramen, upon entering, they saw Hinata and her teacher inside. Kakashi, I didn't expect to run into you all here. Kurenai greeted them, expressing her surprise. Well, after coming back from a mission, I have to treat my lovely students to a meal, Kakashi said as he led them to share a table. Hinata's face turned crimson the moment she saw Naruto, and she shyly lowered her head. Hinata, it's been a while. Naruto sat down beside her and greeted her. It's been a while. Naruto-kun. Hinata seemed like she was about to burst into flames from embarrassment. Sakura raised an eyebrow, sitting between Naruto and Zai, knowing it was impossible to sit next to Inuzuka, Kiba, and Shino. Hinata, let me tell you. The seafood ramen is delicious. You should try it. Naruto recommended enthusiastically beside Hinata, who looked utterly shy. Naruto was recommending what to eat. How blissful. Did she faint? Hinata. What's wrong? Hinata. Everyone hurriedly caught her anxiously asking, but she showed no reaction. Sakura quickly checked on her and sighed in relief. It's fine, as she just got too nervous. She'll be okay in a moment. Sakura reassured everyone to relax. After this little episode, Naruto lost his appetite and only ate 1 bowl before rushing off to the hospital to see Hinata. The remaining trio, Sakura, Kakashi, and Zai, exchanged glances and decided to continue eating. That evening, Sakura went out for a walk and noticed how the light from the tree illuminated the surroundings with a soft blue glow, creating a beautiful scene that surprised everyone around. She hadn't expected this tree could serve as a lamp, as she wished there were more. Should she explain it to Tsunade and go look for more? This little tree was so bright, if it grew bigger it might shine even brighter. The leaves looked lovely, and Sakura gently touched the trunk and the leaves. "Oh, Niken." A cute voice came from behind. "Niken, how come you're out here?" Yes, Niken had already learned to say mommy, daddy, and sister. Carrying little Yu back, he handed him to Mama Yachue. Little Yu hasn't taken a bath yet tonight, and after the bath, he will take him to sleep. The next day, Sakura and the others learned from Tsunade that Sasuke actually killed Orochimaru. Naruto was very angry. Since Orochimaru was dealt with, why hadn't he returned? Naruto still didn't know that Sasuke was not coming back for Itachi Uchiha, and could only say that everyone was keeping it very tight-lipped. "Grandma Tsunade, let me go out of the village to find Sasuke." Tsunade replied, "The reason I called you here is for another matter." Tsunade leaned against her chair. "I received news that Orochimaru has captured many children. Your mission is to go to these locations and rescue them and settle them safely. Of course, you can also bring them back and settle them. It seems this mission is not simple." After letting Naruto go out, Tsunade said, "Orochimaru has been conducting human experiments for many years. These children have some special abilities, or I hope you can bring them all back. They must not fall into the hands of other countries." How should I describe my feelings? It's just very complicated. Sakura and the others are starting to come into contact with the dark side. This time ninjas from other countries will also be involved, so you must pay attention to your safety. Everyone must come back alive. Tsunade knocked on the table, looking at the 11 people in front of her. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Tenniji, Liasuma, Guy, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei. If necessary, you may eliminate them. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt the air grow tense. "I know you don't agree with this decision, but for the future of Konoha we have no choice." Tsunade felt somewhat exhausted. Although she had been in office for 3 years, her authority was still not enough. Currently, various countries were eyeing them covetously. Making this decision was also unavoidable. If other countries take those children with strange abilities back, it will ultimately pose a threat to Konoha. They will not hesitate to take action. Let's not tell Naruto about eliminating them until the last moment. This guy is a bit stubborn. Forget it, just don't tell him. You all should be discreet about it. Shikamaru, looking dispirited, met Sakura's gaze, paused for a moment, then looked away, thinking of not wanting to lead the team. It would be too troublesome. Kakashi will be the captain of this mission, with Shikamaru assisting. It seemed he knew what Shikamaru was thinking, so the topic shifted and Shikamaru assisted. Everyone had no objections regarding this matter. After all, the Nara clan is famously intelligent, with each member being a military strategist in their own right, though the entire family tends to be lazy and avoid trouble. "Yes," 11 people responded. Ino, linking arms with Sakura, happily walked out, only to see Naruto squatting in a corner surrounded by shadows. As they approached, they could hear Naruto saying something like, "Don't exclude me." Sakura and Ino felt a bit speechless. Their master just didn't want him to get involved with the dark side. But unexpectedly, this guy went in that direction. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Ino interrupted him. "Ino, Sakura, you're out." He felt as if he had just seen a golden-haired puppy. "We've already finished our discussion, but what about you? What are you doing?" Ino rolled her eyes. Naruto's actions just now were silly. Naruto scratched his head and said, "You guys took so long to come out. Oh, I was so bored." He absolutely couldn't let them know what he was doing just now. Oh, it was too embarrassing. Sakura blinked. It was an illusion, as she thought she really saw Naruto turn into a puppy. Naruto blinked his eyes, saying, "What are you guys talking about? It took you so long. This guy, he's actually acting cute." Ino and Sakura exchanged glances. Oh, why was he concerned about this? Before they could think of how to answer, Shikamaru came over like a savior. "Naruto, let's go. We need to finish eating before heading out on a mission." Shikamaru, holding his head, walked over. His mother had made Naruto's favorite dishes these past few days, and even specifically asked him to bring Naruto back to eat. If he didn't take him along, his mother would definitely scold him again. "Okay, did Aunt Yoshino make my favorite food?" "You'll find out later." "How would I know now?" Shikamaru sighed. This silly boy easily shifted his attention. "Forget it. I'll just keep an eye on him. His heart is too big." Watching them leave, Sakura and Ino also walked away. Today, Ino's mother was not home. She had gone out, so Ino was having dinner at Sakura's house. Originally, they could have settled for eating out, but Sakura pulled her to her house. "Sister," as soon as she entered the house, the little dumpling rushed over, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at her. Little Yu can only see his sister and hasn't seen Sister Ino. How sad. Ino pretended to cry, wiping her eyes. The exceptionally intelligent little Yu was first stunned, then patted her with his small hand. No, don't cry. Little Yu's chubby face leaned in. Sakura looked at her with a black line. Oh, was this girl too idle lately, even fooling little kids? Ino hugged him and instantly smiled as they walked toward the dining table. Little Yu, who was so easily deceived, was very confused. Isn't this sister very sad? Why is she smiling again? Sakura first told Mama Yachue that they were going out on a mission. Mama Yachue frowned upon hearing this, her face showing a bad premonition. Is this mission dangerous? You two girls remember to stay in the back, don't be too impulsive, and pay attention to safety. Mama Yachue was still worried, reminding them continuously during dinner. Don't worry, Mama, and we will be fine. The two quickly assured her. However, staying in the back was not very likely. Neither of them was the type to be cowardly. If something happened, they would really step up. However, both of them belonged to the medical ninjas, so one person had to stay back. At most, they would gamble with each other. The loser would stay back to provide medical support. Seeing her sister going out again, without taking him, Little Yu was very sad, clutching her skirt tightly. She patted his little head and said, "Be good at home, okay?" Then Little Yu fell asleep. This sleeping talisman specially researched for Little Yu only works on him. With it going out, no longer worries about being clingy, nor does it worry about him crying all the time. Hey, didn't they say that the sleeping talisman cannot be used on those without chakra? Ino was puzzled. Sakura explained it to her, and the two said goodbye to Mama Yachue and left. When the two reached the door, the other two small teams had already arrived. Naruto was talking to Lee about something. Shikamaru leaned against the wall. Tenten was sharpening kunai. Niji was resting his chin on his hand, watching her. Sai was drawing on a scroll, and Choji was munching on snacks. The two teachers were chatting and laughing together. They were probably discussing student matters. Except for Kakashi, everyone was present. When they saw the two, everyone waved to them. Sakura, you finally made it. We were delayed a bit before going out. Sorry for keeping you waiting. No, we just arrived too. Kakashi-sensei hasn't come yet either. Naruto smiled cheerfully. If Naruto said that, then they had indeed just arrived. There will be another chapter later. The original plot won't be much, the fighting will be relatively less, and there will be more original settings and daily life. Little Yu plans to write a male lead for a mixed universe later. This outline is still being written. It is estimated that this book will end around the Fourth Great Ninja War. Mingren grumbled, wondering why teacher Kakashi was taking so long. He was already busy counting ants. Kakashi appeared behind him and rapped him on the head. Do not grumble behind your teacher's back. I only went to buy something. Mingren clutched his head. That hurts. He protested. Then Kakashi said, let us depart. He had indeed bought many pastries, buns, and drinks. With everyone assembled, they followed Kakashi back to Inying village. Xiaoying watched the surroundings, wondering if there were more glowing trees. They were truly beautiful. They halted at a cave entrance. One team kept watch while two teams went inside. The cave was empty. There was nothing to be found. Zuizhu had ransacked the place clean. Kakashi looked at the vacant rooms and checked several more, but found nothing at all. Xiaoying came upon a charred patch. The dust on the ground caught her attention. Luan, does this place not feel eerie? Jingya rubbed her arm, wondering why Dashyuan would choose so strange a spot. Luan replied, puzzled. Caves are naturally gloomy. If you're afraid, walk in the middle, Dingzi said, crunching a chip. The sound only made the gloom worse. Jingya tried to bear it, but finally struck him on the head. Quiet. Dingzi thought Jingya's temper had been growing sharper of late. After the search yielded nothing useful, everyone regrouped outside. They pressed on to the next destination, a small island across the sea. There too was a base of Dashyuan. The news had come from Zuizhu, and unexpectedly Mai had taken interest in those inside. Had they known earlier, they might have packed it up and sent it to Xiaoying at once. Zuizhu and three companions he had gathered continued searching outside. Tell me, where is Yuzibo-yu? Zuizhu demanded, gripping Dedala by the throat. His face was blank, and the three tomo in his blood-red eyes were already aligning. Dedala bore cuts across his body and a swollen bruise on his face. He glared at Zuizhu with righteous anger. You bastard! If you will not speak. Zuizhu sneered and lunged his sword, thrusting forward. Three members of the Hawk squad hesitated about approaching Zuizhu. Before they could decide, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby. The three stood in shocked silence. Could the leader they had just be gone already? They'll go see, the red-haired Xianglin said, nervously sprinting toward the blast. Chongwu and Shueiyue shrugged and followed. At the explosion's center, a vast skeletal structure rose behind Zuizhu and shielded him. When the smoke cleared, he was unharmed. Zuizhu flicked blood from his blade and drew a handkerchief to wipe it, a gift from Xiaoying he intended to keep in good care. The three arrived to find Zhuaizhu sitting expressionless beneath a tree, gazing at his sword. When he looked at them, his eyes were cold. They hesitated to approach, uneasy, as if Zhuaizhu had not yet finished his violence. With everyone present, it was time to move on. He rose, turned his back to them, and said, "Let us go." Yes. They followed obediently. Zhuaizhu looked at the glowing tree blocking their way in puzzlement. Could a tree walk? What is this? A tree that glows and walks? Xianglin asked with curiosity, part of her wanting to dissect it. The blue light is rather beautiful, Shueihua said as she circled it. Chongwu nodded in agreement. Pretty. Zhuaizhu felt nothing, but if they found it pleasing, would Xiaoying feel the same? Why not dig one up and take it back, the others suggested. It is beautiful, they agreed. 10 minutes later, Chongwu shouldered the tree and trailed quietly at the rear, while Zhuaizhu strode ahead unburdened. Having teammates proved useful, someone to carry things. Zhuaizhu thought as much and led them toward Huaxi country. Although no definite information had been gained from Daidala, earlier reports had cited Yuzibo heading in the direction of Huaxi country. On the islet, Xiaoying felled one would-be ambusher with a single slash and tossed a kunai that struck another ninja behind Jingye, neutralizing two foes. This is bad. Jingye and Xiaoying stood back to back and drew a deep breath. Hold on a little longer, they should come out soon. Xiaoying sighed and produced a thick stack of explosive tags from her pack. Such large area devices risked harming allies. Jingye, are you ready? Of course. Don't worry. Jingye nodded. A great hawk flew overhead. Xiaoying tossed an explosive tag and grabbed Jingye, leaping upward. Detonate. Zhuaizhu guided the hawk to catch them, exhaling with relief. That had been far too dangerous. Earlier they had found traces of ninja along the route, so they had split up. Unexpectedly, Xiaoying and Jingye met the most resistance. Zhuaizhu, having learned of it from enemy mouths across the way, hurried back and arrived just in time. Are you all right? Zhuaizhu asked Jingye with concern. Jingye blushed under his focused gaze and turned away, stammering, I am fine. Are you really fine? Zhuaizhu remained unconvinced. Both of them bore wounds. It's fine, don't worry, Xiaoying said, patting him. She then put a hand on Jingye's shoulder and leaned in, teasing. Hey, Jingye, Zhuaizhu is very handsome, isn't he? What are you saying? Jingye flustered. Xiaoying giggled and asked if she liked him and suggested they could play matchmaker. Don't say such things, Xiaoying. Jingye hurriedly pushed Xiaoying's hand away and turned her back, ears flushed. Zhuaizhu looked puzzled. Why had Jingye suddenly become angry? It's nothing. Watch the path. We're going to reinforce Tian and the others, Xiaoying said, shaking her head at his confused look. Zhuaizhu nodded reluctantly. At Tianshan's position, the spectacle was extraordinary. She unfurled a scroll, and countless kunai flew forth, turning the attackers into a spiky mass. Jingye exclaimed, amazing. A match for Xiaoying. Xiaoying was puzzled. Your explosive tags and her kunai. It seems I am the poorest. I could not even buy such things if I wished to. Jingye wore a rueful expression. Who would expect the next head of a mountain clan to admit such poverty? Xiaoying had no desire to retort. No one took his words seriously except perhaps someone easily distracted by beauty. This is my savings, O Jingye. If you want anything, you may use it to purchase what you need. Zhuaizhu, guileless, produced his wage ledger and handed it to Jingye. Xiaoying wondered what had passed between those two without her knowing. Jingye protested. What? Why give it to her? I do not understand. Jingye, if you want anything, take it with my blessing, Xiaoying said, covering her mouth to laugh. Zhuaizhu had not even finished his pursuit. In short, he simply handed over his wages. What are you talking about? Jingye snapped, cheeks flushed with indignation. Zhuaizhu looked puzzled, tilting his head as if to ask why she was angry. Privately indulging in pairing fantasies up close was far more entertaining than he had expected. Tian and the others found them as well. The skirmish was brief. Tian bore the worst of the wounds while Ningxi fared somewhat better, blindfolded yet unhurt. It seems the road ahead will be full of twists and turns, Tian sighed. Xiaoying tended her wounds while Jingye helped bandage them. Ningxi sat obediently to the side, outwardly impassive, yet inwardly restless, secretly yearning for the day his sight would be restored. Finally better. Tian, you must improve your close combat, someone admonished. I will give Tian extra training, Ningxi offered. Tian scowled. She had no desire for more drills. As long as you have a plan, someone said, for the battles ahead were perilous. Xiaoying believed this could not continue. They kept encountering groups of enemy shinobi, and it was becoming unbearable. Once we find Luan, well, think of another approach. Xiaoying rubbed her forehead. This is not the land of fire. Other nations have sent so many shinobi. If we eliminate them all, it might cause trouble for the fifth, but if we leave them be, they could ambush us. What trouble could there be? Jingye did not understand the fuss. What is there to worry about? We fight them back, and that is that. I'm worried they will demand the village pay compensation. What if the fifth agrees to pay? Xiaoying did not mean to distrust Gongshou, but those who hold power must weigh many factors, and such an outcome was possible. Hearing this, Ningxi's aura darkened. Memories of his father surfaced. How injustice had once taken everything from him. Oh, why dwell on such things? Relax. Luan is here, it will be fine. And have some faith in our master, Jingye said, slipping an arm around her shoulder to ease her worries. Luan, who rejoined Xiaoying and the others, was exasperated. Why worry so much? If the sky were to fall, a tall man would hold it up. They should take heart and fight with abandon. Was this not an opportunity to rally support for the fifth? Lord Gangsho would surely welcome more of such moments. They freed 25 people from those dungeons. Emaciated and near fainting, the prisoners had likely been neglected since Dashinwan's stronghold was neutralized and no one had brought them food. How are we supposed to bring all these people back? Tian fretted from atop Jingye's back. Everyone was injured and the number was daunting. The road was hazardous, and if any of them turned hostile, it would be disastrous. Zwijing, can you handle this many? Xiaoying asked as she inspected them. Zwijing frowned. I can only transform into 2 at most. Carrying 15 is doable, but some of you might have to make your own way on foot. In other words, 1 eagle can bear 8 people. A Zwijing could command 2 giant eagles simultaneously. That will do. Have you forgotten you once lost a scroll to us? Xiaoying produced the scroll from that previous encounter. Kakashi, the 3 teachers Mingren and Shaoli had not yet returned, so they had to wait for everyone to regroup. Why are they taking so long? Night was falling and the 5 were still absent. Anxiety rose among them. The badly wounded Tian, after repeated treatments, was finally able to walk. On the other side, Mingren and Shaoli were elsewhere. Mingren beamed at a pile of luminous saplings and animated produced a hoe and began to dig. Shaoli looked bewildered. Mingren, what are you doing? I'm digging up these blue glowing trees. Xiaoying said they are beautiful and wants to plant them throughout I must bring them back. Mingren carefully set aside the first uprooted sapling. Shaoli please joined in. The 2 were fortunate to encounter no enemy shinobi along the way. By contrast, Kakashi and the 3 teachers met with misfortune. They ran into Yuzuboya. He was somewhat incredulous. He had merely been seized by curiosity and wanted to see Dashinwan's base. Meeting those 3 proved troublesome. Asama was negligible in this situation, admonishing with a curt remark, and Kaya Taijutsu specialist could handle Jinjutsu well enough. Kakashi, however, was in a bind. He wished to conserve strength for a contest with Suiju. Mingren cheerfully summoned Jimawentai. The great toad surveyed the surroundings. What is it, Mingren? Are you in danger? Mingren shook his head and pointed to the mountain of trees. No. Jimawentai, I want you to carry these back for me. Jimawentai was wordless, staring. Mingren, you brat, what do you take me for? Mingren, batting his eyelashes and pleading coaxingly, begged, please Jimawentai, help me out. In the end, Mingren and Shaoli stood upon Jimawentai's head with the stacked saplings beside them, chattering merrily as the toad lumbered along. Wentai thought to himself that he would tolerate it. Were it not for the boy being his contractor and the 4th child, he would have given him a slap. Birds took to the air in alarm in the forest, and huge footsteps drew ever closer. Everyone remained on guard, but when Xiaoying glimpsed Jimawentai, she relaxed and motioned for the others to do the same. Xiaoying, Luan, Ningxi, Jingye, Tian, Zwijing. We're back, Mingren called, waving as he approached. Such a massive summoning beast. Jingye exclaimed in astonishment. None of them had seen Mingren's summoning before. Luan blinked and said, I have an idea. That is indeed a fine idea, Xiaoying agreed. Ningxi watched the 2 with puzzlement. What idea? What are those 2 schemers plotting? Xiaoying said, thank you so much, Jimawentai. Jingye added, Jimawentai is so dashing. Tian murmured her relief. Flattered by their praise, Jimawentai readily agreed to ferry them back. The 3 girls exchanged a quiet, triumphant gesture. The 25 rescued people were laid across Jimawentai's broad back, while the others rode the giant eagles behind. On the path, they saw three motionless figures. Zwojing guided the eagles down to investigate. They hauled the three figures aboard. No response. They must be trapped in Jinjutsu, Jingye observed, waving her hand. We should dispel it for them. As Luan spoke, he saw Xiaoying take out her brush, and his voice softened. Don't be in such a hurry. I also plan to draw a talisman for Kakashi-sensei. Xiaoying protested, insisting it was not because she wanted to see his face. At last she would see Kakashi's true visage, and she reached out slightly, trembling with nerves. So handsome. Jingye exclaimed, stars metaphorically in her eyes, and Tiantian nodded in agreement. Xiaoying cleared her throat twice. Now she understood why some had reacted so strongly before. Mingren could not accept it. The Kakashi who read racy books looked so strikingly handsome. Was he for real? Xiaoying's gaze flickered and her hands trembled as she prepared the seal. Ahem. Let us return to the task at hand, someone urged. Kakashi-sensei is so handsome. Why does he wear a mask? A fine question, but do not ask it next time. Even we as students do not know. While they remained unconscious, Sakura hurriedly finished her drawing. Slightly crooked, yet effective enough. It would fade only after 3 days. He couldn't wait to see their reactions upon waking. Shikamaru lay sprawled on his back, hands cradling his head, glancing idly at the crimson flower painted across Asuma's face. Fortunately, he'd spent those 3 days resting at home. Only his family and Sakura had seen him like this. That evening, the people carried on Gamabunta's back gradually stirred awake. The group paused to prepare food for them. Kakashi awoke just then, and upon spotting the patterns on Might Guy's and Asuma's faces, raised an eyebrow. Did you draw this while we were trapped in that Jinjutsu? Still, it doesn't suit their faces. Had they never seen Kakashi's face, they might have thought nothing of it. But now, as always, contrast revealed the truth. Kakashi's features were strikingly handsome, adorned with the pattern of red spider lilies. They took on an alluring, almost bewitching elegance. Hearing his remark, the others nodded in quiet agreement. With Kakashi now awake, there was no need for the others to forage. The provisions he'd purchased before leaving the village were truly abundant. She handed steamed buns and drinks to a small girl crouching silently nearby. The child cast her a wary glance, hesitated, then accepted them. Thank you. You're welcome, she replied warmly, eyes crinkling into gentle crescents, and then turned toward another child. Oddly enough, among this group, Shikamaru was the one most readily embraced by the children who gathered around him in quiet, contented stillness. Shikamaru's expression remained impassive, inwardly sighing, what a nuisance. He had no idea the children mistook his weary, lifeless demeanor for shared coercion, and thus felt safe approaching him. After brief discussion, they decided to rest for the night and resumed their journey at dawn. Kakashi summoned his Ninken to return to Konoha, deliver the news, and secure shelter for the children. Are you certain it's safe? Might Guy-sensei and Asuma-sensei still haven't woken up, and Kakashi-sensei regained consciousness half a day ago. Lee voiced his concern. Ino bristled. Are you questioning my medical skills, or Sakura's? And no, not at all. Lee quietly stepped back. Gomen Nasai. Sakura gently calmed Ino. Don't worry, they'll wake tomorrow. Let's discuss night watch duties. These trees glow too brightly. I'll cover them. Naruto unrolled a scroll and pulled out a large bundle of black cloth. Sai fell silent. Why did Team 7 carry such bizarre items on missions? Sensei should take the first watch. You've already rested sufficiently. Kakashi rose, but Shikamaru stopped him. Please rest, Kakashi-sensei. Your chakra is severely depleted from breaking free of that Jinjutsu. Niji and I will stand watch. They'd both slept during the day precisely to prepare for this moment. I'm perfectly fine, Sensei. Kakashi-sensei, please heed Shikamaru's advice. They're more than capable. Ino added her encouragement. Kakashi looked at these 16 and 17-year-olds and realized with quiet awe how much they'd grown. With a soft nod, he withdrew to rest. If anything arises, notify us immediately. Don't push yourself. As they neared the land of fire, enemies would surely grow restless. Understood. Shikamaru and Niji climbed a tall tree, concealing themselves within its dense foliage. Niji reached to remove his bandages, but Shikamaru stopped him. No, you must remain concealed. Not until Naruto ascended to Hokage. He and Sakura had already pledged their support. Once Naruto assumed leadership, Niji's condition would finally be resolved. Fine. He'd long grown accustomed to it. If removal wasn't permitted, he'd simply wait. Niji knew he and Sakura were orchestrating something, and he was part of it. The first half of the night passed without incident. Sakura and Ino woke to relieve them, and let the others sleep undisturbed. Astonishingly, no one disturbed the camp during the second half, leaving everyone, but Shikamaru and Niji, deeply surprised. At first light, they resumed their journey. Not far from where they'd rested, over a dozen bound figures lay motionless, their breaths growing faint. Unseen and unsung, Shikamaru and Niji slept soundly. So many. Hearing Kakashi's report, Tsunade knew Orochimaru was monstrous, but hadn't imagined he'd sink this low. His human experimentation had reached staggering proportions. Kakashi nodded. Yes, Fifth Hokage. I've prepared several rooms in the West District. Take them there first. Then return home to rest. It's growing late. Understood, Fifth Hokage. Sakura and Ino departed mid-route. The three teachers could handle the rest. For the next month, Sakura volunteered at the hospital. One evening, returning home, she found Tsunade inside. Her parents sat nervously exchanging stilted pleasantries with the Hokage. Welcome home, Sakura. I'm home. Sakura slipped off her shoes and walked over, lifting the toddler who toddled eagerly toward her. Wunshin. Yu's plump cheeks rubbed against Sakura's face, earning her a tender kiss in return. Master. Sakura, I've come to ask a favor. Tsunade's expression dimmed with quiet sorrow. Is something wrong? Sakura asked, puzzled. What challenge could possibly surpass Tsunade's ability to resolve it? Hearing this, Sakura's parents discreetly withdrew, granting them privacy. They'd intended to carry you away, but the little girl clutched Sakura's collar tightly, refusing to let go. Jiraiya is heading to the Rain Village. I'd like you to design a new type of medical seal for him. Tsunade revealed her purpose. Of course. Sakura nodded without hesitation. Jiraiya had always treated Naruto with kindness and care. Relieved, Tsunade gestured to the doorway, signaling Jiraiya to enter. Where had Jiraiya been? She hadn't seen him upon entering. Sakura retrieved her brush and began, first sketching the seal onto his face, then adding several more to his hands, just to be certain. Thank you, Sakura. Jiraiya bowed deeply. This young woman was truly exceptional, though it was a shame Naruto saw her only as a friend. For a fleeting moment, he even considered matchmaking the two. You're welcome, Jiraiya. May your journey be safe and swift. Sakura shook her head, gently watching them depart, with quiet solemnity. She hoped the seal she'd drawn would bring Jiraiya safely home. If not, Naruto would be utterly heartbroken. The sky darkened unusually fast that day. Sakura told her parents she wasn't hungry, then carried Yu upstairs to her room. After some thought, she pinned a letter to Sasuke. Sasuke bit into a tricolored dango, then faintly frowned. It tasted slightly sweeter than usual. A summoning cry echoed across the sky. Sasuke raised his hand, received the scroll, read its contents, and a subtle rare curve lifted the corner of his lips. Lord Sasuke actually smiled. Karen clutched her handkerchief, tears welling. Who is this person? He collects rare treasures for day after day. Suigetsu, do you wonder? Suigetsu's eyes gleamed mischievously. No. Suigetsu's tone was flat. Truly not curious. This is the one Sasuke-sama has long yearned for. Ugh. Suigetsu felt no curiosity, but Karen, overwhelmed, shouted aloud and punched Suigetsu squarely on the head, effectively silencing his prying. What on earth is she doing? Has she lost her mind? Mad. The four hurried through the night toward Yuin village. Zuoju had only said they were heading there and offered no further explanation, and the others did not press him, wary of cold stares. After several hours of travel, they finally stopped to rest. The three jostled each other until at last Chong-Wu stepped forward and asked, Zuoju, why are we going to Yuin village? The Akatsuki where Yuji Boyu belongs has its main base in Yuin village. Telling them the truth was out of the question. So are we going to fight Yuji Boyu? Shuei Yu asked, a flicker of excitement in his voice. It will be me, not us. You will wait outside. Xiao Ying's letter had asked him to help protect Ming Ren's teacher. Though he did not want to go, this was the first time she had asked him for a favor. How could he refuse? Xiao Ying had guided him out of his confusion. She was his light, and he would grant any request of hers. No one would take her from him. Besides, they could see whether Yuji Boyu was there. Yuin village was a place of constant rain. Xiao Ying warned that outsiders were noticed by those who kept the village, so they would have to devise a careful plan. Ming Ren's face was troubled. He had a bad feeling about Zi Laiyi. Xiao Ying Gangshuo said the lecherous sage has gone out. Anyway, you have nothing to do now. Would you like to go on a mission with me? Xiao Ying waved the mission scroll. She was already a senior ninja, and could choose her teammates, no longer requiring a supervising teacher to accompany them. In the past, Ming Ren would have agreed instantly, but now he said, "Sorry, Xiaoying. I want to wait until Zi Lai Yi returns." He bowed his head. Xiaoying sighed and ruffled his hair. "I believe Zi Lai Yi will be fine. Have faith. Then he'll go on the mission first. You train well in Muyi." They said their goodbyes. Xiaoying walked home slowly, passing the riverside where the vacant lot had been planted with the blue luminous trees she had brought back last time. They were splendid to behold. There was also a blue luminous tree at home, but this one was peculiar. It could walk and seemed to possess a wit of its own. To avoid discovery, she dared not plant it in the courtyard or let it out. Xiao Yu off and chased it through the house. After changing into her exercise clothes, Xiaoying set out. The mission was simple: escort a Sand Village merchant's provisions to Cheyenne Village. For a senior ninja like her, it was hardly a challenge. Niliang Lujiu learned of the assignment from Gang Shou and immediately petitioned to bring Niliang Luwan along. Gang Shou, curious as to why, agreed upon hearing that Luwan fancied the Sand Village's little princess. Why object? If both hearts were inclined, the match could lead to an alliance, drawing the two villages closer in the years to come. Luwan, who had been sleeping on his own roof, learned this and fell silent. Niliang boasted with pleasure, "Your old man is clever, isn't he? For the sake of your future, I have worked hard to make the two nations allies. Your mother even scolds me for losing my hair over it." "Thank you, father." "No need." Niliang nodded with a smile, finally seizing the opportunity. He decided to find Xiaoying and ask her to help bring them together, and with that he departed. Luwan felt vexed and wondered whether his father's gratitude was sincere or whether there were unsaid things. "Why are people still spreading that rumor, Ming Ren?" he grumbled. With a deadpan expression, Luwan silently packed his things to catch up with the main contingent. Elsewhere, Xiaoying had been asked by Uncle Niliang to give Luwan extra help when the time came. Xiaoying nodded and promised to lend Luwan her support. Niliang invited her to his home for a meal once she returned, and only then did he leave satisfied. Xiaoying arched an eyebrow at the tardy Luwan. "So slow, Luwan. Have you gotten lost on life's path like teacher Kakashi?" Caught off guard, Luwan remained expressionless. "No, I just feel I was set up and am thinking about how to remove obstacles from my future path." Xiaoying laughed for a moment, prompting Luwan to give her a mock glare. After a while, she led him to speak with the Sand Village merchant Sha Tianhui and confirmed that they would act as escorts. "Very well, what should I call this esteemed ninja?" Sha Tianhui extended his hand to shake. Luwan took it and said, "You don't need to call me esteemed ninja. It sounds awkward. Just call me Niliang. Use a surname with those you do not know well." "Oh, just call him Niliang. Don't worry, we don't mind such things," Xiaoying reassured him. Xiaoying soothed him, explaining that they had once hired mercenaries who were brutal and demanding, and in the worst cases might even seize goods, so Sha Tianhui was understandably cautious. Frightened by past experience, Sha Tianhui tried hiring ninjas and was surprised to find the Muyi ninjas courteous and easy to work with, not the ruthless swordhead feared. Relieved, Sha Tianhui relaxed and felt the expense was well justified. "All right, thank you for handling this route." "You're welcome. Oh, it's our duty." Xiaoying nodded, and with Luwan took positions on either side of the convoy center so they could readily respond to any sudden trouble. "Sister, you're so beautiful." A 5 or 6-year-old girl from the caravan ran up, hands clasped behind her back, grinning. Xiaoying patted the girl's head. "Thank you. You're very pretty too." The little girl blinked her large eyes. "I hope I can be that pretty when I grow up." "You will. You'll certainly grow up lovely." In a place of endless sand, a cheerful child was a treasure. The girl was Sha Tianling, Zi, the merchant leader's daughter. They had traveled across many lands procuring supplies and had seen much. The girl remembered things early and told Xiaoying many amusing stories. Luwan followed listlessly with his hands in his pockets. When he did not have missions, he would usually be resting at such times. It was unbearably hot here. Was his father mad with matchmaking fever? Luwan wondered to send him all the way on such a mission. Niliang, busy with paperwork, sneezed. The dark-haired man reporting to him looked up with concern and asked, "Minister, do you have a cold? Do you want to go to the clinic for some medicine?" "No, it's certainly that annoying kid nagging me," Niliang replied, wiping his nose with a tissue. He knew at once it was his troublesome son. Although she did not know why the minister had spoken that way, if there was nothing amiss, then there was no need to dissuade him. "Minister, if there is nothing, I will take my leave now." Lu Jiu waved his hand. The clan head was far too busy juggling paperwork for gang show while attending to clan matters. Already arrived so soon. Gazing at the gates of Sha'in Siyuan, Xiaoying felt puzzled. The last time Kakashi led them it had taken much longer. Do we not usually arrive around this time? Lu Wan could not understand her question. He had been here several times, and always by this same route. Last time Kakashi led us, and it took ages. You didn't take a detour, by any chance? It was indeed possible. After all, Kakashi could be unreliable at times. They helped Sha Tianhui unload and arrange the goods. Sha Tianhui settled the payment, 5,000 liang. The task was simple and well remunerated. After receiving the payment, Sha Tianling Zi clung to Xiaoying, weeping at the thought of parting. Xiaoying comforted her for a while before stepping out with Lu Wan. Xiaoying, what are you doing here? On her way home, Shou-ju happened to see her exiting the trading house and called out, utterly ignoring the Lu Wan behind them. Shou-ju, we took a mission that brought us here. Long time no see. Is that so? Are you staying here tonight? Come to my home. I will show you my cooking. Shou-ju was delighted. She found Xiaoying gentle and easy to talk to, and she liked her very much. Lu Wan trailed after the two girls, thoroughly ignored, and with no intention of speaking up. Staying the night was fine, he would acquiesce. Lately when I cook I've noticed what AI Luo is picky. He often slips the dishes he dislikes into Kanjio Lang's bowl, when Kan isn't looking, thinking we don't notice. So adorable. What AI Luo has such endearing habits. Yes. And also, once when he took his disciple to train, the disciple had troubles at home, but was too shy to tell Wei Ai Luo. Did she really have to relate the Feng Ying's behavior to this Mu Yi Siyuan ninja? Xiaoying felt a little helpless, but would not spoil Shou-ju's mood. It was evident Shou-ju had few female peers, which made her need to confide so keen. Lu Wan. How exactly did this woman treat him like air? Was his presence truly so negligible? Shou-ju first led them to buy groceries, and Xiaoying promptly made Lu Wan carry them. She then took Xiaoying to a local clothing shop full of regional styles that looked cool and breezy. Lu Wan sat on a chair inside watching the two girls change. He yawned. He was so tired. When would this end? Hee, doesn't it look lovely, Xiaoying? They emerged together. Shou-ju spun in a circle and asked happily. Her skirt swirled, and her top lifted slightly, revealing a pale waist. Lu Wan stole a glance, then awkwardly shifted his gaze. His ears flushed. It's utterly beautiful. Don't you think so, Lu Wan? Xiaoying nodded in appreciation and tossed the question to him. Lu Wan, very pretty. Please do not throw the question at him. Xiaoying, that set suits you too. I will buy one as well, and we can go out wearing them together. An hour passed before they finished shopping. Dusk had fallen. Lu Wan sighed, carrying two large bags as he followed the two arm in arm. Why did Xiaoying always shift questions to him whenever these two bought clothes? I'm back. Welcome back. Qin Jiulang heard them and came out. I bumped into Xiaoying and Lu Wan tonight. I intend to display my culinary prowess. Oh, Xiaoying, Lu Wan, long time no see. Long time no see. The two were seated outside, so Qin Jiulang could chat with them. Shou-ju went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Although as guests they need not help, Xiaoying gave Lu Wan a playful smack on the back, and he almost fell over. He looked at Xiaoying, baffled, not understanding why she had hit him. Go help. Why did he look so useless at carrying things? Lu Wan followed Shou-ju into the kitchen in silence. Xiaoying is so welcomed. Why did this fellow come too? Qin Jiulang looked displeased at the one trying to pry away his beloved. He never gave him a warm look. Xiaoying replied happily. We were on a mission together, and upon meeting Shou-ju, we dropped by. No, I wasn't really asking why you came, I mean. Never mind. Qin Jiulang felt weary in his heart. He needed consolation from his dear younger brother. Though AI Luo would never comfort him. Watching the two work so well together in the kitchen, the atmosphere warm, Qin Jiulang ground his teeth in rage. The hand polishing the puppet nearly tore off its own arm. If not for the puppet's sturdy material, it might have been ruined. Xiaoying did not notice. She was happily engrossed in admiring the pair. I'm back. Half an hour later, when AI Luo's voice came, Qin Jiulang ran over and embraced him. Welcome back. Startled by Qin Jiulang's enthusiasm, what AI Luo blinked. Seeing Xiaoying, he asked with curiosity, Xiaoying, what AI Luo, good evening. Good evening, Lu Wan, who had been helping in the kitchen, said. What brings you here? We ran into Shou-ju on a mission, so we came to visit. Did Mingren come along too? What AI Luo asked brightly. Qin Jiulang bit his handkerchief, at once amused, and despaired, feeling as though his brother and sister were being swayed away by Mu Yi Cun. No, it was just Lu Wan and me this time. We may trouble you tonight. Don't be polite. If you need anything, just ask. Are we not friends? What AI Luo smiled, faintly puzzled by Kan Jiulang's aversion to Lu Wan. Kan Jiulang muttered something to him. What AI Luo looked on with doubt, unconvinced. In short, keep an eye on Lu Wan. All right, What AI Luo nodded hesitantly. At last the meal was ready. Shou Ju cheerfully drew Xiaoying to sit at her side, and had hoped Lu Wan would sit on her other side, but seeing What AI Luo take his place, Xiaoying did not object. During the meal, aside from Kan Jiulang occasionally snatching dishes to Lu Wan's annoyance, everyone seemed content. Later, Lu Wan lay in the courtyard and gazed at a tree that emitted a soft blue glow, puzzled. How did Xiaoying Cun have one as well? About tonight, I am sorry. Shou Ju came out then and sat beside him. Lu Wan. It's about Kan Jiulang. He may have misunderstood something. You probably did not eat enough. This snack I learned from Xiaoying should be quite good. Try it. Shou Ju placed the snack beside him, and seeing him watch the blue glow tree, smiled gently. This blue glow tree was a gift Ming Ren gave to What AI Luo. At first, What AI Luo feared it would not take, but surprisingly it adapted well and lived on. Lu Wan sat up and bit into a dumpling, or it was not overly sweet. The two shared a warm moment. In the corner, Kan Jiulang bit his handkerchief in frustration. Damn, he had just handed that fellow an opportunity. What AI Luo rubbed his temples as he looked at his naive brother, thinking his behavior was most unbecoming. Shikamaru, the blue light tree that Naruto sent, can change the soil. Both of them did not notice Kanjiro squatting in the corner behind them. Temari recalled the changes she noticed that day and spoke up. The environment in Konoha is quite good, so they might not have noticed, but the effect is very significant in Sunagakure. The sand in their yard has already turned into soil with flowers and grass growing. Shikamaru frowned, knowing that this glowing tree was not simple, but he had not considered it could change the soil. If other countries found out, it might lead to unrest. But rest assured, no one in Konoha will notice. As for Sunagakure, I won't tell my brother and the others, but I hope you can relay this to the 5th Hokage. We want to purchase some. This was the reason Temari came to him. She didn't want to trouble Sakura, who had already helped her a lot. What a hassle. Shikamaru felt that the dumpling in his mouth lost its flavor when he saw Temari's focused and expectant gaze fixed on him, and he turned his eyes away. Just so you know, if the 5th Hokage finds out, he may not be willing to negotiate. Shikamaru planned for the worst outcome, so he did not give any guarantees. That's all I need, thank you. Shikamaru. Temari happily pounced on him, giving him a kiss on the cheek before leaving. Kanjuro, hiding in the shadows, was petrified, feeling as if he might shatter. Gaara did not initially take Kanjuro's words seriously, but given the current situation, did his sister just get groped? The cold air was flowing freely. Shikamaru turned red after Temari left, and after a long while he covered his face with one hand. This accelerating heartbeat felt a bit ominous. Sakura, who had gone to bed early, was completely unaware of what had happened that night, thus missing the chance to gossip. In the morning, after washing up, he sat at the dining table and saw Gaara glaring at him with a murderous aura. Kanjuro's eyes were also filled with malice. Sakura had a big question mark floating in her mind. Did she miss something again? Temari happily took her hand and pulled her to sit down. Quick, try this. It's the bun I made based on what you said. Let me know if it's good. Sakura blinked. Thank you. Shikamaru, you should eat more too. Temari even picked one for Shikamaru, her face showing no signs of embarrassment or shyness. She looked as if she did not care at all about the kiss from last night, while Shikamaru tightened his grip on his chopsticks. Gaara glared at him. Sakura felt that if they weren't friends and allied nations, Shikamaru would have been buried in a sandstorm by Gaara long ago. Shikamaru sighed deeply and tried to ignore the two as they picked up the bun and took a bite. It felt quite to his taste, oddly enough. Shikamaru, it's been a while since we saw each other. How about we spar a bit later? Gaara put down his chopsticks, speaking with a calm tone. If he wasn't radiating killing intent, Shikamaru might still consider sparring with him. Shikamaru lazily gave him a light glance. No, too troublesome. I need to leave soon, maybe next time. Look at that. Everyone else is saying next time, and he's saying later. When is later? I don't find it troublesome. You can start as soon as you finish eating. Gaara stood up, crossing his arms over his chest. Temari was still a bit confused about why they suddenly started talking about fighting. Kanjuro looked on with interest, hoping Gaara would go all out. Seeing Shikamaru's pleading gaze directed at him, Sakura coughed twice and lowered her head, pretending she saw nothing. He had to let his future brother-in-law witness his strength right. This way Gaara would feel assured handing Temari over to him. After the meal, Shikamaru was ultimately dragged to the training ground by Gaara. Sakura sat at a distance with Temari and Kanjuro, watching Shikamaru hold on for half an hour. Then when his chakra ran out, he was beaten up by Gaara with bruises on his face. Temari was somewhat worried that hitting Shikamaru like this might not be good. Sakura saw this and laughed uncontrollably, leaning against Temari, giggling nonstop. The sound was heard by the two in the field, and Shikamaru narrowly dodged the sand on the ground. Veins bulged on his forehead, truly unfortunate friendships. Plus Gaara is now the Kazekage. Is it really okay to hit someone like this in broad daylight? Hey, all of your umbu from Sunagakure are surrounding the place. You don't plan to join in, do you? I admit. While the words of surrender were blocked, Gaara narrowed his eyes, raising one hand with a cold smile. With this strength, does he still dare to have thoughts about his sister? In the end, Shikamaru was heavily injured and fainted. Sakura had no choice but to send a message to Tsunade saying that Shikamaru was accidentally seriously injured and would need a few days to recover. Upon learning that this guy would stay for a few days due to his injuries, Temari's helping Gaara take care of him. What a blunder. If I had known I wouldn't have fought him so hard, then he wouldn't have to stay here. If I had known, I would have come earlier. The more I see him, the more annoyed I get. Kanjuro rubbed his head. Temari was carefully wiping his face and applying medicine, so angry that Kanjuro felt like ending him. Sakura, I'm done. Okay, thank you. Sakura thanked her and asked Temari to help keep an eye on him to prevent him from getting a fever before she went out to brew medicine. Gaara found her. Sorry, Sakura, I've troubled you. It's fine, after all, Shikamaru getting beaten up is no big deal. Let him experience Gaara's strength, perhaps he wouldn't be so lazy in the future. What about him and my sister? Gaara hesitated for a moment, but still asked. These two currently only have mutual feelings, but I feel it shouldn't be far off. Sakura was worried he might feel bad about Shikamaru's serious injuries. By the way, Shikamaru has indeed been slack lately. Your actions can give him some motivation, so don't feel burdened. Gaara fell silent for a while, thinking a lot. The environment in Sunagakure is indeed not very good, while Konoha is quite nice. If his sister really liked Shikamaru, marrying into Konoha would also work. And with him as the Kazekage, Shikamaru wouldn't dare treat his sister badly. Little did he know that Kanjuro, who had already begun to betray, was still closely watching the two. Temari held back, frowning. Kanjuro, don't you have any missions today? I do. Kanjuro didn't understand why his sister was asking him this. What are you still doing here? Otherwise, how could he be idly watching her and the unconscious Shikamaru? Feeling wronged by his sister's reproach, Kanjuro couldn't say that this guy has feelings for you and that he needed to keep an eye on things so you wouldn't get groped. Temari put her hands on her hips, her expression serious. Now, immediately go help Gaara handle the paperwork and patrol. Okay. Kanjuro reluctantly responded, leaving while looking back multiple times. Temari really wanted to give him a fan of what was with this strange behavior today. For the past 2 days, Lu Wan had been convalescing. Xiaoying, having not returned to my village, did not witness how Zhuizhu, after rescuing Zilei, had burst into the Mai Hokage tower and fled, abandoning Zilei where he lay. Along the way, he had collided with Ming Run. The two had come to blows, wrecking many houses in Mai. Lu Wan yawned as he lay in the courtyard staring at the tree. Irritation pooled in his eyes as if about to take form. He could not rise from bed only last night, yet successive blue lights had wrapped him and his wounds had miraculously mended by half. If others learned the village harbored so many anomalies, there would surely be war without question. So you were here, Lu Wan. Xiaoying returned from outside with a local confection for him. Xiaoying, it's been 3 days. It's time we left. Lu Wan accepted it. I came to tell you the same. We have troubled them these days. Should we prepare a gift? A gift? Why give gifts? And what does that look, Xiaoying? Helpless, he rose and followed her. They walked a while until a jewelry shop caught their eye. A pair of earrings made him pause. He then resumed, trailing Xiaoying as if nothing had happened. Although they had gone shopping, the gifts Xiaoying prepared were not bought in Xiaoyin village, but were her own concocted pills. She had packed 3 bottles, 1 for each of them. Lu Wan rubbed his forehead in mild vexation. Uncertain what to give, he ultimately wrote Ai Luo a lengthy treatise on managing the village, hoping to hasten his consolidation of authority in Xiaoyin village. Qin Zhilong presented a set of protective gear. Shouju received the earrings bought that day. Remembering that scene made his ears burn. He wondered whether she would like them. On the way home, Lu Wan drifted into thought. Xiaoying called him several times before he answered. Xiaoying teased, "Are you thinking of Shouju?" "How did you?" He stopped mid-sentence. Xiaoying mocked him, playfully certain now that Lu Wan harbored feelings for Shouju. A touch embarrassed Lu Wan quickened his pace until he sprinted. Xiaoying shrugged and matched his stride. "Hey, don't be mad, Lu Wan. It's not like I was wrong. Rest assured, Lu Wan, I won't ridicule you," she added mischievous. "But I will tell Ming Ren so he can tease you. You're so noisy." In the end, Xiaoying teased Lu Wan all the way back into Mayu by the village gate. His expression had grown numb. He marveled that Xiaoying could be so talkative. How had Zhuozhu endured her for so long without growing weary? Upon returning, they found my disheveled ruins lay about, and injured villagers limped along the roads. An Umbu operative passing by bowed and reported to Xiaoying, informing her they must immediately register at the ninja hospital. After bidding Lu Wan farewell, she hurried away. As soon as she entered the hospital, Gang Shou seized her and rushed her to an emergency ward. "Master, Xiaoying Zilai's bodily functions are failing. For this operation, I need you and Jing Yi to assist at my side." Gang Shou's face was grave. When Zhuozhu had flung Zilai down, she had nearly assumed he was dead. Throwing Zilai onto the Hokage tower had been a provocation. She had almost issued and shrank Roguenin alert, only calming when the toads on Miao Mu Mountain told her she was not to blame. She had only had time to send the toads to take Ming Ren to Miao Mu Mountain to train before she remained behind to watch over Zilai. This surgery would exhaust both time and chakra, as she could not complete it alone, hence her anxious wait for their return. Jing Yi had long been summoned to the hospital to help. After greeting Xiaoying, she prepared to enter the operating room, while Xiaoying followed Gang Shou to sterilize and change garments. Gang Shou's hands trembled before the operation. Xiaoying suspected the sight had conjured memories of her former lover and brother, and the fear that she too might fail to save Zilai. If they could not rescue Master Zilai, Gang Shou would surely break. Xiaoying exhaled and gripped her wrist. "Master, let me begin. Stand by and tell me what to do if any issue arises." Her gentle yet resolute tone froze Gang Shou for a moment. After a pause, she nodded and moved aside to guide Xiaoying through the procedure. Jing Yi reflected and decided she would follow Xiaoying into the surgery. Although Gang Shou's hemophobia had improved, there might still be complications. After all, the patient was a comrade of her own master. Meanwhile, Lu Wan helped villagers salvage their belongings in Mai. By the time they finished, night had fallen on the road. He ran into Ding Xi, who recounted the recent chaos. First, Zilai was gravely injured and returned by Zhuozhu. Then Ming Ren and Zhuozhu had fought, injuring many villagers. Lu Wan's brow furrowed. Could someone whose bodily functions were failing truly be saved? And what of Zhuozhu's motives? Ding Xi, noticing his silence, asked, "Lu Wan, what are you thinking about?" "I'm wondering whether the 5th Hokage Xiaoying and Jing Yi's operation will succeed." "It will, don't worry." Ding Xi popped a chip into his mouth. "By the way, Jing Yi has learned Xiaoying's technique, so it must work." "That technique?" Lu Wan looked at him. "Some kind of regeneration surgery." "Truly." For some reason, Gang Shou could not master it, yet Xiaoying could, and now Jing Yi as well. It could not be a matter of lesser talent or age, perhaps. Probably not. Lu Wan parted ways with Ding Xi and headed for an inn. He needed a meal after a long day's exertion. While eating, he watched incredulous as an eagle landed upon a chair. What would harbor such a bird? Sure enough, with a sudden thud, the transformation released, and a dark-haired youth sat upon the chair. He regarded Lu Wan in silence. Lu Wan would not be the first to speak. He continued his meal, confident in his endurance. Finished eating. TCH. Lu Wan gave him a deadpan look. "I have news of you, Jibai too." The youth said, "Next time I confront him, it will be a duel. I do not know if I will survive that contest." Lu Wan went silent. "And if I do not return alive, I want you to look after Xiaoying for me." The youth paused, then added, "And Ming Ren." "You hesitated when you said Ming Ren." Lu Wan shot him a withering look. "Matters like that are your own responsibility. I lack the strength for it. If I can, I will handle it myself." The youth placed a scroll on the table and pushed it toward him. "This is payment." "No need. They are my friends too." Lu Wan declined. The youth's gaze softened. He did not retrieve the scroll and instead left for the door. "Return alive, Zhuozhu." Of course, the victor will be me." After he departed, Lu Wan opened the scroll and found it filled with money, an astonishing amount. Had he pillaged a treasury? Where had so much money come from? Zhuozhu, not much. I merely took it from Nishiwan. The final suture was secured. Sakura and Ino had collapsed from exhaustion. This surgery demanded not only cellular reactivation, but also a full blood transfusion, rigorous sterilization, and bone realignment. 10 grueling hours culminated in success. Jiraiya's breathing had stabilized. His body bore numerous sutures, and his severed hand had been meticulously reattached. Scarring was inevitable, unless a new scar-fading pharmaceutical could be developed. You've both done exceptionally well. Thank you, Sakura. Ino Tsunade said gratefully, then instructed other medical staff to wheel Jiraiya to the intensive observation ward. No need for thanks, Master, Ino replied, shaking her head. Sakura, utterly spent, having raced across the village and then sustained 10 hours of intense surgical focus, could barely muster speech, clinging to consciousness by sheer will. Once the operation concluded, Sakura bid farewell to her colleagues and headed home to bathe, eat, and sleep. She'd been utterly drained these past days. Arriving at her house, she found a warm, freshly prepared meal waiting on the table, and warmth bloomed softly in her chest. After a full day's rest, Sakura awoke the following evening, yawning sleepily as she descended the stairs. 1-year-old Yu clutched the bioluminescent sapling, nearly his own size, and opened his mouth ready to bite. A slender, fair hand reached down and lifted the insatiably curious toddler. Yu kicked his tiny legs, turned his head, and cooed, "Jia, Jia," before flashing an irresistibly adorable smile. "This isn't something you can eat, little one. Are you hungry? Let me prepare your formula." Sakura nuzzled his round cheek and smiled, her eyes crinkling with gentle affection. His large, luminous eyes blinked slowly, then he nodded obediently. "He's simply too endearing," Sakura mused, half seriously contemplating asking her mother Haruka to have another baby just for her to dote on. Then she remembered Haruka's age and quietly abandoned the notion. While Sakura stepped into the kitchen to prepare the formula, Yu gazed at the slightly ajar front gate, then at her back, and began crawling toward it. A tiny, shadowy bundle glided noiselessly across the moonlit streets of Konoha, so small, so silent, that even patrolling shinobi failed to notice him. Yu stared intently at the glowing sapling blocking his path, then waved his small hand dismissively, "Move aside." The bioluminescent sapling toppled sideways under his push. Yu resumed his quiet expedition, yet the moment he passed, the tree righted itself and rooted once more precisely where it had stood. Having prepared the formula, Sakura turned, only to find Yu gone. She searched every room, growing increasingly unsettled. Where had he gone? She decided to ask her parents. Sasuke, who had escorted Sakura home unseen and lingered in Konoha for a day, now departed the village, completely unaware that a tiny pink-haired figure was crawling silently behind him. Yu patted the shimmering barrier before him, recalled the man's earlier motion, mimicked it, and slipped effortlessly through. "HM, whose child are you?" Sasuke had exited the village intending to evade pursuit, and sensed movement immediately. He assumed a shinobi had discovered him, only to find a toddler instead. He halted, knelt, and lifted the child. Their eyes met, one tall, composed, enigmatic, the other small, wide-eyed, unguarded. Yu tilted his head and babbled, "Pooh, it's far too late for wandering alone. Where is your home?" Sasuke noticed the child's hair, faintly pink-tinged, and hesitated. Was this Sakura's younger brother? Yu beamed with delight. Confirmed, it was you. Sasuke sighed faintly, cradled the boy in one arm, formed a swift hand seal, and turned back toward the village. Konoha's barrier system was peculiar. Entering required deliberate unraveling, yet exiting demanded no such effort. Anyone could slip through unimpeded. That was why Sasuke moved in and out so freely. Yu, likely exhausted from his long crawl, had already drifted into deep slumber. Sasuke carried him to the Haruno residence, where muffled voices spilled from within, hinting at lively commotion. First, Sasuke cast a subtle genjutsu to lull Haruno-san and Haruno-sama into a tranquil illusion. Sakura glanced toward the doorway, but he chose not to reveal himself, fearing that seeing her again would stir emotions too difficult to leave behind. Yet in the end he returned, for her. He approached the Haruno home, holding the sleeping toddler, who clutched his dark hair tightly in tiny fists. "Sasuke, Sakura, it's been a long time. I saw him outside the village. I suspected he might be your brother, so I brought him to you." Sakura exhaled in profound relief. She'd feared needing to enlist other shinobi for a frantic search. Thankfully, Sasuke had found him and returned him safely. "Thank you. This is you, the one I told you about." Sakura took Yu into her arms and looked up at Sasuke with heartfelt gratitude. "You never need to thank me, Sakura. His gaze softened. Gently, he brushed his fingers through her hair. What happened in the village today? After guiding her parents back to their room and settling you between them, Sakura emerged to ask. The rain village proved troublesome. By the time I arrived, Jiraiya was already critically wounded, and the enemy outnumbered me. I extracted him and withdrew immediately. Sasuke recounted the mission concisely, paused, then added what he'd witnessed with Naruto, and why their confrontation reignited. Sasuke's intrusion into Konoha had been dramatic. Suigetsu Karen and Jugo held off pursuing forces while he bore Jiraiya over his shoulder, then kicked open the Hokage Tower's entrance and hurled the injured sage inside. Naruto happened to witness it, and instantly assumed Sasuke had gravely injured Jiraiya. Enraged, he charged forward, Rasengan blazing, and struck. Recalling it, Sasuke frowned. He'd refused to explain. Naruto, ever impulsive, accepted appearances as truth and refused to listen. Soon Sasuke's own temper flared, and the two reduced swaths of Konoha to rubble. Tsunade herself intervened to halt the battle. Only then did Sasuke depart with his team, returning alone later under cover of night. Ha ha ha, hiya hiya. You weren't actually hurt by Naruto, were you? Sakura couldn't suppress her laughter, never imagining Konoha's devastation would stem from such a misunderstanding. I'm unharmed, though Naruto may retreat into self-imposed seclusion for a while. Sasuke took her hand, lacing their fingers together. Her hands were slender and fair, yet bore delicate calluses from years of sealing script inscription. Looks like tomorrow will keep me and Shikamaru busy repairing the damage. Naruto would certainly storm in declaring Sasuke unforgivable. If he becomes too tiresome, simply ignore him. Sasuke sighed, a familiar weariness coloring his voice. That knucklehead, still as stubborn as ever. But let's not speak of him, Sakura. His striking face drew near. She leaned back instinctively, only for his arm to encircle her waist and his fingertips to tenderly trace her jawline. Sakura, even I feel jealousy. Edge. She blinked, his proximity dizzying, her hands rising to push him away. What followed remains delicately unspoken. Sakura, why is your neck flushed? Was it a mosquito bite? Early the next morning, Haruka examined the faint red mark on Sakura's neck, puzzled. Sakura nodded awkwardly, yes. Bitten by an exceptionally large mosquito. Indignant, Sasuke had dared. She fumed inwardly. That's quite serious. Let me fetch some ointment for you. Setting down her spatula, Haruka hurried toward the storage room. Just then Yu wobbled over, wrapped his arms around her leg, and settled onto her feet. Sakura arched a brow, then lifted him effortlessly and continued walking, cradling him as she went. This is the side story of Naruto. Since he could remember, Naruto had been cursed by everyone, and most of the children in the village disliked him, and he was often chased away by shopkeepers when he went to buy things. At the age of 5, Naruto met a black-haired boy with spiky hair and a chubby boy. That day he was bullied by his peers again, and while crying he noticed the spiky-haired boy sleeping on the other side of a tree. The boy seemed to be awakened by his cries, and with a pouting, adorable face, said, "What a hassle, stop crying." Naruto was startled, sniffling as he looked at him. The chubby boy who had come with him handed Naruto a bag of chips. He introduced himself as Nara Shikamaru, and the chubby boy was called a Kimichi Choji. He said if no one was playing they could look for him and Choji. That day he was very happy to have two friends. He chatted with them. Although he did most of the talking, Choji kept eating, and Shikamaru yawned with his eyes closed. However, whenever he asked a question, both Shikamaru and Choji would respond. Shikamaru knew things Naruto didn't, and he was impressive, but he seemed to lack energy all the time. At noon, a blonde girl and a pink-haired girl came over, and then Shikamaru went off with them. After they left, Naruto felt hungry too, so he decided to go home to find something to eat. Passing by the park, he saw a group of children surrounding a girl with white eyes, hurling insults at her. He rushed over to stop them, but he was beaten again. It really hurt when he was hit, and he wanted to cry, but he couldn't. If he cried, they would surely hit him harder. He didn't pay attention to where that girl went afterwards. Even though it hurt when he got home, he found that his wounds had already healed. So could it be that he was the so-called demon fox they spoke of? Because he had met Shikamaru and Choji the day before, Naruto woke up early the next day and went back to where he had met them, hoping to play with his new friends. However, he waited all morning, but Shikamaru and the others did not come. Did they not come to play with him because they knew he was the demon fox? He completely forgot that he hadn't arranged to play with them. Naruto lowered his head in disappointment. "Hey, what are you doing here?" A cute voice of a girl rang out, and Naruto looked up to see a pink-haired girl. I am waiting for Shikamaru and Choji. Naruto spoke softly as if afraid to disturb her. Shikamaru and Choji have something to do today. They can't come out until tomorrow. If you want to find them, I can let them know for you. The girl had her hands behind her back, smiling cutely, somewhat like an angel. You should go home early, I'm leaving now. It seemed she had something to do, and after saying that, she ran off, waving goodbye to him. Naruto's face turned red. After waiting a little longer, he decided to go back and come again tomorrow. The next day, Naruto squatted under a tree watching ants moving their homes. Shikamaru and the others still hadn't come, so he thought he would wait a bit longer. Perhaps he just arrived too early. He didn't wait for Shikamaru, but encountered the kids who had bullied him a few days ago. He was beaten again, and after they left, Naruto buried his face in his knees and cried silently. By afternoon, he finally saw Shikamaru and Choji. Shikamaru, Choji. Yo, Naruto, good morning. The boy with the spiky hairstyle had his hands in his pockets, looking quite sleepy. Choji, munching on snacks, also greeted him. Naruto happily pounced on Shikamaru, exclaiming, I'm so happy. She didn't lie to me, you really came. Stumbling from the impact, Shikamaru quickly extended a hand to steady him, saying, be careful. Naruto played with them for several days. One day, the pink-haired girl passed by and called Shikamaru and Choji to go to the training ground. The girl even asked him if he wanted to join, but Naruto was afraid that if he went, everyone would bully him again, so he declined. At the age of 7, they had already started ninja school. On the first day, Shikamaru and Choji gifted him a pair of goggles. He was very happy, as it was the first time he received a gift. Shikamaru and Choji also asked him why he didn't go play with Sakura. It turned out the girl was named Haruno Sakura, such a beautiful name. He felt down and didn't answer Shikamaru. Shikamaru, being clever, seemed to realize something and didn't ask him further. Shikamaru was really smart. He could learn everything after just one explanation, but Naruto couldn't. Shikamaru taught him, but he still couldn't learn it. During exams, it was Shikamaru who helped him retake the test, just so he could barely pass. Afterward, both he and Choji accompanied him to scrape by the passing line. When he returned home on the weekend, he found a black-haired boy beside Sakura and Shikamaru. He was very handsome, but clung to Sakura and was quite arrogant. He even called him a loser, which made Naruto very angry. He decided to hate Sasuke. However, Shikamaru and Choji still had a good relationship with him. In winter, when it snowed in Konoha, he wanted to buy clothes, but the shopkeeper chased him away. However, he saw a big brother with silver hair and a black mask entering his house through the window, bringing him many clothes. This orange-yellow jacket was so warm, Naruto tucked his head into it. There were sounds outside, so he went out and saw a steaming bowl of ramen with the name Ichiraku written on it. He decided that Ichiraku ramen would be his favorite food from then on. One day, he encountered the third Hokage by the river. He asked some strange questions. He told Shikamaru about it, and Shikamaru said not to talk too much to him. The third looked nice. He didn't understand why Shikamaru said not to talk too much. But since Shikamaru was his friend, he decided to trust him. After that, whenever he met the third, he didn't say anything. Years passed, and it was time for the graduation exam. The day before, Shikamaru had been tutoring him, but for some reason, he could never perform the transformation technique, so he invented a seduction technique. When Shikamaru found out, he got angry and didn't talk to him for a day. Naruto didn't know why Shikamaru was upset. He wanted to apologize, but he couldn't find the chance. On the day of the exam, he didn't pass and could only sit on the swing under a tree watching everyone happily leave with their parents. He saw Shikamaru and Choji coming over, so he ran away. He was afraid that Shikamaru and Choji would be disappointed in him, feeling that he didn't pass and wasn't qualified to be their friend. However, he still became a genin afterward. He was assigned to Team 7, becoming teammates with the arrogant Sasuke and the angelic Sakura. Sakura was really nice. She would bring them breakfast and occasionally invite them over for dinner. Sakura also told him why Shikamaru and Choji were angry. His seduction technique disrespected women and advised him not to use it. Sure enough, after he went to apologize to Shikamaru and Choji and guaranteed that he wouldn't use it again, they forgave him and they continued to play together. During a mission, while researching jutsu on the way, he learned the Rasengan and the arrogant Sasuke learned the Chidori. They developed many small ninjutsu based on the Rasengan and Chidori they learned. When fighting Zabuza and Haku, he seemed to understand why the village called him the demon fox. It was because he had a monster sealed within him. It seemed that everyone noticed his emotions. Sakura and Kakashi comforted him gently, but the arrogant Sasuke was so proud, he didn't even know how to comfort others. On the way back to the village, Kakashi made them walk back with weights and not allowed to use chakra. Training was exhausting, but he was very happy. During the Chunin exam, he was very nervous. He was afraid he wouldn't pass the written exam, which would cause Sakura and Sasuke to fail as well. He thought about many things, but in the end he passed. He encountered Orochimaru, and Sakura was knocked out. He wanted to kill her, and Sasuke's eyes became stranger than before, even bleeding. Sasuke's strength had grown stronger, but he still couldn't defeat Orochimaru. Because he wasn't familiar with the Mangekyo Sharingan's controlling ability, he felt so weak. If he were stronger, could he protect everyone? What was that sound? His heart was racing. He didn't remember what happened next. When he woke up, Sasuke was under a curse mark, and he had become even darker, not allowing him to approach Sakura, which was so annoying. The village was attacked by Sunagakure, and he encountered Gaara, who had the same experience as him. He could feel Gaara's confusion and loneliness. His heart was crying. He wanted to save him, and he succeeded. Why was he so persistent? Perhaps it was also to save himself. He initially thought he could finish it in one chapter, but he decided to write it tomorrow. While writing, he thought about Naruto's experiences in the original work and felt a bit like crying. Perhaps it ruined the character's image, but everyone can bear with it. This chapter isn't sweet, and they can wait for the main text. A side story of Naruto, continuing from the previous part. After Gaara, he lay in bed for several days before departing with his teacher Jiraiya to train. After 1 month away, Jiraiya instructed him to return to the village. He had urgent matters to attend to. He who had always declared he would become Hokage now faltered beneath the villagers' hostile, accusing gazes. Was he truly worthy of that title? He thought he heard Sakura's voice, and indeed it was her. Shikamaru stood beside her. He followed them to the shop. Sakura ran. Villagers stared again. Whispers of demon fox lingered. Yet their scorn no longer wounded him. All that mattered was that his friends did not turn away. Sakura and Shikamaru bristled at the insults, but he felt warmth bloom in his chest knowing they stood by him. Tsunade had dismissed him under a pretext, yet he waited downstairs for Jiraiya. When Sakura and Shikamaru emerged, he ducked out of sight, though Shikamaru seemed to notice. After they left, he quietly slipped back. Shikamaru treated him to seafood ramen, and they spoke at length, though mostly Naruto talked while Shikamaru listened, offering quiet affirmations. Then Shikamaru asked him a question: "Do you truly wish to become Hokage?" "Of course I do." But Shikamaru urged him to reflect deeply and to answer again later. Naruto nodded silently. Jiraiya returned late at night, glanced at him briefly, then departed. Naruto hadn't even known he'd come. Kurama told him. The next day they set off once more. Jiraiya introduced him to countless people and exposed him to myriad ninja techniques. 6 months later, returning to the village, Naruto noticed something profound. The villagers' eyes no longer held contempt. Some even apologized to him. He visited Tsunade, who presented him with treasures, the legacy of the Uzumaki clan. She also revealed he was the son of the 4th Hokage. In that moment, resentment flickered toward the 3rd Hokage and the villagers. Yet learning the 3rd was gone brought unexpected relief. Still, he wondered how to face the people now. His wealth, he mused, would surely last a lifetime. Then he met Iruka-sensei, who treated him to ramen. Ichiraku ramen remained his favorite, rich, savory, unforgettable. Takijisen even added extra chashu. Walking home, he spotted Kakashi-sensei, silver-haired, mask-clad, climbing through a window, arms laden with groceries. Naruto's eyes widened. The scene overlapped with a childhood memory. Had Kakashi-sensei given him those things all along? He dashed upstairs, and there Kakashi-sensei sat utterly at ease, greeting him calmly while tidying expired food from his pantry. Naruto: "Discard expired food, don't keep it." Kakashi-sensei tapped his forehead lightly. Naruto grinned, foolish and bright. Kakashi paused, sighed, offered gentle counsel, and then left. Naruto realized with quiet joy he had never been alone. Learning Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were trapped in the daimyo's compound, and realizing his training route passed nearby, he charged forward without hesitation, swiftly dispatching guards, only to be stunned by their sheer numbers. When Shikamaru and the others emerged, he learned it was all a misunderstanding. Sheepish, he scratched his head and gave them an innocent, apologetic look. Fortunately, the daimyo overlooked the incident. Otherwise, he'd have landed Sakura and Shikamaru in serious trouble. Neji, recovering from surgery, wore bandages over his eyes and spent his days drawing seals. Naruto trained with Lee instead and persistently coaxed Sakura and himself into outings. Though they feigned reluctance, they indulged him. Ah, this warmth, this belonging, it felt perfect. He shared his answer with Shikamaru, spent several more days with his friends, and then departed once more. A year later, Jiraiya announced they would visit an old acquaintance. They arrived in a tranquil, secluded village. Naruto searched every corner, yet found no one. Reporting this to Jiraiya, a thunderous boom echoed from the mountains. They rushed toward the sound, and froze stunned by the sight of two youths standing before them. Sasuke here? And Sakura injured. His mind went blank. Before he knew it, he'd already lunged forward. Unforgivable. He'd dared harm Sakura. Yet why? Why had he fallen prey to an illusion and slipped into unconsciousness? When he awoke, Sasuke was gone. Ugh, arrogant, insufferable Sasuke. Returning with Sakura to Konoha, Tsunade announced the 7th team would welcome a new member, Sai, a pale-faced, slender boy whose delicate features drew Naruto's teasing remark, a real predator boy. He'd surely hold them back. Yet Tsunade declared he was the only genin on the team, implying Naruto wasn't good enough. Tsunade, no, I didn't mean that. I never said that. During a supply escort mission, while Sakura rested, Naruto nearly challenged Sai to a secret contest, until Kakashi-sensei gently intervened. He withdrew reluctantly. Back in Konoha, they gathered at Ichiraku for ramen, only to discover a fiery new menu item. He immediately challenged Ino to a spice-eating duel. No surrender. He'd win, and he would. Waking up to find Shikamaru, Sakura, and Choji cleaning his apartment, he nearly wept. They invited him to dine at their homes anytime. Sakura truly is an angel. Shikamaru, Choji, what about us? One day, Tsunade summoned the team, asking who would aid Tsunade. Naruto burned to go, yet Sakura held him back. Truth be told, her grip alone wouldn't have stopped him. It was Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique that truly pinned him down. Still, he ended up on the departure roster. Tsunade was scorching and distant. Walking took forever, until Sai's ninjutsu swiftly transported them there. Inside, Sakura tended to Kankuro. An elderly woman recognized Kakashi-sensei and began speaking ill of him. Naruto flared with anger and confronted her. But Sakura opened the door, ushering both Kakashi-sensei and Might Guy inside, and Naruto fell silent. After rescuing Gaara, Sakura collapsed, severe blood loss, chakra exhaustion. She lay unconscious for days. Kakashi-sensei assured him she'd recover, but Naruto paced restlessly outside her room. Meanwhile, Gaara prepared a lavish feast for everyone. Hey, wait a minute. Are those insects? Who eats bugs? Not me. Yet, to his astonishment, they were delicious. He devoured them eagerly. On the way home, they encountered Shikamaru's team. His sensei was gravely injured, but Sakura and Ino managed to save him. Had they failed, Shikamaru would have shattered. The thought ignited fury in him, and he aided Shikamaru in swiftly neutralizing their foe. Back in Konoha, life overflowed with joy. Every time he dined at their homes, Shikamaru's, Choji's, and Sakura's parents welcomed him warmly. Shikamaru's mother often cooked his favorites. How delightful. Sakura's little brother, ever energetic, never seemed to tire, sometimes scrambling onto Naruto's lap, leaving him frozen in place, terrified of jostling the tiny child. Meanwhile, Jiraiya-sensei had departed on a mission, and Naruto sought out Konohamaru, eager to see whether he'd mastered the Rasengan. Konohamaru was hopelessly slow, still hadn't grasped it. Konohamaru, this way. That way. Which way is right? How do I learn it? Naruto demonstrated carefully, trained him for 3 days. Then one day he saw Sasuke carrying a blood-soaked Jiraiya-sensei and hurling him onto the Hokage monument. How dare he? Sasuke had harmed Jiraiya-sensei, yet it turned out he'd misunderstood. Still, Sasuke really ought to have explained. Sasuke, did you ever give me the chance? Heh, he'd known all along. Sasuke would never hurt anyone in their village. At the end of a long day at the hospital, Sakura was completely exhausted and didn't want to move at all. The work had been added by Naruto and Sasuke, stemming from a fight last night that caused many injuries. Sakura let out a deep sigh. As soon as she exited the hospital, she spotted one of the culprits running towards her with an excited expression. Sakura! Sakura! Naruto came to a halt in front of her, exclaiming, I have to tell you, Shikamaru and Choji found a fun mission. Let's take on the task together. It's an rank mission. No, Sakura replied weakly, I can't. The hospital has too many patients right now. You guys go with Shikamaru. Ah, Naruto hung his head, looking dejected. But I really want to go on a mission with you and Shikamaru. It's been a long time since you joined us. He resembled a golden retriever, and it tugged at Sakura's conscience to refuse him. She covered her face. Sakura, come with us on the mission. Isn't Sunadesimus still at the hospital? Naruto shook her hand, looking more like a child. All right. Sakura reluctantly nodded. It had indeed been a long time since they had gone on a mission together, but Shikamaru had only just returned the day before. Why was he going on a mission again so soon? Shikamaru, who was packing his bag, sneezed and pulled out a tissue to wipe his nose. Was he catching a cold? Shikamaru, have you packed everything? Once you're done, call Naruto to come eat. Okay. After replying to his mother, Shikamaru placed his most essential items into the scroll, changed his clothes, and was ready to head out. By the way, Shikamaru, could you bring a pack of cigarettes for your dad? Shikaku, sitting in the living room, spoke quietly as he saw him come out. What did you say? Shikamaru's expression went blank as he caught sight of the shadow looming behind his mother, who was wielding a spatula. What? Did I hear someone asking Shikamaru to bring him cigarettes? Gritting his teeth, Shikamaru silently left, thinking that it was not his fault for not helping his dad. He needed to fend for himself. As he reached the door, he could still hear the sounds of pleas and whines behind him. Coughing, he decided to pretend he hadn't heard anything. In his heart, his father still held a sense of authority. Good afternoon, Sakura. Naruto. It's time to go back for lunch. Shikamaru greeted Sakura and waved at Naruto. Sakura thought it felt like Shikamaru was greeting a dog, similar to how he waved when playing with Kiba's dog last time. Good afternoon. Shikamaru. What did Aunt Gino make for us? I don't know. You'll find out when you see it. Shikamaru yawned and felt even more tired. If it weren't for the upcoming meal and departure, he would have been asleep already. Despite Shikamaru's apparent lethargy and troubled expression, he answered Naruto's questions readily. Sakura sighed, bidding them farewell. She decided not to go home for lunch to prevent Xiaoyu from crying upon knowing, and she would just inform Yifei's mother. Naruto huffed. What the heck, Shikamaru? You never know anything. As long as you have food you like, that's all that matters. Hurry up, or my mom will start nagging again. As Shikamaru quickened his pace, Naruto hurried to keep up with him. Are we leaving right after lunch? Yes, just need to report in before we head out. I didn't expect a cooking competition to count as in strength mission. That's strange. Well, it might just be that the reward is high. Shikamaru didn't think much of it. Even if there were real issues, it would still be easy for everyone to escape. I'm back, too. The two entered, changed their shoes, and Naruto had special shoes for visiting their home. Welcome back. Aunt Gino smiled warmly, taking Naruto's hand and leading him to the dining table. I made a lot of your and Shikamaru's favorites. Be sure to eat plenty or you won't have good food for several days on the mission. Naruto's eyes sparkled, filled with delight at the food. Shikamaru, noticing his father sitting on the sofa with a swollen face, secretly felt relieved that he didn't smoke. Aunt Gino's food is indeed delicious. If it's good, eat more. If it's not enough, Aunt will make more. Nothing is more rewarding than being recognized for the food one has prepared. Gino served dishes to Naruto with a look of satisfaction, while Shikamaru and his father were not as expressive. Their personalities were more reserved. They would just eat a lot without saying much. If only Shikamaru and Naruto's personalities complemented each other better. Shikamaru, no, I don't want to get too fired up. After finally feeling full, Naruto sat back, his belly round and content. He noticed Shikako looking puzzled. Uncle Shikako, what's wrong? It's nothing. I just got hurt during the mission. Could he say it was Aunt Gino who was so gentle in front of him that hit him? He looked at his cheerful wife and shivered. Of course not. For his own dignity, he could only use that as an excuse. Shikaku coughed a couple of times, wondering if Naruto's reflexes were too slow to have noticed until now. I see, Uncle Shikaka, be careful next time. Naruto, are you full? I'm full. Aunt Gino's cooking is really delicious. Gino smiled with her hand over her mouth, while Shikamaru slowly continued to eat, utterly uninterested in their conversation. Shikaka noticed that Shikamaru had finished eating. You guys need to pay attention to safety on this strength mission. Don't overexert yourselves. Aunt Gino, when you come back, I'll make you all some delicious food. Make sure to invite Sakura and the others over. Shikamaru wanted to nod, but he recalled the last misunderstanding with his mother and hesitated. Okay, we will be careful. After happily finishing their meal, the two set off to find Choji, with Naruto chatting excitedly about their training on the way. Shikamaru answered every question. What happened next? Oh, I see. How troublesome. Sakura, this time if you go with Naruto and Shikamaru, there's a place we need you to investigate. In the Hokage building, Tsunade handed her a file. What's this? Sakura opened it. This mission was set in a village near the land of water close to the hidden mist village. There was a hospital known locally, but ninjas often disappeared when passing by. Hinata's team had lost track of themselves while passing by there on a mission. Since Hinata was the daughter of the main branch of the Hyuga family, they had sent someone to investigate. As a result, they were severely injured by the rebirth technique. It seemed that this hospital was conducting human experiments. The ninja who barely escaped came back to deliver the message, but as he spoke, he suddenly vanished. Therefore, upon learning that they would have a cooking competition soon, Tsunade issued an shrank mission under someone else's name to participate in the competition while actually investigating the hospital's circumstances. Naruto tends to be impulsive, so you and Shikamaru need to keep an eye on him. The main task. Don't tell him. Tsunade paused. Sakura nodded, deciding not to tell Naruto. Not saying anything was fine, anyway Naruto would accidentally find out later, and it wouldn't concern her. Thank you all for the gifts. Well then we're off. Granny Tsunade. Naruto flashed a bright smile, revealing his snow-white teeth. The group exchanged farewells with Kakashi and Asuma-sensei. Arriving later, Sakura and the others set off first. At the village entrance, Sakura handed the document to Shikamaru, who frowned as he glanced at it. What a hassle involving the Hyuga clan. Is this not a conspiracy? What's going on? What are you looking at? Sakura. Shikamaru. Naruto leaned over curiously. Shikamaru tried to hide, but Sakura stopped him. Naruto would inevitably encounter these matters, so it was better to let him see and prepare himself. What is this? Let me see. Naruto took the document from Shikamaru's hand. Sakura walked ahead first, as she didn't want to see Naruto getting upset. Better for Shikamaru to calm him down. As they approached Ino, they whispered to her, while Sai silently followed. As expected, Naruto got angry at Shikamaru's side and urged him to hurry along. Whether angry or not, they still had to keep moving. I will definitely save Hinata. Yes. Naruto has such great energy, Ino remarked. Sakura nodded, feeling something was off, as if someone was watching her. She turned, but saw nothing. Yes. What's wrong with you? You've been looking back. Ino asked curiously. It's nothing, they're fine now. Let's speed up. The trees around them rushed by, and Sakura took out some candy from her bag and popped it into her mouth. When she noticed Chuji looking over, she raised an eyebrow and tossed him a piece. Ino waved for a piece as well, and Sakura handed her one. It was too boring on the road, so eating something was a good idea. Sai saw this and took out a bag of candy from his own bag, handing it to her. Ino fell silent, and Sakura suddenly felt she had hit a nerve. Shikamaru was speechless. What was going on with Ino and Sai? It felt as though he had been to Sunagakure for just a few days, yet something unknown had happened. Seeing this, Naruto reached out to Sai. Sai silently handed him a bag. Naruto happily shared with Shikamaru. What a hassle, he said, but despite that, Shikamaru quickly collected the candy, putting a handful into his pocket and eating another piece. After running for several hours, everyone stopped to rest. Naruto pulled out a dining table, food, and cooking utensils. No matter how many times Sai saw it, he still thought Team 7 really brought everything. Last time it was cooked food, but this time they brought raw ingredients to cook themselves. Alright, let me show you all what I can do. Ino placed her hands on her hips. Her cooking was praised by her mother this time, and she wanted everyone to try it. Then I'll go catch some fish, Shikamaru said calmly, not believing there wouldn't be any fish this time. I'll go with Shikamaru. Chuji raised his hand, wanting to redeem himself. What ninja has ever caught fish empty-handed? Only those two. Go ahead. Sakura waved her hand, while she and Naruto helped Sai prepare the ingredients. Sakura, I'm done. Naruto held up a cauliflower stalk, grinning widely. Sakura felt a headache coming on Naruto. How did you make it look like this? Like this. Naruto animatedly described, while Sai glanced at the stalk in his hand, and then at the pieces he had discarded, green balls scattered in the water. Naruto, you don't need to chop it down, just wash it, and cut it into pieces, then blanch it, and cook it later. Sakura felt a sense of helplessness. Is that so? Naruto's eyes widened as the nine tails within him mocked him. Yes. Remember this for next time. Alright, I'm sorry, Sakura. Ino, I've made things harder. Naruto bowed his head, and Sakura patted his head. No need to apologize. After all, it's your first time handling this. Right? Naruto, if you don't know something, you can ask us. No need to apologize. Ino shook her head. It was just a small matter. However, Naruto soon forgot about it, happily chatting away. Sakura smiled and nodded, catching a glimpse of Sai secretly disposing of the scraps. Great, yet another one who didn't know how to handle things. Shikamaru and Chuji returned with gloomy faces. Sai looked at their empty hands, his gaze turning strange. Could it really be that ninjas couldn't catch fish? Shikamaru Chuji, where's the fish? Naruto asked curiously. They might have been better off not saying anything, but once they did, their faces darkened further. There are no fish in the nearby river. I don't believe it, I'll go check. With that, Naruto took off running. Shikamaru and Chuji didn't care. After all, there were really no fish. They didn't believe Naruto could catch any. Isn't this a fish? Why did you say there aren't any, Shikamaru? It wasn't long before Naruto returned carrying several fish. Sakura felt like the two of them were about to collapse, especially Chuji, who didn't even react when his chips fell. Ino exclaimed, "Pfft. Huh. Shikamaru, did you and Chuji get possessed by a black spirit? This is truly unbelievable." Sakura raised her hand to cover her mouth, stifling a laugh. What a hassle. Shikamaru's expression remained emotionless, staring intently at the fish in Naruto's hands, infuriated, wondering why he hadn't seen any earlier. While Ino was cooking, Naruto was laughing at the two of them. Chuji held back, feeling that it was still better to not hold back. If he didn't strike now, he might not get another chance. Putting down the chips in his hand, he charged in with a fist aimed at Naruto while he wasn't paying attention, and the two of them got into a scuffle. Help me. Naruto struggled to reach out a hand from the dust. Sakura, Sai, Shikamaru, Ino. Sakura and the others looked at the sky and the ground, ignoring him. What lovely weather it was today. At mealtime, the two of them had bruised faces, and they exchanged glances, huffing as they turned their heads away. So delicious. I didn't expect Ino to learn how to cook too. The pleasant meal concluded, and after tidying up, everyone continued on their journey, finally arriving the next day. Sakura discussed with Shikamaru, and they split up. Sakura led Naruto and Sai to infiltrate the hospital, while Shikamaru took Ino and Chuji to participate in the competition, diverting everyone's attention. Ino and Chuji went to participate in the cooking competition, surrounded by many spectators. Shikamaru knocked a villager unconscious and hid him away using transformation jutsu to take his place and observe. As the competition was about to announce the champion, an exploding tag was thrown onto the stage, causing panic among the crowd. Taking advantage of the chaos, things quickly became more disorderly, and soon someone went to report. Meanwhile, Naruto had just hidden under an eave when he saw Hinata walking out in a light blue kimono. He paused, thinking Hinata looked beautiful. Sakura and Sai infiltrated the second floor, splitting up to act. Seeing no one around, Sakura hurried to the door marked as the director's office, knocked, but there was no sound inside, so she quickly went in. As soon as she entered, she heard whimpering. Sakura turned to see Niji with his mouth taped shut, tied in a corner, shaking his head anxiously with traces of blood on his forehead. Niji. Sakura frowned, and a gust of wind sounded beside her, prompting her to jump aside quickly. I didn't expect anyone could evade my attack. The man rested a massive cleaver on his shoulder, flashing sharp, shark-like teeth as he grinned, a grin that lent him a distinctly sleazy air. Sakura rolled her eyes. It's not even a formidable technique. Of course I dodged it. Do you seriously think you're Eagle Eye? A basic strike isn't some grand spectacle. Kiba exhaled in relief. Had he not been ambushed, he'd never have ended up bound here. He regretted his momentary lapse of judgment, his misplaced sympathy. The man licked the blade of his sword. Sakura's lips twitched. That thing sliced through everything, hasn't it? Doesn't it disgust you? Villains always died from talking too much, and she certainly wouldn't waste breath on him. Chakra surged into her fists as she lunged forward, knuckles aimed straight at his face. Their exchange was swift and fierce, yet soon he faltered. Pulling out a pill, he swallowed it whole. Pustules erupted across his skin, and his strength surged unervingly, sending a wave of revulsion through Sakura. Sakura, my native tongue is silence. What is this? A bioengineered abomination. Hey, don't touch me. Internally frantic, Sakura evaded with lightning precision, snapped on gloves and a surgical mask, then, fueled by fury, delivered a single devastating punch that knocked him out cold. The foe was down, but so was the room. Kiba stood utterly petrified. He'd only heard rumors during the Chunin exams. Sakura and Ino had demolished half the arena, her strength already terrifying. Yet in just 2 or 3 years it had grown even more monstrous. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy. Otherwise he'd be dead or crippled. Elsewhere, Naruto darted and weaved narrowly, avoiding Hinata's relentless assaults. Hinata, can you hear me? No response. Hinata's voice emerged flat, emotionless. Gentle fist, break. Chakra coalesced in her palms, unleashing a concussive shockwave that hurled Naruto backward, only for another strike to follow instantly. Naruto staggered, wiping sweat from his brow. This won't work. I'll be caught if they return. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, do you seriously underestimate our capabilities? Hey, Hinata, snap out of it. It's me, Naruto. She paused, her expression flickering with inner struggle, then just as quickly blanked again. Her hands rose once more. Then, forgive me, Hinata. His gaze hardened, sharpening like tempered steel. A spiraling Rasengan ignited in his palm and shot forward. Meanwhile, the others' battles raged on. Compared to Naruto and Sakura, Shikamaru's team faced far less resistance. Their foes were unprepared, ordinary men with only modest chakra aptitude. Shikamaru ensnared a cluster of them with shadow imitation technique. Ino and Choji swiftly finished them off. They're pathetically weak. I wonder how Sakura and the others are faring. Ino sat atop the mound of subdued bodies, elbows propped on knees, chin resting in her palms, a sigh escaping her lips. Utterly uninspiring. Shikamaru secured the last captive. These are mere foot soldiers. Sakura's group must be facing something far more serious. Choji hadn't touched a snack, not even a crumb. His appetite had vanished after seeing one man oozing pustules grotesquely swollen, perhaps the result of unspeakable experimentation. These people are unsettling. Ino, can you detect anything unusual? Choji gestured toward the captives. Ino leapt down from her perch and recoiled slightly at the sight. The pustules wept ceaselessly, dripping viscous yellowish fluid. I'll examine them. She donned white gloves, drew a scalpel, and, suppressing a surge of nausea, sliced a small tissue sample from one man's arm. She discarded the gloves instantly and retreated into her compact mobile lab. Shikamaru clicked his tongue. This doesn't bode well. Shikamaru, look at this one. Hearing Choji, Shikamaru approached. Beside the afflicted man, a young man writhed uncontrollably. His skin first flushed sickly green, then burned crimson. Within minutes, he mirrored the other's grotesque transformation. They recoiled in alarm. Shikamaru snatched masks from his pouch and fitted one onto Choji and himself. Shikamaru, this is contagious. Are we infected too? Cold sweat broke across Choji's brow. I don't want to become some inhuman monstrosity. His voice trembled. I feel itchy. Shikamaru studied him. Yes, the discoloration had already begun to spread. Yet why did he feel nothing? Then it struck him. He hadn't touched any of them. But Ino had. Ino. He burst into the lab, heart hammering. She was unharmed. Relief flooded him. Had she fallen ill, reaching Sakura in time might have been impossible. Shikamaru. Why'd you come in? I was just about to tell you. It's airborne and infectious. I'm synthesizing the antidote now. Just wait a moment. Then please hurry. Choji's already infected. Shikamaru exhaled slowly. Choji clenched his fingers, fighting the urge to scratch. Shikamaru, bind me please. I can't hold on much longer. Calm restored, Shikamaru complied. The shadows beneath their feet merged seamlessly. Choji sagged with relief. I wonder if there are infected inside the hospital. If so, Sakura and the others are in grave danger. What kind of mission was this? Shikamaru rubbed his temples, sinking onto the floor. Choji mirrored him, then settled into a thoughtful pose. Inside the lab, Ino finally held up the vial, its liquid shimmering faintly. Honestly, this would be lethal to civilians, but for Medicalnin, it's trivial to synthesize. The divide between shinobi and civilians lay in chakra. Civilians possessed none, rendering them vulnerable and utterly defenseless against such pathogens. Ordinary physicians stood no chance. Medicalnin, however, carried chakra within them and possessed deeper knowledge. Their very process of compounding medicine involved infusing chakra into each step, accelerating synthesis dramatically. As for why the afflicted hadn't sought help from Medicalnin hospitals, most such facilities refused civilian patients outright, turning them away at the door. Ino emerged, vial in hand. Seeing Shikamaru still deep in thought, she administered the antidote to Choji. Within moments, a rash bloomed across his skin. Choji, circulate your chakra immediately. It'll accelerate recovery. He nodded, and the affliction receded just as swiftly. What a nuisance. Shikamaru released the technique, massaging his temples. Thinking too long always does this. Ino handed him a candy. He blinked, then accepted it, unwrapping and eating it. Try not to overexert yourself like this, Shikamaru, she murmured, concern softening her tone. His genius came at a cost. Prolonged concentration triggered debilitating migraines. It's fine. Let's administer the antidote to these others and set them aside. We need to find Sakura and Naruto, now. Shikamaru, why worry about a sleeping pig? Their urgency mounted. Sakura was capable, but Naruto. Reckless, impulsive, dangerously so. Let's go. Ino stretched languidly. Last time wasn't satisfying. I intend to enjoy this one properly. Shikamaru and Choji secured the area, ensuring no villagers would stumble upon the scene, then fell into step behind her. After untying Kiba, Sakura approached the intact bookshelf to search for information. Thanks, Sakura. I'd probably have ended up just like those others if not for you. Kiba scratched his head. Akamaru was nowhere in sight. He had no idea where those people had taken him. It's all right. Sakura, I need to find Akamaru, Hinata, and Shino. Leaving right after being rescued felt awkward. He flushed faintly. Go ahead. I need to look for any useful intelligence. Sakura waved dismissively and pulled out a file, scanning its contents. Seeing this, Kiba departed, leaving Sakura alone in the room. She opened a document labeled Kekei Genkai and grew increasingly astonished. Was the researcher behind these experiments truly a genius? The file contained exhaustive data on numerous Kekei Genkai, including that of the Uchiha clan. The date stamped at the top traced back to the Third Shinobi World War. Sakura continued reading, but something was deeply wrong. Such sensitive material shouldn't be guarded by some minor obscure figure. I never expected a Konoha shinobi to uncover this. You're quite impressive indeed. A hoarse, aged voice echoed from behind. Sakura whirled around, alarmed. She hadn't sensed anyone approaching. So, you're the legendary healer of Konoha Tsunade's disciple. His white hair was disheveled. He wore a long white coat and spectacles, leaning heavily on a cane. I am Uzumaki Den. All these documents are my life's research. Uzumaki. Yes. When the land of whirlpools fell, I escaped, and have lived in hiding here in this remote village, pursuing my studies ever since. Uzumaki Den stepped beside her and handed over a thick folder. This is decades of work. I've overcome several bloodline-related afflictions and made breakthroughs in understanding the Uchiha Sharingan. Significant progress has been achieved. Sakura instinctively stepped aside, putting distance between them. Is it really safe to tell me all this? Perfectly safe, since you won't be leaving alive. Uzumaki Den chuckled softly, his tone laced with disdain. Instantly, chains erupted from behind him, lashing toward Sakura. She leapt nimbly aside and flung explosive tags. Uzumaki Den mused aloud. This is the adamantine sealing chains, a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan. It's been decades since I last wielded it. How nostalgic. Sakura's lips twitched, delivering a devastating technique with such calm detachment. Unforgivable. I bore no ill will toward Konoha, until your shinobi kept swarming here like fleas, one after another. Especially those shadowy figures within Konoha itself. You old man, don't speak so calmly while attacking. Sakura drew her blade to block. The sheer audacity of his disregard left her seething. Hehehe, fiery temper for one so young. Oh, and I've sealed this entire hospital. I've also planted certain devices inside. Uzumaki Den shook his head, smiling wryly. If you wish to survive and leave, you'll need to defeat me and deactivate everything I've set in place. No words left, only battle. Sakura's gaze sharpened. Villains die from excessive monologue, and this time she would win without fail. In the end, battered and bleeding, she stood over Uzumaki Den, limbs shattered, and questioned him gravely. Even if you've bested me, you cannot escape these poison gas and bioengineered abominations. His voice trailed off, life already extinguished. You were saying? Her vision blurred. She clutched her head. What was this? Poison. A paralytic. Yet she felt nothing. No warning, no resistance. Sakura collapses. End of story. Haha, just kidding. As consciousness faded, she glimpsed something grotesque, identical to the earlier horror, crawling silently into view. Naruto sprinted through the rain, carrying Hinata across his back, then abruptly slowed. A cold premonition tightened his chest, tears streamed down his cheeks. He raised a hand to wipe his face. What was this? Why did grief pierce him so sharply? Why had Sakura's chakra imprint on his cheek vanished entirely? This couldn't be real. This had to be a joke. Sakura. Hey. Shikamaru. Ino walked beside Shikamaru and Choji down the corridor, then lifted her hand to her cheek. Tears spilled freely as she turned to Shikamaru, only to find both men pale faces drawn with dread. Shikamaru frowned. This ominous sensation boded ill. Choji stared at their faces. Shikamaru. Ino. The markings on our cheeks. They appeared then vanished. Let's move faster. Shikamaru sighed deeply. No wonder this was classified rank. Tsunade, I just casually assigned in rank mission. Exhausted Sasuke leaned against a rain-slicked wall after his brutal clash with Itachi. Fine rain fell upon them both. Beside him Itachi lay unconscious, drenched in blood, his expression unreadable. It's over, Sasuke murmured softly, then rose and raised his hand. Even if your reasons were just these eyes, no longer belong to you. I spare you this once. But should we meet again, I will kill you. Indeed, he still couldn't bring himself to let Itachi die yet. He secured his belongings, carried the wounded man to a nearby village, and departed without looking back. His silhouette receded into the mist-laden forest. Blood streaked his cheeks, his eyes strained from overuse. He paused only to wash away the crimson tears. At last he reunited with the three members of Taka. Karen studied his face intently. Ijugo and Sujetsu glanced over, repeatedly silent, but watchful. What is it? Sasuke suppressed a sigh. Why were they staring so persistently? Karen pointed to her own cheek. Sasuke, what are these red marks on your face? They're fading slowly. Sasuke remained impassive. Suigetsu formed a water mirror. Sakura. Had something happened to her? Let's go. He turned, heading resolutely toward Konoha. Secret technique, insect wall. A cloaked youth with obscured features stood before a pink-haired girl. Swarms of insects hovered midair, forming a living barrier that repelled and assaulted the crawling creatures drawing near. He knelt, gathered Sakura into his arms, and commanded the insects to clear a path, racing out urgently. Fortunately, he'd deployed scouts the moment he arrived. Otherwise, he'd never have made it in time. Ino and the others were to the left, Naruto's team to the right. Better to find Ino first. Shino hesitated, then chose Ino. Her medical expertise made her the obvious choice. But those relentless creatures behind them were infuriating. Secret technique, insect sphere. An explosion thundered, then Shino swiftly located them. Shino, what's wrong with Sakura? She appears poisoned, but I'm uncertain. My insects reported she spoke with someone, fought, then collapsed immediately afterward. Ino hurried forward, taking Sakura gently into her arms. She examined her, pulse-faint chakra, utterly depleted, body completely cleansed, like that of an ordinary civilian. Ino, Sakura's in your care. Choji, you guard them. Shino, come with me. We still have our mission to complete. Shikamaru claimed indifference, but fear not at him. Still, duty demanded priority. For now, this was all he could do. He trusted Choji to protect them. And if Choji faltered, even briefly, Ino's healing would be enough to see them through. P.S. I honestly don't know what I've written anymore, lost in uncertainty. But what did Sakura, who was sleeping, experience? She felt as if someone was constantly speaking. It was really noisy. Sakura, is someone calling me? Walking home after school, Chun-In appeared a bit dazed, looking around, but seeing no one calling her. She considered it a hallucination, ignoring the unease in her heart, and continued walking towards home. Xiao-In, Sakura. Hiss, a headache. Why does it feel like someone has been calling her? A hand appeared on her shoulder, patting her, causing Chun-In to jump in fright and turn around in a panic. Xiao-In, what are you doing? I've called you so many times. A girl with long black hair tied up high, wearing a blue and white striped school uniform, looked at her in confusion. It's been a while since I've heard Mandarin, huh? Why do I feel this way? Tears welled up in Chun-In's eyes, which confused her, and she shook her head. I just didn't hear you. All right, I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. Let's go. The girl looked at her with concern, and then took her hand, beaming. Then I will choose a lot of expensive dishes. Chun-In stuck out her tongue, speaking to her good friend Chin-Yu Ran. No worries, you can't make me poor by eating. Chin-Yu Ran, undaunted, continued to eat freely, knowing she would never be impoverished by Chin-In's appetite. This is great, she wants to eat more. Sakura, wake up quickly. Chun-In abruptly raised her head, still not finding anything. Xiao-In, what's wrong? Chin-Yu Ran frowned, sensing something odd about Xiao-In. Shaking her head, she thought maybe it's just auditory hallucinations due to the recent heavy study load, and she should visit a hospital. With that in mind, she parted ways with Chin-Yu Ran and arrived at the hospital, waiting in line for a checkup. An old doctor pushed up his glasses and looked carefully. Auditory hallucinations. Your checkup report seems very normal. I've been feeling like someone is calling me these days, but it seems like it's not really me they're calling. Chun-Yin rubbed her forehead, which was affecting her sleep. They'll prescribe you some medication for 2 days, and if it doesn't work you can go to a larger hospital for a checkup. After some thought, the doctor prescribed her medication related to mental health. Looking at the prescription, Sakura was speechless. Oh, why was she being prescribed mental health medication? It's not that she has a mental illness, right? Wait, why can I understand this? With confusion in her eyes, Chun-Yin suddenly felt tired at heart, and ultimately, she did not go to pick up the medication and left. It's strange, something feels off. Why does this place feel wrong when she has genuinely lived here for more than a decade? Sakura. Haruno Sakura. Wake up already. In the outside world, seeing Naruto call out so many times without effect, Ino angrily grabbed Sakura's collar and shook her awake, shouting in her ear. The tone startled the others nearby, their expressions frozen. Ahem. Shikamaru coughed lightly, then silently tried to reduce his presence. Ino is so scary. Naruto muttered, feeling intimidated by Ino's cold glare. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Sakura wouldn't be like this. Hinata lowered her head in frustration, her fingertips touching each other lightly, looking as if she might cry, not knowing what she was imagining. Although Naruto did not understand, he still denied her taking the blame. This has nothing to do with you, Hinata. Don't worry, just focus on the illusion. As soon as Sakura discovers the truth, she will definitely break free from the illusion. Ino patted her head, the worry in her eyes while concealed. This illusion is truly powerful. The outside world cannot interfere at all. Ino was sitting not far from Sakura, holding Akamaru. They had just tried to disrupt the chakra, but it didn't work, so Naruto kept calling Sakura's name. Seriously. Ino sighed, realizing they had no other choice but to return to Konoha. It seems they had no way out, so they could only head back, with Shikamaru instructing everyone to pack their prepared things and set off. After 2 days of taking the medication, she indeed no longer heard those voices, and Chun-Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Today she had made plans with Chun-Yu to go to the amusement park, so she had to set off early. After changing into a newly bought hanfu and styling her hair, she checked herself in the mirror. Perfect indeed, she looked the best. Xiaoyin, are you ready? I'm here. A voice came from outside, and Xiaoyin quickly opened the door. I'm ready, let's go. What shall we play today? How about a roller coaster? Chun-Yu tilted her head and cheerfully asked. Isn't that a bit too thrilling? Xiaoyin was reluctant to play that, feeling an inner resistance. Don't worry, it's fine, let's just play this. Chun-Yu shook her hand and acted cutely. Xiaoyin felt she had no choice but to go along with it. After getting off the roller coaster, her legs felt weak, and she turned pale, vomiting by the trash can. Chun-Yu stood awkwardly to the side, her gaze drifting and not daring to look at her. After a while, she handed her a bottle of water. Xiaoyin took the water to rinse her mouth, feeling it was tough, akin to risking her life for her friend. She vowed never to play that again. This one. The big swing looks great. Xiaoyin. Chun-Yu pointed at the big swing on the map, excited as she loved thrilling rides. No, spare me. Xiaoyin shot her a glare, feeling like this was a matter of life and death. Then you wait for me down there while I play. Chun-Yu thought for a moment that this little weakling Xiaoyin could only do that. Xiaoyin nodded, relaxing and sitting on a distant bench watching her play. Time passed peacefully. If only it could stay like this forever. Help! What is that? What came into her sight was a dozen people falling from the sky, their crimson blood staining the ground. Just moments ago, the girl who had been all smiles, telling her to wait, now lay in a pool of blood, her mind blank. Is this a joke? Xiaoyin rushed towards her. It can't be real, can it? The girl with short black hair leaned numbly against the wall, her face pale, while a couple across from her cried in despair. Then the woman came over. She slapped her, blaming her. It's all your fault. If I hadn't gone to the amusement park with you, why would my Ran end up like this? Why wasn't it you who died? What the hell? It feels terrible. Suddenly this world seems so boring. Let it be destroyed. A black crack suddenly appeared outside the hospital. But not yet. As Xiaoyin's heart changed, the crack healed, and the world returned to its original state. Xiaoran is dead. Her only friend. Today is the day of Xiaoran's burial, and Xiaoyin wanted to go in for one last look, but was refused. Xiaoyin had no choice but to follow the burial procession from a distance, not knowing how long they walked when it started to rain. The rain drenched her hair, Then her face, as she could no longer tell if she was shedding tears. Holding the orchid in her hands, she placed it before the tombstone, standing quietly wishing they could meet again in another life. Hey, Sasuke, are you even capable? Naruto shouted angrily. Hey, Sasuke, are you even capable of this? Naruto angrily grabbed Sasuke's collar. Sasuke slapped his hand away, his gaze icy and unyielding. Yuhi Kurenai looked awkward and quickly stepped between the two boys. Naruto looked at Sasuke's eyes. He's practically ready to kill you. Calm down. Dead last. Do you think him like you? Don't get in my way. He tightened his grip on the long sword. Karen Suigetsu Yugo, stand guard. Yes, sir. Naruto's face flushed with rage. That guy was infuriating. If it weren't for Sakura's unresolved situation, he'd have already thrown down with the insufferably arrogant Sasuke. The boy sat beside the bed, lowered his forehead to Sakura's, and closed his eyes. Moments later, his body went limp as he collapsed onto her. Naruto rushed forward in alarm, only to be blocked by the three. Do not interfere with Lord Sasuke, Karen said, stepping before him and adjusting her glasses. Naruto trusts Sasuke. Shikamaru placed a hand on his shoulder, utterly unruffled. But Naruto hesitated, then reluctantly sank into the chair beside the bed. It had been 1 year since Shaorin departed. This year she had gained admission to university with outstanding grades. Shaorin set down the orchid she had brought and stood in quiet stillness for a long while. A gentle breeze stirred, a fine mist of rain began to fall from the sky, and only then did Shaorin stir from her reverie. She opened the umbrella she had brought. Sharon, I watched your favorite anime. That girl you love, I think she's a bit love-obsessed. But if you adore her, I'll learn to love her too. Haruno Sakura. That's a lovely name, though a pity it originates from a country enjoying comfortable prosperity. Oh, right. I've been accepted into medical school. I want to become a doctor. And aunt and uncle are doing well now. You have a younger brother, Chinyueshi. Isn't that a beautiful name? The rain is growing heavier. I should go now. I'll visit again soon. Smiling, Shaorin turned and left. The rain felt strangely intense today, growing stronger by the moment, so she hurried home. The surroundings blurred. Frowning, Shaorin broke into a run. Thud. She'd collided with something. Her hand slipped as she crumpled to the ground, her skirt instantly soaked. Who is this? Shielding her head with one hand, Shaorin stared up at the long-haired youth, his features uncannily reminiscent of Uchiha Sasuke from anime. Sakura, I found you. His handsome face loomed closer. Before she could react, he swept her into his arms, and Shaorin froze, utterly stunned. Hey, who are you? Sasuke blinked, bewildered. What language was Sakura speaking? Get lost. Pervert. Let me go now. That at least he understood. His brows lifted in surprise, and a faint wry smile curved his lips. Pervert. He silenced her with a kiss, her words cut off mid-breath. Shaorin stood utterly dumbfounded. Sasuke carried her effortlessly toward the wooden hut, his mood unmistakably light. This illusory world, free from intrusion, was unexpectedly peaceful. Still, Sakura had to return with him. So exactly where are you taking me? After struggling fruitlessly, Shaorin gave up. Better to conserve her strength for escape later. Sakura, this world isn't real. Come back with me. What nonsense are you spouting? Shaorin frowned. She wanted nothing more than to punch this pervert. Did good looks grant license to kiss girls at will? Was everything unreal? Had her entire 13 years of life been a lie? Preposterous. Sasuke blinked, silent. He had no idea how to explain it. Still, all he needed was Sakura's agreement to return, and clearly that wasn't happening. Shaorin would soon discover as much. Though this pervert harbored no intent to harm her, only occasional uninvited kisses. That alone was unforgivable. This was her first kiss, her second too, gone in an instant. Sniff. Furious, Shaorin glared at the boy cooking dinner. Admittedly, he was breathtakingly handsome, but no, she wouldn't fall for such a classic beauty trap. Shaorin, dinner's ready. Sasuke placed the final dish on the table and beckoned her with a warm, easy smile. What was that gesture? Was she a dog? Shaorin bristled and hurled a pillow straight at his face. It struck him fooling. For a fleeting second, Sasuke looked genuinely baffled. Why was she angry? Indeed, over these past days, Sakura had told him her name was Chinin, so he'd call her Shaorin, a private, intimate appellation known only to him. The thought pleased him deeply. So when exactly are you releasing me? Shaorin bit into the meat with fierce intensity, as if it were Sasuke himself. He propped his chin on one hand, eyes gleaming with quiet amusement, saying nothing. Fine. Of course he'd insist she return with him. Xiaoyin sighed deeply. Life was hard. Xiaoyin sighed again. Then why must I go back with you? You cannot leave, not yet. This world is merely an illusion. If you choose to return with me, it will dissolve. Do you take me for a toddler? Xiaoyin rolled her eyes and resumed eating. Clearly he'd overdosed on that anime. Illusions? He must be delusional. Try it and see, Sasuke murmured, gently stroking her hair. The scene softened, warm, tender, until the next instant. Her hand swatted his away. Your hands are greasy, aren't they? Xiaoyin, you truly ruined the mood. Sasuke covered his eyes with one hand. He couldn't bear to discipline Sakura, and so patience it was. Fortunately, time here flowed differently than in reality. Xiaoyin, if this were real, would you come back with me, eh? Gazing at his solemn expression and the quiet worry in his eyes, Xiaoyin paused. If it were real, I'd go with you after finishing what I need to do here. Recognizing her sincerity, Sasuke nodded. The next day, he let her go. Emerging from that place, Xiaoyin felt dazed. Had she really escaped that easily? Could his words possibly be true? From the shadows, Sasuke followed, unseen, watching Sakura complete university and become a physician. Then one night she assembled a cache of explosives and blew up an amusement park. Sasuke sighed softly, watching the girl flee through the streets pursued by a mob, then leapt from above, catching her midair and sprinting away. Xiaoyin gaped, stunned. This defied Newton's laws. He bounded impossibly high, then ran up a vertical wall. Hey, what is that hand motion? Lightning. It has to be lightning. So he's not cosplaying Sasuke. Sasuke, so you truly dismissed my name as a joke. Karen. Sakura, now fully remembering, buried her face in his chest, mortified beyond words. She hid her face against his chest. The reason she'd clung to this world was to blow up that amusement park for Chunyurin, and shockingly she'd succeeded. Heh. Sasuke chuckled softly, the vibration rippling through his chest. Remembered yet, Xiaoyin? Shut up. Sakura snapped, flustered and embarrassed. That won't do. We must depart, Xiaoyin. He set her down gently, then cupped her cheeks in both hands. Go, quickly. She pulled his hands away, her cheeks burning crimson. At Sakura's words, the world shattered into fragments. Sasuke held her tightly. Thank the heavens, she remembered. Though amnesiac Xiaoyin had charmed him, he cherished the Sakura who remembered everything far more. The world shattered, and the two fell into darkness. Sakura peeked out from his embrace, puzzled, wondering why they had not escaped yet. Sasuke released her vigilantly, watching their surroundings. I thought I would leave you here, but I didn't expect an idiot to come to rescue you. Vortex Tianshi appeared with a disgruntled expression, clearly displeased to see Sasuke. It's you. Sakura exclaimed, not truly shocked. How come these guys always seem to enjoy adding their own chakra and will into everything? Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't know who this guy was, it didn't stop him from wanting to get rid of him. Who called whom an idiot? We meet again. You've broken this illusion, so I have no way to deal with you now. I didn't expect the Vortex clan's legacy to end with me. Sakura didn't respond, probably because this guy hadn't intended to let her speak. I took out the important parts of the Vortex clan's legacy back then. I originally wanted to send it to Konoha, but due to various reasons I hadn't sent it before I heard about Kushina's death. Sasuke didn't want to waste time talking to him. As long as he got rid of this guy, they should be able to leave. A long sword appeared in his hand. Young man, don't be too hot-headed. I just want to ask you for a favor. Naruto scratched his head, pacing around the room, feeling extremely anxious. Kakashi blinked, feeling as if he had seen this scene somewhere before. Forget it, these three people Sasuke brought along were truly hard to deal with. Watching the three fight with the Root members, Kakashi sighed, noting that his own people were stealthily guarding Sasuke, and Sakura leaving Root with no chance to approach. Sai was sweating nervously, crouched in a corner with shadows wrapping around him. Shikamaru was peeling an apple, his shadow connecting to Sai, binding him. The shadow occasionally twitched, tightening its grip, just as Sai was about to break free. He handed the peeled apple to Naruto, who was pacing back and forth. Naruto paused for a moment, then reluctantly took it, angrily biting into it, and venting his frustration on the fruit. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, feeling pleased that they weren't leaving. He could finally focus on his book. Bang! The huge door was pushed open, crashing against the wall. Tsunade stormed in angrily. You guys, why aren't you out on a mission? What are you doing here? Tsunade picked up the door with her bare hands and hurled it towards a group of Root members. Choji paused for a moment, and everyone looked at Shikamaru, who helplessly wondered why they were staring at him. Look at Naruto. So everyone turned to Naruto, and unsurprisingly, he lived up to expectations. Naruto angrily threw the apple core at the root members, hitting one against the wall and creating a large crater. Tsunade-baken. Sakura hasn't even woken up yet. How can we trust you to go on a mission? You don't care about Sakura at all. Tsunade's veins bulged on her forehead as she clenched her fists and struck the wall, creating a huge dent. What did you say? Naruto swallowed hard, still holding his ground defiantly. That's exactly the point. Kakashi felt a headache coming on, quickly getting up to smooth things over. Sorry. Tsunade, we are really worried about Sakura. We will go on a mission tomorrow. We just happen to have a break and are here. You are all trusted associates of the Hokage. Are you all taking a break at the same time? She's running out of people. Tsunade was furious. She should have found the 6th Hokage sooner. She didn't want to be Hokage for a second longer. Seeing the darkening expression on her face, Shikamaru felt it was getting serious and thought he should let Naruto sweet-talk her. Seeing Naruto about to say something, he quickly grabbed him, hoping to silence him. It would be better to let Kakashi-sensei handle it. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. Feeling guilty for 0.1 seconds, Shikamaru put his arm around Naruto's shoulders, covering his mouth with his shadow. Naruto made muffled sounds, giving up in frustration. Sure enough, in the next moment, Kakashi was scolded. Tsunade criticized him for over 10 minutes before finally stopping the chaos at root, telling them to roll back to where they came from. A rustling sound was heard. Choji looked down, coincidentally meeting Sasuke's gaze filled with killing intent. He rolled his eyes, wondering why he was scared. Sasuke, speechless for a moment, had no choice but to pick up Sakura. Having rescued her, he thought since Konoha wasn't safe, she should come with him. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto opened up, Shikamaru's shadow glaring at him. Let go of Sakura. Since Konoha can't protect her, she should come with me. Sasuke remained angry at this naive underachiever. How could he not protect Sakura? Kid, what are you saying? Tsunade gritted her teeth. She had been patient for a long time, as she could not let this brat who wanted to take her disciple go free. I want to take Sakura away. His tone was firm, and Shogo and the others also returned to stand beside him. Karen bit her handkerchief, tears streaming down her face. How infuriating. Sasuke-sama actually liked this girl. No wonder he destroyed so many places with a Kirin yesterday. Isn't she just a Medicalman, good-looking with a great figure and strong abilities? What's wrong with me, Karen? Goodbye. My first love. Sakura, first love. Sasuke, no. She's imagining things. Sasuke, I don't want to fight you. Put Sakura down. Kakashi's expression turned serious, feeling that this student was acting impulsively. This is really troublesome. Shikamaru released sigh, scratching his head. Should he stop them or not? Even if he didn't stop them, Sakura would come back once she woke up, right? Her family is in Konoha. If he intervened, it would really be troublesome. He didn't want to move. Choji could tell what he was thinking from Shikamaru's expression. If Shikamaru slacked off, he wouldn't take it seriously. If you don't want to fight me, then let me take Sakura away. Sasuke slowly spoke, his Sharingan spinning in his eyes. Naruto stood in front of everyone, fists clenched. Sakura won't leave with you. Aunt Haruno and Uncle are here, and there's also Shoyu. And us, blocking the way. Wasn't this a form of protection for everyone against Sasuke? Fearing everyone would gang up on Sasuke, yet worried Sasuke might hurt them. One had to admit, sometimes the actions of a hot-blooded fool left one speechless. Shikamaru yawned, not afraid of a fight breaking out. Sasuke had awakened. Sakura should not be far behind. Well, when you talk about us, don't hesitate. A voice filled with a smile came from Sakura. Sasuke looked down into those smiling eyes, feeling a bit guilty, but he wasn't wrong. He held her tighter. Sakura! Naruto exclaimed happily. Sakura had woken up. That was great. Let me down. You're hurting me. Sakura patted his hand, a bit annoyed. This guy woke up earlier than her and wanted to take her out of the village. Sasuke had no choice but to release her, looking at her dejectedly, as if asking why she wouldn't come with him. I won't leave, but what about you? Do you still want to leave? The girl's voice was filled with concern. Sasuke lowered his eyes, making it hard to read his expression. He stepped back silently since Sakura didn't want to leave. Mizuki, Shogo, Karen. Let's go. Karen. He raised his hand with the sword. The lightning struck down. Sakura watched as everyone around her was struck, then looked at herself unharmed, unable to help but laugh. Ha ha ha, everyone was charred black. Shikamaru lay on the medical stretcher feeling more injured, completely charred, his clothes barely covering the essentials. Wasn't Sasuke really retaliating? What was it? Not being able to protect Sakura? Who would have thought this mission would be so bizarre? What the heck? If there are typos, feel free to use the typo feedback. That way the backend can see it, and I won't look at the comments fearing bad ones. Thank you for your support. Heart sign. Tsunade departed from the hospital while Sakura and Ino, who had just arrived, arranged accommodations for the others. It remained unclear whether Shikamaru had somehow provoked Sasuke, but he bore the worst injuries. Everyone else merely suffered singed hair and soot-blackened faces. Shikamaru lay in his hospital bed utterly dispirited as Asuma lectured him, advising him with weary exasperation to stand farther away next time. As if it were that simple to dodge. That man had deliberately targeted him with his lightning strike. Truly, money was never so easily earned. Asuma finally left after a long while. His wife was nearing childbirth and required constant care, leaving little time for bedside companionship. "We've come to visit you, Shikamaru." Sakura and Naruto peered in from behind the door, their grins unmistakably smug. Shikamaru ignored them entirely, pretending with practiced indifference that he saw nothing at all. "Hey, Shikamaru, what's with that expression?" Naruto protested, affronted. They'd gone out of their way to visit him. Yeah. Shikamaru replied flatly, offering perfunctory assent. Naruto instantly bristled, but Sakura swiftly intervened. Raising voices in a hospital was strictly forbidden. "We made a special trip right after completing our mission. How's your recovery coming along?" Sakura gently guided Naruto into a seat, then placed the bouquet in a vase and set the fruit basket neatly on the bedside table. "Well, not bad all things considered." Shikamaru nodded, tossing an apple to Naruto, who caught it deftly and began peeling it with practiced ease. "Jiraiya has regained consciousness, and Tsunade has decided he'll recuperate at Myobokuzen. Naruto will likely accompany him there for training." Sakura relayed the intelligence she'd received. Her mentor reported that several tailed beasts had been captured, and given Naruto's unique nature, he too faced grave danger. For safety, Sake retreat to Myobokuzen was imperative. "Is that so?" Shikamaru frowned, already beginning to ponder, when Naruto shoved a slice of apple straight into his mouth. At Naruto's guileless grin, Shikamaru's brow twitched darkly. "That boy," Sakura interjected, enough thinking, this is good news. Naruto will train diligently, and your priority now is healing. We're right here with you. I'm leaving tomorrow, but don't worry. I'll train hard, become incredibly strong, and protect you all," Naruto declared, pounding his chest with radiant confidence. Shikamaru simply nodded. After an hour of quiet company, Sakura and Naruto took their leave. Everyone had pressing duties. Naruto's departure loomed at dawn, and Sakura resolved to pack provisions for him, though memory of Myobokuzen's fare had long since faded. Better to prepare something just in case. She certainly didn't want the collective efforts of Team 7 to go to waste only for Naruto to return gone again. Sakura, I want to bring this." Naruto pointed gleefully at a pair of goggles. Sakura eyed the suitcase, sighed, and relented. Fine, it wouldn't take up much space." Naruto then hauled over a golden fox figurine, insisting it must come too. Sakura's forehead creased with a visible sweat drop. "Naruto, didn't you say you disliked this thing?" "I do, but Kurama insisted on bringing it." Naruto pouted. "Fine. What could Sakura possibly do?" Kurama rarely made requests, so she acquiesced, hoping it would spare her future headaches during Naruto's training. Inside the suitcase, Naruto packed 3 sets of spare clothing, originally intending duplicates until Sakura insisted on variety. "All right, let's stow the scroll now, then head out to buy provisions." Sakura clapped her hands and rose. Naruto blinked. "Do we really need food?" "Yes, we can't risk you starving if the local fare doesn't suit you. Tonight I'll teach you how to cook. Later you can prepare meals yourself, or ask Jiraiya for help if you get stuck." Sakura nodded firmly. It was essential. She'd completely forgotten the disastrous incident when Naruto once attempted cooking and reduced the kitchen to ashes. Trusting Sakura implicitly, Naruto nodded, having likewise erased from memory his own culinary incompetence. That very night, neighbors down the street were jolted awake repeatedly by thunderous explosions. Furious, they stormed outside to locate the source, only to discover it emanated from Naruto's apartment. Too ashamed to knock, they endured the chaos in silence. Sleepless, exhausted, emerging the next morning with cavernous dark circles, only to be mocked by colleagues. Dawn bled across the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of rose and gold. Sakura surveyed the wreckage of her kitchen, where Naruto's multiple shadow clones scrambled to restore order. She massaged her temples. Teaching him was proving impossible. Her only hope now rested with Jiraiya's cooking skills. She'd best purchase groceries first, buns, pastries, and other staples to stock Naruto's provisions. Sakura, I'm done cleaning. Naruto avoided her gaze. Last night's scolding still lingered vividly in his mind, and yes, she'd been rather fierce, terrifying even. Then let's go out for breakfast. No more relying on your cooking. Once at Myobokuzen, let the toads prepare your meals, or charm Jiraiya into doing it for you. Sakura yawned, utterly spent. Her own dark circles testified to the ordeal. MHM. Naruto grinned inwardly. Easy, just a little charm would do the trick. Ever since Jiraiya learned of Naruto's identity and harrowing past, he'd treated him with extraordinary warmth and indulgence. With Naruto having a plan, Sakura stepped back, escorting him to a restaurant for a hearty farewell meal. Watching Naruto devour his food with unrestrained joy, Sakura propped her chin on her palm, suddenly struck by the absurd thought, it's like raising a son. She clapped a hand over her face. Good heavens. So, am I truly parenting him? No, absolutely not. Flustered, Sakura banished the notion. Once he finished eating, she escorted him to the Hokage Tower to meet Jiraiya. Jiraiya would be transferred to the Hokage Tower that morning, then conveyed to Myobokuzen by summoned toads. Good morning, perverted sage. Granny Tsunade. Naruto waved cheerfully. Tsunade gritted her teeth. He insists on calling me Granny. Fine, she'd ignore the insolent child. Morning, Naruto. Jiraiya greeted warmly, long accustomed to the boy's irreverence. Without further delay, the toads appeared and whisked them both away, leaving Naruto no time to bid Sakura farewell. Sakura, effective immediately, you'll serve as deputy director of the ninja hospital, overseeing medical operations until Naruto's return. Tsunade harbored quiet trepidation. This apprentice sustained grievous injuries on nearly every mission, yet always managed to recover unaided. But how many times could that body endure such strain? Particularly concerning was the last Uchiha survivor. Intelligence confirmed he'd slain his own brother. That alone was troubling enough. But instead of returning to Konoha, he vanished. Twice he'd unleashed chaos upon the village, reducing homes and streets to rubble. Miraculously, no lives were lost. Otherwise, Tsunade would have issued a formal bounty. After the latest devastation, reconstruction was still underway. Should she count herself fortunate Sakura survived? Best to keep him grounded in Konoha for now. Let him build strength until he surpasses me. And if he does, perfect. Sakura can ascend directly as the 6th Hokage, freeing me at last. By then, that Uchiha brat would think twice before damaging Konoha's property. Unaware of Tsunade's private musings, Sakura paused, then nodded. Very well. In a few months, Konoha would inevitably be wrecked again. She might as well hone her medical arts here in the village. Sakura. As Sakura reached the doorway, Tsunade called out to her. Sakura turned back, puzzled. Becoming Hokage? Impossible. It's far too exhausting. She shook her head. Well, it seems my retirement plan has ended before it even began. Tsunade sighed, gazing at the towering stacks of documents. She couldn't even step out for a stroll. Sakura shrugged. Master could serve a few more years, you know. It was no surprise, but Tsunade had no intention of giving up. Naruto made an excellent candidate for Hokage, yet he remained too inexperienced. Sakura, however, was ideal. She enjoyed warm rapport with every member of the Hokage lineage's younger generation. Even Kakashi's generation held her in high regard. Thus, Tsunade resolved to persuade Sakura, her mind already weaving intricate arguments. Sakura remained blissfully unaware of Tsunade's inner calculations, and even if she'd known, she wouldn't have cared. Becoming Hokage was utterly unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable. Leaving the Hokage Tower, she headed home to rest. After an entire day's grueling work, she was utterly spent. On her way, she spotted Ino speaking with Sai. Too far to hear their words, though Ino appeared furious. Ino could handle it herself. Sakura would simply go home and rest. The next morning, she arrived early at the hospital, first visiting Shikamaru, then reporting for duty. Only then did she learn that Dr. Kawamura had been appointed hospital director. No wonder she herself had just been named deputy director. Was this nepotism? Dr. Kawamura guided her through each ward, reiterating hospital protocols. Sakura took meticulous notes. The responsibilities of a deputy director differed vastly from those of a lone clinician. Her workload would be immense. She needed to understand each physician's area of expertise before assigning lead surgeons for patient procedures. At this point, Sakura asked, "Why doesn't the hospital organize departments by specialty?" Dr. Kawamura paused, then explained, "Villagers often present with simple fevers, but sometimes fever is merely a symptom. Take poisoning, for instance. Patients may exhibit full-body hyperthermia. Once a physician misdiagnosed such a case and prescribed the wrong treatment." Sakura listened in silence. Though she had assisted at the hospital for years, she had never grasped this nuance. After all, most cases arriving at her desk were resolved swiftly by her own hands. No wonder the title Divine Healer had suddenly been bestowed upon her. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. It sounded utterly unrefined. Once familiar with her duties, Sakura settled into the life of a diligent professional, arriving early at the hospital, leaving late, and still practicing chakra control after returning home. At dinner, her mother, Yabuki, studied her dark circles with deep concern. "Sakura, perhaps you should ask Dr. Kawamura for leave tomorrow." Sakura yawned, bone-tired, so exhausted she felt she might fall asleep mid-bite. "It's fine. I'll sleep early tonight, mother." Yabuki nodded reluctantly. Little Yu watched her with wide, earnest eyes, stretching his tiny arms upward. Up. "Not now, Yu. Sister is utterly drained. Let her rest early." Yabuki gently lowered his arms. Sakura was too exhausted to endure any disturbance. Yu's face crumpled instantly, his eyes shimmered with unshed tears caught between sobs. Yabuki hurried to soothe him. Yu was fiercely attached to Sakura. Whenever she was home, he followed her like a shadow. After finishing her meal, Sakura lifted the softly weeping toddler. "I'll take you to bed." Watching him transform instantly into a beaming, giggling bundle, Yabuki sighed helplessly. What else could she do? You know, crying when you're with sister. She's truly exhausted. "Let's rest now." Lying down, she placed him on the inner side of the bed, covered them both, and closed her eyes, all in one fluid motion. Once Sakura drifted into slumber, Yu stirred. With quiet determination, he rolled over and clasped her hand tightly, soft azure light radiating gently from his small fingers. 10 minutes passed before the glow faded. Yu collapsed onto her hand, fast asleep from sheer effort. When Sakura awoke the next morning, she felt utterly refreshed. Slipping her hand free, she marveled this little one hadn't disturbed her once all night. I'll take him out for fun once the holiday arrives." "Sakura, why are you up so early today?" Yabuki stood already preparing breakfast, startled. Just days ago, Sakura had slept until moments before her shift began. Woke up and couldn't fall back asleep. "Let me help, mother." "No need. I wonder if Yu's awake yet." "No, he isn't." "Then please bring him down. He might cry if he wakes and finds us gone." Sakura complied, carrying him downstairs. Breakfast was ready: steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks, her favorite. Another satisfying day. Seated in her office, Sakura reviewed past patients' records, reorganizing and filing them anew according to her own system. Just as she finished, an ANBU agent arrived with urgent summons. Tsunade had convened an emergency meeting for all jonin. An emergency summons? What could it mean? Sakura sighed. Another storm was brewing. On her way, she met Niji, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Tenten, and Lee. They walked in together. The chamber was already filled. Most shinobi spoke in hushed tones. At their entrance, silence fell instantly. Danzo slammed a dossier onto Tsunade's desk. "Look, this treacherous Uchiha dared seize the 8 tails. And succeeded. What does he intend? Is Konoha next?" Tsunade's brow twitched in exasperation. "Old man, what tone is that? I warned you repeatedly to issue a warrant. Your refusal has left the Raikage demanding answers, and now he holds us accountable." Sakura moved beside Kakashi and silently gestured for clarification. He handed her a folded note summarizing what had transpired. In short, Sasuke had never been officially branded a traitor, nor had any arrest order been issued. Yet his assault on the 8 tails gave the Raikage perfect leverage, and Danzo intended to exploit it to seize power. Sakura passed the note to Shikamaru. He groaned, rubbing his temples with deep resignation, then met his father's anxious gaze and shook his head, signaling all was under control. Seizing power, as if it were that simple. Shikamaru glanced warily at Danzo's unsettling aura, then gave a subtle, reassuring gesture. How long they argued, no one knew, until Tsunade shattered the desk with a thunderous blow. "What fear do I hold for the Raikage? At worst he declares war. And do you think I flinch? Tsunade sneered. Danzo paused momentarily stunned. Speak yes, but why slam the desk? It startled him. Furious Tsunade had summoned them to devise strategy, not to be provoked by this obstinate relic. Let me make one thing clear: a man half buried in the grave has no business meddling in affairs of state. We stand with Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru led Sakura and the others forward in open support. With leadership established, the rest followed suit without hesitation. Excellent. Now, you may leave. Tsunade pointed firmly toward the door, addressing Danzo directly. The furious Toanzo stormed out, and Tsunade let out a sigh of relief, then gazed at them. Though that may be the case, it is a fact that Sasuke has captured the Eight Tails. The Raikage would not let this opportunity slip. A war may not be likely, but we might need to make significant sacrifices. Recently, everyone has been working hard on patrols. Make sure no little pests get in. Understood. Everyone else can leave. Kakashi-sensei and Guy, you three stay with your teams. Calling everyone together only to discuss this matter made everyone serious. It seems things have been quite unsettled lately. Watching everyone leave one after another, Sakura stood behind them, hoping she wouldn't be called, as she had been really busy lately. Guy, take Niji, Lee, and Tenten to investigate the truth behind this mission. He handed a mission scroll to Guy. Guy opened it and was shocked. What is this? Indeed, it said that some members of the Uchiha clan have been spotted near a mountain in the eastern border. Take them to investigate. This is fictional. Understood. After receiving the mission, the four left. Sakura placed several healing talismans into Tenten's bag, hoping this time there wouldn't be any danger. Next, we need to address the issue with Sasuke. Tsunade looked sternly at the group. They exchanged confused glances. Haven't you all been in contact with Uchiha Sasuke? They felt that there was nothing to hide, so why was Tsunade only asking them now? Are you all tacitly acknowledging it? Tsunade walked to the window, gazing at the sky, her heart feeling quite complicated. Sakura had always thought Tsunade knew, especially since she hadn't made any effort to hide it, and Tsunade hadn't sought them out for a conversation, as she assumed Tsunade was tacitly accepting it. Kakashi lowered his head, realizing he had been discovered. Was it because he hadn't cleaned up properly last time? Indeed, he had been the one cleaning up after these students when they contacted Sasuke, yet he hadn't expected to be found out. No, it shouldn't be related to the cleanup. It must be due to that incident. It was indeed obvious. It would be strange if they didn't know. If there's anything, send that kid a letter telling him to come back within this month. If he doesn't return, I will issue a wanted notice. From now on, Konoha will not interfere in whatever happens to that Uchiha brat. This time Tsunade was serious. Sasuke's actions had completely disregarded Konoha. If the Raikage chose to ignore it and started a war, only the common people would suffer. Lady Fifth, we have no means of contacting him. Shikamaru interrupted them, unwilling to acknowledge this matter, unsure if it was a test from Tsunade. Well, then we can only issue a wanted notice. As they left the Hokage's office, Ino didn't understand why they were denying it, and looked to Shikamaru for an explanation. Explaining is too troublesome. I'll go rest first. My injuries haven't healed yet. Shikamaru waved his hand dismissively, and Choji silently followed, while Ino trailed behind, wanting to know why. Sakura said goodbye to Kakashi and returned to the hospital, while Sai went back to the route, leaving the two teachers looking at each other. Kakashi, should we meet up? That won't work. I have things to do. Let's do it another day. Kakashi scratched his head. He truly had matters to attend to. What a pity. Let's meet another day. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Sasuke was issued a notice of being a rogue ninja by Konoha, classified as an A rank. Lady Sanin, can my child really be treated? A woman dressed in rough fabric excitedly grasped Sakura's hand. Her child was a premature baby, small at birth, and the doctor had issued a critical condition notice at that time. However, the family refused to give up, spending all their savings to seek doctors across various countries. Thanks to the medicine prescribed by doctors, the child managed to survive to 2 years old. A doctor from Sunagakure suggested they try coming to Konoha, where Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, resided. She was renowned as the foremost medical ninja, and her disciple was also quite remarkable. Perhaps they could heal their child. Thus, she hurriedly discussed with her husband and rushed here. The child's father was equally excited. How could a child who hadn't yet enjoyed life be allowed to leave so soon? Being called Lady Sanin felt quite embarrassing. Sakura covered her face, steadied her emotions, and gently cradled the sleeping child. Please follow me. It seemed that the medical ninjutsu of Konoha had gained widespread recognition, as many people from other countries came here seeking opportunities. Because of this, Ino also stayed at the hospital to help while Shikamaru and Choji practiced at home, occasionally taking on missions. Thank you so much. The woman wiped her tears, feeling relieved. By the way, your physical condition doesn't seem too good. Do you need treatment as well? Sakura inquired. The woman exchanged glances with the man before finally shaking her head. Let's not. We've already spent all our savings. The man's expression turned sorrowful. His wife had determined before they came that they would do whatever it took to save their son. Well, there are jobs available on the west side of Konoha. If your savings are insufficient, you can apply there. Sakura offered them a place to earn money, as many who sought medical help during this past month came from various financial backgrounds. Previously, someone who couldn't afford the medical fees mentioned that he could build houses and work in Konoha. The doctor from the river village considered it and agreed to let him stay. After all, ninjas occasionally caused damage to the hospital's buildings. Gradually, more and more people came, and many had skills. Tsunade simply set up a farm there for them to work in the fields for Konoha. Really? Lady Sannin. The man was somewhat excited with this. His wife could also receive treatment. Don't call me Lady Sannin. Oh, just call me Sakura. Sakura raised her hand to check the child in her arms. This is real. You can take a look. If the child's mother needs treatment, we can still treat her first and gradually work out the payment later. All right. I'll go check right now. Eiko, you stay here. We can figure out the payments later. The man, excited, instructed his wife before leaving. Eiko, known as such, was in tears. If living was possible, who would want to die? The previous doctors were quite skilled. I'll prescribe some medicine for the child. This child only needs to be observed for another week. If the situation improves, we can proceed with the surgery. Retracting her hand, Sakura placed the child on the hospital bed to keep him here while she went to prepare the medicine. Lady Sannin. Ino happily ran over, hugging her. I heard from the nurse that you received a child with congenital insufficiency. I came to learn from you. All right, your medical skills are pretty good, so what's there to learn? Sakura patted her hand, signaling her to stop being mischievous. Was this Lady Sannin title never going to go away? Covering her face internally, Sakura truly did not like this title. Hey, have you prepared the medicine? Need my help? Ino leaned in, one hand resting on her shoulder, her golden hair swaying with the motion. The two walked towards the hospital room while talking. Ino examined the child's body and then discussed which medicines would be best with Sakura as they left. For this past month, Sakura had solely been responsible for this child with congenital deficiencies. Finally, after all this time, the child met the discharge standards and underwent surgery. The surgery was very successful. Although it succeeded, the child would still need to return for checkups once a week and take medication to recuperate. Thank you so much, Master Healer. Ino continuously bowed to Sakura while holding the child. Sakura, feeling embarrassed, waved her hands repeatedly. It seemed this title would really stick with her. No need to thank me, you should hurry home. Saying this, she left quickly, deciding that unless absolutely necessary, she would definitely not take action herself in the future. Strangely, Teacher Kai and his team had been out for a month and hadn't returned. As Sakura just met up with Ino, the sounds of beast roars and terrified screams echoed outside, filling her with unease. Sakura, Ino said, a bit flustered. Was Konoha being invaded? She wondered if her mother had gone to the shelter. Ino, go arrange for them to head to the shelter. I'll go take a look. But, Ino said, feeling uneasy. No buts, don't worry. I'll check if Annie has gone to the shelter. And what about her mother, Xiaoyu? She didn't know if she was injured. Haruno Zhao, so does that mean I'm not important at all, Dad? Pai Sakura's gaze was resolute as she jumped out of the second-floor window, and as expected, she immediately saw several summoned beasts causing chaos. Were those pains summoned beasts? Had the story reached this point? She tied her long hair up high, took out her long sword, and ran over. A flash of white light passed, and one of the summoned beast's legs was severed. She picked up the child beneath her and jumped a few times to catch up with the others who were orderly entering the shelter. Just then, Iruka-sensei was there maintaining order. She asked him to take the child to safety and hurried off to assist elsewhere. Sakura, be careful. Iruka watched the girl's back, his expression complicated. The student from years ago had grown up. Wah, Sensei. The child in his arms quietly cried into his shoulder. It's all right, Sensei will take you to the shelter first. Dad, Mom, Wah, they're missing. Iruka soothed him, gently patting his head as he led the villagers towards the shelter. Sakura ran home, but didn't find her parents there, so she hurried to Ino's house. Just then she bumped into her parents running frantically, with Ino's mother followed by a summoned beast. She let out a sigh of relief and swung her sword to strike. Mom, Dad, Auntie, and Xiaoyu, are you all right? We're fine, we're fine. Why did you come out? We were just about to go to the shelter. Haruno Zhao replied, nervously, still on edge. I'll take you there. I need to see if there are others who haven't entered the shelter afterward. Saying this, she took Xiaoyu, who was clawing and flailing, and led them all towards the shelter. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any summoned beasts this time. She first stuffed her parents with a bunch of healing talismans, just in case, then hurried off. Meanwhile, in areas with more residences, villagers were running around in panic. A dozen Chunin were trying to stop a summoned beast, but after less than 5 minutes they were swept away by its tail. No one could stop it, and just as the beast was about to attack a mother and daughter, its movements suddenly halted. Tisk, what a hassle. A boy with spiky hair stood with his hands in his pockets, lazily watching the summoned beast in front of him, while the shadow beneath his feet directly ensnared the beast. Originally he thought they could handle it, but it seemed they still couldn't slack off. When could he retire? Roar, the summoned beast struggled. The moment it moved, the shadow tightened around it. Shikamaru calmly looked at the stunned mother and daughter beside him. You should hurry to the shelter. Huh, yes. Okay. The woman came to her senses, nodded, repeatedly thanked him, and ran off with her child. A massive shadow blocked Shikamaru's body from behind. He turned around. Why were there so many summoned beasts? As he thought, the shadow beneath his feet split off, ensnaring the summoned beast behind him. He raised one hand, strangle. The shadow pierced through the body of the summoned beast, blood splattering all over Shikamaru. His expression froze. He should have run farther away. This technique was developed to increase the lethality of an attack modeled after Gaara's. What a hassle. I wonder if Lord Fifth has a solution for this. It shouldn't just be summoned beasts, right? Shikamaru looked around at the villagers, scratching his head and sighing. He then directed the other uninjured ninjas to leave in an orderly fashion. Sakura wiped the blood off her sword, surrounded by several corpses of summoned beasts. She initially intended to put away her sword, but the killing intent from behind made her raise her hand instinctively to defend, and she was knocked away. In midair, she adjusted her body and looked up at the person, her eyes widening in shock. Yo Xiaoyin, long time no see. The girl with black hair tied in a high ponytail cheerfully called out. Dressed in a red qipao, high heels on her feet, and holding a red fan, she sat atop a large red bird. Sakura opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Her heart was filled with shock. Shikamaru and Choji dealt with the last summoned beast, and suddenly realized it had become dark. Looking up, Choji was stunned. Everyone move quickly, Choji shouted. Shikamaru struggled to calm himself. This kind of attack was completely unstoppable. He could only defend. Shikamaru clenched his fists. Choji, you go in too. Huh? Choji was confused. Hurry up, there's no time. Shikamaru grabbed his hand and threw him inside, sealing the entrance. Shikamaru. Choji fell to the ground trying to rush out, but was blocked by the barrier, nervously banging on the barrier door. Well, it's not that powerful, but it can protect a few people. I didn't expect to have a day to show off too. Shikamaru forced a smile. He raised his hand to form seals, trying out the newly developed ninjutsu. He didn't expect to use it in such a situation. Oh, you don't remember me. Xiaoyin. Chun Yueyin chuckled, covering her lips with the fan, gazing at the disheveled Sakura on the ground. You little brat. The handle of Sakura's sword was crushed, and she radiated killing intent. Xiaoyin, I've been thinking about you for over 20 years in hell. Chun Yueyin tilted her head with a sigh, waving her fan. She expected a wind blade, but instead it was a massive fireball. Hit directly by the fireball, Sakura turned into wood. What was this? A substitution technique. Chun Yueyin raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Don't make such moves with that face. Sakura appeared behind her. At the moment Chun Yueyin was hit, she transformed into flames, facing Sakura's shocked gaze. She truly. Chun Yueyin laughed heartily. Puaha. Sakura is still so cute. The falling rocks obliterated the wooden leaves, and the two individuals nearest to the center were blown away by the pressure. Hissing in pain, it really hurt. It seemed that she and Chun Yueyin had been separated. Sakura was blocked by the blue light tree, and suddenly blue light began to emerge around her, slowly merging into her body, healing her wounds significantly. Sakura looked at the trees with a peculiar gaze. It seemed she would need to study them thoroughly after the battle, and she then took out a healing talisman to continue her treatment. In the shelter, Shikamaru's face was pale and blood trickled from the corner of his lips as the enormous shadow loomed over the shelter behind him. Staring blankly at the destruction of the wooden leaves, he finally collapsed, sighing, "Ah, what a hassle. Why did I engage in such a passionate act?" Before him appeared that fool, always eager to charge ahead with fervor. "So this is how it is. I was indeed influenced. But this feeling isn't bad. Shikamaru." Dingy continuously pounded on the barrier at the entrance, and the people behind him began to stir. They had all seen it, that young man had saved them. Irika stepped out from the crowd, attempting to open the barrier with ninjutsu, but the barrier remained intact. Tsunade was sprawled on the ground, cursing that bastard. With a cold gaze, she wanted to confront him, but no, the villagers were important. She had no idea what had happened to the others. Just as she was about to leave, Qin Yuan blocked her path once more. It felt as if he didn't want her to go and assist. He waved his fan, unleashing countless fireballs that continuously burned the blue light trees. "Xiaoying, do you like this gift?" Qin Yuan chuckled, covering his face. Sakura was at a loss for words. Her master had said that when one was at a loss for words, it was best to stop talking and just start fighting. Thinking to tear off the hem of her long skirt that hindered her movements, Qin Yuan widened his eyes at her actions. What is she trying to do? Hey, Xiaoying, don't do that, okay? It's quite embarrassing." With a flushed face, she twisted her body. Sakura felt a headache coming on as the two continued to fight. Time seemed to pass without her noticing. Sakura's burns became more severe, and this time there were no blue light trees to heal her. With a dagger plunged into her heart, Sakura knelt on one knee, looking down at her. Even as the girl was stabbed, she continued to laugh heartily. A single tear fell onto her face, and her voice abruptly ceased. "Xiaoying, you truly are my favorite person. I'm sorry, Xiaoying, I must have brought you a lot of shadows. So, why are you in this world?" Sakura's expression was blank, yet her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Do you know? In the illusionary world of the whirlpool field, it can materialize the person who has the deepest impact on you into this world. The more experiences you have there, the more complete my memories become." Sakura sat on the ground in despair, Qin Yuan's head rolling a short distance away. Indeed, what a chaotic world. Is this the whirlwind stirred by a butterfly? What other unexpected events will happen? Bring it on. I can't just sit here. There are people waiting for my support. I should check on the shelter first. From a distance, she saw Shikamaru lying there as Sakura checked him over and found he was not seriously harmed, just completely depleted of chakra. Looking back at Dingji, who had been nervously shouting from behind, she gestured for him to calm down, as she could open this barrier. Then she placed Shikamaru inside, and as Sakura approached, Dingji was shocked. "Sakura, your face. It's nothing, it'll be fine later." This injury was nothing to her. After all, her medical skills were quite good. "Dingji, you stay here and protect them. I'll go check outside." Dingji hesitated. He also wanted to assist, as he had not seen his father and the others. Sakura had already left after saying that without paying attention to him. As she walked into the ruins, she suddenly saw countless white slugs crawling around. One of them spotted her and crawled over. Sakura awkwardly extended her hand to let it crawl onto her shoulder. It seemed her master's chakra was also exhausted. She needed to hurry and check, or else that guy Danzo might take the opportunity to cause trouble. She thought, increasing her speed. Sure enough, when she reached near the Hokage building, she saw more than 20 root members lurking in the shadows, with several unnamed jonin being blocked by them. "What are you doing?" Sakura drew a sword from her scroll, her eyes glinting coldly. "Lady Haruno," several jonin exclaimed in relief, joyfully calling out to her. The root members exchanged glances, but did not step aside. "Step aside." Sakura pointed her sword at the tightly wrapped individuals, but they showed no reaction. "Forget it." As soon as the words left her mouth, Sakura lowered her sword hand and punched someone, sending them flying. Several jonin followed suit, and the lurking people came out to assist. In the end, it was Ino who arrived to help resolving the situation and binding the assailants. The two hurriedly made their way towards Tsunade, who was being treated by Shizune, who sighed in relief upon seeing them. "Sakura, Ino, you're here. That's great." Shizune explained to the two, and Sakura first applied several high-level healing talismans to Tsunade. In the center of the large pit, Naruto was summoned back by a toad, looking around in a daze, while another toad curiously asked why Granny Toad hadn't summoned him to Konoha. "This is Konoha Kid's father." Naruto was shocked, scanning the surroundings, wondering why he felt no chakra from Kakashi-sensei or Shikamaru. "I'm out of chakra." Of course he couldn't feel it. "Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru. Is this a joke? Who on earth could this be?" Sakura sensed the immense sounds of battle from afar and felt worried. She wanted to assist Naruto, but that guy Danzo was here watching Tsunade like a hawk. Sakura suspected that if they handed Danzo a knife, he would definitely stab Tsunade. Ino looked at her anxiously. Sakura shook her head, indicating she was fine. Sakura, go. I can handle it, Ino insisted. Sakura hesitated. Ino was too naive, and she was afraid Danzo would deceive her. Don't worry, Ino had no issues at all, completely unaware that Sakura thought she was too naive. Ino, if that guy comes within 3 meters of you, hit him. Sakura called out loudly. Danzo's face darkened. Tsunade's disciple was too disrespectful. If it weren't for her exceptional medical ninjutsu, he would have dealt with her long ago, just in case something happened to him. Sakura's mood brightened upon unsettling Danzo, until she noticed the black rods embedded in Naruto's body, disrupting his chakra flow, and her expression darkened instantly. Hinata rushed down to aid Naruto against pain, prompting Sakura to sigh. Hinata's combat prowess appeared scarcely improved. Seizing the moment while she drew Pain's attention, Sakura darted swiftly into the fray and in a single fluid motion extracted the last 3 rods. She then hurled explosive tagged kunai toward Pain before sweeping Hinata into a firm embrace and sprinting away. Naruto, moments from total collapse, froze, bewildered rather than broken. At Sakura's sharp command, "Explode!" a searing blast erupted. Naruto stood unscathed just beyond the blast radius. Hinata blinked, stunned. What just happened? Naruto is all yours now. Sakura winked, pressing several healing tags onto his body. His wounds vanished instantly. With a warm smile, she carried Hinata off the battlefield. Naruto scratched his head and rose to his feet. Sakura's gotten even faster. All right, let's continue. Pain stared in silence. I underestimated her. Just like that, I was released. Sakura, Naruto-kun. Hinata's eyes brimmed with quiet anguish. Her own grievous injuries forgotten as concern for Naruto consumed her. I'm worried too, but staying there would only hinder him. Naruto is strong. Trust him. Sakura gently set Hinata down and began treating her wounds. This vantage point was ideal, clear sight of Naruto's battle, yet close enough to intervene if needed. She believed, firmly, that he had grown stronger than in the original timeline and would prevail. Even if he faltered, she and Shikamaru held reserves in reserve. Naruto would be protected. Pain would be defeated. She'd momentarily forgotten Yamato, then instantly abandoned the attempt to reconcile the oversight. Though the emotional breakdown was absent, Naruto still surged forward, slapping his palms together, entering sage mode without the aid of toads. Hinata gazed at him, the radiant figure blazing like the sun, and felt her spirit shrink beneath waves of inadequacy. Naruto truly is extraordinary. If only I were this strong, perhaps he'd finally see me. Unaware of Hinata's inner turmoil, Sakura clenched her fists as Naruto was sent flying, then forced herself to hold back. Not yet. This was vital training for Naruto. Sakura. Shikamaru's voice, weary and low, broke the silence. She didn't turn. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Shikamaru sank onto the ground beside them, exhausted, tapping his fingers idly against the floor. Then retract your shadow already. Sakura shot him a sharp glance. How could he soothe others while his own technique still ensnared them? Shikamaru showed no trace of guilt at being called out, merely withdrew his jutsu with quiet efficiency. Your chakra hasn't fully recovered yet. Why did you come here? Oh, just bringing the villagers to witness their hero. He yawned, eyes heavy with drowsiness. Indeed, not far away, a cluster of Konoha citizens peered cautiously toward the battlefield's heart. Very well, observing was useful. It would inform their next move. The 6th Hokage must assume office. Sakura nodded thoughtfully. As far as she saw it, the 6th Hokage would be either Shikamaru or Kakashi. Naruto still needed time to grow. He was already reserved as the 7th. A sudden chill prickled Shikamaru's spine. Who was scheming against him? Meanwhile, Tsunade stirred awake. Shizune offered her water and helped her sit up. Shizune, what's happening over there? All is under control, Lady Tsunade, Shizune replied, shaking her head. Once Konoha begins reconstruction, she began, then halted mid-sentence, her gaze sharpening as Danzo entered the room. I've come to check on your recovery. A fox paying homage to a chicken. His intentions were anything but sincere. Shizune frowned. Ino was stationed outside the tent. How did he get in? How had Danzo slipped past? My recovery proceeds well. You may leave. Tsunade rose, her expression icy. Danzo studied her closely. Had she truly healed? What are you staring at? Tsunade stepped forward. One foot cracked the floorboards beneath her. Danzo retreated a pace. Since the fifth Hokage is unharmed, I shall go reassure the villagers. Humph. Had she not regained even a sliver of chakra, or looked so composed, he might have already hatched some vile scheme. She planned to convene the Hokage succession election once reconstruction began. That could wait. First, this festering blight had to be excised. Her knees buckled. Tsunade collapsed. Shizen caught her face etched with alarm. She'd forced chakra use before her body was ready. Tsunade-sama. I'm fine, Shizen. Go summon Kakashi and Hamura. Tsunade settled into her seat and issued the order. If I leave, your safety, you needn't worry. I'll handle it. Her mind turned inward, calculating how best to eradicate this poison. Naruto's battle with pain drove them ever farther apart. As his silhouette began to vanish, Sakura and Shikamaru gave chase, soon spotting him halted by Hamura and others' voices rising in urgent debate. Sakura and Shikamaru exchanged a glance. He approached his father. She moved to guide Naruto away. Sakura, is this wise? Neji frowned. Sakura assured him it was perfectly fine. She'd been monitoring their injuries, closely concerned for all. Later, when the fallen villagers returned to life, Sakura witnessed countless shimmering lights flowing into their bodies. They awoke bewildered, only to be engulfed in tears of joy from loved ones beside them. After over an hour, Naruto finally reappeared. The moment he landed, villagers swarmed him, thanking him profusely, even apologizing for past doubts. Stunned, Naruto was hoisted aloft, then burst into unrestrained laughter. From a distance, friends watched, smiles softening their eyes. Sakura longed not to disrupt the moment, but duty called. Hey, you there? Put Naruto down now. We need to treat him. Hands on hips, she shouted. Ugh, Sakura, you're such a spoilsport, grumbled a burly man. Her expression hardened. What did you say? Meeting her glacial stare, he wilted instantly. I'm sorry. Move, now, she snapped, exasperated. The crowd hastily lowered Naruto. He scratched his head, grinning sheepishly, endearingly foolish. Shikamaru covered his face, mortified. Sometimes he truly wished he didn't know him. Naruto-kun, you're safe? Thank goodness. Hinata flushed crimson, then overcome by emotion fainted mid-sentence. Naruto's eyes widened. He lunged to catch her. Hey, Hinata, what's wrong? Sakura, Ino, quickly, check on Hinata. Ino was absent. Sakura sighed, another patient to manage. Amid the ensuing flurry, every injured and unharmed soul was tended to and settled. As Sakura bandaged Naruto's wounds, he fell silent, watching her intently, before finally breaking the quiet. Sakura, why do wars happen? She paused, surprised. Well, I didn't expect that. Naruto, you're actually thinking. His sullen expression crumbled into flustered laughter. When she kept smiling instead of answering, he dropped the question altogether. Konoha is currently under reconstruction, and many jonin have been called to help fill the large pit caused by pain. Kakashi, supported by Guy, gazes blankly. Everyone with earth chakra has been summoned to assist. Haha, your chakra is too low. Asuma mocked him. Kakashi shot him a resentful glance, wondering how he could say that when he knew Kakashi's chakra was low yet still dragged him here. Kakashi, you should rest over there. I will help the villagers lift the logs. Guy set him down, and with a gust of wind he disappeared. All right, Kakashi sat on a large rock, watching everyone busy with their tasks, unable to help but smile. Everyone was alive, which was wonderful. Naruto, you're still injured? Don't overdo it. Ino scolded as she watched Naruto running around carrying logs. Naruto patted his stomach with one hand and laughed. Ino, I'm fine. Look, I'm almost healed. The nine tails within him scoffed. It's not like it's because of me. With hands on his hips and a firm tone, he said, get down so I can check. Naruto's gaze shifted, and he ran off with his burden. Ino was so angry she wanted to drag him back and put him under a sleep seal. Sai sat atop a giant eagle crafted by the super beast, painting controlling its flight while carrying a small pile of wood. Seeing Ino's anger, he blinked and placed his load down before approaching her. Ino, what's wrong? That Naruto guy is running around without fully healing. That guy is like a cockroach that can't be killed. He'll be fine. Inside the tent where Tsunade was, Sakura was changing Tsunade's bandages. Tsunade looked at her outstanding disciple, constantly marveling at how much Sakura had grown. Sakura, do you want to become Hokage? Why do you keep asking me this? I am completely uninterested in becoming Hokage. Please, I really don't want to be Hokage, it's exhausting. I'd rather be an ordinary medical ninja, occasionally treating patients at the hospital or having fun on missions. She definitely doesn't want to stay in an office. Tsunade sighed. What a pity it was. When could she retire? Afterward, she still had to attend the 5 Kage summit. What was up with the look of the heartless man? Sakura rolled her eyes and left with the remaining medicinal herbs. The next day, Sakura, looking confused, followed Kakashi and Shikamaru into a room where the heads of various clans sat in 2 rows with Tsunade and the daimyo seated at the front. Are these the 3? The one with white hair. Are these two too young? The daimyo asked, his fan covering the lower half of his face, his tone ambiguous. Yes, these 3 are outstanding ninjas from our Konoha village and can fully represent me at the 5 Kage summit. Tsunade supported her chin with one hand and gently tapped the table with the other. Sakura wanted to cover her face, but with so many people watching. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, noting his son's agreement. Agree, disagree. Half agreed, half disagreed. Danzo stood up. I believe I can represent Tsunade at the summit. Young people still need more time to train. I worry they might be ambushed on their way, which wouldn't be good for them. Ambushed? Who would? Aside from you, old man, who would ambush them? Sakura silently scoffed, maintaining a calm demeanor. Danzo continued his impassioned speech, hoping for the support of the daimyo and the clan leaders, completely unaware that no one was actually listening. The daimyo glanced at the 2 young people who had suggested exploiting his medicinal supplies, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Clap, clap, clap. The daimyo lightly clapped his hands. Everyone looked at each other and had no choice but to join in the applause. Tsunade glared at Danzo, truly causing chaos. Kakashi scratched his head. About the 5 Kage summit. Let us handle it. You said young people need more training. This is just the opportunity, isn't it? Shikamaru stepped forward, standing in front of the 2. Kakashi had to keep quiet. It seemed he was getting old. This was the era of the young. Danzo's gaze fixed on Shikamaru, his eyes filled with malice. Shikaka banged the table, looking at him cautiously. Elder, I believe we need to give the young people more opportunities, don't you? If that guy dares to touch Shikamaru, believe it or not, the Nara clan will find you dozens of things to do every day. Shikamaru's gaze flickered. Old man. Observing the tense atmosphere, the daimyo finally spoke. These 2 youngsters are Nara Shikamaru and Haruno Sakura, right? Yes. Tsunade nodded. And who is the one with white hair? The fan pointed to Kakashi. Tsunade gave Kakashi a look. He nodded. Sir, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. The daimyo surely knew his name. It was just a casual acknowledgement. I think what this boy Shikamaru said is right. Since the young need training, this is a perfect opportunity for them to gain experience. You 3 will attend the summit. The daimyo decisively finalized the selection. However, if you're worried about ambushes, then you will be responsible for their protection. The relief she just felt was instantly replaced with tension. Sakura face-bombed, noticing the daimyo's gaze occasionally drifting towards her, but whenever she looked back, he averted his gaze. Danzo reluctantly agreed, thinking that there would be plenty of people on the way to take care of them, and the worst that could happen was that the daimyo would send someone to punish them. The 3 were happy. The daimyo waved his hand, and Tsunade instructed them to go about their business first and set off tomorrow. Walking down the street with the 2, they marveled at how quickly the repairs had been completed. Sakura chatted with the 2 about daily life when she spotted a wobbly little figure and quickly bid farewell to them to chase after it. Kakashi was puzzled, but with everyone gone, no one could clarify. What's going on? Why the rush? Shikamaru noticed, but would not speak up, hands in pockets, feeling lethargic, wanting to go back and rest. Sakura scooped up the swaying little you, pinching his chubby cheeks. You. What are you doing here? Sister, you could now pronounce words clearly. His little face beamed, and he rubbed against the hand, pinching his cheeks. It was too cute. I haven't even asked what you're doing here. Looking for. Sister. Mom. You giggled, his little hands hugging her neck. In an unseen moment, blue light entered Sakura's body, and soon you fell asleep, eyes closed. Sakura, who wanted to say something, suddenly stopped, feeling her internal injuries healing significantly. Was it an illusion? Or? She looked at the little you who had fallen asleep in seconds. Due to Konoha's reconstruction, all the adults were helping out while the village children gathered together. A couple of older kids would help look after the younger ones. Unexpectedly, you managed to sneak out, but thankfully he did not run to the area where everyone was working. Sakura, what are you doing here? Naruto popped up from behind, seeing the little you in her arms with some confusion. How did little you end up here? I sneaked out. Sakura was startled and then helplessly replied, taking a few steps forward. If it weren't for holding Little Yu, she would have punched Naruto. Little Yu can really run fast. Naruto scratched his head and caught a glimpse of a white corner of clothing in the shadows. Puzzled, Sakura, who is that? Following his gaze, she looked over and thought, isn't that Hinata's clothing? Why is she hiding? I don't know, she's probably just resting there. She thought it was better to let Naruto figure it out himself. As for the couple's matters, she wouldn't interfere. However, Naruto really is dense, Hinata confessed to him, and he still hasn't reacted, not even thinking about giving her an answer. If she's just resting, then it's fine. She initially thought someone was eavesdropping. Naruto didn't dwell on it. He said goodbye to Sakura and planned to help others. Passing by, he saw Ino talking to Sai about something, looking quite heated. He was curious, but didn't intend to help. He trusted Ino could handle it herself. Naruto. Oh no. He was discovered. Naruto disappeared on the spot, and Ino's face turned red with anger. This guy won't even take a break. Naruto sighed in relief that he escaped. Did you hear? Kakashi, Shikamaru, and Sakura will replace Tsunade to attend the 5 Kage summit. I heard. It seems like it's approved by the daimyo. I heard the 6th Hokage will choose from among the 3. Huh. What about Naruto? Naruto is just a 9-tailed fox. Slap. Another person gave him a slap. Naruto is our hero. How can you say that? Which family are you from? I will tell Lord Fifth. Yeah. Naruto is our hero, and he's not a 9-tailed fox, you jerk. I've never seen you before. Who are you? Let's capture him and take him to Lord Fifth. Capture him, capture him. This caught everyone's attention, and soon someone grabbed a rope to tie up this unfamiliar person. He tried to run, but a genin stuck a sleeping talisman on him, and everyone gave him a thumbs up. Naruto in the shadows was stunned. He didn't expect to hear such news. But Sakura and the others are going to attend the 5 Kage summit. He was angry Sakura didn't tell him earlier. On the way home, Sakura sneezed, feeling like she forgot something. Little Yu in her arms stirred, and Sakura gently patted his back, soon falling back into a deep sleep. However, being cared for by others felt really good. Naruto felt a warm current flow through his heart. He happily headed to Ichiraku Ramen, planning to eat many bowls today. Naruto, you're injured. Why aren't you resting? Running around everywhere. Iruka saw him and immediately walked over with a worried tone. Naruto's eyes lit up. Iruka-sensei, I want to eat ramen. Iruka hesitated a bit at his gaze. That look. Then, I'll treat you. Okay. Naruto nodded frantically. Great. Awesome. A free lunch. Iruka covered his face. Oh no, he must have misunderstood. Oh, why did he take the initiative to say he would treat him? Looks like his wallet is going to be empty. Naruto happily devoured several large bowls while Uncle Ichiraku smiled at him, even asking if he wanted more, completely ignoring Iruka's pleading glance. After finishing this bowl, Naruto handed it over again. Another bowl. Sure thing. Iruka looked at his empty wallet, tears streaming down. He was the only one hurt in this world. Sakura had nothing to pack up. After all, the house was being rebuilt, and everything was destroyed. Luckily, there were clothes stored in the storage scroll, so she didn't need to prepare anything. I didn't expect this tree to still be alive. Sakura looked at the small blue light tree running over, surprised. The blue light tree waved its branches. Sakura couldn't see what it was gesturing. Forget it, let it guard Little Yu. She planned to cook some meals to take to her parents and mention that she was going on a mission. They were leaving tomorrow, and time was too tight. Tonight they would probably come back very late, so she could only mention it while delivering the meals. The next morning, Sakura saw her parents weren't home and was not surprised that everyone had gone to help. After dropping Little Yu off at the place where the kids were being watched, she hurried to the main gate. Good morning, Sakura. Shikamaru, with dark circles under his eyes, leaned against the wall and waved. Good morning. Is Kakashi-sensei not here yet? Sakura calmly greeted Shikamaru, ignoring Danzo, who had 2 subordinates with him. Truly uncultured. Danzo coldly said, tapping his cane on the floor. Shikamaru lazily glanced at him and ignored him. He had already talked to Sasuke about this last night. They couldn't take action, but could a rogue ninja like Sasuke not take action? Sakura completely ignored him. The more you pay attention to such people, the more they thrive. Conversely, if you ignore them, they get angrier. Shikamaru wants some. She took out a bag of buns and milk to offer him. Shikamaru silently accepted. His parents had all left early and hadn't prepared breakfast. Besides, they didn't have kitchenware ready at home. After taking a bite, he sighed. Sure enough, Sakura's breakfast is delicious. He really doesn't know how she does it. Danzo was so angry seeing the two ignore him, especially with them eating in front of him. Tsunade's disciple was really too inconsiderate, only catering to the Nara brat. Just as he was about to speak, Kakashi arrived holding a blonde brat. Yo, sorry. The teacher was stopped by an enthusiastic young man on the road of life, so I had to bring him along. Kakashi said unapologetically, and Danzo was speechless. It seemed this action wouldn't be easy to execute. Hihi Shikamaru. Sakura. Naruto smiled foolishly, trying to play dumb, not wanting them to question him. Sakura suddenly realized she just knew she forgot something. It turned out she forgot to tell Naruto. Shikamaru wasn't surprised if Naruto knew he would definitely follow along. The three had no objections, but Danzo wanted to object only to be blocked by Shikamaru's words. You can bring bodyguards, can't we? That shut him up. Naruto Uzumaki's strength was too formidable. How could he take action? Danzo completely underestimated Kakashi, Sakura, and Shikamaru, thinking they could be easily dealt with. But he couldn't blame them. After all, the three were relatively low-key, especially Shikamaru, who developed his jutsu without a word, only using them when necessary. During the pain incident, they had also run away and didn't show up, so he had no idea what the current true strength of Shikamaru, Sakura, and Kakashi was. Along the road, the group bantered and teased one another, brimming with cheer, while Danzo's mood grew increasingly grim. He had attempted to strike several times, but found no opening. The four remained persistently behind him, denying him even a moment to slip away and act. What a nuisance! Shikamaru murmured listlessly. The hidden observer was far too careless. Had they not chosen to pretend ignorance, the intruder would have been exposed and eliminated long ago. Naruto hugged his arms tightly, shivering violently. Sakura, Shikamaru, Kakashi-sensei, aren't any of you cold? Everyone wore so little, yet only he and that sinister-looking elder felt the biting chill. Speaking of which, I almost forgot to give you this. Sakura clenched her fist against her palm, then produced a talisman. Here, it's a warmth charm generously provided by the second son of a certain clan. Sasuke's second son. The moment Naruto affixed it to his chest, warmth flooded his body, and he glared at them aggrieved. Why didn't you bring this out sooner? The others exchanged glances. Shikamaru, I assumed you'd already given it to him. Kakashi, I thought you had. Sakura, I thought you'd given it too. He must have been acting. That's utterly unfair. Naruto protested, hands on hips, clearly itching to lecture them all. Sakura hurried past Danzo, flustered. She couldn't let Naruto start scolding anyone. Absolutely not. Besides, they were already far enough ahead. Now was the time to deal with this old man. She would overtake him deliberately, provoking him into action, then neutralize him cleanly. She wondered fleetingly had Sasuke arrived yet, then shook her head. Why had he crossed her mind? The two left standing under reprimand wore expressions of stoic blankness, one unreadable, the other impassive. Kakashi remarked dryly, a teacher being lectured by students. That hardly sounds dignified. He'd have to remind them both to keep quiet afterward. Shikamaru nodded, another secret leverage over Kakashi-sensei. To him, it was routine. Ever since Naruto returned from 2 years of training, he'd chide Shikamaru even for napping. All right. We'll do better next time, sensei. Kakashi replied, eyes dull and distant. Come on, Sakura's already far ahead. Let's hurry. Sakura clenched her fist. Kakashi-sensei was actually asking her to divert attention. What if Naruto rushed over and spoke up? Shikamaru offered a barely perceptible smile before falling into step behind them. Danzo's expression darkened the moment Naruto began speaking, utter disrespect toward an elder. At last the group surged ahead. He slipped away silently and signaled the hidden operatives to move in. Only after his own forces charged forward did Danzo turn, only to meet a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. Sakura stood shielded at the center of 3 protectors, half amused, half irritated. I'm hardly weak. This is unnecessary. Well then, watch closely, Sakura, as your teacher demonstrates. Kakashi drew a blade and ran his fingers lightly along its edge. This was his father's spare sword. Never imagined he'd wield it himself. Sakura settled quietly into observation, eyes alight with fascination as Kakashi moved. This, precise, disciplined, elegant, was true swordsmanship, unlike her own wild, instinctive strikes. Of course, Kakashi's father was a master swordsman. How could his son possibly be unskilled? She should have sought his tutelage long ago. Shadow possession technique. His shadow stretched across the snow swiftly, ensnaring several foes. Simultaneously, Naruto lunged forward, raising Gan. One adversary flew backward, crashing into the immobilized group and carving a deep crater in the snow. Naruto flexed his wrist. Shikamaru stood beside Sakura watching incoming attackers and calmly formed the hand seals. So why of all people had he, who loathed trouble above all, ventured out? He wondered briefly, was Temari nearby, then dismissed it, no matter. The assailants fell swiftly as Sakura never needed to lift a finger. Shikamaru held them fast, and none were harmed. Kakashi-sensei, are root agents truly this weak? Sakura prodded one fallen figure with a stray twig she'd picked up. Not necessarily. Sai's prowess, for instance, is quite formidable, Kakashi replied, unfazed, flipping open his beloved Ika paradise. Naruto shot the book a look of pure disdain and edged away. Kakashi gave him a flat, unimpressed stare. Really that obvious? Sai? Yeah, Sai's strength has improved considerably. He's taken a liking to Ino, but with her power now he'll need relentless training to stand beside her. I wonder how things are going over there, Shikamaru mused, glancing toward the distant source of thunderous noise. Sakura rose and brushed snow from her coat. It's fine. Let's go ahead. We'll meet him later. Naruto blinked, puzzled. Who's he? Did someone else come along? No one important. You'll see soon enough, Shikamaru said, clapping him lightly on the shoulder. Thanks to Shikamaru and Sakura's timely intervention, Sasuke had not stormed the 5 Kage summit, but his assault on the Raikage's brother remained undeniable. They couldn't enter the summit hall together, so they'd rendezvoused en route instead. Let's go. Kakashi led the group onward, their footprints trailing like ink across the snow. Meanwhile, Sasuke finally subdued Danzo, his gaze fixed on the eyes embedded in the elder's arm, burning with fury. He carefully excised each ocular implant and sealed them away for burial at the Uchiha ancestral graves. No, Uchiha Itachi could not be forgiven. Wiping blood from his vision, Sasuke's sight blurred. He hadn't replaced his eyes after the last encounter with Itachi. Would he truly have to accept the eyes of such a damned man? His heart churned with turmoil. Following the trail markers left by the others, he soon spotted the 4 figures ahead. Sasuke. Naruto's eyes widened. Was that who Shikamaru meant? Sasuke cast him a cold, indifferent glance, then strode straight toward the pink-haired girl and pulled her into a tight embrace. Long time. Naruto froze. What just happened? Why had Sasuke embraced Sakura? Was it simply because they'd been apart so long? Then why hadn't he greeted him the same way? They'd been separated just as long. Naruto puffed up, indignant. Shikamaru, unsurprised, merely sighed. He'd grown accustomed to Naruto vanishing from view the moment Sakura appeared. Kakashi, fully aware of all that transpired, remained impassive, quietly turning another page. Long time, Sakura. I've missed you deeply. Is that too direct? Sakura flushed, gently tapping his chest to signal release. I have time these days. I'll escort you safely to the 5 Kage summit and back to Konoha afterward. Sasuke released her, then immediately took her hand and tucked several scroll pouches into her pack. It wasn't that Sasuke refused to carry her pack. It was that in this world of shinobi, peril struck without warning. Better for Sakura to bear it herself, ready to draw whatever she needed in an instant. TCH, Naruto, I'll escort you back and forth too. Shikamaru intoned, voice laced with irony. You, what's wrong with you, Shikamaru? That's revolting. Naruto rubbed his arms, gooseflesh rising. Shikamaru sighed inwardly. Never joke with Naruto. His emotional intelligence remains tragically underdeveloped. Sakura urged him to let go, and Sasuke instantly shot a murderous glare at Shikamaru. Shikamaru froze, walking briskly, truly petty. So Sasuke, when are you coming back to Konoha? Naruto genuinely ignored the hands they held and walked over to ask. Sasuke really wanted to give this oblivious person a strike. This third wheel is so annoying. What a hassle. Shikamaru sighed, walking over to tug at his collar and pull him along while Naruto asked why he was being pulled. Ever since he made Naruto this friend, he had a rising number of headaches, but thankfully, he hadn't lost much hair. Sasuke was quite satisfied with Shikamaru's perceptiveness, while Sakura chuckled softly. Sometimes Sasuke's behavior was really a bit childish. He took out the gift he had prepared for him and placed it in his bag. They both did not mention what was inside, just holding hands and following the 3 in front. Did you really kill the Raikage's brother? It was no wonder Sakura asked this after all. The plot had long since collapsed, and no one was recognizable anymore. Sasuke's strength was indeed quite possible. No, that was just a tale. He ran away. Sasuke recalled what that guy had said at the time, feeling a bit speechless. In fact, his Hawk team was merely passing by. That guy had stopped them coming up to say they needed to cooperate for a play. His brother was too strict wanting him to cooperate, but he wanted to go out and play. He wasn't angry, but Suigetsu and the others were. The three of them went to attack him, but before they could fight back they got injured, and he had no choice but to take action. That guy escaped too, obviously leaving a tail behind and slipping away while the ones sent by the Raikage kept chasing them, and he ended up being wanted. Next time he encounters him, he will definitely settle the score. That's good. When the time comes, we will speak for you at the 5 Kage Summit, so you won't be chased by the Raikage's men anymore. Sakura listened as he recounted the incident. It was too dramatic. No need, just do your own thing. The ones coming are just small fry. Sasuke didn't care if they sent someone, then so be it. He would take out one and reduce their village's combat power, preventing them from always keeping an eye on Konoha. As long as you are careful, there are snacks prepared in the scroll. You can share some with the Hawk team later. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, unwilling to share. They don't like snacks. Seeing through his little thoughts, Sakura didn't press the issue. It was fine. If her little boyfriend didn't want to give, then he wouldn't. In the evening, everyone found a cave and decided to rest for the night, setting off again tomorrow. Naruto asked Sasuke again when he would return to Konoha. Sasuke lifted his eyelids to look at him. When you become Hokage? I will become Hokage as soon as possible. Naruto was full of confidence. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Is it that easy to become Hokage? There are so many things to handle. He really didn't understand why Naruto was so eager to become one. Sasuke handed a grilled fish to Sakura and continued to pick up another to grill. He still didn't understand why this dead last was so adamant about wanting him to return to Konoha. Was it just because they were companions? Konoha wasn't doing that great right now, so returning was pointless. Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru, and Sakura hadn't mentioned it either. If they regarded him as a companion, then it shouldn't matter if he was outside. Then Naruto needs to work hard. Kakashi patted his head, and as Naruto nodded happily, he swiftly grabbed his grilled fish and took a bite. Indeed, the fish grilled by students tastes so good. Kakashi-sensei, you're so unfair. Give me back my grilled fish. I'm your teacher. What's wrong with eating one of your grilled fish? That was the one I worked so hard to grill for a long time. What a hassle. Shikamaru supported his face with one hand, watching Kakashi tease Naruto while flipping the fish. This kind of life was just fine. The corners of his lips slightly lifted, his eyes soft. Shikamaru, Sakura, Sasuke. Look at Kakashi-sensei. Naruto complained while Kakashi had already finished the grilled fish, looking very satisfied. The few called upon looked disdainfully at Kakashi, who felt uncomfortable under their gaze for a few seconds, then continued to smile and respond to Naruto. Here. Sasuke handed him the grilled one, and Naruto looked at him with tears in his eyes. Sasuke, you are so nice. Unlike Kakashi, so disrespectful to the old. Hey, who are you talking about? I'm still young. Where am I old? Naruto snorted coldly. You're just old. Sasuke, I just think you were too noisy. What did you say? Naruto instantly exploded. The two started arguing. Sakura didn't stop them, looking on with a smile. Such a long-lost scene. How nostalgic. Shikamaru quietly asked Sakura what was going on. Wasn't he going to stop them? Don't worry, it's fine. They've always been like this. Are you sure? Naruto is already forming a Rasengan. Shikamaru looked at the two, speechless. One Rasengan, one Chidori. If they weren't stopped, they would end up fighting, and this cave wouldn't hold. It would collapse. All right, finish eating and get some rest. We have to keep moving tomorrow. In the end, it was still Kakashi who stopped them, and Naruto took out the scroll, pulling out a few beds from inside. Thankfully, Sai wasn't around, otherwise he would probably complain about why Team 7 brought everything. Shikamaru originally planned to keep watch, but seeing his dark circles, Sakura, with a guilty conscience, let him rest while she kept watch. No need to keep watch. I will let the summoning beast patrol outside. If anything happens, it will notify us. Sasuke spoke up. Shikamaru's refusal paused. Was Sasuke the type who wouldn't speak unless Sakura did? Kakashi and Naruto suddenly realized that it could be done this way. Understood. Since there was no need, he would rest. He was dead tired, lying on the bed, and Shikamaru fell asleep in seconds. In the middle of the night, Sakura, in a daze, seemed to see Sasuke get up. Sasuke, where are you going? It's nothing, just keep sleeping. Sasuke said softly, seeing her drift back to sleep, walking towards the cave entrance where the cold wind was blowing. In the woods, hundreds of green eyes watched this place. Awoo! The howls of wolves rose and fell. Sasuke hurriedly set up a barrier at the cave entrance. Sasuke drew a sword, his Sharingan appearing. You have 10 seconds to retreat. Clearly these wolves had no intention of leaving Biff, so then they shouldn't blame him. Outside the cave, lightning flickered while the few inside slept soundly. Sakura eventually woke up, got out of bed, and saw that Sasuke had already packed up and come in. Why are you up? Just a few little wolves who I sent them away. Sasuke picked her up and placed her back on the bed, covering her with the quilt. It's fine, just continue sleeping. Sakura blinked, still obediently nodding. Ooh, alright, she would rest. If anything happens, remember to call us. Sasuke smiled softly and nodded, kissing her forehead. Good night. Good night. The voice gradually became smaller, and she had already fallen asleep. If anything happens, he would definitely call the others, not her, so she could sleep soundly. Sakura woke up very early today and saw Sasuke sitting by the campfire cooking something. Good morning, Sasuke. Sasuke turned around, smiling and nodding. Good morning, Sakura. Go wash up, breakfast will be ready soon. Sakura hurriedly got out of bed, and the three people beside her also began to stir, slowly sitting up. Shikamaru still looked as lazy as ever while Naruto took out his toothbrush and face wash before heading outside. As the cold wind hit him, he sneezed and instantly fell awake. It's so cold. Remember to take the talisman. Sakura passed by him, stuffing a piece into his pocket, and Naruto felt warm the moment his chakra infused it. After washing up, Sakura noticed the millet porridge cooking inside along with some buns nearby. These items were brought by Mizuki and the others, and since they had gotten cold, when brought over, Sasuke heated them up again. So delicious. I'm so full, Naruto exclaimed after devouring more than 10 buns, while Kakashi quickly intervened. Aren't you afraid of overeating? Isn't it uncomfortable to be too full, eh? Sasuke remembered to use the transformation technique later. Shikamaru reminded him, recalling the issue with the rakeage just to avoid any unexpected incidents. Seeing Sakura satisfied, Sasuke nodded dismissively. Hey Kakashi-sensei, from where will the rakeage and the others pass by? What's wrong? Why did he suddenly ask this? Naruto hesitated and Sasuke glanced at him. Ha, dead last, if you can't say anything worthwhile, just stay quiet. Successfully diverting Naruto's attention, Sasuke fired back. What did you say? Sasuke really knew how to provoke Naruto, and Shikamaru sighed, wondering why he even bothered to come along. How nice it is to sleep in Konoha, who even recommended him. A small family leader whose family had been saved by Shikamaru sneezed, wondering if he had caught a cold. Maybe I should go to the hospital for some cold medicine after work, he thought, continuing to handle documents. After everyone packed up, they continued on their journey. Sakura looked towards the snow-covered forest, feeling an ominous smell of blood. Sasuke took her hand, looking at her. What's wrong? I keep sensing a smell of blood. Really? Sasuke followed her gaze, realizing that it was the place where he had instructed Mizuki and the others to dispose of the wolves last night. I can't smell anything, but must be your imagination. Perhaps. Upon reaching the meeting location, since only Shikamaru would be selected, they discussed it briefly. Kakashi felt it should be Shikamaru who talks, as he was the most suited for this, able to adapt and respond. But Shikamaru declined. I don't have much reputation. If I go, the other Kages won't take me seriously. Sakura, you and Kakashi-sensei are different. Sakura is a miracle worker. Oh, just her medical skills will give them a reason to respect her, and Kakashi-sensei is even more well known. It's more appropriate for you two to handle it. Although that was true, Sakura also didn't want to go, so they both looked at Kakashi. Cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. As there was no choice, if the students were unwilling, he had to step in. Kakashi stepped inside first while the others waited outside to enter later. At that moment, the rakeage and his group arrived, and Naruto blocked his path. Sakura frowned as Naruto was about to say something, but Shikamaru directly used the shadow imitation jutsu to control him and walked him aside. The rakeage squinted at the group before entering. Sasuke had used the transformation technique on the way, so the rakeage didn't notice anything unusual. Shikamaru. Naruto glared at him unhappily. Shikamaru finally understood why Sakura had said to control Naruto when they saw the rakeage to prevent him from speaking. Was Naruto actually thinking of asking the rakeage to retract the order of execution against Sasuke? Dead last, you aren't actually thinking of asking the rakeage to retract the order against me, are you? Sasuke's tone was unclear as he coldly looked at him. What is this idiot doing? Did he really think he could change a Kage's decision all by himself? Huh, what's with that tone? Naruto was very unhappy. Who was he doing this for? Naruto, there's no need for that. Kakashi-sensei will handle it, Sakura said helplessly, looking at him. You really don't need to say anything. Anyway, after Obito reveals himself, Sasuke's innocence will be cleared. But Naruto still felt uneasy. Sakura sighed, and Sasuke took her hand, shaking his head. Since this idiot couldn't understand, never mind, let's just go in. Looking at the other Kage's guards in the loft, and then at their four, Shikamaru scratched his head, realizing he had underestimated the situation. He should have brought more people. Just as he turned around, he saw Temari leaning over the table looking at Gaara below. Kankuro was saying something nearby, and Temari wore a happy smile. Shikamaru raised a hand to shield his eyes, feeling a bit dazzled. Sasuke sat down with Sakura, and the Kages below had already gathered. Without Danzo, who stirred up trouble, their discussions, while pointed, were at least not very tense. Just as Sakura was feeling drowsy, White Zetsu suddenly appeared. He announced that Uchiha Itachi had arrived, and Sakura instantly perked up, exclaiming, "What? How could the plot shift from Sasuke to Uchiha Itachi?" Sasuke's expression was complicated. Why did that guy come here when he was already blind? "Sakura, I need to step out for a moment," Sasuke whispered in her ear, and Sakura could only nod. Just as the Raikage shouted angrily, Obito, wearing a mask, appeared and discreetly glanced at Kakashi. He then began to talk about his Eye of the Moon plan, causing everyone to jump into action, standing guard beside their respective Kages. Sakura and the others stood in front of Kakashi, watching him warily. Obito continued to talk, also mentioning that the 8 tails had not been captured, which made the Raikage even angrier. He had come to the 5 Kage summit to save his brother, only to find that guy was completely fine and just out for a good time. Kakashi felt that this person looked very familiar, but couldn't quite place him, frowning as he stared at him. Hearing the sound of explosions outside, the group felt somewhat inclined to take a look. But with Obito still here, he was more dangerous than Uchiha Itachi. "I declare war here. The 4th Great Ninja War has begun. We'll meet on the battlefield next time." Obito vanished in an instant, and the crowd resumed their previous discussions. This time there were no mutual accusations. To counter the power of the 7-tailed beast, they had no choice but to form a ninja alliance. The final commander would be the Raikage, and the goal this time was to protect the 8 tails and 9 tails. At this point, the Raikage turned to Kakashi. "Who is the 9 tails in your village?" The other 2 Kages also looked at Kakashi, while Gaara turned to Naruto, who awkwardly scratched his head. "Well, Kakashi trailed off, falling silent. "You all don't need to worry. Our greatest enemy right now is that guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara," the Raikage said, noticing Kakashi's concern. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, the 9 tails Jinchuriki." In the end, it was Naruto who stepped forward to say this. The crowd looked at Kakashi with strange expressions. "You guys from Konoha letting the Jinchuriki wander around freely. What was the purpose of bringing this up in the 5 Kage summit? Was it just to suppress with force in the end? No wonder they only brought a few people, unlike them, who had a whole bunch hidden." Kakashi cleared his throat twice, signaling everyone to continue. He should be writing the daily side stories soon. What followed was a discussion of the battle strategy. Seeing that Sasuke had yet to return, Sakura informed Shikamaru and stepped outside. The walls were pockmarked and uneven, the lights had gone out. As the door clicked shut, silence descended instantly. Sakura stepped outside and followed the faint traces left behind, straight to the battlefield. She saw Sasuke raise his sword and drive it toward Itachi Uchiha. Her lips parted slightly, but no sound emerged. A faint smile lingered on Itachi's face as his breath slowly faded into stillness. Sasuke stood with his head bowed, his bangs veiling his expression. Tears dripped silently from his cheeks, his grief unmistakable. Hesitating, Sakura wondered whether to approach, when a dark figure blurred past her, and she found herself suddenly enfolded in his arms. "Sakura, you're all I have left." His shoulders grew damp beneath her touch. Gently she raised a hand and patted his back. "I'm here." He wept without a sound, until after an indeterminate span of time Sakura sensed his breathing grow still. She guided him gently to the shade of a nearby tree, only for him to slip into unconsciousness. With a deep, weary sigh, Sakura walked over to where Itachi lay and sealed his body into a scroll. She would decide where to bury Itachi's remains once Sasuke awoke. Finding a nearby inn, she carried him inside and laid him on the bed. After leaving a brief note explaining her errand, she locked the door and departed. At the meeting hall, she found Kakashi and the others already waiting. "Sakura, did Sasuke leave?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "Yes. Let's head back. We'll need to finalize our plans soon," Shikamaru murmured, gazing at her intently, until Gaara emerged with his entourage, prompting him to finally look away. "Sakura, Temari strode forward and embraced her. She'd wanted to greet her earlier at the hall, but protocol had restrained her amid the assembled Kage. Sakura smiled in reply. I never imagined we'd be working together like this. As the two girls chatted, Gaara caught up with Naruto, while Kankuro fixed Shikamaru with a steely, unblinking stare, determined not to let him so much as twitch. Shikamaru remained impassive, inwardly exasperated. Why exactly was this man watching him so suspiciously? Arms crossed, Kankuro spoke sharply. Hey, you son of the Nara clan. Just call me Shikamaru, he replied coolly. My sister is not someone you may even dream of. Yeah, don't worry. Shikamaru responded dismissively, only for Kankuro's irritation to flare anew, itching for another excuse to provoke him. Gaara glanced over, weary but resigned. Kankuro was only glaring, not striking. That at least was tolerable. TCH. Kakashi kept his nose buried in his book, patiently awaiting the end of the young one's chatter, until at last farewells were exchanged and they parted ways. Just before departing, Temari slipped something into Shikamaru's hand. He blinked, startled, while Kankuro's glare intensified, sharp as shuriken. Gaara sighed again. Clearly, Kankuro truly refused to accept Shikamaru as a brother-in-law. In Kankuro's own words, my sister is too innocent. She must never be entangled with someone whose mind is as treacherous as a hornet's nest. She'd be devoured down to the last strand of hair. Under Kankuro's searing gaze, Shikamaru quietly pocketed the gift, and amid Naruto's teasing laughter quickened his pace forward. Temari watched the faint flush bloom on his ears and arched a knowing brow, smiling. Kankuro recoiled as if struck by lightning. Damn it. Just you wait, Shikamaru. Nara. Sakura hurried to catch up with Shikamaru and turned to Naruto with a grin. Naruto, this is repayment for your last gift. She didn't just say it. She actually produced a small, neatly wrapped box and handed it to him. Naruto accepted it wordlessly. Ah, what a hassle. Still thanks. Ha. Forgive him. Kakashi genuinely laughed, though mocking one's students was hardly professional. Shikamaru flushed crimson. Shut up. Sakura. Naruto. Sensei. No way. Temari. Don't you like those earrings? Why aren't you wearing them? Naruto grinned, hands on hips. Shikamaru clenched his fist and advanced. Naruto bolted. Sakura lifted a hand to suppress the upward curve of her lips. No. Better not provoke him further, or she'd be next. Shadow imitation technique. Oh, damn it. You're chasing me with jutsu now. You. Looks like you've been far too idle lately. Thud. Crash. Oh, help me. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura. Save me. Cough. Well. Naruto-sensei, trust you'll break free from Shikamaru's hold. Kakashi met Shikamaru's gaze briefly, then quietly returned his attention to his book. Sorry, Naruto, but the Nara clan holds grudges longer than most. And frankly, I'd rather not test them. Besides, it's just a beating. Sensei believes you'll endure. Sakura feigned selective deafness. Amid laughter, banter, and light-hearted scuffles, they finally returned to Konoha the following day. Inside the inn, Sasuke stirred awake, pressing a hand to his forehead. His eyes fell upon a note left on the table beside him, and a quiet, rare smile touched his lips. He folded the paper carefully. Though Sakura had said not to see him off, he still needed her help, and truth be told, he longed to see her again. Stepping out of his room, he was greeted by the innkeeper, who, having noticed Sakura's generous payment, politely offered him food. Sasuke declined, asked for the location, then summoned a massive eagle and soared toward Konoha. Having rested only a few hours, he knew he could easily overtake them, especially since Sakura's group halted each night. Sure enough, a wisp of white smoke rose from the forest ahead. Sasuke dismissed his summon and dropped silently to the ground. Naruto, once you report to the 5th Hokage, we'll arrange for you to be escorted to the Turtle Island training grounds, as requested by the Raikage. I refuse. Sensei, I can help too. Absolutely not. Their target is you and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. But, Naruto's face crumpled. He wanted to fight alongside them. Dead last, you'd only slow them down. Sasuke descended from above. Naruto blinked, then remembered the insult and bristled. What did you say? I'd never hold anyone back. Your presence would only hinder them, Sasuke retorted coldly, each word cutting deeper than intended. Was he truly so worthless? Why? Warmth bloomed atop his head as Sakura rose and gently ruffled his hair. Naruto, Sasuke's just being stubborn. He is worried about you. If his words sting too much, feel free to teach him how to express care properly. Sakura herself was less than pleased with Sasuke's phrasing. Naruto radiated sunshine, yet he was deeply sensitive, especially when it came to trust and belonging. So, Naruto, if his words hurt, punch him. Sasuke paused silent. Had his tone truly been that harsh? Apologizing, however, no, the words refused to rise to his tongue. Naruto's eyes widened. Was that what she meant? At Sakura's nod, his grin returned, bright and unrestrained. Sakura's fair? Oomph. Arrogant Sasuke, I'll let it slide for now, but he'll pay later. Sakura, I need your help replacing this. Sasuke withdrew the Sharingan he'd taken from Itachi and unfurled it openly before the group. The others frowned. Shikamaru studied it thoughtfully, then moved silently behind Sasuke, lifting a hand to wave slowly before his eyes. If it weren't for Sasuke's familiarity with Shikamaru would likely have been knocked out. It seems Sasuke's vision is nearly gone. He shook his head at a few people, and they nodded in response. Shikamaru took out a small wooden house and asked Sakura to take him inside for the surgery. The three of them were left outside, bored and lost in thought. Can I just let this end badly? Shikamaru met a girl with pink hair when he was 4 years old. She introduced herself as Haruno Sakura, and she was studying her textbooks alone, struggling with many characters. He found her a bit foolish, so he taught her how to read and also how to refine chakra. She trained diligently and had great talent. Shikamaru, being rather lazy, mostly watched her practice. One day on a whim, he asked Sakura why she worked so hard. She replied that the world was too dangerous and she needed the ability to protect her friends and family. What a nuisance, but this made him silent for a long time. At the age of 5, because of her answer, he spent about a month either daydreaming or sleeping at home. Worried his son was getting bored, his father brought a chubby little boy and a blonde girl to keep him company. Shikamaru felt like he was babysitting the two, and Ino was just too noisy while Choji kept asking for snacks, which was annoying. One day his father asked if he wanted to go out to play. He said he didn't want to deal with the little kids, but when they went out, Choji's uncle threw Choji over to him to take care of. With no other choice, he took Choji outside, originally planning to let him play under a tree while he took a nap. But then he heard someone crying behind the tree, which kept him from sleeping. What a hassle, stop crying, he said out loud. It was a little boy with blonde hair who seemed startled by his voice. So he got some chips from Choji as a peace offering. Imnara Shikamaru, and this is a Kimichi Choji. It was just a self-introduction, but the boy seemed overly happy, and this opened up a conversation. Shikamaru was puzzled by how chatty this boy was. He kept talking on and on. Although he found it annoying, he still responded to Choji's every comment. After spending the morning together, Ino and Sakura came looking for them, so he walked with Choji and the two girls. They planned to go eat ramen and invited the two of them. Shikamaru originally intended to ask Naruto to join. But Naruto had hidden behind a tree. He didn't quite understand why Naruto was hiding. After finishing their meal and parting ways, he saw Naruto trying to be a hero and getting surrounded and beaten by a few kids. For the first time, he displayed his talent by using the shadow imitation technique to lead a few people away, preventing Naruto from being discovered by that Hyuga kid. On the way home, he ran into his father, who was very happy to see him, and picked him up, urging him to release the jutsu. He looked at the frightened kids and nodded to dispel it. After dispelling the jutsu, he had no idea what happened afterwards. He slept for an entire day and woke up on the third day. Sakura came to find him with questions and told him that Naruto was waiting for him at their previous meeting spot. His mother let Sakura stay for lunch, and Shikamaru, since she was worried about something bad. After lunch, he asked Sakura if she wanted to go look for Choji together. Sakura said she had something else to do and would go another day, so he went with Choji instead. Not far after arriving, he saw Naruto crying, and he was happy to see them. Shikamaru: Choji. Yo, Naruto, good morning. With his hands in his pockets, he felt sleepy. It was indeed morning for him. Naruto joyfully rushed over and hugged him, saying, I'm so happy she didn't trick me, you really came. Hey, be careful. Shikamaru hurriedly caught him, nearly causing both of them to fall. The three of them played together for a few days. One night, Sakura arranged for everyone to train together, but he thought about it and told them to go ahead while he would join them the next afternoon. The next day, Sakura called them as she passed by. Shikamaru had no choice but to go with Choji. Sakura even asked Naruto if he wanted to join, but Naruto seemed to be afraid of something and didn't agree. When he started school at the age of 7, he gave Choji a pair of goggles and Naruto said it was the first gift he had ever received and that he really liked it. The knowledge at school was quite simple. He remembered everything after reading the books once. Sure enough, during the exam, he scored full marks in the written test, as expected. Choji's grades were also pretty good, but Naruto's results were dismal. He held back his frustration, but still felt it was inadequate. He decided to help Naruto improve his academic skills, so he and Choji started intense tutoring. Naruto sometimes was really too naive. He remembered the beginning, but couldn't remember the rest, so he made him memorize everything. Fortunately, during the exam, he finally scraped by with a passing grade. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that if he hadn't passed, Shikamaru at the age of 7 would start losing hair, definitely breaking the record for hair loss in Konoha. Knowing that Naruto's limit was passing one time, he saw Naruto being bullied again, and the reason was simply that he had good grades while Naruto did poorly, and he played with Naruto, which caused them to exclude him. Hey, this is too boring. To avoid trouble, he and Choji decided to just scrape by. That said, these people still needed to be taught a lesson. After a vacation, one day Naruto told him he met the third Hokage by the river. Since Naruto was often called a demon fox, he advised Naruto not to say too much to that person. Time passed with their playful tutoring, and after several years they were finally facing their final exams and graduating from school. A few days before the exam, he had been teaching Naruto the transformation technique and the shadow clone technique, but Naruto still hadn't learned them. Naruto was very frustrated and suddenly transformed into a naked girl. Shikamaru was furious. When did Naruto learn this stuff? Who taught him such bad things? Angered, he turned and left with Choji. The day before the exam, Shikamaru ignored him, and Choji wanted to talk to him, but ultimately didn't due to his expression. On the day of the exam, Naruto didn't pass, and he felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have quarreled with Naruto. Now that Naruto didn't pass, what should he do? After returning home, he asked the old man, who reassured him that it was fine, saying Naruto would graduate. Although he didn't understand why, fortunately the next day, he indeed saw Naruto become a genin. He sighed in relief as Choji and Ino followed their teacher Asuma leaving. He was their teacher and also the son of the third Hokage. He asked everyone what their dreams were. Shikamaru's dream was quite simple. To be a ninja, earn some money, marry a woman who is neither beautiful nor ugly, has a good temper, and preferably have 2 children, a daughter and a son. After the daughter grows up and gets married and the son finds a job, he would choose to retire, living quietly and playing chess every day. The last point was crucial. He had to die before his wife. Hearing this, Ino slapped him hard on the back, nearly causing him to stumble. Do you really have to be so unambitious? This is just ridiculous. Ino looked at him with exasperation. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. What do you all understand? Isn't it good to live peacefully? As they disbanded, he ran into Naruto with Choji, and Naruto actually apologized, saying he wouldn't use those jutsus anymore. Well, this must have been Sakura's reminder. He had almost forgotten about it. Following teacher Asuma, they pulled weeds and caught cats. The tasks were boring, but it was fine as it wasn't troublesome. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, due to Sasuke's sudden lapse of judgment, wanting to control the 9-tailed beast, Naruto had a fierce battle with him that shook the heavens and earth, tearing apart the very fabric of space, threatening the world's existence. Not really. After their fight, Sakura looked at the 2 fools with broken arms in front of her, feeling utterly speechless. She could only tell Ino, and the 2 of them proceeded to perform regeneration surgery simultaneously. Setting aside the issue of surgery, they still needed to find 2 people for blood transfusions. After finishing the surgeries, the 2 continued to argue during their hospitalization. Sakura endured it for a while, then grabbed one by each arm and threw them out. It's all your fault. Stinky Sasuke. Naruto sat on the ground fuming. You're the one at fault for being the bottom feeder. This guy kept shouting loudly. If it weren't for his volume, Sakura wouldn't have been so angry. Huh? What did you say? Naruto was even angrier. What kind of attitude was that? Umph. That disdainful tone made Naruto lose all rationality. With one intact hand, he pointed at him. I want to compete with you fairly. Sakura will be mine. A passing pink-haired little pudding was completely petrified, her big eyes shimmering with tears. She knew it. Both the blonde and black-haired boys were here to compete for his sister. The small figure immediately ran to the hospital to complain to her sister. The 2 boys completely failed to notice this scene. Hearing what he said, Sasuke, infuriated, unleashed his Chidori. Sakura is mine. Once again they were fighting. Shikamaru, who came to visit, watched the scene in disbelief. What the hell? Why was Naruto provoking Sasuke? Hinata on the side was already petrified. Naruto-kun. Like Sakura. Boo-hoo-hoo. That makes sense. Sakura is so wonderful. How could Naruto-kun not like her? Shikamaru, hearing this, felt a bit of a headache. What was going on? He was really afraid Naruto would get himself in trouble. This is youth. A sudden arrival of Lee displaying his pearly white teeth. Sakura, she should be mine. Kai also chimed in. Great. Lee, don't lose on the path of pursuing someone. Teacher supports you. Lee was in tears. Teacher Kai. Lee. Kai was also in tears. Ino watched from the second floor, utterly speechless. Sakura, aren't you going to do something? Sakura smiled and flowers bloomed behind her. If they die, so be it, or it has nothing to do with me. Ino wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and stepped back. Could this be something Sakura would say? Was she angry? In that case, let's have a contest for pursuing Sakura. Kai, having pulled out a microphone from somewhere, anyone who wants to participate, come sign up with me. Teacher Kai, I want to sign up. Sasuke's Sharingan appeared. Hey. You. I want to participate. I want to participate. Me too. Holy Master, I want to pursue too. Instantly Konoha was in chaos, as everyone who was single jumped in to join the fun. Naruto had a bad feeling, as should he not join in the chaos. Hey, I didn't expect you guys in Konoha to secretly hold a competition without involving us from other ninja villages. Suddenly a ninja from the land of lightning popped up. Yeah, we want to join too. The ninja from the land of water echoed. Sakura crushed the pen in her hand, and Ino asked, trembling, Sakura, are you okay? Turning back, she smiled. I'm fine. What could possibly happen? Just wait. Kai, Lee, Naruto, Sasuke. What a hassle. Shikamaru's eyelid twitched. He should just go home and come back another day, or it felt like staying would lead to trouble. He was about to turn away when Kanjiro grabbed his collar, showing a shark-toothed grin. Isn't this interesting? Let's join in. Naru, Shiko. His premonition came true. Shikamaru felt his life was growing darker. Why did he have to participate in this meaningless competition? He didn't even like Sakura. Are you so happy you can't speak? That makes sense. After all, Sakura is so outstanding. It's all thanks to me helping you. Kanjiro scoffed, his tone teasing. Gaara, who had come to discuss peace treaties, silently walked toward the Hokage building. Temari raised an eyebrow and smiled. This is interesting. I'll join too. You're a girl. What are you joining for? Who says girls can't participate? I like Sakura too. What if Sakura likes girls? There is some truth to that. The questioning ninja was momentarily speechless. Kai gave a big thumbs up. That's right, this is youth. Let's all compete together for the right to pursue Sakura. It's the right to pursue, not just being Sakura's boyfriend. Sasuke's face darkened. He had to compete with other boys. He also had to compete with girls. It did his existence as her official boyfriend count for nothing. Chuckling, he placed his hands on his hips. Ha ha ha. This is interesting. Sakura is mine. I want to participate too. Niji looked at him, doting from the side, while Shikamaru covered his face, feeling it was getting more chaotic. In that case, let me, the fifth Hokage, Sakura's master, be the final judge. Tsunade stood at the top of the Hokage building, arms crossed, proclaiming loudly, it's over. How did the fifth Hokage get involved? Shikamaru felt utterly hopeless. It was becoming more complicated. He needed to find a place to hide. Not bad. You little punks from the land of lightning, cheer for me. The Raikage joined in the fun. Gaara's expression was unnatural as he coughed twice. Fellow citizens of the land of wind, I believe the one who will end up with the beauty in the end will be us, so everyone must win. Now that the Kage were involved, the stakes were different. Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he managed to hide. Everyone from the land of water should cheer as well. You must win for me. Oh, then let me announce the first match. Everyone please prepare. Kai grinned, and Lee nodded seriously beside him. Are you ready? Ready. First match, run 100 laps around Konoha within an hour. The first one to finish advances to the second round. This guy was openly giving Lee an advantage. Ino's mouth twitched as she wanted to go too. She couldn't let Sakura be handed over to people of unknown origin. Sakura, feeling completely irritated, turned and left. Since there was going to be a competition, how could she, the main party, not be present? For the last question, let her come up with it. Just returned from a mission. Sai halted in the sky, puzzled, watching the hundreds of people running in circles outside. Noticing Ino, he quickly maneuvered his eagle to fly over. Ino, what's going on here? Oh, we're competing. Sai, you should join us. As she said this, she hugged his neck, pulling him down. Sai quickly steadied himself, following beside her. Just now Ino hugged him. Shikamaru lagged behind in the middle of the group, watching as a bunch of people ultimately gave up. Lee was far ahead of everyone else. With only 3 laps left, a ninja from the land of lightning and another took out a rope and sprinted, tripping Lee. Naruto hurriedly stopped to help Lee up. Oh, that's so despicable. Know that strategy. On the path of love you will encounter various difficulties. Do you plan to give up because of this? A bystander firmly said. So don't be naive. Holy Master will be with me. You punk. No. Naruto. Lee stood up. His knee had already scraped and was bleeding. He's not wrong. I won't give up. Let's work hard together. Naruto looked worried. Lee. Don't worry. Sasuke, without saying a word, flashed with white light, and the 2 ninjas from the land of lightning were illuminated. Ah. They quickly covered themselves. You Konoha guys are even more despicable. Sasuke scoffed disdainfully, walking past them. You? What kind of expression is that? The 2 were enraged, revealing their shark-like teeth. One must admit Sasuke was good at drawing hatred. Oh look, the 2 ninjas from the land of lightning have been taken down by the strategy of light. Are they going to give up? Kai passionately narrated, then saw the 2 stand up with resolute expressions. No, they haven't given up. They actually went after others. Oh my god, they got new clothes and set off again. Yosh. Then I must work hard too. Naruto clapped his hands, entering Sage mode. Or Naruto actually used Sage arts. Wow, this speed is incredible. Naruto had already caught up to 2nd place and was closing in on 1st place Sasuke. Is he going to catch up? Oh my god. Sharingan. Sasuke actually used his Sharingan and Naruto's movements slowed down. He fell asleep. Sasuke successfully reached 1st place. It seems the other ninjas still have a chance to compete for 2nd place. Who will take 2nd place? Good lord. Good lord. Sakura was tempted to join in. Niji looked at Tenten, who was seriously focused beside him, sighed, and directly picked her up, speeding up with chakra, instantly overtaking several people. Wow, Ino's eyes lit up. This guy Niji was impressive. Sai glanced over, puzzled, but if Ino wanted to win, he said, Super Beast imitation Tiger Eagle. A dozen animals flew out from the scroll, blocking everyone's path. Ino, go for it. Ino was stunned, then smiled brightly, happily kissing his cheek. Thank you. With chakra on her feet, she sped up, taking 2nd place. She got it. Tintin blinked, revealing the scroll ninjutsu. 100 flower slash. Countless shurikens flew from above, transforming from shuriken into short swords. Sakura covered her forehead. Was it necessary for these guys? Temari wielded a large fan, wind release. Wind dance. Injecting chakra, she created a massive gust of wind that blew away the shurikens in front of her. No big deal, sorry. Teacher Kai, I don't want to lose, so. Lee's body was enveloped in a flow of chakra, opening the 8th gate. The speed surged and Niji was about to take Tintin to 2nd place, first being blocked by Sai, then by Temari's ninjutsu. Just as Lee was about to overtake him, he threw Tintin towards the finish line by Wapalm. Return to heaven. Tintin adjusted her body midair, stabilizing herself, ready to celebrate, only to find Temari giving her a thumbs up. Alright then. 3rd place is fine. What an exciting match. This is truly youth. Now the 1st to 3rd place are out. They are Uchiha Sasuke. Temari. Tintin. Let's see who will come in 4th to 10th. Ha ha ha. The 1st and 3rd places are both from Konoha. I concede. Tsunade laughed heartily. If only Shed bet earlier. The Raikage and the other 2 Kage had dark expressions. Gaara let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thankfully they made it through. Otherwise the negotiations for his village would have resulted in concessions. Thank goodness. The Raikage yelled angrily. You little punks. Haven't you eaten? Run faster. Yes. The remaining 10 or so from the land of lightning quickly replied, accelerating. Niji pushed Lee back, noticing Kanjuro had sneakily gotten close to 4th place. He quickly chased after. Ino sighed deeply. Don't blame her. With one punch, she struck a tree, hitting Lee and then Niji. Kanjuro. Everyone looked at Ino with devilish eyes, and she nodded with satisfaction. 4th place. It's in the bag. If Ino hadn't earned the title of healer during the 4th war, by saving so many people, the ninjas from other countries certainly wouldn't have given her any leeway. Naruto was finally awakened by the 9 tails inside him. Upon awakening, he discovered that 6 out of the top 10 had vanished. Lee was 5th, Niji was 6th, and he needed to step up his game. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Thousands of people sprinted towards the finish line, squeezing everyone so tightly they couldn't move. Kanjiro struggled to raise his hand towards the finish line. It was over. Damn it. Naruto. Shikamaru silently jumped, stepping on Naruto's shadow clone's head, apologizing to Naruto. 7th place, with no sweat. Sasuke silently muttered idiot before looking towards Sakura. Sakura happened to glance over and saw his hand wrapped in white bandages bleeding. After informing Tsunade, she walked over. Sakura helplessly changed his bandages, not that she hadn't noticed he had just used lightning release secretly. Otherwise, how could so many people have fallen? So don't casually use ninjutsu. I will win, Sakura. He didn't want Sakura to be a reward for winning the competition, but if it weren't for this competition, he had no idea there were so many people who liked Sakura. As her boyfriend, he would eliminate anyone who had thoughts about her. No one was allowed to steal her away. Sakura shot him a glare. They were currently talking about the wound reopening, and yet he was expressing confidence in winning. Sasuke smiled, and as they chatted, the atmosphere was completely unapproachable. The nearby girls exchanged glances, but ultimately remained silent. All right, time's up. Now 50 people have advanced to the second round. Next up is the second round. Let's welcome Sakura's leading teacher, Kakashi Hitaki. Yo, hello everyone. Kakashi waved, having surprised them all. He was the examiner for the second round. The second round is to gain the approval of someone important to Sakura. Sakura's parents were astonished, then saw 50 people running towards them. Auntie Mabuki, nice to meet you. I heard from Sakura that you love various delicacies, and this is a millefeuille cake I made myself. Ino presented a beautifully crafted cake. Aunt Mabuki gazed at Ino with a smile. Good, good, good. Auntie loves it. Other ninjas were biting their handkerchiefs. Damn, Konoha was taking the lead. This was no longer just a simple competition, it symbolized the face of various countries. Everyone was using their methods to successfully advance to the next round. Kakashi silently flipped a page of his book, sighing as someone important to Sakura also included him as her teacher. Why was no one giving him gifts? He specifically asked Sakura before setting the questions. Yash, Kakashi-sensei, please agree to my relationship with Sakura. Just as he thought this, Lee slid to Kakashi's side. Kakashi remained silent for a moment. Why was there no food around him? No. What? Lee was petrified, completely different from what he had expected. Sakura was secretly laughing at them from behind. In truth, only one person needed to agree, but unfortunately, everyone misunderstood. Shikamaru quietly took out the chips previously given by Choji and started eating. He was Sakura's companion and an important person, so he didn't need to fight for it. Then he saw Temari standing nearby, looking a bit troubled, offering her potato chips. Want some? Temari blinked and accepted. Thank you. Don't worry, you passed this round, Shikamaru said slowly. Temari was puzzled, but then remembered something and nodded. This round was super easy, so everyone passed except for those who were embarrassed and couldn't handle it. The third round will be set by me, your teacher. Only 30 people remained for the decisive round. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. The remaining men and women all looked decent and had decent strength. The third round endured 3 punches from Sakura. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Hey, are you kidding? The crowd began to murmur. Naruto clenched his fist, ready to step up. Yash, let me go first. Sakura beamed while Naruto's expression turned serious. Channeling chakra, he threw a punch and Naruto flew out, shielding his eyes. My strength has increased again. The remaining contestants silently stepped back and Shikamaru raised his hand. I forfeit. Others spoke up and naturally those remaining also followed suit. Not forfeiting was just waiting to be pummeled, wasn't it? Didn't they see that the one who defeated Uchiha Madara also got sent flying? So only Sasuke and Ino remained. The two exchanged glances and Sasuke's Sharingan gazed at her. Reluctantly, Ino also forfeited, leaving only Sasuke. Susanoo took 3 punches from Sakura. Logically he should win, but unfortunately this pink-haired little ball defeated Sasuke due to being too cute, not daring to retaliate. Thus, the winner is Sakura Haruno. Everyone has lost the right to pursue her. Tsunade chuckled while Sasuke did not share the same enthusiasm. It was absurd. Sasuke helplessly looked at his cute little ball, his eyes wide open, feeling a bit of a headache. It seemed marrying Sakura was still far away. One day Sasuke invited Sakura to go on a date. Sakura had already agreed and Sakura's parents had consented, but her future little brother did not approve. 2-year-old Haruno Yuki looked angrily at Sasuke, his eyes reddening, as if he would cry if they didn't include him. What could Sakura do? She could only bring him along, after all he was a child. Sometimes they need to be spoiled. Sasuke ultimately promised to teach him ninjutsu in the future and even promised him candy so Yuki wouldn't follow them. During their date, they ran into Naruto and Hinata, who were on a date. That idiot Naruto had no awareness at all. He didn't want to date with them, he needed a world for two. But since Sakura had won, there was no way around it. He would find a way to shake them off. One day, Hinata went missing on a mission. Naruto went to the moon to chase after his wife, and not only did he go alone, but he also took Sakura with him. Helplessly, Sasuke had to follow along watching this guy flirt on the moon, finally winning over his beauty. One day Naruto told him they had already discussed when to get married, and Shikamaru asked him what gifts to prepare. This guy was quicker than him, he hadn't even proposed yet. So one day after work, Sakura discovered her home was pitch black. Turning on the lights, she was captivated by the flowers inside. A young man approached her holding a bouquet of flowers, kneeling to propose. Sakura's face turned red, and she silently nodded in agreement. Ultimately, their wedding was held alongside Naruto's. Originally, Shikamaru was going to ask Sasuke what would be a good gift, but now he had to prepare 2 gifts, and he still didn't know what to send. During their wedding, people from all over the countries came to deliver gifts after all the two had saved the world and were great heroes. The 2 brides stayed on the same floor, separated by 2 rooms, but sharing one staircase. At the staircase, little Yuki stood guard, preventing the 2 young men who had received a pile of red envelopes from passing through, looking cute, yet pitiful. "Yuki, let us pass, okay?" Naruto exclaimed anxiously, while Sasuke sighed. This truly was a difficult challenge. This little guy would cry if he was unsatisfied, and could cry for hours. But Yuki clutched his pile of red envelopes, feeling wronged. Ino said that if he let them through, he wouldn't have a sister anymore. Ino, secretly playing tricks, watched from the shadows, not believing they could get past so easily. Sasuke picked him up. "Yuki, let's take your sister home together." "Take her home?" That didn't mean taking her away. Little Yuki nodded dazedly, now not crying anymore. "Good, then let's take her home." Shikamaru sighed. It was truly an instance of being outsmarted by a child. Ino had miscalculated. Chakra surged, coalescing into a tremendous gust that blew the short blade away. Child's play. "Forgive me, Teacher Kai, though I do not intend to lose." Shaoli was wrapped in a current of wind, invoking the 8 gates. Ba Min Dun Jia, the Du Min opened. His speed leapt, and he flashed past. Ning Ci seemed poised to bring Tian Tian in second, only to be checked first by Zhuijing and then by Shou Just Ninjutsu. As Shaoli threatened to overtake him, he hurled Tian Tian toward the finish with a shout, "Bagua Palm, Hui Tian." Tian Tian corrected his posture midair and landed steadily, ready to rejoice, only to find Shouju making a mocking victory gesture at him. "Very well, 3rd place will suffice." What an exhilarating contest, such the vigor of youth. The top 3 have been decided: Yuji Bo Zhuiju, Shouju, Tian Tian. Let us see who will fill 4th through 10th. Ha ha ha. 1st and 3rd belong to our Muyi. Well played, well played. Gangsho laughed, hands on her hips. If only ID wagered earlier. Lei Ying and the other 2 Kage wore sour expressions. What Ai Luo breathed a sigh of relief that he had squeezed in. Otherwise his village would have had to concede in the negotiations. Thankfully, Lei Ying thundered angrily, "You brats! Haven't you eaten? Run faster." "Yes." The dozen or so from the land of lightning answered and quickened their pace. Ning Ci repelled Shao Li from the corner of his eye. He saw Kanjio Lang stealthily closing on 4th and hastened after him. Jing Yi sighed deeply. Do not blame her. A single blow sent a tree crashing into the unsuspecting Shao Li, then into Ning Ci, then into Kanjio Lang. Everyone looked at Jing Yi with merciless eyes. She nodded in satisfaction. 4th place secured. Were it not for Jing Yi having earned the title healer in the 4th match, saving so many lives, rival ninjas would not have given way. Ming Ren was roused at last by the 9 tails within. Waking, he saw 6 of the top 10 gone. 5th was Shaoli, 6th was Ning Ci. He would have to try harder. Multiple shadow clone technique. Thousands surged toward the finish, packed so tightly none could move. Kanjio Lang struggled and raised a hand toward the goal, doomed. "Damn you, Ming Ren." Lu Wan silently leapt and stepped across Ming Ren's shadow clone. "Sorry, Ming, run." 7th place, taken with ease. Zhuiju muttered idiot under his breath and glanced toward Xiaoying. Xiaoying looked just then and saw his Y-trapped hand was bleeding as she mentioned it to Gang Shou and walked over. Xiaoying reluctantly dressed the wound. Do not think she had not noticed. He had secretly used lightning release Lei Duna, otherwise how would so many have fallen? So do not use ninjutsu casually. I will win Xiaoying. He did not want Xiaoying to be merely a prize of the contest, yet if not for the tournament. He had not realized how many desired Xiaoying. As her boyfriend, he would shut down anyone who harbored thoughts of her. No one would pry her away. Xiaoying shot him an exasperated look. She was scolding him for his wound splitting open, and he responds by saying he will win. Zhuozhu offered a faint smile. Their conversation formed a sphere that others could not penetrate. A few nearby girls glanced at one another, but ultimately held their tongues. Time's up. 50 advance from the first round. Next is the second round. Please welcome Xiaoying's team, leader Chi Mu Kakashi. Kakashi waved, hello everyone. Unexpectedly, he was the examiner for the second round. The second challenge is to obtain the consent of someone important to Xiaoying. Xiaoying's parents were surprised as 50 people ran up to them. Aunt Yue, pleased to meet you. Xiaoying said you love food. This millefeuille I made myself. Jingyi produced an exquisite cake. Yichue's mother smiled at Jingyi and exclaimed, wonderful. Auntie loves it. Other ninjas bit their handkerchiefs in frustration. Damn Mu, you had the upper hand. This had become more than a contest. It was a matter of national face for the great nations. Everyone employed every means to secure advancement. Kakashi quietly turned a page in his book reflecting that he too was among those important to Xiaoying. Why had no one brought him a gift? He had even asked Xiaoying before setting the task. Yo sure. Teacher Kakashi, please consent to my courtship of Xiaoying. Just as he thought this, Xiaoli slid before Kakashi. Kakashi fell silent for a long moment. Why had no food reached him? No. What? Xiaoli froze. It was nothing like he had imagined. Xiaoying watched from behind, stifling a laugh. In truth, one person's consent would have sufficed, but no one understood. Lu Wan quietly produced the chips Ding Ci had given him earlier and began to eat. He was Xiaoying's comrade, and an important person, so he needed not vie for consent. Then he saw Shouju standing awkwardly beside him, offering the chips. Want some? Shouju blinked and accepted. Thank you. Do not worry. You have passed this round, Lu Wan said slowly. Shouju puzzled for a moment, then nodded as if she understood. This round was exceedingly simple, so most passed save for a few who were undone by chagrin. The third round will be proposed by me, your master. Only 30 would remain. Gangsho nodded in satisfaction. The remaining men and women were presentable and competent. Third round, endure 3 punches from Xiaoying. At that declaration, everyone fell silent. Hey, this must be a joke, the crowd murmured. Mingren clenched his fist with the other hand supporting it. Yo sure, let me go first. Xiaoying lifted a graceful smile, while Mingren looked solemn. Chakra flared, the punch was delivered, and Mingren flew out, shielding his eyes as he chuckled. My strength has grown again. The rest stepped back in silence. Lu Wan raised a hand. I forfeit. Once one man spoke, others followed. If none yielded, they would only be left battered. Had you not seen the one who defeated Yuji Boban also be knocked away? Thus only Zhuozhu and Jingyi remained. They exchanged a glance. The blood wheel, eye in his gaze, regarded her. Helplessly, Jingyi forfeited, as well, leaving Zhuozhu alone. Susanoo endured 3 rounds from Xiaoying. By rights, Zhuozhu should have won, yet this pink-haired little one felled him. He was charmed and dared not strike. Therefore the winner is Chun Yiyu. No one claims the right to court her. Gangsho grinned. Zhuozhu did not. Zhuozhu sighed in resignation, watching the wide-eyed little dumpling and feeling a headache. Marrying Xiaoying would still be a ways off. One day arrangements were made for a date by the Chun Yi household. Xiaoying agreed, the parents assented, but his future little brother-in-law refused. 2-year-old Chun Yiyu glowered at Zhuozhu, eyes rimmed with red, as if to say he would cry if not brought along. What could Xiaoying do? She took him. Children must sometimes be indulged. Zhuozhu finally promised to teach him ninjutsu in time and to provide candy in the future, and only then did Xiaoyu relent. During their date, they ran into Mingren, and Hu Tian. Mingren, that fool, showed no tact. He did not want a group outing, he wanted a private world for 2. But Xiaoying had one, so there was no avoiding it. He would find a way to shake them off. One day, Hu Tian went missing on a mission. Mingren flew to the moon in pursuit of his wife. He went even as he somehow spirited Xiaoying away with him. Helpless, Zhuozhu followed. Watching Mingren flirt on the moon, he ultimately saw him when the beauty. One day Mingren told him they had already arranged a wedding date. Lu Wan asked what gift to prepare. This man moved quicker than he did. Zhuozhu had not even proposed. One evening Xiaoying came home to darkness. When she switched on the light, she found herself surrounded by flowers. A youth approached bearing a bouquet, sank to one knee, and proposed. Xiaoying blushed and nodded her consent in silence. In the end, their wedding was celebrated alongside Mingren's. Luan had meant to ask Zhuozhu what gift would be suitable, yet now 2 presents were required, and he was at a loss. He invited Zhuozhu out to ask, though perhaps Zhuozhu misunderstood his intent. At the wedding, delegates from every nation came to offer gifts after all the couple had saved the world and were heroes. The newlyweds occupied the same floor in separate rooms, sharing a single staircase. The staircase was guarded by Xiaoyu. The 2 youths faced this child, clutching a stack of red envelopes, his eyes brimming with tears as he watched them, unable to take a step. "Xiaoyu, please let us pass." Mingren pleaded anxiously as Zhuozhu sighed. This was a genuine trial. The little one would truly sob if displeased, sometimes for hours on end. Boo. But Xiaoyu hugged the red envelopes, aggrieved. Yu Jingyi's sister had told him that if he let them pass, he would no longer have a sister. Sly Jingyi watched the spectacle from the shadows, certain they would not pass so easily. Zhuozhu scooped the child up. "Xiaoyu, come with me, and we'll take your sister home." "Take her home? So that's not taking her away?" Xiaoyu nodded, bewildered. His tears ceased. "Very well then, take her home." Lu Wan sighed. This was the cost of lacking sophistication. Jing Yi had miscalculated.